This guy is sweating buckets, muttering to himself, "Hell, school is literal hell on earth." Sung-woo has made up his mind he needs to find an apartment, or he's dropping out and heading back to the sticks. Suddenly, a familiar voice pipes up behind him. "Come on, Sergeant Sung-woo. You were Special Forces. Since when did you get so soft?" This fresh-faced kid has the nerve to roast Sung-woo, a guy who survived the most brutal military training imaginable. And now, he can't handle a 2-hour lecture. Unbelievable. Han-ho follows him inside, but suddenly freezes and points at the sky. Senior look up fast. Han-ho sounds frantic. There's a faint circle in the clouds with a 99% loading bar, and the kid is freaking out. It's too blurry for Sung-woo to make out. He turns around and grins. "What's wrong, Miss Mirong? So much you're hallucinating." Han-ho doubles down. "I swear it said, monsters downloading." It hit 100% and disappeared right over the library. But the sky looks totally normal now. Nothing there. Feeling like he just got played, Sung-woo puts the kid in a headlock. Monsters. Seriously. You can't tell the difference between video games and real life anymore. Han-ho swears he saw it, but maybe all that booze lately is messing with his head. He slaps his cheeks to wake himself up and asks Sung-woo to grab a coffee. Sung-woo shoots him down. The professor is already walking in with the syllabus. Suddenly, a strange green light pulses from his body. It feels off. But Han-ho keeps yapping, so Sung-woo ignores the weird sensation and heads to his seat. The classroom lights are off, leaving only the dim glow from the window and the projector screen. Right on cue, Sung-woo starts nodding off. He instantly regrets passing on that coffee with Han-ho. His eyelids get heavy. Just another boring lecture. Suddenly, a glowing blue square pops up in front of his face, jolting him awake with a massive headline. "To survive in a ruined world, which class is best? Please select now." Sung-woo rubs his eyes. Is he dreaming? The projector flickers and dies. Then the sunlight outside vanishes completely. The whole room plunges into pitch-black darkness. The class erupts into chaos. It's high noon, yet everything is pitch black. And to make things creepier, nobody's phone is working. A girl's shaky voice cuts through the noise. What is that thing? Am I the only one seeing this?" Turns out everyone is staring at the same floating screen as Sung-woo. It looks like a classic *** system manhwa, *** interface, but he knows deep down, this isn't a comic book. Another window pops up. 15 seconds remaining. A blinding light flashes, and a series of cards floats into the air. They look like tarot cards, but instead of names, they just have strange red stars. A senior student yells out a warning. "Don't touch them, we don't know what they do." Sung-woo thinks differently. If they just sit there doing nothing, what happens when that 15-second timer hits 0? Do they have to pick a card like some twisted lottery? 10 seconds left. He has to make a call, and fast. The clock is ticking down. A guy nearby grabs a card, and instantly, a sword drops right next to him. Sung-woo notices the guy picked the warrior card and got a weapon. That settles it. To survive this apocalypse, he needs to pick the strongest option available. He scans the cards and realizes the star counts are different. He has no clue what the classes are, so he gambles on the one with the most stars. Locked in. Sung-woo chooses Necromancer, a 5-star class. The selection phase ends and a notification states that those who failed to choose will get another chance later. The lights flicker back on. It feels like the room just shifted into a different dimension. The guy who picked the warrior class is staring at the sword in his hand. Everyone is freaking out over the strange object that just materialized. Is that a real sword? This feels like a fever dream. Glasses guy actually became a warrior and got a weapon. But Sung-woo, he's a 5-star necromancer, yet he's standing there empty-handed. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes through the room. The door is smashed open. A student stumbles in, screaming in agony. There's something on his back, driving a knife into his neck. "Help me, please." He collapses to the floor. The creature on his back ruthlessly stabs him over and over, eliciting blood-curdling screams. He reaches a trembling hand toward them. "Please, save me." Then, silence. As the student dies, the creature on his back slowly stands up, revealing glowing yellow eyes and jagged fangs. The crowd recoils in terror from the small, vicious beast. Sung-woo is left standing at the front face-to-face with the monster. He curses under his breath. Just his luck, he's always the one left holding the bag. Now the thing is locking eyes with him, and he's frozen stiff. The others start yelling at the guy with glasses. "Minsu, use the sword. Kill it." Minsu is shaking like a leaf as the crowd shoves him towards Sung-woo. Sung-woo looks at him, praying for a savior. "Minsu, hey, you remember me, right?" Minsu snaps, terrified. "Screw you. Why is everyone looking at me? Stop telling me what to do." There goes Sung-woo's last hope. The monster screeches like a demented monkey and lunges forward, knife raised. Instinct screams at Sung-woo to run, but he realizes if he turns his back now, he'll end up butchered just like the guy at the door. He gathers every ounce of courage, spins around, and delivers a massive kick. The monster goes flying back, growling in frustration. Sung-woo catches his breath. He realizes the thing is tiny, maybe 30 pounds soaking wet. He grabs a nearby chair to use as a weapon, but the desks are all tangled up. The monster sees him struggle and seizes the opening to attack. Adrenaline surging, Sung-woo rips the chair free and swings it down with everything he's got. Asterisk, crack times. The monster collapses, tongue lolling out dead in a pool of blood. The room goes silent as the nightmare sinks in. Suddenly, a holographic notification pops up. You have hunted a goblin. Reward 10 gold. Sung-woo stares at it confused. Understanding these messages is going to be the difference between life and death. Gold goblins. It really is like a video game. Another window flashes open. Your authority allows you to resurrect the dead as subordinates. Then the stats for the dead goblin appear. Now that it was officially Sung-woo's subordinate, the creature registered as a level 1 goblin skeleton. Sung-woo gave the icon a curious tap. Suddenly, a burst of green fire erupted from the goblin's corpse, making everyone in the room jump. Someone shrieked, "Watch out behind you!" Sung-woo whipped around to look. Green flames were swirling above the dead goblin, slowly coalescing into a solid shape. Finally, the fire faded, revealing a skeleton soldier kneeling in total submission, eerie green flames flickering in its empty eye sockets. Sung-woo remembered his chosen class allowed him to summon the undead as minions, the classic power of a necromancer. The classroom door suddenly burst open, revealing 2 more goblins. They were small, sure, but their aggression was off the charts. These things looked ready to tear apart opponents 5 times their size. The other students in the room panicked and scrambled to escape. Unfortunately for Sung-woo, he was the one standing closest to the door. A system notification popped up, reminding him that the goblin skeleton was awaiting orders. Sung-woo had no idea how to control it properly, but in the heat of the moment, only one thought crossed his mind. Fight. Kill them. At his command, the skeleton soldier immediately sprang up, charging toward the 2 goblins, who looked confused about what their dead buddy was doing. The skeleton didn't hesitate. It jammed a knife hard into the nearest goblin, though it wasn't enough for an instant kill. The second goblin retaliated instantly, slashing at the skeleton and hacking off one of its arms. 1 against 2 was a losing battle. Sung-woo realized the situation was going south fast. If he just stood there watching, he'd be next on the menu. These goblins were small fry, not too dangerous if you had the right gear. A longer weapon would make this a cakewalk. He remembered Min-soo had a sword and yelled for him to toss it over. Min-soo clutched the sword to his chest like a lifeline and screamed, "No way, this is mine. I picked it first." Sung-woo sighed in frustration. "Fine, then you deal with them." One look at the snarling, vicious goblins was enough to make Min-soo wet his pants, let alone fight. Sung-woo shook his head, grabbed a heavy chair, and decided to do this the old-fashioned way. He signaled his skeleton to duck just as he hurled the chair. It slammed perfectly into the 2 goblins. Seizing the opportunity, the skeleton lunged forward and finished them off. Each goblin kill netted Sung-woo 10 gold. That was another 20 gold in the bank. The only downside was his skeleton soldier, which was now looking pretty battered and missing a limb. The crippled minion limped heavily toward him. The green flames in its eyes flickered softly like a puppy waiting for a good boy from its master. Sung-woo hesitated for a second before blurting out, "Look, I'm sorry, but your face is kind of nightmare fuel. Could you look the other way, please?" The skeleton lowered its head, looking visibly dejected. "I mean, it was born a goblin. It wasn't exactly going to win any beauty pageants." Thanks to the Necromancer class effect, the skeleton remained totally obedient despite the insult. The 2 freshly killed goblins were also raised as skeleton soldiers, bringing him to his summoning cap. The professor, stammering and pale, walked up to ask Sung-woo what on earth was happening. Before he could explain, a scream for help pierced the air. A girl was sobbing in terror because she couldn't get through to the police. Sung-woo guessed this chaos wasn't just happening here, it was likely engulfing the whole school. He walked over and pulled back the curtains. A deep red glow flooded the room, but it wasn't the sunset. It was the blaze from massive explosions tearing through the city. Sung-woo stood frozen. This wasn't just a local incident. The whole world was likely falling apart. A moment later, someone shouted that they needed to leave immediately. The school was about to be swallowed by the fire. A blonde guy waved his car keys excitedly, announcing his car was parked just outside in the lot. But the moment they reached the hallway, they froze. 2 goblins were at the far end, finishing off a man and looking for their next meal. Seeing the group, the monsters charged, sending everyone running back the way they came. One of the goblins was terrifyingly fast, closing in on a girl who had fallen behind. Just in time, Sung Woo's skeleton soldier intercepted the beast, pinning it to the floor. "Go Sung," Woo shouted to the group. "I'll stay and handle." "Well, actually times will handle it." He corrected himself, pointing at his minions. The group didn't need telling twice. They scattered in every direction. Sung Woo wanted to call them back, but it was hopeless. It was every man for himself now, and he wasn't responsible for their survival. By now, the logic was undeniable. This was playing out exactly like a *** system, manhwa***, where everyone was forced to play by the rules. Classes had been assigned, and the starter monsters were easy enough to hunt. Sung Woo wasn't sure if he was right, but fighting seemed to yield a higher survival rate than hiding. At least he had teammates who were literally incapable of fear. Although these teammates lacked skin and muscle, making them a bit fragile. The two goblins gang-tackled Sung Woo's skeleton, snapping its neck. Its skull rolled across the floor and stopped right at Sung Woo's feet. Once a summon was destroyed, it returned to the void. There were no second chances or revives for these guys. Gritting his teeth, Sung Woo cheered on his remaining minions. It was 2 against 2 now. The skeletons threw themselves at the goblins recklessly. Finally, the fight ended, and Sung Woo pocketed another 20 gold. He scratched his head, letting out a long breath. Nice work. A notification chimed he had reached level 2. He finally took a moment to properly inspect the interface. He called up his status board. Sure enough, all his data was there, name, stats, and current gold balance. But something confused him. Usually in games, leveling up gave you points to manually allocate to your stats. Instead, the system presented him with 5 random upgrade cards to choose from for level 2. Sung Woo's face fell. So that was the catch. This wasn't a skill-based game, it was a gacha game disguised as an RPG. Since luck was now a major factor, he had to be extremely careful. He selected a random skill card. The card flipped over to reveal maximum summon capacity, increased by 1. With the cap raised, Sung Woo resurrected one of the defeated goblins. But he noticed his mana had dropped to 3 out of 30. He hadn't expected these skeleton minions to be so expensive to maintain. The 4 skeletons turned to him, their eye sockets glowing with adoration. Sung Woo waved them off, disgusted. "Stop staring at me like that, it's creeping me out." He shook it off. Things were okay for now, but the future was a giant question mark. Priority number 1, survive and get the hell out of here. Sung Woo glanced out the window again. The schoolyard was a slaughterhouse. He slammed his fist against the glass. Damn it, I thought the ground floor would be safer. Going down there now is suicide. Every option was dangerous, but staying in one spot was a death sentence. Sung Woo decided to lead his squad of 4 down to the lower floor. One skeleton took point creeping down the stairs, only to collide with a guy sprinting up clutching a knife. It was Han Ho. The two made eye contact, and Han Ho screamed like a banshee. Screaming his head off, Han Ho stabbed the skeleton right in the skull, startling the undead creature. Sung Woo recognized him immediately. Han Ho looked up teary-eyed, then pointed a shaking finger at the skeletons clutching their heads. "Wha? Who are they?" Han Ho stammered. Sung Woo told the kid to relax. "Chill out, they're with me. They're my lackeys." While the skeletons fussed over their leader's cracked skull, Sung Woo chatted with Han Ho. He couldn't believe the kid had actually chosen the pickpocket class. Sung Woo seriously reconsidered admitting he knew this guy. Han Ho actually picked that thing just because it was a 1-star item that happened to be shiny. He looked at me nervously, asking if it was a good choice. I just told him, "Sure, whatever you say." I didn't have the heart to crush his dreams. We needed to find a safe spot first, so I told him to just stick close behind these bony little guys. As long as he stayed behind the skeletons, which weren't even 5 feet tall, he'd be safe. Suddenly, a status window popped up with a notification about a synthesis skill. Apparently, equipping 5 thief daggers increased the critical hit rate and granted a 10% gold bonus. Han Ho pointed at the screen, looking totally shocked. "Hey, you seeing this too?" he asked. I nodded. It turned out that if we equipped the same type of gear, we unlocked a hidden party buff. If we optimized our gear combinations in this *** system manhwa ***, the benefits would be huge. And the best part was it didn't just apply to players. My skeleton soldiers got the buffs too. I wasn't entirely sure of the mechanics yet, but the skeleton skills were already impressive. Even if I was technically playing solo, my undead summons counted as party members, triggering the team's synergy buffs. The 3 skeletons in the lead suddenly froze in their tracks. Standing right in front of us was a goblin squad, a massive boss monster, flanked by several smaller minions. Thanks to the set effect of having 4 or more skeletons in my party, the enemies were hit with a death aura that slashed their power by 30%. The goblins sensed the danger and started backing away in fear. I couldn't help but smirk. Looked like Lady Luck was on our side today. My 4 skeletons charged forward, completely overwhelming the goblins and dropping several of them in seconds. Hanho was literally jumping up and down with excitement. But the celebration lasted less than 3 seconds before the goblin captain made his move. He raised his arm, and a strange magic circle ignited around his wrist. It was a skill called Wild Frenzy. The moment he activated it, the surviving goblins under his command surged with newfound strength. The battle instantly got way more intense as the goblins turned the tables. Hanho's smile vanished, and he tried to drag me away to run for it, but I stayed put, analyzing the situation. Those grunts were just following the captain's orders, so I needed to cut off the head of the snake. I locked my eyes on the glowing sigil on the captain's arm and barked an order to one of my skeletons. One skeleton launched an aerial attack, slicing clean through the captain's arm from above. The monster roared in pure rage as his casting limb was severed. The goblin captain punted my skeleton across the room with a heavy kick, but the mission was already accomplished. Without the buff source, the grunt goblins lost their power boost and were slaughtered by my undead crew. Notification sounds kept chiming like a slot machine as the skeletons took out the trash. The captain, still dangerous, managed to swing his weapon and smash one of my skeletons into a pile of bones. The other 3 skeletons coordinated their attacks and sent him to the afterlife. Taking down the goblin, Captain netted me 50 gold plus that extra 10% from my party buff. Hanho was gasping for air, shaken by how close that was. He went down to check the loot dropped by the captain. It was just a low-tier spear, basically junk, with 0 special effects and common rarity. But the Savage Bracelet was a different story. It was a high-rarity item that boosted attack power by 20% for small summons when fighting goblin-type monsters. For my skeletons, that meant a 20% speed boost and extra buffs whenever we faced a goblin horde. We also picked up the skill book for Wild Frenzy, the move the captain had just used. It was a D-rank buff skill that increased damage by 10% and speed by 20% for 10 minutes. The cooldown was set at 1 hour. I was pretty satisfied with the haul, so I gave my skeletons some well-deserved praise. I stopped seeing them as creepy for a second and patted one on the head, which made the little guy look ridiculously happy. The blue flames in its sockets curved into what looked like a joyful smile. It was so unsettling that both Hanho and I physically recoiled. Talk about awkward. We moved on and stumbled upon a large group of survivors gathered together. I quickly signaled for my skeletons to hide in a nearby room. People would definitely panic if they saw a walking death squad. In the middle of the crowd, some guy who looked like total bad news was shouting, trying to act like a leader. "We are trying to contact the police, and the student council is investigating what's happening." A girl in the front was losing it, screaming that she wanted to smash the door down because she didn't believe help was coming. The guy shook his head, insisting he'd tried everything. "Why won't it break?" the girl cried. He just told her to stay calm and follow his instructions. I recognized him immediately. That was Jinsok, a senior obsessed with social hierarchy and infamous for harassing female students. He was clearly using this crisis to play hero and boost his student council campaign. I walked past him to check the door myself, but he immediately barked at me. I said, "Stay away from that door. Are you deaf or something?" I turned and gave him a skeptical look. Jinsok took a deep breath, composed himself, and slapped on a fake smile. "Oh, my bad. Sorry about that. I'm just really stressed out today. You guys must be new here, but I'm just trying to protect everyone." The guy reeked of condescension, and I immediately knew this was going to be a problem. Jinsok seemed to recognize me, so I introduced Hanho as well. He scratched his head clearly, pretending to remember. "Yeah, I think I've seen this kid before. I don't come to campus often though." I rolled my eyes internally. I had no idea why this lunatic decided to show up to class today of all days. Seeing our weapons, Jinsuk immediately tried to recruit us for his little security detail. I didn't object. Then, he asked about our chosen classes. He eyed the crude weapon in my hand, guessed I was a spearman, and hit me with a sarcastic jab. "Not sure how much help you'll be with that though." He tapped on his shield, puffing out his chest to brag. "I actually took down a green monster myself. A goblin, you know. Even with weapons, those things are tough to kill. I picked a 2-star card and became a shield warrior, so if things get hairy, just hide behind me." My eye twitched at his arrogance, and Hanho had to duck behind me to stifle a laugh. Just then, Minsu came sprinting over in a panic. "Sir, I think I heard goblins on the upper floor." Jinsok immediately hushed him and ordered everyone to hide inside the cafe while he blocked the entrance. I signaled Hanho to follow me for a quick sidebar. We examined the main exit and saw a padlock, but the real problem was the powerful magic seal binding the door. To break the seal, we had to defeat the boss monster of this zone. If we didn't kill it within the time limit, the monsters would evolve, and we only had a little over 2 hours left. Jinsok was right about one thing: brute force wouldn't budge that door. Hanho realized the clock was ticking down on our lives. If we didn't take out the boss in time, we were dead meat. I decided right then to go hunt it down. Sitting around waiting for a rescue team was a death sentence. In this *** awakening, manhwa *** scenario, losing focus meant getting killed first. Suddenly Jinsok dragged Minsu over to me. "Hey, you and Minsu know each other, right? You guys are in the same year." Minsu looked away, barely acknowledging me, but muttered a yes. Jinsok took that as a cue to group us up, acting like he was graciously allowing us to be his sidekicks. Sungwoo immediately pushed back, asking if the guy even bothered reading the notification on the door. Jinsok scratched his head, claiming he did, but insisted they were stuck there until a rescue squad showed up. Sungwoo didn't hold back, mocking the guy's naive belief that the cops were actually coming. If this disaster was happening worldwide, who exactly would have the time to come save them? Out of nowhere, Jinsuk pivoted to a totally unrelated question, asking if Sungwoo had finished his military service. When Sungwoo nodded, the guy suddenly puffed up with a weird sense of confidence. He lectured Sungwoo for doubting the authorities, bragging about how powerful the national military was. He was absolutely convinced the army would step in and fix everything in no time. Sungwoo gritted his teeth, thinking that soldiers weren't miracle workers who could save everyone instantly. Still, with the tension already so high, he didn't want to trigger a panic. Sungwoo sighed and started walking, making Jinsuk flinch. When he realized Sungwoo was heading for the exit, he started shouting threats, demanding they stay away from the door. He told them to hide inside the campus cafe if they valued their lives. Suddenly, Minsu screamed out that goblins had appeared, scaring Jinsok so bad he nearly wet himself. 5 green monsters marched down the stairs in a line. The students hiding in the shop spotted them and froze in terror, while Jinsuk managed to pull himself together enough to raise his shield. He yelled for everyone to grab a weapon and hold the line so the monsters couldn't breach the safe zone. Just then, Minsu pointed in another direction, shouting that another group was approaching. More figures appeared in the hallway, but this time it was just Sungwoo's adorable little skeleton soldiers. Despite how helpful they looked, Jinsok started screaming again. He yelled, asking what the hell those things were. Sungwoo stepped up to clear a path for his summons, calmly explaining they weren't goblins as he walked forward with his makeshift spear. He remarked that rights come with responsibilities, but they needed to stay rational. Following a delusional leader right now would basically be a death sentence for everyone. Jinsok, feeling humiliated, angrily snapped back, asking if Sungwoo thought he was special just because he got some powers. Sungwoo didn't answer, just giving him a cold, hard stare. He activated his level 1 death aura, instantly debuffing the goblins and dropping their stats by 30%. Seeing the skeleton army charge, the terrified monsters turned around to flee. But Sungwoo wasn't letting them off the hook that easily. The hunt was officially on. A brilliant flash of light erupted, drawing the attention of everyone hiding in the cafe. To the onlookers, it was a bizarre scene of monsters fighting monsters right before their eyes. Sungwoo's undead soldiers were completely dominating the battlefield. One goblin was still clutching its head from the dizziness when Sungwoo skewered it with his weapon. 2 others were pinned down by the skeletons and quickly finished off by Sungwoo's precise strikes. Jinsuk stood there with a blank expression, slowly backing away with Minsu. He had been planning an escape route, but Sungwoo was systematically wiping out the enemy instead. With 3 down, the remaining 2 goblins tried to run for it together. Sungwoo immediately commanded his skeletons to cut off their escape route and hold them in place. Sungwoo deliberately shouted his commands, making it look like a scene straight out of an *** awakening manhwa ***. He wanted to show them he was in full control, proving that taking down the boss was actually possible. Winning as a team was always easier than trying to carry the whole raid solo. Sungwoo activated a thief's dagger skill, buffing his skeleton soldiers. He also equipped the wild bracelet to boost his defense stats. Between the gear and the dirty buff tactics, those goblins didn't stand a chance. But in a *** system, manhwa *** like this, there were bound to be monsters, much deadlier than simple goblins. Jinsok's lackeys watched the fight and finally realized Sungwoo had the power to control the undead. The students huddled in the cafe began to see a glimmer of hope watching him fight. Just then, a crafty goblin tried to slip past 2 of the skeletons to make a run for it. Sungwoo wound up and hurled his spear right through the creature's chest. He let out a sigh of relief. If he had missed that throw, he would have looked like a total amateur. As the battle ended, the students rushed out, cheering loudly. They were in awe of Sungwoo's overwhelming power, wondering why a guy that strong was majoring in art instead of athletics. Sungwoo did a quick sweep of the bodies, but came up empty-handed. It seemed these trash mobs didn't drop any equipment. Luckily, he earned a special lottery ticket for hunting 20 monsters, becoming the first out of 100 people to unlock the achievement. However, the item didn't appear in his inventory, so he had no clue how to use it yet. His 4 skeleton soldiers returned to him, practically glowing with pride, as he praised them. He then marched his squad back to confront Jinsuk, who was cowering nearby. Sungwoo asked the guy if he still thought he was useless. Jinsuk's face twisted up in a grimace, looking like he was trying to pass a kidney stone. A bit later, everyone gathered inside the cafe. Sungwoo explained to the normal students that a powerful magic barrier was trapping them inside the building. The only ticket out was to hunt down and kill the boss monster hiding somewhere in the facility. The room went dead silent. A single goblin terrified them, so the idea of fighting a boss seemed impossible. Sungwoo added that they only had a 2-hour window to make a move. He didn't know exactly what would happen after the timer hit 0, but it definitely wouldn't be a picnic. Since it was a boss, he couldn't take it down alone. A trembling student at the back raised his hand, stammering that he had seen the monster while fleeing to the rooftop. He described a massive beast that had crushed a professor's skull. Sungwoo prepared to head out and asked for volunteers, but naturally, everyone froze too scared to even make eye contact. Sungwoo expected that reaction, but then Hanho leaned in, whispering that maybe he should stay behind too. Sungwoo just gave a small smile and patted his shoulder. He told Hanho he had to come along to provide buffs for the skeletons. Hanho tried to bribe him by offering up his dagger in exchange for safety, but Sungwoo wasn't having any of it. Suddenly, a girl walked up and struck up a conversation, noting that a group fight probably wouldn't end well anyway. She pointed out that the rookies were losing their minds over even the smallest monsters. It was frustrating but true. Her name was Jisoo, a hunter class, and she openly admitted that Sungwoo's skeletons were more useful than the useless crowd of students. Her intense gaze made the cowards in the room shrink back in fear. Even Sungwoo wasn't entirely confident about this raid since they had 0 intel on the boss's strength or abilities. He turned to ask Jinsuk for his plan. The guy shamelessly claimed he would stay behind to protect the students, earning him looks of pure disgust from everyone else. Sungwoo didn't push it, telling him to stay put, play defense, and enjoy his little role-playing game as the leader. The strike team was finalized: Sungwoo, Jisoo, and a very reluctant Hanho. As they moved out, Sungwoo warned Hanho to stay sharp. Right on cue, Jisoo spotted 2 goblins rushing them from below, while another group blocked the path ahead. Sungwoo quickly signaled them to cover the rear. Before he could even finish the sentence, Jisoo aggressively charged, decapitating one goblin with her blade. The second one didn't even know what hit it before she drove her weapon through its stomach, taking them both down effortlessly. Jisoo exhaled sharply, tightening her grip on the sword. Hanho just stood there, jaw on the floor. She had cleared the room before his brain even processed the threat. "Sungwoo bro, you see that? She's the real deal," Hanho chirped. "What, I already took out 5 goblins up here." Hanho's smile faltered. Great, he was officially the weak link. Forget that, she's practically a war general. As they pushed upward, they stumbled upon Professor Huang slumped against the corridor wall, looking like he'd been through a meat grinder. He was sobbing in agony. "My students. They're all gone. It's all my fault." Sungwoo knelt down, trying to steady the old man so he could get the full story. After the group split up, they had made it to the research lab safely. But the professor got antsy, thinking sitting ducks were dead ducks, so he decided to lead them up to the rooftop. He was just following the survival guide text. But the second they breached the door, they ran straight into a nightmare monster. Every single student who trusted him, dead. With his dying breath, Professor Huang grabbed Sungwoo. "Stay off the roof. Don't go there. Just survive." And with that, he checked out for good. Sungwoo's face went dark, rage simmering just beneath the surface. Right on cue, a side quest popped up: avenge the professor. Objective: kill the boss monster. But the prompt warned that his choice would shape his destiny. Sungwoo fixated on that word, destiny. "Damn it," he muttered. "Why did we have to get stuck in this hellhole?" Watching Sungwoo march straight for the stairs, Hanho called out, "Hey, do we seriously have to go up there and poke the bear?" Even the skeleton soldiers paused, waiting for orders. Sungwoo didn't flinch. Eyes locked on the prize, he kicked open the door to the final boss room. The rooftop was a slaughterhouse. Goblins were scavenging through piles of corpses scattered everywhere. The sheer brutality made Sung-woo grimace. He couldn't help but curse. Oh god. No. Hanho stared blankly into the distance, pointing a shaking finger at a goblin dragging a limp body across the concrete. That's my classmate. Jisoo gripped her sword knuckles white, ready to charge in and slice them to ribbons. Sung-woo immediately signaled for her to hold. They needed intel first. Rushing in was suicide. But hey, in any decent *** awakening, manhwa ***, this is just the tutorial for the real grind. Sung-woo finally gave the green light. A sentry spotted them and screeched an alarm. Suddenly, the whole goblin clan swarmed out, weapons drawn, and ready to party. They weren't even 3 feet tall, but they scared the living daylights out of Hanho. Bro, maybe we should bail. But running wasn't in Sung-woo's vocabulary. To survive, he had to conquer. He activated his feral bracelet, buffing his skeleton crew with 10% more damage and 20% attack speed. The brawl kicked off. One goblin lunged with a knife, but bad luck, the blade passed harmlessly through the gap in a skeleton's ribcage. Before the creature could blink, it was hacked to pieces. Sung-woo jumped into the fray, using fresh corpses as meat shields while he went to work. Jisoo was a machine chopping enemies down like firewood. Then, there was Hanho cowering in the corner with a knife. He thought his class card would be a game changer, but he felt totally useless. In a blind panic, Hanho chucked a dagger at the mob. Bullseye. The blade slammed straight into a goblin's skull, dropping it instantly. That's when it clicked. This was his hidden talent. He tossed another dagger just to test the theory. Thwack. Another perfect hit. Hanho stared at his hands, eyes lighting up. He'd found his meta. Back in the fray, the death aura was sapping the goblins, dropping their stats by 30%. Classic *** system manhwa *** mechanics. Realizing they were outmatched, the goblins started to scatter. Suddenly, a massive crash echoed from behind a stack of lockers. Out stepped a hulking beast, a goblin with a lion-like mane, and a face only a mother could love, dragging a massive club. The smaller runts immediately dropped to their knees in submission. Based on the swagger and the size, this was definitely the goblin chief the target. Emboldened by their boss, the smaller goblins got their second wind and charged back in. Sung-woo knew this was going to be a grind, so he turned up the heat. Wiped them out. A skeleton soldier scrambled over a pile of bodies and lunged at the chief. A second later, the chief swung that club and pulverized the skeleton into dust. Sung-woo immediately cast a summon to replace the fallen soldier. The chief obliterated another unit. Sung-woo was down to a third of his mana, but on the bright side, the battlefield was littered with raw materials for new summons. Suddenly daggers flew in from the sidelines, burying themselves in the chief's bicep. Hanho struck a pose. Hey, ugly. That sting a little? The chief flexed, shaking the blades loose, like they were toothpicks, now purely focused on the annoying gnat. It roared and charged Hanho, swinging that baseball bat of a club. Hanho scrambled behind a skeleton, thinking he was safe. But the chief cleared the defensive line with a single devastating spin attack. One skeleton got launched into the air, but used the momentum to dive bomb the chief, stabbing downward. The chief roared and punted the bag of bones like a football. The kick completely shattered the summon. But it bought time for Jisoo to circle around. She carved a deep gash across the monster's back, forcing it to pause. Jisoo flicked the blood off her blade, total badass move. First time I've actually had to try, she spat. You piece of trash. Even Sung-woo had to admire her swordsmanship. She was fast, lethal. Without her carrying the DPS, he would have been dead 10 minutes ago. Sung-woo refocused, calculating his next move. He summoned fresh troops to coordinate a pincer attack with Jisoo. The plan hit from the rear. They couldn't overpower it, but they could blind it. While its back was turned, Sung-woo hurled a crude spear. The weapon pierced through the thick mane and gouged the chief's face. It bellowed in pain, taking its rage out on the nearest skeleton soldier. Sung-woo summoned another replacement, but his mana tank was flashing empty. Suddenly, the chief started pointing at the skeletons, letting out a weird guttural laugh. Sung-woo ignored the creepiness. He was too busy wondering if they could actually pull this off. Then the chief went berserk, its power level, spiking massively in a split second. The shockwave knocked Sung-woo back. At this rate, it was game over. He needed a finisher, something to end this fight right now. His eyes landed on two discarded swords. The chief was practically hacking the game, crushing a skeleton's skull with one hand, while blocking Jisoo's strike with the club in the other. But Sung-woo was back in the mix, looking sharper than ever. Gripping a sword in each hand, he ordered his minions to intercept the boss. Before we could even make a move, two skeletal soldiers were nearly wiped out. Suddenly, something whistled right past the chieftain's head. Turns out it was a sword. A battered skeleton down to just one arm and one leg snatched the blade midair and used the momentum to slash downward. Great coordination, sure, but the chieftain was on a whole other level and swatted him away like a fly. A notification window flashed open. Apparently fighting as a team unlocked a specific combo effect. The warrior effect level 1 kicked in since the squad had 3 swords equipped. That meant a 10% boost to attack speed and the weapon weight cut in half. Plus, that skeleton just evolved into the one-armed warrior. It became a named unit just by holding a sword in its single hand. Even the chieftain looked confused by this sudden power spike. Sung-gu didn't give a damn about the monster's feelings. He realized linking attacks might actually work. He grabbed a chair and hurled it straight at the boss. Jisoo and the one-armed warrior charged in simultaneously. With attacks coming from 3 directions, the chieftain froze up, unsure who to block first, and ended up eating that chair right to the face. Next came Jisoo with those light but agonizing strikes. The one-armed warrior tried to follow up, but he wasn't quite fast enough and got bonked on the head for his trouble. Out of nowhere, a dagger buried itself in the chieftain's weapon arm. It was Hanho finally stepping out from the rubble where he'd been hiding the whole time. While the boss struggled to rip the blade out, Sung-gu saw his opening and signaled the one-armed warrior. As the skeleton lunged, Sung-gu whispered his final farewells. "Thanks for sticking with me this far." That skeleton was the tankiest of the bunch, a real MVP since the classroom fight. Sung-gu was ready to honor his noble sacrifice. Sung-gu screamed, preparing to land the killing blow himself. But then the one-armed warrior actually dodged the chieftain's counterattack, leaving Sung-gu completely dumbfounded. In a split second, the chieftain's head went flying, thanks to the skeleton's clean cut. The system explained that this unit could block 88% of the damage from a boss monster's first strike. And just like that, the goblin chieftain was down. Sung-gu pocketed 225 pure gold coins and leveled up to 3. Hanho, looking just as confused as Sung-gu, asked, "Hey, where'd you even get that skeleton?" It looked like the very first one Sung-gu had taken out with his furniture smashing technique. The skeleton suddenly started glowing, then morphed into a form with fresh armor and a badge on its forehead. Absorbing the boss's magic allowed it to rank up, boosting its defense and unlocking the commander attribute. Sung-gu pointed at the weird symbol on its head. "What's this? You went and got a face tattoo without asking your dad for permission first." He checked his minion's stats again. With the commander trait, he now had access to additional synergy buffs. It sounded like he could scale up from a squad to a platoon and eventually a whole legion. Looks like Sung-gu needs to recruit more soldiers. Meanwhile, Hanho and Jisoo leveled up, with Jisoo hitting level 3 just like Sung-gu. She still hadn't picked her level 2 reward and asked for advice. Since it was all RNG anyway, the only strategy was to pray to the ancestors for good luck. Hanho was surprised Sung-gu could see his interface cards. For his level 2 perk, he rolled a random skill that increased the number of skeletons he could summon. This time around, Sung-gu unlocked the basic bone weapon crafting skill. He could now fashion weapons from the bones of corpses, choosing between a sword, hammer, spear, or bow. The quality of the gear depended entirely on the raw materials used. Once he leveled up the skill, he'd be able to craft an even wider variety of weapons. There was also that side quest about avenging the professor. Since Sung-gu completed it, he earned a random skill and a notification that his destiny had been altered. The random skill turned out to be an extra summon slot. He could control 5 minions now, but he couldn't stop thinking about that ominous destiny changed message. He'd have to be more careful picking quests in the future. Suddenly, a cloak dropped from the sky right in front of Hanho. It was a bandit's cloak that boosted stealth against monsters by 50%. He threw it on immediately, since he'd finally found his combat style, hiding in the bushes and throwing knives when no one was looking. Jisoo received a red gem called an ignition stone. Hanho thought it was just a fire starter, but it was way more valuable than that. If you sharpened a weapon with it, attacks gained a chance to inflict fire damage. Sung-gu gathered everyone up. It was time to head back. The barrier should be down by now. Back at the cafe, Min-soo turned to Jin-seok and asked, "Hey, Jin-seok, are we just going to rot in here forever?" Jin-seok's face scrunched up like a dried prune. Everyone was whispering, regretting they didn't follow Sung-gu to fight the boss. Before Min-soo could say another word, Jin-seok grabbed him by the collar. "You dare talk trash while I'm the one keeping you safe? Say it to my face." He stormed over to the group, screaming like a victim. "You want to run your mouths? Fine, don't expect me to protect you anymore. Get the hell out." Everyone just looked at him, completely baffled by his tantrum. Where were they supposed to go? Jin-seok's eyes, white with rage, spat out, "Go to the roof and die like Sung-gu did." The crowd actually laughed at his claim that he was their protector. You've got to be kidding. What have you actually done? The guy on the roof is the one saving us." Don't make me laugh. You little punk. The shouting match escalated, and with all the screaming it started raining spit before spring even arrived. Jin-sook pointed at the ceiling, swearing that Sung-gu was definitely dead meat by now. When the room suddenly went silent, his ego swelled. Keep barking, you dogs, why so quiet all of a sudden? Who's dead meat exactly? That familiar voice drained the color right out of Jin-sook's face. He spun around to find skeletons pointing swords at him and nearly jumped out of his skin. Sung-gu couldn't believe this guy. He went out to slay the boss, and this loser stayed behind just to curse him. He stepped forward and shoved the doors wide open. Jin-sook looked like he was about to be sick, gasping, "No, that's impossible." He stumbled to his feet, looking like he wanted to stammer out an excuse. He scratched his head, mumbling nonsense. He tried to speak, but the crowd cut him off, staring him down with pure judgment. What a joke. This guy wouldn't shut up about how strong he was. Now he was cowering like a frightened child. Sung-gu led his skeleton army outside, continuing his journey in this intense *** awakening manhwa ***. The streets were eerily quiet, not a monster in sight. Sung-gu scanned the area, signaling everyone to keep it down as they moved out. The streets were paved with piles of human and monster corpses. Sung-gu worried there might be goblins lying in ambush, since those nasty little guys love to swarm. Suddenly, Han-ho spotted a group of people standing just a short distance away. Among them was a young man in a white shirt who raised his sword in greeting. Seeing their blood-soaked weapons, Sung-gu realized these must be the other survivors of the Goblin Massacre. Jin-soo spotted the president and rushed over like an excited puppy, but the guy just scoffed, looking surprised that the little suck-up was even still alive. Jin-soo immediately went into bootlicker mode, gushing, "I knew you could wipe out those goblins easily. Seriously, it's so good to see you here, bro." Then he leaned in to whisper something in the big boss's ear, glancing over at Sung-woo while he did it. He wasn't even trying to hide the fact that he was bad-mouthing them right to their faces. The president put on a fake saintly smile and walked over to introduce himself. "I'm Park Dae-sung, the student council president. I can only imagine the hell you guys have been through. We've been fighting for our lives against those monsters just like you." It seemed to work. People were way more ready to trust this smooth-talking politician type than Sung-woo. He pointed at Sung-woo's skeleton soldiers with a look of pure disgust. When Sung-woo explained it was just a class skill, Dae-sung frowned and asked, "So you're comfortable keeping things that have killed people as pets?" Sung-woo saw exactly what he was doing. Dae-sung was trying to frame him as a dangerous element and was basically demanding he get rid of the skeletons if he wanted to join the group. Like that was ever going to happen. Plus, who said Sung-woo wanted to follow him anyway? But Dae-sung wasn't finished with his little gaslighting routine. "You really want to keep those filthy unknown monsters around us?" Han-ho actually stepped up to defend them, saying they were kind of cute. If you looked closely, you just had to have an open mind. Sung-woo signaled for his goofy friend and the bony minions to chill out. He got dead serious, making it clear he would never ditch them. That would be like a soldier throwing away his rifle in the middle of a war. How else was he supposed to survive in this world? Dae-sung gave him a condescending smirk. "But if we protect you, you don't need them, right? I'm giving you one last chance here. If you want to join us, you need to destroy those creatures yourself." Wait, who died and made this guy king? Nobody asked to join his little club in the first place. Does the student council think they run the world now? What a joke. Jisoo didn't waste her breath arguing. She just unsheathed her sword to shut him up. Dae-sung recognized her as the head of the PE department, but titles didn't mean squat now that the school was a ruin. He lowered his voice, warning Jisoo to fall in line or she'd regret it. Jisoo wasn't buying what he was selling. She knew this guy acted like a saint, but had actually embezzled hundreds of millions of won from the school festival funds. "I'm the one who leaked the evidence on the school page," she dropped the bomb. Dae-sung's face went pale instantly. Realizing she had dirt on him, he switched from persuasion to threatening them with death by monsters. As they walked away, Dae-sung screamed like a desperate ex, "You're going to regret this. You won't get the team synergy buff if you don't stick with the group. You're all going to die a painful death, you trash." Once they were out of earshot, Sung-woo asked why she hated the council president so much. Simple, she saw him for the garbage human he was. He used to prowl around campus, harassing girls, and she had received plenty of complaints about it. A fancy title doesn't clean up a rotten personality. Sung-woo nodded, scanning the area. They needed to steer clear of the main buildings and get out of there fast. Jisoo suggested avoiding the main routes, since monsters tended to swarm wherever crowds gathered. Sung-woo pointed toward a back hill path that led to the main gate. It was eerily quiet, giving Han-ho a serious case of the creeps. Suddenly, Sung-woo threw up a hand, signaling them to freeze. Han-ho's heart skipped a beat as a massive shadow slowly stood up at the bottom of the stairs. It held a blood-drenched axe and stood over a pile of dead goblins. With its red skin and pig-like face, just looking into its eyes was enough to paralyze you with fear. This thing was massive, way bigger than the Goblin Chief. If you've read any Awakening Manhwa like Sung-woo has, you know that where there are goblins, orcs aren't far behind. The red orc roared and lunged. Instead of panicking, Sung-woo grinned. He was actually hyped about the possibility of adding a heavy hitter to his undead collection. Get ready. But as that murderous face got closer, Sung-woo realized tanking it was a bad idea and shouted for everyone to scatter. The beast was like a red missile, the wind pressure alone knocking them sideways. Han-ho tumbled into a nearby bush yelping. Seriously, how does something like that even exist? The orc landed and immediately spun around, locking onto Jisoo as its first victim. She barely blocked the first strike with her sword. Before the second one could crush her, a skeleton soldier shoved her out of the way and took the axe blow for her. Sung-woo ordered his specialized skeleton to intercept. The little guy barely reached the orc's waist, but he stood his ground as another attack came down. Luckily, it had a passive skill, reducing damage from the first hit by 88%. It tanked the blow, then leaped up and sliced the orc's arm, sending the monster to the ground. Sung-woo signaled Jisoo to retreat up the slope. Fighting downhill was suicide. She grit her teeth and ran, her arm still numb from that first block. Once they had the high ground, Sung-woo laid out the plan. Going toe-to-toe was impossible. They needed to kite it like they did with the goblin boss. The orc scrambled up the hill, spotted them, and roared in rage. Sung-woo's plan relied on using the skeletons as bait to draw it in. Even with plenty of corpses around, Sung-woo had to watch his mana levels. The orc charged, smashing into trees just as Sung-woo had predicted. Its massive size was a major disadvantage in the dense woods. Before it knew it, the monster was hemmed in by trees and skeletons. Han-ho popped out of a bush and hurled a dagger, signaling the attack. The skeletons followed suit, raining blades on the orc, though it managed to deflect a few. While it was distracted, two skeletons lunged. The orc smashed one skull to bits, but the other latched onto its arm like a vice. Another skeleton grabbed the other arm, locking the beast down. Sung-woo and Jisoo charged in for the kill, but the orc was still thrashing wildly with its axe. Jisoo pulled a pro move, sliding between its legs to hamstring it. As the orc buckled, Sung-woo stepped in and severed its axe-wielding arm. The poison skeleton jumped in for the execution. Just like that, the orc commander was down, netting Sung-woo a cool 100 gold. Sung-woo was surprised to see it was actually a commander-tier enemy, probably just below a dungeon boss. On the bright side, this was great practice for fighting heavier enemies. He tried to resurrect the orc, but the system blocked him. His level was too low for medium-sized monsters. He looked genuinely bummed out about missing the chance to snag such a powerful tank. Sung-woo suddenly realized he hadn't asked about Jisoo's class yet. She told him she picked the 3-star Master Hunter card, mostly just because she liked the color. Han-ho pouted like a child. Was he seriously the only one with rotten luck who pulled a 1-star card? Meanwhile, Sung-woo's mana had fully recharged, so he wanted to test out a new skill immediately. Bone weapon creation. He wanted to see what kind of gear he could craft from this orc corpse. A status window popped up, listing options: 6 swords, 5 hammers, 2 spears, or 4 bows. Since the bone hammer had the highest grade, Sung-woo went with that. Bone weapons, shaped like hammers, instantly materialized from the orc's remains. They were a bit smaller than Sung-woo expected, but they looked usable enough. He tossed the new weapons to his skeleton soldiers. Since all 5 were now equipped with hammers, they triggered the Savage Force effect, boosting damage by 30% when injured. There was also the One-Hit Wonder effect, which granted a 5% stun chance and increased damage against medium-sized monsters by 10%. Seeing the skeleton leader equipped with a hammer, Sung-woo tossed the katana over to Han-ho. The kid was thrilled for about 2 seconds before Sung-woo poured cold water on his excitement. "You're just holding that for me. Give it back when I say so. Didn't you read the One-Armed Warrior effect? Unless you want to chop off an arm to replace it, that is." With that, they continued down the road. When they arrived, Han-ho pointed ahead in shock. "Look at that, why are there so many cars piled up?" The main school gate was completely blocked by a barricade of vehicles. But more importantly, the gate was sealed, and they had to defeat the final boss within the remaining 8 minutes. Just then, a notification popped up. An orc scout party had appeared. They hunted prey by scent. The stronger the target, the more warriors would be sent to hunt them down. Han-ho read the notification and panicked at the thought of being hunted. Jisoo noticed the part about stronger targets attracting more orcs. meaning traveling in a large group was actually a disadvantage. Sure enough, at that exact moment, a frenzy of orcs was chasing down Daesung's group. Agonizing screams echoed all the way to Sungwoo's position. A chill ran down Hanho's spine. If they had stuck with the student council, they would have been mincemeat by now. Sungwoo realized he had made the right call. Safety in numbers wasn't always true. Everything comes down to finding the right synergy to counter each monster-type classic strategy in a *** system, manhwa***. Fortunately, he had chosen the Necromancer class. The game announced the first wave of attacks was starting with 5 orcs. Hanho thought it would be fewer than what the student council faced, but 5 monsters were still enough to terrify him. Right on cue, the growling of orcs made Hanho shudder. A group of pig-faced monsters carrying axes was sniffing around, definitely looking for them. Sungwoo scanned the area and smirked. He just had a brilliant idea. Hanho threw his hood up ready to cut and run with his cloak. But Sungwoo's plan wasn't to flee. He wanted to use the terrain and his skeleton minions to set a trap for those porkers. As the orcs stepped forward, they saw goblin skeletons scattered on the ground in a totally natural and convincing way. The monsters looked at each other completely confused. Suddenly, a voice rang out from a hooded figure standing on top of a car. It was none other than Hanho, who feared nothing in heaven or earth except dying. He shouted boldly at the monsters. "Hey, you tubby pieces of lard." The orcs huffed, clearly offended by the body shaming. They shrieked and charged, ready to wring Hanho's neck. Suddenly, the car doors swung open, smashing them right in the face and sending them tumbling. Sungwoo and Jisoo jumped out of the car. The skeletons also sprang up from the roof to attack, using weapons made from orc bones to beat down the regular orcs. It was immediately obvious why the orcs were getting crushed. After cleaning up the orc hunters, the gold acquisition notifications kept pinging non-stop. Most importantly, Sungwoo had hit level 4. His summon limit increased by 2, giving him a total of 7 minions. The only issue was his mana, which was still stuck at 50. "Oh la la, I got a new skill too." Hanho bragged, holding a dagger that was larger than his old one. His skill was something called Ultrasonic Slash, unleashing countless cuts in an instant. Jisoo received a boost of 2 strength points. She looked fired up like she had just downed an energy drink. She felt like she could take on an orc hunter one-on-one now. Sungwoo signaled Hanho to return the katana to the skeleton leader. If the kid wanted to use his new skill, he had to stick to his daggers. Hanho swallowed his grief and handed the sword back to the skeleton. So much for looking cool. A moment later, they were wandering around the campus again when Sungwoo signaled for an immediate stop. Ahead of them, 7 orc hunters were smashing up a bus. Sungwoo guessed another team was fighting inside. A spear thrust out from the window but failed to kill any of the orcs. Sungwoo figured that if this kept up, the people inside were dead meat. Jisoo wanted to help them. If they could create a pincer formation, taking down the orcs would be easier. They could approach from one side, while the spear user in the bus attacked from the other. It was a solid idea, but Sungwoo wasn't sure the people on the bus would catch on, or if they were even on the same wavelength. Sungwoo's group could even end up in trouble if the strangers decided to run instead of fight. Sungwoo came up with a different plan to show the orcs the power of human civilization. Meanwhile, the guys inside the bus were in a panic. A blonde guy screamed, "Attack them! Don't you know how to use a spear, you idiot?" Kyungsoo holding the spear was frustrated and terrified. "If you're so loud, you go fight. You have a sword and shield too." The others were just huddled on the floor, crying. Just then, the Skeleton Express came charging in, slamming straight into the orcs and sending them flying. The blonde guy was about to yell at Kyungsoo for freezing up, but the scene outside made everyone pause for a few seconds. The little skeletons were aggressively fighting the orcs. The people on the bus watched in total confusion. Who the hell are these guys? It's like one nightmare after another in this *** awakening manhwa *** world. A moment later, the outside went eerily quiet. Suddenly a skeleton peeked down and waved hello, scaring Kyungsoo so bad he fell backward. "Ah, get away." Hanho told them to open the door, pointing out that they'd just saved their lives and now they were being shooed away. The passengers were still hugging each other and sobbing, unable to believe they were safe. Hanho smacked a nearby vending machine in frustration. He didn't have any change, so this was the only way to get a drink. Unfortunately, he couldn't break it open. "Here, let me buy it for you." The blonde guy tried to be nice, but Hanho had already smashed the machine's mechanism. Once they were done, Sungwoo decided to move on. But he suddenly remembered Kyungsoo mentioning something that spit out items. He had tried it, but since he didn't have much gold, he only used it once. If they followed the instructions, they could get items. Han Ho finally managed to break into a vending machine and handed Sung Woo a Coke. An E-rank automated store control panel appeared. Sung Woo curiously pressed the button, not expecting it to be another game of chance. The lucky wheel has 3 tiers: bronze, silver, and the jackpot gold. Han Ho slurped his Coke, eyeing the tiny machine, and wondering what kind of loot it could possibly spit out. Then again, if a knife can fall from the sky, anything's possible in this crazy world. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Han Ho only had 360 gold though, and the price tag was a steep 584. Sung Woo stepped up next, humble bragging that he only had 1,552 gold on him. Then, he remembered that unlimited gacha ticket he snagged earlier, might as well burn it now. He locked in the gold tier immediately. The screen spun like a slot machine with cheesy casino music making everyone hold their breath. Bingo! Han Ho cheered as the wheel clicked onto the grand prize. Turns out RNG is the most important survival skill in this hellhole. Sung Woo scored a legendary item, Tear of the Ocean Spirit, boosting max mana by 300 and mana regen by 200%. Han Ho tried to goad Sung Woo into spinning for silver while he had cash, but the guy was cheap. Gotta save for a rainy day, Sung Woo said, settling for a bronze roll instead. Even with the cheap spin, he pulled a Vanguard Shield second prize. Jisoo got lucky too, landing a longsword as her runner-up prize. Han Ho, who knows what kind of junk he got? He ended up with a bag of C-rank potions, just a bunch of colorful bottles. Totally disappointing. Sung Woo told the guy to quit his belly aching. Hey, one of those might save your life later? Jisoo looked over at the chaos erupting nearby, debating whether they should jump in and help the others. Han Ho assumed Sung Woo would pull that car accident strategy again. Sung Woo just smirked. Nope, we're going bigger this time. Over on Daesung's side, the orc hunters were absolutely slaughtering everyone. Daesung was fighting while barking orders to hold the line, claiming he'd cut a bloody path forward. Someone screamed, "Hey, people are getting stuck behind us." Daesung grit his teeth at the report. Screw 'em. You think we have the resources to babysit? He ordered Jin Sok and Hyun to move their shields up front and tank the damage. Right on cue, a bus came tearing down the street at breakneck speed. It flattened a few, orcs drifted like a pro, and smashed a few more. Inside, Kyung-soo was wrestling the steering wheel like a maniac. Haha, show me the money. They were aiming for the spot where people were fleeing. Sung Woo poked his head out and yelled for everyone to get on board. The group from the coffee shop recognized Sung Woo, instantly regretting for the second time that they didn't stick with him from the start. A berserk orc charged in, but Jisoo jumped off the bus to intercept. Hey, ugly, I'm not losing this time. The orc brought its axe down hard, but Jisoo blocked it cold. She grinned. Finally, she could take a hit without her arms going numb. Her weapon flared with heat, cooking the orc instantly. She took the opening to finish it off. She turned around all proud to brag, but Sung Woo was already stealing the show. His skeleton soldiers were turning orcs into pincushions with daggers until they bled out. Then they'd rip the blades out and rinse and repeat on the next target. Everything was going exactly according to Sung Woo's playbook. The strategy was simple: keep moving, kite the enemy, and spam attacks. He positioned his minions to cut off escape routes, ensuring no prey got away. Jisoo gripped her sword tight. She used to worship raw strength, but got wrecked by the orcs earlier, feeling like dead weight. Sung Woo was the real deal. Just then, Daesung's crew dragged themselves over, looking pathetic. Sung Woo asked, "What's up? Thought you didn't want to hang out with us." Monsters. Daesung lowered his voice, realizing Sung Woo held all the cards. "Come on, don't hold a grudge. You came back for us, right? You're not heartless." True, Sung Woo wasn't a psychopath, especially after watching Daesung run away and leave people to die. Daesung tried to spin it, claiming it was a tactical retreat. Sung Woo shot back. "I hope the jury on the bus buys that story." That shut Daesung up, especially with the passengers glaring daggers at him. But the drama wasn't over. The orc chief was pissed about his failed hunt. They could practically feel the boss monster breathing down their necks. Sung Woo hopped back on the bus. "If you guys listen to orders, you can get on." Jin Suk looked at Daesung. What choice did they have? They were cornered. But Sung Woo wasn't running a charity. He demanded Daesung's armor as payment. The guy freaked out immediately. "Why do I have to give you my gear? Don't I have the right to protect myself?" Sung Woo just gave him a cheeky wink. "Sure, I'll protect everyone, but everything has a price. We don't work for free, you know?" The system dinged. Level 5 reached. You can now summon medium-sized monsters. Sung Woo grinned. This was straight out of a classic Awakening manhwa progression. Medium size? Huh. So I can summon orcs now. He thought it over. Actually, skill cards are still the meta. Perfect, now he could command a squad of 9 minions. The system announced his max summon capacity had doubled. Suddenly, heavy footsteps rushed toward him. Sung Woo spun around, surprised. It was just right. He looked at the skeleton. What's wrong? Not happy with the fit? He introduced the skeleton as his most trusted lieutenant. That's why I decked him out in the best loot and gave him a name. He's only got a right arm, so I called him Right. He sighed at the skeleton. If it's uncomfortable, just take it off. As he was helping Right with the armor, Hanho walked up and interrupted the weird moment. Bro. Hanho pointed at the crowd of people shoving each other nearby. Are we gonna need another bus? Sung Woo nodded. Of course. We're saving everyone. The bus was still tearing down the road. Sung Woo clarified, don't worry, we aren't gonna waste time driving in circles playing hide and seek. He scanned the passengers to check the situation, then raised his voice. Listen up, everyone. We're about to take on the boss. The system flashed a warning. The war chief has declared total war. All orcs are now targeting survivors for extermination. Sung Woo addressed the group. Like the quest board said, this is unavoidable. We have to kill the boss to get out of this school. One guy spoke up shaky. Hey man, when I was at the gym, I saw the whole thing. The orc army is massive, way bigger than before. There's at least 100 of them. That little intel drop sent the whole bus into a panic. The system chimed in again, time limit exceeded. Debuff activated. It listed a bunch of nasty penalties for anyone not fighting. The penalty was a massive nerf to movement and attack speed. Everyone freaked out. How are we supposed to fight like this? We're sitting ducks. About 100 orcs, Sung Woo sighed, running the numbers. I've already downloaded their attack patterns. 100 or not, it doesn't matter. This is an easy win. Then he drops a bombshell on everyone. I'm fighting this one solo. Sung Woo knows having a pile of weapons doesn't mean they're all useful. Jisoo screams. Excuse me, what? Hanho chimes in. Dude, have you lost your mind? Say that again? But Sung Woo just doubles down, his voice steady as a rock. I'm taking on the orcs alone. The group starts murmuring, looking at each other like, did I hear that right? Is he suicidal? He's the only one we can trust though. Daesung, sitting in the back, cracks up laughing. Sung Woo, you absolute moron. Jinsu joins the roast session with that arrogant smirk he always has. He just dug his own grave. Guy's been running on pure luck anyway. Maybe it's better if the idiot dies. He keeps spewing venom. He's a total loser. That stupid speech is going to get him killed for sure. Jisoo is furious. Sung Woo, are you okay? Even if we team up, those monsters are insane. How can you handle them alone? Sung Woo looks her in the eye. That's exactly what you said before we fought the boss on the rooftop, right? Jisoo freezes. Seeing that made me realize, grouping up isn't always efficient. Simply put, human combat power can't compare to my skeleton soldiers. You were right back then, Sung Woo adds, stepping forward to pat her head. Don't get me wrong, you've been great support, but I have a feeling this battle is going to get messy. I've thought this through. Jisoo hesitates. She knows Sung Woo is a tactical genius who calculates every move, but this still feels like a gamble. Back at the school, the golden hour sets in casting long shadows over the silent campus. Sung Woo's skeleton soldiers are fully geared up, flanking him like an honor guard, while he walks down the center like a general. He doesn't look scared at all. He's got a legion of skeletons he prepared beforehand. He was never planning to fight truly alone. From the upper floors, terrified eyes watch his every move. One student whispers, voice trembling, "Stop playing around." Is he really going out there by himself? The bus pulls up a safe distance away. Sung Woo stands there, armor on, waiting. Inside the bus, faces are pale. Hanho looks like he's gonna be sick. Sung Woo has officially lost it. If things go south, we jump in, Jisoo declares. The driver is gripping the wheel, sweating. I'm ready to floor it if necessary. In the distance, the orc horde is closing in. Sung Woo stands his ground, a one-man army against a green tide. The orcs growl, making noises that would make your skin crawl. The enemy numbers are massive. It looks like Sung Woo is bringing an egg to a rock fight. The lead orc charges, bearing razor-sharp fangs and roaring. Sung Woo analyzes the threat instantly. That red one. Is he the commander? Wait, no, boss. Health bar. Typical. *** system. Manhwa *** logic. This guy's just a mid-tier scrub, not the main event. His guess is spot on. It's a field commander. The red orc roars, raising a massive axe. The minions behind him take that as the signal to charge. Sung Woo glances at his undead troops. Let's move. He slams his shield into the ground, setting up a defensive line. We wait here, he tells Right. The loyal skeleton has been glued to his side, ready to intercept. Sung Woo observes the terrain. Don't need to worry about the layout. This staircase creates a natural choke point. He looks at his skeletons feeling a twinge of guilt. Thanks guys. If you turn back to dust, don't haunt me, okay? As the skeletons descend the stairs, the orcs rush up like bloodthirsty beasts. A system notification pops up, frenzy activated. The goblin army receives 10% bonus damage and 20% attack speed for 10 minutes. Attack. Dozens of daggers fly through the air, piercing orc skulls. The skeleton soldiers are proving to be lethally efficient. The front line of orcs drops, and Sung Woo hasn't lost a single soldier. Seeing his minions fall, the red boss screams in rage. He charges at the skeletons like a bulldozer. Surprisingly, the throwing knives bounce right off him without leaving a scratch. Sung Woo flinches. Okay, ranged attacks are useless against him. Switch to melee combat. The skeletons, moving as extensions of his will, draw their weapons and swarm the boss. Sung Woo plans a critical strike from above, but suddenly, the red boss catches a skeleton's attack with his bare hands. He looks at the undead soldier like it's a toy and roars. Sung Woo knows this attack might work, but it requires a heavy sacrifice. In seconds, the skeletons he sent forward are smashed to pieces, limbs flying everywhere. Wright watches his comrades get destroyed and starts vibrating with rage, wanting to jump in. Sung Woo senses the aggression and puts a hand on Wright's skull. Hold it. Watching his summons get crushed isn't easy for Sung Woo either. He glares at the enemy. It's not your turn yet. The massive orc looks at Sung Woo and laughs, taunting him. The orc reaches out to grab something, but in a split second, his head is sliced clean in half. Blood sprays like a fountain. The massive body drops. The other orcs panic, totally confused about what just happened. The kill came from a skeleton soldier, but this one is glowing with a strange blue aura. Sung Woo smirks. Time for the orc skeletons to take the stage. Another orc drops dead instantly. The system announces that death is obeying his command. Sung Woo's body begins to radiate that same eerie blue light. Notification synergy effect activated. Barbarian warrior level 1. The orcs are suddenly surrounded by these hulking, reanimated barbarian skeletons. They have no way to defend against this. A ruthless thought crosses Sung Woo's mind. Slaughter them all. The skeleton army, fueled by the new buff, goes on a rampage. Sung Woo stands firm. Send them to the front lines. Sacrifice as many as needed. My army doesn't fear death. The living orcs are running out of stamina and will to fight. Sung Woo watches the blue flames of his soldiers dancing in the twilight. Keep going, he thinks, satisfied, because they are born from death. The Undead Legion. Sung Woo cracked a sinister grin, looking like a straight-up demon lord. Standing there surrounded by his bone army, he looked less like a student and more like the Grim Reaper himself. That is the Necromancer fighting style for you. Up above, a window slid open as the survivors peeked out their jaws, hitting the floor at the scene below. One of them shouted, "Wait, is it actually over?" The whole group started shoving and pushing, desperate to get a look at the aftermath. The whispers started immediately. What is he, some kind of monster? Did he actually unlock a high-tier class? From inside the bus, the view was even clearer. They were stunned. Han Ho, however, was beaming. Whoa, Sung Woo, you totally went all in on those skill cards, didn't you? Give a guy a heads up next time so I don't have a heart attack? Jisoo stared in disbelief. It really went exactly how Sung Woo planned. She realized he must have run every single scenario in his head to pull off a victory like that. A system notification popped up. Sung Woo grinned as he crunched the numbers. His mana bar had already refilled to near maximum. Better yet, he scored a legendary item, the Tear of the Ocean Spirit. It was a magic orb that boosted max mana and regeneration speed. He marveled at it, so this is what legendary power feels like. Sung Woo gripped the blue gem tightly. With the mission complete, even his skeleton soldiers seemed to be grinning, radiating a weird sense of bony pride. Another notification flashed. The orc squad had been hit by Death Aura level 1, slashing their stats by 30%. The debuff made the monsters furious, and they snarled in confusion. But it wasn't over thanks to the orc leader's battle spirit. The penalty was cut in half. The orcs were not going down without a fight. The boss and his minions gripped their weapons and charged the skeleton army. But the undead didn't back down, and the battlefield erupted into chaos again. Roy could not just stand on the sidelines anymore. He launched himself into the air, joining the fray, seemingly linked to Sung Woo's mind. Receiving the mental command, Roy picked up speed. He dove straight into the center of the orc pack and unleashed his skill. Truly Sung Woo's MVP. Roy moved with blinding speed, drawing his blade and slashing down with zero hesitation. After watching these beasts slaughter his allies, Roy was itching for payback. Everywhere he moved, terror followed, sending orc blood spraying across the courtyard. The boss spun around in a rage, but Roy was too fast to catch. The beast roared in frustration, while the small skeleton warrior held his ground amidst the undead army. He looked like a true commander. Sung Woo watched the carnage with cold eyes and gave the order mop up the rest of them. On command, the skeletons swarmed the remaining orcs, drowning out their helpless screams. When the dust settled, an exhausted Sung Woo slumped to the ground as the system pinged him. Another reward. The system confirmed it. A lucky wheel ticket had been sent to his inventory. It was a bonus for killing 100 monsters. He was the 21st person in history to claim this limited achievement. Only the first 100 got it. Sung Woo blinked. 21st, so this was a global ranking system. He wondered where the other 20 elites were hiding. His train of thought was derailed by a massive crash. He looked over. Someone was driving the bus. He could not help but wonder who was behind the wheel as the vehicle sped toward the exit. It smashed into parked cars, reckless and desperate. Sung Woo stood up annoyed. Are those idiots trying to bail without facing the boss? Then he realized it was the student council. Sung Woo frowned. Wait, did they get caught? Suddenly, an orc snatched one of them, and a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Help me. Sung Woo gritted his teeth in frustration. Seriously, if they just stayed put, none of this would be happening. They just had to make a mess. It was not really his problem, but in a classic manhwa recap moment, the hero decided to step in. Seeing him move, the crowd got fired up. I am fighting too. I won't get in your way. I can at least handle myself. Sung Woo preferred working solo, but he sighed. Just don't hit my skeletons, all right. The heavy doors swung open. Inside, the air was thick and dark. Flanked by two massive bone warriors, Sung Woo stepped into a nightmare. Corpses hung from the ceiling. Han Ho shivered, terrified. This place is straight out of a horror movie. In the shadows, a figure sat on a throne, radiating an intense, evil aura. Sung Woo squinted. What is that thing? The boss, nearby, the student council members, looked like they had been beaten to a pulp. The orcs were sharpening their blades, eager for the kill. Sung Woo shouted, "Everyone gear up, we're taking on the orc lord." The captives were barely recognizable, their faces swollen from the beatings. They could not even speak, just trembling and sobbing in the corner. Sung Woo analyzed the situation. Asterisk. I didn't see their bodies earlier. Are these orcs smart enough to keep hostages? Dae Sung, usually so arrogant, was now wailing like a baby. Sung Woo, save us. Even Jin So, the creep who mocked him earlier, was begging. Please, I don't want to die here. Suddenly, they all had faith that Sung Woo was their savior. One guy, his face a mess of bruises, choked out a plea. You're gonna save me, right? Help. Sung Woo could not take the noise anymore. Shut your mouths. He did not hold back. You abandoned everyone to save your own skins. Now, you're paying the price for being selfish, cowards. Deal with it. I told you I can't save everyone, he yelled. I'm not a god. Internally, however, he knew these monsters would not negotiate. Attack, he roared. He calculated that if the hostages became leverage, the whole group would be doomed. The only play was a surprise blitz on the orcs while trying to rescue as many students as possible. Dae Sung misunderstood the hesitation and panicked, screaming his lungs out. Wait, before he could finish, an orc blade flashed, slicing his throat. His final scream was cut short. The survivors froze in horror. The scene was so gruesome that some of them started retching on the spot. Jisoo gritted her teeth. You bastards. She charged in alongside the skeleton soldiers. Sung Woo locked eyes with the orcs, trying to make sense of their tactics as his mind raced. What are they planning? Just look at those razor-sharp fangs on that orc, absolutely grotesque. It looks ready to devour every single person here. Suddenly, an eerie purple glow bathes the area. The crowd goes into a frenzy, someone screaming out, "What the hell is that thing? My power. This is bad. It's incredibly dangerous." Everyone hits the deck, gasping for air. Even Ju-hee is barely holding her ground. A system window pops up. Due to the breath of hell effect, you've been inflicted with anxiety, weakness, and stun. Your mana is being incinerated. The final boss, the Great Mage, makes its move. Han Ho is shaking like a leaf, using every ounce of strength to crack open a glass vial. He downs it in one gulp, aggressively wipes his mouth, and groans out, "Sung Woo bro, you need to take this potion right now." But what he sees next stops him cold. Sung Woo's body is radiating an intense blue aura. Unlike everyone else, that purple light isn't messing with his head at all. Without even looking back, Sung Woo drops a simple command, "Take care of Ju-hee for me." He cracks a subtle smile, thinking, what exactly is this smoke? Honestly, it feels fantastic. Classic *** system manhwa *** logic. The notification chimes in. Your mana bar has significantly increased, thanks to the breath of hell. Sung Woo bursts out laughing. Maximum mana increased. No wonder I feel so fresh. The system explains that the breath of hell has strengthened his body, pushing him into an awakening state. All stats have skyrocketed, and the maximum number of summons has been drastically increased. Sung Woo, brimming with confidence, says, "I don't know what you did to me, but I want the secret behind it." The Orc Lord growls in panic. Sung Woo taunts, "What's wrong? Never seen anything like this before." Hanho starts getting hyped up too. "Looks like we've got the upper hand again, just like on the rooftop. Let's do this." Another hunter steps up with his sword. "I'm joining the fight." But Sung Woo flashes a sinister grin and stops them. "No. This time it's going to be very different." The system pings rapidly. "Corpses are awaiting your command. Corpses have become your subordinates." Hanho looks up in disbelief, thinking, "Wait, all of them? The one who holds the power." Before he can finish that thought, the notifications continue. Synergy effects are gradually activating for your party. Anyone equipped with 3 or more battle axes gets a 20% attack speed boost and 50% weight reduction. Hanho looks ready to scream. Why are there so many of them? System alert: one-armed warrior. Condition warrior, with only one arm. Effect blocks 88% of damage from the first incoming attack. Warrior level 3. Condition equip 30 or more battle axes. Effect damage increased by 15%. Attack speed up by 20% for the first 20 seconds of combat. Hunter level 2. Condition party contains over 30 orcs. Effect surrounding awareness increased by 20%. Combat damage increased by 10%. Rebirth phase 2. Condition: own an army of 30 or more. Effect: random 5% recovery. And movement speed increases by 20% when chasing living targets. Hidden team structure. Condition commander phase 1. Controlling a party of over 11 members. Effect damage and defense, both up by 5%. All this power flows directly into Sung Woo. I'll show you the true power of death. Under his aggressive assault, the orc finally snaps. It lets out a deafening roar, blasting the ground apart. But the system announces skeleton soldiers have risen. They immediately charge straight for the orc leader. The skeleton soldiers lunge forward, weapons raised high. The boss is completely surrounded, unable to react in time. A brutal clash erupts between the orc and Sung Woo's army. The system keeps spamming. Skeleton soldier has risen. You kill one, and another one just stands right back up. The orc is overwhelmed, screaming in frustration. Now the notification changes: orc skeleton has risen. Standing before the boss is the newly evolved Sung Woo. He taunts, "How's that taste? This is your reality now. No matter how strong you are, there's one thing you can't outrun, and that is death." As he speaks, his expression turns more savage than ever. Sung Woo looks like a literal Grim Reaper straight out of an *** awakening manhwa ***. The orc has never seen anything like this. Terror washes over its face, silencing its roar. In a desperate panic, it charges straight at him. It's got nowhere left to go. It lunges, but Sung Woo sidesteps, effortlessly sneering, "You annoying little pest." His skeleton soldiers swarm the orc boss like hungry wolves. Realizing it can't win, the monster turns to flee. Sung Woo spots the move instantly. Trying to run. Not gonna happen, buddy. The orc screams, deciding to fight to the death, its eyes rolling back white, like a wild beast. But before it can even twitch, the skeleton orcs pile onto the boss. It looks like a helpless little animal getting torn apart by the undead army. The orc boss is having a really bad day. It struggles in vain. Finally exhausted by the relentless skeleton assault, it reaches a trembling hand toward him. Seeing the enemy is spent, Sung Woo barks an order to Roy. At the command, Roy launches into the air. Roy isn't about to show mercy to a monster like this. He dives forward just as Sung Woo orders the execution. A victory window pops up. You received 1055 gold from defeating the Great Mage boss. Elite Goblin Skeleton has leveled up. Magic absorption from the Wind Tribe Chief has increased significantly. Commander attribute has leveled up. Sung Woo nods to himself. Just as I thought. Roy levels up by taking down bosses. He commands open subordinate list. The status screen displays Veteran Goblin Skeleton level 3. Weapon Katana. Race Goblin. Attribute Undead. General Commander level 2. Hanho steps closer, squinting. Hey, what's that in the boss's mouth? Is that a new item drop? A system warning flashes. This object will activate the demonic attribute for its owner. However, the player must sacrifice significant assets to obtain this power. Sung Woo muses demonic. Huh, so their power isn't that different from the Mage Chief's, is it? He picks up the orb to inspect it. The system chimes in: demonic attribute added to the Blood Demon Stone. Rarity, legendary. Class orb. Effect grants demonic attribute to the owner. When the opponent's mana is completely burned, you absorb their power. Since the breath of hell has been fully absorbed, the awakening state is now deactivated. Sunlight flooded the campus, grounds the boss was down. Cheers erupted from the crowd, as everyone realized the nightmare was finally over. One survivor piped up beaming, "I know I'm dead weight right now, but I swear I'll make it up to you later," while others nodded in agreement. The guy definitely had that whole protagonist energy, but Sung Woo wasn't buying it. Asterisk, I don't need a party. Slowing me down times? He thought, times especially with zero intel on the outside world. Asterisk. Staying lean and mean with a small crew was the only way to survive this mess, at least that was his take. With the boss defeated, the invisible wall, trapping them shattered. The survivors celebrated their freedom, relieved that the system was finally letting them loose. "Honestly, I think hunkering down here is safer," someone muttered. Amidst the desolate campus, a pair of long legs stepped silently into view, watching the scene unfold from the shadows. The crowd didn't waste time flooding out onto the main roads, bringing a weird sense of life back to the dead streets. Watching him walk away, they whispered, "Where's he headed?" No clue, came the reply, but sticking to him feels like the only way to stay breathing. Han Ho stared at his phone, panic rising. Damn, it's global. The whole world is just as messed up as we are. Mom, Dad. Hearing this, a shadow crossed Sung Woo's face. He let out a silent sigh, the ache of missing his own folks hitting hard. Shaking it off, he turned his gaze back to his skeletal minions. A bus rolled up next to them, and Kyung-soo leaned out the window with a grin. "Hop-in roads are trash, but this beast is way safer than walking. I used to drive these in the army," he added. "There's a major base nearby, we should head there." Sung Woo shook his head immediately. "I'll pass. There's somewhere I need to hit up first." Kyung-soo didn't push it, though he could smell the lie a mile away. He turned to the crowd shouting, "All right people, load up, we're convoying to the safe zone. There's a second bus back there with plenty of room." He flashed a smile at the duo. "Good luck out there." Sung Woo waved back casually. "You too, Kyung-soo. Stay safe." As the bus rumbled into the distance, Han Ho turned to Jisoo. "So, what's the plan? Hey Jisoo, where's your place anyway?" She gave a pained smile. "I'm staying in the campus dorms. My actual house is way too far." Han Ho groaned in defeat. She turned to Sung Woo. "Can I tag along? I'm not sure what good I'll be, but..." He cut her off with a grin. "Yeah, absolutely." While she beamed with gratitude, Han Ho nudged him, smirking. "Hey bro, I don't need to ask, right? We're a package deal." Sung Woo gave him a blank look. "I don't know. Maybe if you chopped an arm off and became a one-armed warrior, I could use a teammate with some actual high-tier buffs." Suddenly, Jisoo screamed, "Get down," and tackled them both to the pavement. Above them loomed something massive, its skin armored like a prehistoric mutated crocodile. "What the hell is that?" Han Ho whimpered. As the trio stared in horror at the monstrosity down the road, Kyung-soo slammed on the bus's brakes. The passengers lurched forward, panic setting in. "Why are we stopping?" someone screamed. "Drive, go go." "Shut up," Kyung-soo hissed, through gritted teeth. "If I gun the engine, we're dead." He had realized instantly that the beasts were hunting by sound. Sung Woo stared blankly at the creature, his mind racing. "Is that a freaking dragon?" The interface popped up with a warning that felt straight out of a *** system, manhwa, ***, area boss Wyvern Alpha, ***. The problem wasn't just that they could fly, but that they brought the whole pack. Just my luck, times, Sung Woo thought. Watching the beasts tear apart the city, he knew he was underpowered, but this was also the perfect grind spot. He ran the numbers and made a choice. Standing up, he turned to his teammate. "Jisoo, we're not hiding. We're going to hunt them." She blinked, stunned by his audacity. "Look," he continued, "survival is about adapting to the new world order immediately. That's why we take down the big game now, instead of wasting time on the fodder." His eyes hardened with resolve. Humanity wasn't done yet, and his team was ready to prove it. Sung Woo clenched his fist. "I need to figure out how to bring those things under my command." Formation. Set 1.2 support. They marched straight toward the monsters, while the skeletons took defensive positions. A chime rang out times. Tutorial complete. Elsewhere, the streets were a graveyard of abandoned vehicles and silence. The whole city looked like a tomb. Something was sprinting through the wreckage, gasping, and making weird, high-pitched noises. It was a goblin, and the little wretch looked absolutely terrified of something. From the shadows, glowing yellow eyes and jagged teeth closed in. Behind it, a squad of skeletons was in hot pursuit, cornering the creature. The glowing eyes belonged to its own kin, yet the goblin was running from them like they were the devil. The skeletons lunged, and just as the goblin tried to scramble through a doorway, its escape route was cut off. A hand snagged its collar, yanking it back with a yelp. Asterisk notification. You earned 10 gold. Asterisk Sung Woo loomed over it, looking unimpressed. Turns out the goblins weren't on the prowl. They were fleeing in terror from Sung Woo's personal army. The skeletons made short work of the rest, and the system pinged incessantly with gold notifications. Just like that Sung Woo hit level 6. Seriously, Hanho wheezed, catching up. You wiped out the entire mob before I could even get a hit in. Sung Woo sighed, looking bored. There were barely any here anyway. He scowled at the corpses. Besides farming, goblins pays peanuts. The holographic interface prompted him to pick a stat upgrade. Without hesitating, he tapped the strength icon. 3 extra strength points. I'd be an idiot to pass that up, he muttered, grinning as a fresh surge of power coursed through his veins. The system updated Sung Woo's status board instantly. He clenched his fist, testing the grip. The surge of power was unlike anything he had felt before. Notifications flooded in. 10 gold for a goblin kill, another 8, then 10 more. Just like that, the trio and their summons cleaned house, wiping out the entire mob. Jisoo spotted him approaching and whipped around with a grin. You guys done over there? We had 9 on our side, but they're all history now. She wiped goblin blood off her blade as she gave her report. Sung Woo nodded, pleased. Good work. Hanho, start looting the daggers. It didn't take long to fill a backpack, especially with the skeleton soldiers hustling to help. Once they were packed up, Sung Woo made a call. All right, from now on, we ignore the goblins. Huh? Why's that? Hanho asked, confused. Jisoo caught on immediately. You mean we're moving on to bigger targets, right? Exactly, Sung Woo confirmed. Look at the bounty board. A goblin tops out at 10 gold. But that orc leader, he was worth 80. Big risks, big rewards. Larger monsters mean a bigger payout. With the strategy set, the 3 humans and their skeletal entourage marched forward. The streets were dead silent, literally. Hanho looked around nervously. I hate to say it, but walking around like this, we look like a zombie legion. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar silhouette in the distance. Hey, isn't that a military convoy over there? He was right. Several trucks were stalled up ahead, with gear scattered everywhere. Sung Woo surveyed the wreckage. Looks like a battlefield. Or a slaughterhouse. A head popped out from behind a truck, catching Sung Woo off guard. A soldier stepped out, weapon raised and shaking. Are you guys human? The soldier was staring past them at the skeletons. Seeing the fear in the man's eyes, Sung Woo put on a friendly smile. Yeah, we're human. Don't worry, we come in peace. Relieved, the soldier shouted back to the truck. Sergeant Kim, they're Koreans, we're good, a voice grumbled from inside. Obviously. You think goblins drive cars and wear hoodies? Sung Woo peered into the back of the truck as the owner of the voice spoke up again, sounding a bit embarrassed. Sorry, I can't come out to greet you, Sergeant Kim explained politely. My leg's messed up, can't really walk. Sung Woo glanced at the wound. Let me guess. Goblin daggers. Yeah, Kim admitted. Little bastards are like murderous children. They picked apart our regiment one by one. Sung Woo frowned, confused. Picked you apart. What about your rifles? Kim shook his head grimly. Useless. They aren't broken, but they just won't fire. We don't know why. We had to fight them off with shovels and bayonets. Hanho stepped forward, hesitant. Hey, Hyung? He pulled a small vial of red liquid from his bag. Sergeant Kim's eyes lit up. Wait, that potion, I saw a player with one of those. Could you spare a little? Sung Woo cut in immediately. Sorry, Sergeant, but you know how it is now. Nothing's free in this world. Desperate Kim tried to bargain. What about intel? I can pay you in information. Intel. Sung Woo raised an eyebrow. I'll tell you everything I've seen and heard, Kim promised. Sung Woo nodded. All right, talk first. The sergeant took a breath. There's a pack of wolves out there. Massive ones, size of bulls. We couldn't even put a scratch on them. They wiped out my whole battalion. He paused. And the QR codes? Have you guys seen the blue ones? Hanho and Jisoo exchanged curious glances. Kim continued. I saw one near the parking lot down the road by the subway transfer station. Scan it with your phone and it installs an app, he said, holding up his own device. It's the only comms working right now. Some kind of community server. Sung Woo's mind raced. It had to be a survivor network. Sung Woo handed over the potion. Where are you headed next? Kim asked as he applied it. We're pulling back to the main base. Sung Woo looked at the dead soldiers nearby. You think the base is any safer? Kim scoffed. Since players started appearing, the top brass hoarded all the high-tier weapons. They're forcing us to use melee gear, but honestly, I can handle myself. Sung Woo smirked slightly. Well, we've got places to be. Good luck to you. As he walked away, he threw a casual warning over his shoulder. "Oh, and watch the sky." "The sky?" Kim asked. "Yeah," Sung-woo replied deadpan. "Flying lizards love to swoop down from there." The soldiers turned pale. "Thanks for the tip." They didn't waste another second gunning the engine and speeding off. Sung-woo watched them vanish before turning back to the road. The three humans and their skeleton crew resumed their trek through the silent city. They soon reached the spot Sergeant Kim mentioned. "There it is," Sung-woo said, pointing to the blue QR code. He pulled out his phone to scan it. "Hyung, are you sure?" Han-ho asked nervously. "What if it's a virus?" Sung-woo sighed. "Who cares? It's not like we can use these bricks for calls anymore anyway." They downloaded the file. A series of instructions and disclaimers popped up on the screen. It looked exactly like the interface you'd see in a *** system manhwa***. Just as Sung-woo suspected, it was a survivor network. He muttered a curse. What kind of sick bastard set this up? To communicate, you had to post publicly. The restriction annoyed him. Jisoo squinted at the fine print. It says every post costs 1,000 gold. Han-ho's jaw dropped. 1,000. That's like killing 100 goblins just to say hello. They scrolled through the feed to see if anyone was active. The very first post came from a group claiming to be level 8. They were recruiting survivors near their safe zone. Someone in the comments asked for a location, and the OP replied times. "Meet us at the apartment complex nearby." **. Replies were sparse, probably because of the insane gold cost. Han-ho perked up. "Hey, I know that place. That's Building H right near my house." Sung-woo considered it. "Should we head over?" Internally, he was calculating. **. They can burn 1,000 gold on a forum post, and they're already level 8 when I just hit level 6 **. Sung-woo smelled a rat, but his curiosity about that high-level squad got the better of him. He and his crew wasted no time heading straight for their hideout. Little did they know, there was some shady business going on with the online chatter. Those comments from earlier poof deleted by the poster instantly. One user was totally baffled, typing, "Hey, I can't read the messages anymore. Why the scrub? Was there actually some critical intel in there?" The original poster shot back, "Just deleted some idiot's nonsense, that's all. Don't sweat it, just get your butt over here." In the shadows, the guy behind the keyboard grinned, looking about as trustworthy as a snake oil salesman. He flashed a pair of sharp fangs, dead giveaway that this guy was bad news. Up on the skyscrapers, lights flickered as a dagger-wielding goblin charged. But before the little green freak could land a hit, it got instantly obliterated. A terrified guy was flailing a baseball bat around, screaming his head off at nothing. "Back off," he yelled while the goblins stared at him like he was dinner. He screamed for help, desperate to protect the sobbing little girl behind him. He looked up, locking eyes with people in the windows above. A spark of hope. Anyone. Just save the kid. But they cold-heartedly slammed their blinds shut. The goblin pack lunged like starving wolves. Just as they were about to strike, a stray dagger whistled through the air and embedded itself right in a goblin's skull. The monsters panicked. Skeleton soldiers, talk about perfect timing. Sung-woo's squad just happened to be passing by. The team made short work of the goblins. As the man clutched the girl tight, keeping his guard up, Sung-woo stepped in. "You're safe now," he said gently. "Let me walk you two home, okay?" In a world gone cold, Sung-woo offered a rare bit of warmth. The man, still shaking, pointed a trembling finger. "We live that way. We're almost out of food, so we have to." Sung-woo didn't let him finish. "It's not much, but take this. It'll help you get by." Meanwhile, Han-ho and Jisoo were busy mopping up the stragglers. The surviving goblins realized they were outmatched and scrambled to save their own skins. Like they'd let them get away that easy. Han-ho laughed. "Look at 'em run," Jisoo added. "Idiots ran straight into a dead end." Han-ho squinted at a sign. "Is this a dungeon entrance? Should we go clear it out?" Suddenly, the man rushed over in a panic to stop them. "Wait, don't go in there," he begged, his voice heavy with grief. "That used to be my best friend's coffee shop. I heard there's something in there way nastier than those green midgets." Sung-woo just smirked. "Nasty, huh? Thanks for the tip, old-timer." The system chime hit, "Enter Dungeon Elder Slime's Holy Land." Sung-woo didn't hesitate. "Everybody run. Now." Han-ho and Jisoo didn't ask questions. They just bolted. Even sprinting for his life, Han-ho couldn't help cracking a joke. "Gee, thanks for the heads up, bro." "Zip it," Sung-woo snapped. "Save your breath for running." They hadn't gone far when Han-ho slammed on the brakes. "Whoa, look out ahead." Sung-woo kept his cool. "Relax, just small fry goblins." But seeing the bodies littered across the floor definitely spiked the fear factor for the group. The skeleton soldiers slaughtered them instantly, triggering a bonus loot notification. Hanho gagged. The stench. That slime melts steel? My skin wouldn't last 3 seconds. Sungwoo shrugged. Lucky for us, the acid doesn't melt bone. My skeletons can handle the dirty work. The undead army charged in to clean house, but the monsters retaliated, spewing toxic sludge everywhere. Hanho turned pale, trembling as he looked back. Sungwoo, you got a plan for that? Right on cue, the system announced the dungeon boss Elder Slime. In a blink, one of his skeleton soldiers was sent to the afterlife. This thing wasn't just massive. Its power level was in a completely different league compared to the small fry. Watching his minions get reduced to bone meal, Sungwoo gritted his teeth. If it can't absorb them, it just crushes them to dust. They were bouncing around too much for standard attacks, but he had a strategy typical of a smart system, Manhwa MC. The system prompted him to craft basic bone weapons, and he got to work. His plan: reinforce his soldiers by fusing extra bones directly into their frames, using his crafting skill. It takes a second, but the result is acid-proof, and tough as nails, his only shot at winning. Meanwhile, Jisoo was barely holding her own against the giant gelatinous blob. She grabbed a pile of white bones and hurled them over. Heads up Sungwoo. He caught them mid-air and immediately triggered the crafting sequence. He looked like a master blacksmith at work, but the slime wasn't about to let him finish his project in peace. The beast surged forward with terrifying speed, blasting slime that sent Sungwoo and Hanho flying. Another skeleton stepped up to defend them, only to get swallowed whole. System alert, skeleton soldier destroyed. But Sungwoo just grinned. Big mistake, buddy. You just swallowed a ticking time bomb. Sure enough, less than 10 minutes later, the oversized blob detonated from the inside out. Seeing his opening, Sungwoo barked orders. Finish it. Chop it into bits so it can't regenerate. Strange fluid started pouring out of the creature's remains. Looks like that was the monster's blood. The system flagged it as a resource, instructing Sungwoo to fill empty bottles with the goo, so he put his skeletons to work. They gathered a decent haul in no time. Sungwoo mused. This stuff is basically super acid, definitely gonna come in handy later. Something else caught his eye in the wreckage: a core. That's a rare drop hidden deep inside the monster. It was packed with enough concentrated acid to melt through just about anything. While Sungwoo inspected the loot, Hanho checked his phone and yelled, "Hey, take a look at this." Hanho sounded confused. So weird. Why are all the comments getting nuked? Something smells fishy here. Sungwoo took the phone, furrowing his brow as he scrolled. Hanho pressed on. Doesn't that seem super sketchy to you? Sungwoo analyzed the situation. Nobody drops 1,000 gold just to be a good Samaritan. But spending that much just to post hate comments and get deleted, that's the real mystery. Sungwoo was racking his brain, beating himself up over it. Why was the answer slipping right through his fingers? Night had fallen, and the moon lit up the sky. Deep in the shadows of a tunnel hushed, voices argued. One guy piped up, "I seriously don't get why they want us capturing monsters alive." He continued, "Think about it. Killing a player nets us 5,000 gold plus another 1,000 for every level they have." The guy next to him cracked up. "Yeah, hunting people is way easier." The other guy flashed a nasty, crooked grin, chiming in. "And honestly, it feels a hell of a lot better too." He took a long drag from his cigarette, just as another car pulled up alongside them. The driver leaned out. "Hey boss, who's actually running the show for us anyway?" The guy in the passenger seat looked like he was losing it. He clutched his head, veins bulging on his arms and legs, looking absolutely feral. His underling panicked. "Boss." The leader's lips trembled as he whispered a name, Professor Red. The guy beside him blinked. "Wait, isn't that the serial killer?" The boss looked terrified as that gloomy voice echoed in his mind. "It's your lucky day." He flashed back to a mountain of corpses and a bloody skeletal hand reaching out to him. Back then he was bleeding out, terrified. He scrambled backward, staring at the figure in front of him, too scared to make a peep. His nerves were fried. He managed to stutter out just one word: "Monster." Professor Red just looked at him. "Guess this is the apocalypse, huh?" The figure stalked toward him. It wasn't human, but it wasn't a ghost either. It sneered cruelly, "I'm gonna need some more food." Cutting back to Sungwoo, he called out to Hanho. The younger guy spun around immediately. "Yeah, what's up, bro?" Sungwoo looked dead serious. "Are you prepared to kill a person?" It was impossible to tell what he was plotting. Meanwhile, at a convenience store, bloodstains and handprints smeared the glass doors. Inside, things had gone south fast. It was a twist you'd expect in an *** awakening manhwa. *** a system notification popped up. "You have become a member of the Vampire Lord's party. Your class has changed to Lesser Vampire." The guy couldn't process it. How did it end up like this? He trembled, his voice weak. "Hey, Why are you doing this? He'd only come to the store to shoplift some snacks, but he ran into these street thugs instead. Before he could finish the thought, he was begging, "Please let me go," but the thirst was overwhelming. He needed blood. Moments later, the air filled with agonizing screams. The newly turned vampire pinned the man down and drained him dry in a frenzy. The vampire lord walked out, smiling with satisfaction. "Well done. That's my boy." The blood tasted intoxicating. He hadn't completely lost his mind, but the hunger was impossible to resist. The vampire lord smirked. "Keep growing. Get stronger, my son." The new recruit just kept feasting on his victim. A voice from reality pulled him back. "Boss, hey, boss, it was just a dream." His underling looked worried. "You okay? Something wrong?" "It's nothing." "What's up?" The lackey grinned, holding up his phone to show off. "Just wanted to let you know the bait worked. We got a bite?" That idiot 157 commented that there's a group of 3. They're waiting at the park right now. The boss slammed on the gas. "Perfect. Let's roll. Get ready to harvest blood bag number 17. The car tore down the road. You could practically feel his thirst for blood radiating off him. The vampire figured the apartment complex was huge, but that actually made hunting easier. Plus, the residents in the high-rises would just look the other way. He had this place figured out. Those sheep didn't realize they'd be next on the menu once all the players were wiped out. From a distance, the lackey pointed and laughed. "Boss, look. There they are. Our targets actually showed up." It looked like Sung Woo's crew, 3 figures in black cloaks, walking down the middle of the road. The moment he saw them, the vampire couldn't control himself. His mind went blank, replaced by a single thought: blood. Fresh, warm blood. He ordered his guy to floor it. The driver obeyed, slamming the pedal and plowing straight into the 3 cloaked figures. But something was wrong. They shattered. It was just Sung Woo's skeleton soldiers. Sung Woo had anticipated the ambush and was watching from a hiding spot nearby. The vamps were left dazed, trying to figure out what just happened. The vampire realized instantly they were decoys. Before he could explain, a system alert popped up, crafting basic bone weapon. Suddenly, sharp bones erupted from the wreckage. The car was sent skidding, the impact violent enough to rattle everyone inside. The vampire boss groaned in pain, cursing under his breath. Suddenly, a fist smashed right through the driver's side window, startling the hell out of him. Before he could react, that hand grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and dragged him violently out of the car. He was slammed onto the pavement. As he lay there, cursing, a voice read aloud the secret code from his messages. It was Sung Woo. Sung Woo pointed his sword right at the guy's face. "It was you guys, wasn't it? You scumbags." The vampire stared, cross-eyed at the blade, hovering inches from his forehead. He was speechless. Sung Woo had been suspicious from the start. Those deleted comments were a dead giveaway. Who wastes 1,000 gold just to post nonsense? This had trap written all over it. Sung Woo looked down at him with pure disgust. "Just looking at you confirms it." Han Ho whispered from the side. "So people this trashy actually exist. This world is terrifying." Sung Woo continued. "I set a trap, but I didn't think you'd try to run us over with a car." The vampire had never been humiliated like this. He snapped. "You little punk, do you know who I am?" Sung Woo didn't let him finish. He delivered a brutal kick straight to the guy's jaw. The force sent the vampire's head snapping back. The underlings screamed for their boss, but the skeleton soldiers had them pinned. Sung Woo, looking like the Grim Reaper himself, asked cold-bloodedly, "How many of you are there? Answer me properly, or your head won't stay attached to your neck." Suddenly, the vampire bared his fangs in a grotesque grin. "My head," he lunged forward. "Has a brat like you ever even killed anyone? Don't get cocky." But before he could land a hit, Wright stepped in, swinging his axe with full force. The vampire stood there in shock. As blood sprayed everywhere, his hand had been clean severed. He went berserk, screaming in agony, as his underling watched in horror. The guy looked like he was about to burst into tears. It was obvious they all realized just how terrifying this vampire really was. Jin Woo commanded, "Good work, Roy. I might not have the stomach to kill a human in this world, but my boys here, they don't have that problem." As soon as he finished speaking, the skeleton soldiers raised their axes ready to brawl. But the vampire didn't fight back. He just slumped over, letting out a blood-curdling scream. Jin Woo watched the freak show and thought times. Did the pain drive him totally insane? Then he turned his gaze to another one of the guy's lackeys. "And what's your deal, standing there bawling your eyes out?" He continued, "Mind if I borrow an arm? Or maybe you prefer a leg? I did say there were 8 of you total." Before the words even settled, fresh blood sprayed into the air. The guy didn't even have time to blink. Turns out the vampire had rushed in and dealt a fatal blow to his own teammate. Ju was in shock. Did he seriously just kill his own ally? Hanho couldn't handle the gore. He looked like he was about to hurl. The severed arm bone jutted out like a jagged blade, and the vampire growled aggressively. He stared at his dead comrade, then lunged, tearing into the flesh and drinking the blood like a starving animal. The vampire laughed in satisfaction. Yes, this is it. Absolutely delicious. Jinwoo couldn't stand watching the gruesome display any longer. He shouted in disgust, "You sick psycho." The system chimed in times health recovered through blood absorption. Experience and power increased. Asterisk. The enemy continued. My original job was ninja, but ever since the boss took a bite out of me, it shifted to a low-tier vampire. He let fresh blood drip down his hand, admiring it with a twisted delight. When you become a vampire, your level gets locked at level 1. You can't level up the normal way anymore. But hey, the perks aren't bad at all. If you kill and drink human blood instead of monsters, you actually gain experience points. After chugging the blood, the vampire began to reveal his true form. The system flashed another notification. His strength, agility, and stamina were all skyrocketing. He had entered a feral state, boosting all stats by 20% for 10 hours. But once the buff wears off, he gets hit with a 50% penalty on his current stats. Hearing the vampire's explanation, Jinwoo was actually surprised there was a class even worse than his own. He snapped back to reality. Everyone defensive positions. One wrong move and we're dead meat. A murderous glint flashed in Jinwoo's eyes, and his voice dropped to a demonic, chilling growl. Obeying their master's command, the skeleton soldiers led by Roy charged madly toward the vampire. But the enemy moved like a kite caught in a gale, swooping down with blinding speed to strike. Everywhere he swept past, skeletons were sliced in half. Jinwoo watched in alarm, thinking times. He's too fast. Is he aiming for my shield? Asterisk. The vampire's other hand, morphed into razor-sharp claws, savaged a skeleton soldier's face. He continued his rampage, tearing through them one after another in a frenzy. Jinwoo's skeletal army was crumbling under the vampire's assault. It seemed his primary target was the living humans, not these piles of white bone. Spotting Jinwoo, the vampire laughed with glee. There you are. Jinwoo was caught off guard for a split second. Thankfully, Roy rallied the remaining skeletons to launch a coordinated counterattack. The vampire didn't waste a second, thrusting his bone blade arm straight at the boy. He knew Jinwoo was the one pulling the strings. Facing the vampire's overwhelming pressure, Jinwoo could only raise his shield and brace himself. Suddenly, someone lunged from behind to cover him. It was Ju. She swung her sword with everything she had, but it barely made a scratch. However, the impact was enough to shift the vampire's attention to her. He whipped around with a wicked grin. Thought you were just a kitten, but looks like we've got a lioness here. Guess I'll taste your blood first. He slashed violently at Ju's defense. But simultaneously, a wave of killing intent surged from behind him, forcing the vampire to stay on high alert. He spun to dodge, finding himself sandwiched between attackers. Hanho let out a mocking laugh, shouting, "Hey, don't forget about me." The guy threw a chaotic flurry of daggers to create a distraction. Surprisingly, it worked like a charm. Hanho had successfully pissed the monster off. The vampire shrieked, "You annoying pest," and charged at Hanho with terrifying speed. Hanho panicked and cursed. Damn, how is he so fast? Seeing his team struggling, Roy threw himself into the fray, using all his might to shove the vampire back. The skeleton soldier proved slightly quicker. It slipped behind the enemy and chopped down hard on the vampire's shoulder. Jinwoo seized the moment, charging in with his shield and gritting his teeth. "Eat this." The vampire countered instantly. The system flashed a red alert times. "Your equipment has been destroyed." Asterisk. Jinwoo screamed in frustration. "Piece of junk." He taunted the monster. "You're slow as a turtle," before darting away. The vampire completely lost it, roaring, "Watch and learn, you weaklings. This is how you strike." While he was busy trying to gut, Jinwoo Ju went for a sneak attack from the rear. He sidestepped it with annoying ease, even though Ju had put her entire weight into the swing. If that had connected, it would have been lights out. The vampire cackled arrogantly, too predictable, and switched targets to Ju. Roy didn't hesitate, rushing in to cover his teammate. He swung his weapon violently at the monster's mutated arm. The vampire howled in agony, clutching his bleeding limb. "My arm!" Jinwoo immediately shouted the order. "All units, total assault." On his command, everyone swarmed the enemy at once. In the distance, the vampire's lackeys arrived, sprinting at breakneck speed. "Boss, we're here." The monster looked at his crew and let out a satisfied laugh. Excellent. He barely looked human anymore. As the lackeys got closer, they froze in horror at their leader's grotesque transformation. "Boss, your arm." While he was distracted, someone landed a cheap shot right on the open wound, causing a fresh fountain of blood to erupt. Ju had been waiting for the perfect moment to strike, knowing she couldn't take him head-on. As she pulled back her sword, Hanho jumped in to keep the pressure up. Their teamwork was flawless. The skeleton soldier followed up with a heavy axe smash. Surrounded and battered from all sides, the vampire started to look a little dazed. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. That last combo dealt massive damage. Jinwoo stood over him, his presence looming and his voice grim. "Since you're so confident in a monster's regeneration ability, let's see you regenerate your head." With that, he delivered a cold, brutal slash. The system flashed in alert times. "You have defeated a level 1 player and received 1,000 gold. Asterisk. It felt like a scene straight out of a system manhwa ***. A thought sparked in his mind. Times gold from killing a player ***. Sung Woo finally pieced it together. His voice dripped with aggression as he grilled them. "So this is your little side hustle, killing people for gold." They didn't know what to say, but their silence spoke volumes. Furious, Sung Woo roared, "You scumbags." He stalked toward them looking like the Grim Reaper straight out of hell. "You're that level 8 crew everyone's talking about, aren't you?" He was 99% sure, but he wanted to hear it from their own mouths. Once they confessed, his voice dropped to a chilling whisper. "Drop the weapons or I'll send you straight to meet your maker." Crushed by his overwhelming aura, the terrified group threw their gear on the ground instantly. His skeletons smashed their car into scrap metal, just to make sure no one tried to make a run for it. According to one of the lackeys, they were actually taking orders from some boss. The guy was sniveling, totally breaking down. "We don't know who he is, we just got orders from our leader. We never thought it would end up like this." Sung Woo fell into thought. Was this mysterious boss the one turning people into monsters? Was he even human? And what kind of class was he rocking? Sung Woo estimated the guy's power at around 5 stars. After all, he already knew there was some absolute powerhouse wandering around the city. Sung Woo turned his attention back to the trash in front of him. "How many people have you killed?" The guy answered honestly, "Maybe 20, or more." Hearing that, Sung Woo's eyes went dark, staring at the murderers with pure malice. The skeletons didn't need to be told twice. They raised their axes ready to swing. The group panicked, screaming, "Please spare us, we were just following orders." Like he was going to let mass murderers walk away. The skeletons struck them down in a flash, and the system immediately pinged Sung Woo, notifying him of a massive gold bonus for taking out player killers. Jisoo and Hanho watched the brutal execution and freaked out. "Whoa, Sung Woo, what the hell are you doing?" Sung Woo didn't even turn around, his body radiating rage. "If I let them live, they'll just go find someone else to kill. Dogs like that don't learn new tricks." Jisoo sighed deeply. "You're not wrong. I won't argue with that." As night fell, silence reclaimed the city, except for the military headquarters, where the lights were still burning bright. Word was spreading fast about the comments left by previous victims. Before that vampire freak deleted everything, a nearby witness had seen the whole thing and posted an update. One soldier frowned, clearly frustrated. "Even in the army, staying alive is a nightmare. I am so done with this world." Another comment mentioned Sung Woo and his skeletal army. The soldier paused. "Skeletons, it was Sergeant Kim." He smiled to himself. "Has to be that group I met. I knew it. Those guys are the real deal." A squadmate rushed in, interrupting his thoughts. "Sergeant Kim, we need to assemble now." But Kim was too busy scrolling through the comments about Sung Woo's team. He quickly typed out a reply praising Sung Woo before he had to go. Below that, lucky survivors saved by Sung Woo were chiming in. "I'm tracking the situation with that hero from the other day," one told his teammate. "Just hold on a sec." Soon enough, the sun began to rise over an abandoned high-rise. Inside, a mysterious figure was monitoring the comment thread, thinking to himself, "Now this is some interesting intel." He stood up and pocketed his phone, muttering, "I didn't think there were still decent people out there." Then with a smirk he added, "Well, shall we get started?" As the thought crossed his mind, the gates burst open, flooding the room with blinding light. Down on the city streets, everything was desolate. Cars were flipped over everywhere. It looked like a ghost town straight out of a horror movie. Hanho was on comms duty, scrolling through the forum. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "Whoa, Sung Woo, check it out, there's a new post." It was a thread started by a prosecutor named Young Deung Po. Basically, it was a free-for-all chat room, where anyone could comment for 0 gold with a 200-character limit. You could even change your nickname for 100 gold. Hanho couldn't believe it. "This is crazy. This guy actually dropped 1,000 gold just to open a free public chat." Jisoo pulled out her phone too. Most of the comments were just people looking to recruit members for their guilds. Sung Woo glanced at it. He already knew most of this stuff, but it was worth keeping an eye on for updates. It felt like reading a live manhwa recap, honestly. Hanho looked at him and teased, "Hey, lots of people are praising you for that incident the other day in the prosecutor's thread." Sungwoo replied with a straight face, "I couldn't care less." The day dragged on, and soon the sun began to set, casting long shadows over the city. The group arrived at an apartment complex. Hanho announced, "Hanho has arrived." Sungwoo pointed ahead, grinning. "Finally made it to your place, kid." But Hanho started shaking, fear creeping in. "Do you think mom and dad are okay?" He was desperate to see them. He pointed a trembling finger upward. "My house is right up there." Sungwoo grabbed his shoulder. "Hey, keep it together. We don't know what's waiting for us inside yet." Hanho swallowed hard, panic rising. "I just hope nothing bad happened." Jisoo scanned the area. "There are a ton of dead orcs around here." Hanho started clasping his hands together, praying to every god he knew. "Please, please, I finally made it this far." They reached the door, and Hanho froze. There was a long, clean slash mark right down the center. He yelled out, "Mom, Dad, open the door. It's me, Hanho." Suddenly, at the sound of his voice, the door swung open. His parents rushed out, teary-eyed. "Huh, is that really you, Hanho?" They couldn't believe their eyes. Later that evening, inside the rec department, the mood was grim but thankful. Hanho picked up some food, but stopped before he could eat, his eyes going wide. "Wait, Dad, you didn't pick a class card." He continued, frustrated. "Seriously, no matter how much Mom nags you, it's just like when we play blackjack. Why do you never take another card?" His dad pouted like a child. "Because I wasn't sure I could win," Hanho exploded. "And that is exactly why you're always broke and lose all your money." Sungwoo interrupted the family drama. "Excuse me, sir, but how exactly did you fight off the orcs?" Hanho nodded. "Yeah, I was wondering that too. Those monsters wiped out pretty much everyone else." "How did you guys stop them?" His dad answered seriously. "We used nasal spray." The whole group just stared at him, dumbfounded. His mom chimed in. "Your father sprayed them in the eyes while we were running away." The dad looked incredibly proud of himself. Hanho nearly choked on his water. "Are you serious right now?" Sungwoo was actually impressed. "I never thought of fighting orcs with sinus medication." Hanho's mom smiled warmly. "Thank you both so much for bringing Hanho back to us. I'm sorry we don't have much left to offer, but please have some tea." Jisoo waved her hands. "Oh, you don't have to." Sungwoo stepped forward and took the tray. "Thank you, ma'am." Hanho decided it was his time to shine. "Hey mom, I'm pretty tough now too, you know. I can take out monsters with my daggers." His mom just stared at him with a deadpan expression, completely unimpressed. She ignored him and turned to the guests. "The building's heating system is shot, so it gets cold at night, but the water is still running. Feel free to wash up and make yourselves at home." Night was settling in, always the scariest time in this chaotic new world. Down on the street, some creep was staring up at the apartment, a nasty grin spreading across his face as he watched the lights in Hanho's place. Inside, the shower stopped, and she stepped out, towel drying her hair. "All clean," she announced. "Thanks for letting me borrow the pajamas, ma'am. After days of roughing it out there, a real shower feels like a miracle. I feel human again." Hanho's mom marveled at her. "Your skin is so smooth, you must work out a ton." Hanho chimed in. "You have no idea. Jisoo is like 30 times stronger than me." With Jisoo done, it was Sungwoo's turn. Since there was only one bathroom, they'd let the ladies go first. Now he finally got to relax under the hot water. It had been ages since he'd had a proper wash. But the relief wasn't just physical, it was knowing Hanho's family was okay. Honestly, he'd been stressing about them the entire trip over. Sungwoo felt a wave of relief. Thank God those orcs had terrible senses. He shuddered to think what would have happened if his friends hadn't brought the repellent spray. His imagination had been cooking up some nightmare scenarios. In a world gone completely mad, just having a safe place to come back to felt like a massive luxury. He walked out to find Hanho and Jisoo bickering like siblings, and a warm feeling hit him. Once everyone was scrubbed up and the laundry was done, they switched gears to maintenance, cleaning their weapons. Everyone was busy with their gear when Hanho broke the silence. "So guys, what's the play? We can't just hole up here forever, right?" "I'm keeping moving," Sungwoo replied, wiping down a blade. "Those orcs downstairs were just scouts. That means there's a whole tribe nearby, and I bet they're swarming the area." He paused, thinking. The problem was, he didn't actually have a destination yet. He needed a pin on the map. Suddenly, Hanho yelled, "Sungwoo, look at this." Sungwoo sighed, rolling his eyes. "Dude, get off social media." But Hanho shook his head. "No, seriously, cut the chatter and look. That prosecutor guy in Yeongdongpo posted again. Look, he claims he's set up a new safe zone for survivors." But there's a catch. They need a new leader plus gold and fuel. Oh, and there's an entry test. Jisoo leaned in. You think it's legit? They seem like good people to me, Hanho said. Sungwoo just let out a cold laugh. So that explains why they made that post yesterday. The room got quiet at his cynicism. Sungwoo figured the shelter itself was probably real enough. The world had basically turned into a *** system, manhwa *** complete with overpowered skills and character classes. Yesterday, someone dropped 1,000 gold just to open a comment section for survivors, Sungwoo noted. I doubt that was out of the goodness of their heart. He told them to scroll down and check the other comments. They pulled up their phones and scrolled. Sure enough, the thread was flooded with people praising this prosecutor and thanking him. But amidst the fan club, there were a few skeptics. Still, Jisoo and Hanho were mostly seeing a wall of gratitude. It's a classic setup, Sungwoo explained. Build a reputation as a benevolent leader, gather a herd of survivors, and then start taxing them for gold. That's how you establish a regime. My bet? They're hoarding gold and medicine behind the scenes. Hanho's jaw dropped. Damn. No such thing as a free lunch, huh? Sungwoo was calculating the odds. Of course, this was just his theory, but with Hanho's parents involved, he had to be careful. Yongdeongpo is too far anyway. Let's scratch that. Hanho kept scrolling. What about this one? He frowned as he read. Wait, this old guy is looking for girls for his love castle. The comments below that one were trashing the guy. Sungwoo's expression darkened. Yeah, hard pass. Hanho kept hunting for a viable destination. He shoved his phone screen forward. How about this? A manager Gu says there's a safe spot in Suwon. He's a 2-star cleric. Says it's safe, but there's an entry fee. Sungwoo didn't love the idea of paying rent in the apocalypse, but a safe zone was a safe zone. Suwon isn't too far, is it? He asked. By bus. Maybe 20 minutes, Hanho replied. Sungwoo checked the map. Looks like we have a winner. Hanho beamed. Awesome, I'll go tell mom and dad. The group immediately started packing their bags. Once the family was packed, Sungwoo turned to the parents, feeling a bit guilty. I'm sorry to drag you two out on the road like this. Hanho's dad just smiled. Don't worry about it. You brought our son home in one piece, the father continued. That's enough for us to trust you. Hanho's mom added. Besides, it's not safe here. Monsters are one thing, but we've heard about bandit gangs too. Sungwoo blinked. Bandit gangs? Already? Probably just punk kids, the dad guessed. Roaming around bullying people, stealing supplies. Typical thug stuff. Sungwoo scratched his head. He hadn't expected wannabe gangsters this early in the game. Speak of the devil. Suddenly, the roar of motorcycle engines tore through the air. A group of bikers came screaming toward them, hollering like maniacs. A girl sitting behind the leader, Tae-sung, gave them a nasty look. Hey, old man, listen up. Hanho looked confused. Does she mean Sungwoo? He does look kinda tired. Jisoo covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. Asterisk, old man times. Meanwhile, a guy named Young-sik puffed his chest out. We run these streets. You're on our turf now. Drop the good stuff and pay the toll, or we'll beat it out of you. Your choice. Sungwoo just went, ah. Behind him, his skeleton soldiers turned their empty sockets toward the punks. Blue flames flickered in their eyes, looking like grim reapers ready to harvest souls. Before Jisoo could even crack a joke, Young-sik let out a terrified shriek. The gang saw the glowing blue eyes and completely lost it. They slammed on the gas, screaming at each other. Go, move it, get us out of here. The wannabe gangsters peeled out, riding like the devil himself was chasing them. Jisoo and Hanho blinked confused. What's their problem? Sungwoo turned around, equally puzzled. A voice cut through the confusion. Watch out. Something's coming. In the distance, massive paws with razor-sharp claws slammed into the asphalt. Parked cars were tossed aside like toys. They had run into something big, really big. Sungwoo gritted his teeth. It's a pack. Even before the shapes fully emerged, everyone drew their weapons. Giant wolves. And they were looking at Sungwoo's group like a buffet dinner. Sungwoo watched them closely. They weren't attacking yet. Were they acting like normal wolves stalking their prey? He didn't want to find out. Everyone back up. Slowly. Getting up close and personal with these things is a death sentence. Those fangs and claws, they'd shred the whole squad in seconds. They're built low to the ground, horizontal style, unlike us standing upright. One slip, one fall, and it's game over. You're never getting back on your feet. Your life basically belongs to them at that point. Sungwoo was silently running the numbers in his head when Hanho, shaking like a leaf, asked, Hey bro, are we actually safe holding out here? Not a chance, he shot back. If I were in their shoes, I'd level this place to the ground. Han-ho panicked. Then, what are we supposed to do? Barely a second later, a massive wolf let out a bone-chilling roar and charged. This is classic, asterisk, asterisk, awakening manhwa, asterisk, asterisk, territory. This beast was way stronger than any normal wolf. It slammed into the door like a battering ram. Suddenly, a glass bottle sailed through the air, smashing right against the wolf's skull. Green goo splashed everywhere. Jaw-dropping, Han-ho stammered, "Wait, is that?" "Yep," Sung-woo confirmed. "That's the acidic slime mucus we harvested earlier." The volatile goop exploded on impact, sending the wolf into a screeching panic. Sung-woo glanced at his skeletal minions and gave the signal. "Your turn. Light 'em up." The bone soldiers didn't hesitate, launching a volley of razor-sharp spears straight at the wolf pack with deadly precision. He figured ranged warfare was the smartest play against these quadrupeds. Keep the distance, keep the advantage. Soon only one remained. Had to be the alpha. It was still standing. Watching its pack get wiped out sent the alpha into a blind rage, and it lunged forward. Sung-woo wasted no time, commanding his undead army. "Everyone charge." The bone soldiers rushed the beast instantly. But the wolf was savage, snapping its jaws shut around a skeleton's arm and crunching it like a twig. But surprise! The arm was coated in slime fluid. The moment it touched the beast's mouth, the chemical reaction kicked in, leaving the wolf sputtering and confused. Sung-woo smirked. "Didn't your mom teach you not to take food from strangers? I packed that arm with a nasty surprise just for you." With its mouth practically boiling, the wolf was wide open. Wright seized the moment, gripping his sword and launching himself at the distracted beast. He drove the blade straight down into its skull with a brutal strike. The system pinged. "You have earned 240 gold by defeating a wild wolf." Job done. Wright immediately fell back. Another wolf hit the dust. Meanwhile, the rest of the bone soldiers were busy ganging up on the last straggler, who was looking a lot more cautious after seeing the alpha go down. Didn't help much. Dozens of spears pierced its gut in seconds. Another notification popped up for Sung-woo, 240 gold earned and a level up to 7. Just like that, they dropped like flies one after another. Sung-woo was racking up a serious amount of gold from this unexpected hunting session. Jisoo looked bummed out, watching him solo the pack. "I was useless again," she sighed. "Nah," Sung-woo reassured her. "This scenario just wasn't built for your combat style." Privately, he knew it must feel humiliating for someone with her class, but it was better to let her focus on building her raw physical stats. That's where she shined anyway. With the wolf threat neutralized, Sung-woo barely had a moment to breathe before he turned his attention to Han-ho. The guy was happily introducing the bone soldiers and right to his parents like they were new friends. "Is this kid for real?" Sung-woo thought. Then a system error flashed. "Corpse rejected summon. Your level is too low to reanimate a large-scale monster. Still can't pull it off, huh?" Sung-woo muttered, disappointed. He turned to the group. "We need to move. Now. There's definitely more of them out there." Elsewhere, a different kind of horror was unfolding, rows of razor-sharp teeth screeching through the air. Wyverns. And they were chasing a military helicopter at breakneck speeds. Inside, a passenger was losing his mind, screaming, "Can't this thing go any faster? We're gonna get caught." The pilot shook his head, helpless. "I'm pushing it to the max, sir," the official just screamed louder, cursing up a storm. "That bastard Sergeant Kim. He should have warned us about monsters like this." The pilot rolled his eyes internally. Asterisk. "Yeah, because you blocked his reports, genius." Asterisk. "Sounds like this guy's from the faction opposing Yongdongpo. He wanted the military to take control, but these flying nightmares were a massive wrench in the plan." System alert, area boss Wyvern Alpha has appeared. The dragon caught up instantly, its talons locking onto the chopper's fuselage. Those guys inside? Probably toast. Against a beast that aggressive, the helicopter didn't stand a chance. Metal sheared and parts started raining down. A massive explosion rocked the sky as the chopper turned into a fireball. The Wyverns were officially the rulers of the airspace now. They didn't stop there. The swarm descended on the city variants of all shapes and sizes, tearing everything apart. Sung-woo and the gang watched the chaos from inside a building. "That was a military chopper," he said, stunned. Han-ho was trembling beside him. "I knew things would get bad, but I didn't expect Wyverns to be this savage." The worst part. The dragons decided the roof of their building was the perfect spot for a nap. Han-ho's dad whispered, "I've seen them roosting there before." His mom chimed in, panic rising. "What do we do? The safe zone is right in front of us." Sung-woo shook his head. "We can't risk it. Best bet is to wait until they move on. We're setting up camp here for now." Night fell, and the dragons were still snoozing on the roof, with no sign of leaving. Han Ho's parents managed to knock out, but the rest of the team was too wired to sleep. Suddenly, Sung Woo felt a shift in the atmosphere. He jolted up wide awake. A system prompt appeared. Which class will help you survive the apocalypse? Please make your selection. Han Ho immediately started shouting at his parents to grab the cards with the most stars. His dad waved him off. I've been playing cards for 20 years, son. I know what I'm doing. Then, a specific message flashed. Please select a class card linked to your current class. That caught Sung Woo off guard. The timer started ticking down, only 15 seconds left. A linked card, he pondered. Does that mean it scales off my current abilities? This is a classic *** system manhwa *** mechanic. Just as he reached for it, the card in front of him vanished into thin air. Sung Woo blinked. Someone else must have snagged it. So the card pool is shared with other survivors. He realized it was basically a reflex game, fastest finger wins. Han Ho was muttering like he was possessed. Stars. Gotta get more stars. Sung Woo tried to snap him out of it. Hey, pull yourself together. When picking synergy cards, you can't just obsess over the star rating. You need something that actually buffs your specific class. For a Necromancer, it's all about compatibility. He didn't hesitate. He snatched the card floating right in front of him. This is the one. The interface flashed a notification typical of a ** system. Manhwa ***. You have selected the Wizard Synergy card. The card immediately began fusing with his current class, unlocking a new skill tree. It was the perfect setup, massive buffs for his team and nasty debuffs for the enemy. Sung Woo grinned. Necromancer Aura. Boosts allies and curses foes. That is sweet. Meanwhile, Han Ho was losing his mind. I am so dead, he wailed, practically tearing his hair out. My 4-star card got sniped, and I'm stuck with a 1-star priest card. Sung Woo cursed under his breath. Unbelievable. Han Ho, however, was still in full meltdown mode. My skill gives me a 10-second shield after I get a kill. Wait, am I supposed to be a ranged fighter or something? Just then, his dad walked up. Hey Han Ho, take a look. Did I pick a good one? Tears streaming down his face, Han Ho glanced over, already dead inside. Yeah, Dad, what is it? Turns out the old man had pulled a card that could generate a safe zone. The Architect card. Sung Woo's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but cheer. This is huge. We don't have to trek all the way to the Suwon shelter anymore. By the time dawn broke, they'd set up camp in a desolate spot. It was eerie, but probably the safest place to catch a breath for now. Han Ho's dad was like a kid with a new toy, messing around with his abilities. Son, did you see that? Look at these moves. If I'd known about this stuff sooner, I would have been a beast, the dad boasted. Han Ho turned to his mom. What about you, Mom? What did you get? I'm a chef, she replied simply. A chef, Mom. You should have picked something for combat. Suddenly, both parents grabbed each other and started sobbing theatrically. You want your poor, frail parents on the front lines fighting monsters. 20 years of raising him, and he wants us to die, they wailed. Ignoring the drama, Sung Woo turned to Jisoo. What build did you go for? 3-star assassin, she said coolly. I got acute senses. It's a passive skill that hyper-focuses my awareness whenever things get dangerous. Sung Woo rubbed his chin. Acute senses, huh? Times. Jisoo was already sharp. She knew how to read people and analyze situations instantly. That kind of intuition is gold for survival. No matter how hard I train, I'm still lagging behind him. Turns out, Jisoo had been silently trying to match Sung Woo's level this whole time. She craved power, but copying him wasn't working. If I can't be him, I'll carve my own path. She needed to sharpen both her mind and body. Sung Woo cut to the chase. Sir, can you break down exactly how that safe zone skill works? Han Ho's dad nodded. Sure thing. Give me a second to pull up the specs. It creates a barrier that monsters can't penetrate. We're talking a 200 square meter dome, 10 meters high, completely shielded from attacks. There's a catch though. If something hits it hard enough, like a massive impact, the whole thing can still shatter. Sung Woo ran the numbers. Maintaining a permanent zone is impossible right now. And hoarding a massive group of people to farm gold, that's just asking for trouble. We save that skill for emergencies, Sung Woo decided. We still need to find a defensible location to set up the zone first. Han Ho's dad looked confused. Wait, really? Han Ho blinked. So we're ditching the plan to go to the Suwon shelter. Sung Woo turned his gaze away. We don't need them. He looked up at the sky. Besides, joining a big group means following their leader's orders. I don't have the patience for that kind of politics. His eyes locked on the dragon perched high above. It was stirring, shaking off a long slumber. Then, with a massive heave, the beast fully woke and took flight. Sung-woo snapped back to reality. "Han-ho, check if there are any stores nearby." On it, Han-ho said, already swiping through his phone. Asterisk. "I need to spend this gold and level up times," Sung-woo thought. Asterisk. "No telling when another wyvern might show up." Asterisk. Han-ho scratched his head, looking stressed. "I'm coming up empty, man. Nothing nearby?" Suddenly, the ground rumbled beneath them, shattering the silence like an earthquake. Outside, a biker gang roared past, shouting, "The wyvern's gone. Move it." Han-ho squinted. "Hey, aren't those the punks from yesterday? Let's ask them." Sung-woo had a light bulb moment. They've been robbing people, which means they have gold. And if they have gold, they definitely know where the nearest shop is to spend it. Turns out there was a massive supermarket right in the area that Sung-woo's crew had completely missed. Inside, Tae-sung was fuming. "Damn, wyvern kept us pinned down all night," Tae-sung spat. "How long were we stuck in that butcher shop?" Young-sik grinned. "Yeah, but at least we got to stuff our faces with steak." "Hey Tae-sung," Young-sik asked, "you have enough for a silver roulette spin?" Yet Tae-sung waved him off lazily. "Nah, need to grind a bit more gold first. Last time I got a garbage survival kit. Better get something actually useful this time." He kicked open the door and shouted, "Yo, daddy's home." "Bet you losers thought we were dead, huh?" Silence. No one answered. He frowned. "Why is it so quiet in here?" One of his lackeys stammered his name in fear, but Tae-sung hissed at him to shut up. The gang switched to stealth mode, creeping forward. Living in this hellscape meant knowing when to shut up and pay attention. Tae-sung reached for the door handle, desperate to see what horror was waiting on the other side. The doors swung open. What the hell? The gang froze. Everyone was gathered in one spot. Tae-sung felt a cold sweat, but he forced a cocky grin. "What's with the mood? Where's Doon-min-sik?" Shaking like a leaf, stammered out. He came here, said we didn't have enough cash, and then, Doon." Tae-sung rushed forward. Damn it, what happened to him? Suddenly a voice roared from the shadows. "Shut your mouth," it was Doon. Tae-sung blinked. "You okay, man?" The figure pulled off his mask, and Tae-sung recoiled in horror. "What the hell happened to your face?" The guy looked less like a human, and more like a starving vampire. "Shut up. Don't speak," Doon hissed. "I can smell you. The meat. It makes me so hungry." Behind him, a figure sat on a table, legs casually crossed. The stranger laughed, looking down at them. "I thought your little ghoul leader would be tougher. Turns out he was just another weakling for me to break." He reminisced about the kill, chuckling at the memory of the corpse. Why did he have to die so easily? Tae-sung's blood boiled. "You bastard. Who does this punk think he is?" Tae-sung growled. The man on the table grinned. "You are next." He slowly got back on his feet. "I told you, didn't I? Holding back your bloodlust is a rookie mistake. You're only hurting yourself. You need to drink enough blood to keep your sanity intact. Are you kids deaf? Or do you just not get it?" Tae-sung screamed. "Just a certain amount. Do you have any idea how many people you ghouls have slaughtered?" The masked freak just laughed in his face. "You got a mouth on you, huh?" he threatened. "The boss is watching us right now. How long do you think you'll survive if you defy us?" Terrified, Tae-sung glanced over at Jisoo. "Just leave us alone and we'll find the gold." But the guy stood up and got right in Tae-sung's face. "Wrong answer. You're dead." He leaned in aggressively, practically nose to nose. "Disobey me and I'll kill you. I'll kill all of you." He didn't care that Tae-sung was basically just a kid, facing down a warning from a terrifying vampire like that. Tae-sung's legs turned to jelly. Rod continued. 10,000 gold. 2 days. Or your throat is next on the menu. You know there's no escape, right? Suddenly, a scream outside caught Rod's attention. Then a voice cut through the air. "Who are you, people? Let me go." Sung-woo stepped up. "Hey, isn't the customer always right? Where's the VIP treatment? Service here is pretty rude." The guy blinked, surprised. "Customers. All right, then guess. What do you want?" Sung-woo pointed his sword right at him, demanding everything. Rod looked confused. "Excuse me." Sung-woo repeated himself crystal clear this time. "Hand over everything you've got. Unless you're scared of losing to us." The vampire smirked. "You ain't a customer. You're a lunatic." Tae-sung thought to himself times, "Damn it, this is going to turn into a bloodbath." Asterisk. Seeing that grin reveal those familiar sharp fangs, Sung-woo recognized him instantly. He asked point blank, "It's you, isn't it? You're the gang leader from Apartment H?" Caught off guard, the guy flinched. Rod immediately channeled power into his claws, getting ready to strike. He lunged aggressively at Sung-woo. "Those guys, you're the one who killed them." But before he could even graze a hair on Sung-woo's head, the skeleton soldiers locked him down. That clawed hand was instantly crushed in a skeletal grip, completely immobilized. Rod screamed shocked. What the hell are these things? Tae-sung scrambled back, falling on his butt. Dry bones. Sung-woo stepped closer to the vampire. You're the one behind all this mess, right? He didn't answer, just seething with rage. You bastard, he ground out. Before he could do anything fresh, blood sprayed right into Tae-sung's face. All he could hear were the vampire's screams. Sung-woo violently stabbed Rod. Consider this a recharge for my skeleton crew. The skeleton soldiers hoisted Rod into the air. Blood dripped steadily onto the ground as he shook uncontrollably, unable to handle the pain. Sung-woo slashed him again, eliciting a guttural noise from the vampire. He spoke coldly. Don't move, or I'll take your head off. The skeletons tightened their grip. He groaned in agony. Sung-woo pressed him again. Are you the vampire named Rod? Even with a blade at his throat, he refused to talk, just flashing a wicked grin. Suddenly, the vampire swung his arm, shattering the skeletons. Sung-woo's sword went right through his neck. Rod snapped the blade with his bare hands. The interface flashed like a classic asterisk. Asterisk system manhwa. Asterisk asterisk alert. Times item destroyed. Asterisk. Then he charged at Sung-woo like a madman, eyes full of rage and hunger. Sung-woo threw his arms up to block, but something from behind him shot forward to intercept Rod. It was two fast daggers pierced the vampire before he could react. Han-ho grinned. I recall you were told not to move. Senior Sung-woo gave an order. Jisoo flashed past her sword, slicing the vampire's arm clean off. He howled in pain, but just like the other boss, a sharp blade arm sprouted instantly from the stump. Weirdly, the new arm caught fire. The system chimed in, Time's burning whetstone effect activated. Regeneration hampered by fire damage. Asterisk. Jisoo's sword looked like a blazing torch. She attacked fiercely from behind, but Rod clocked it and managed to dodge the fatal blow. He countered with a massive strike. But Jisoo wasn't some damsel, she was a powerhouse. She ducked under the blow, twisting her body. With a fluid motion, she severed that sharp arm all over again. Blood poured out like a faucet. Fully enraged, now the vampire let out a deafening roar and swung his remaining clawed hand at her. Neither of them gave an inch. Blow for blow, they clashed locked in a stalemate. Suddenly, Rod grabbed Jisoo's blade, catching her off guard. But for some reason, his body wouldn't listen, he couldn't strike back. The system notified time sense sharing effect active. Asterisk, she could feel it working. So this was the power of time sense sharing asterisk. Out of nowhere, a heavy blow struck Rod from behind, making him cough up a mouthful of fresh blood. The system updated times. Killing intent has granted disciples the forced slow effect. Asterisk. Asterisk. Enemies targeted by the packed disciple will enter a weakened state. Asterisk. Jisoo thought times. Usually, a vampire's raw strength would have crushed me by now, but I'm holding my own. That's a high-tier skill. Asterisk. The system flashed times Rod. Asterisk. Asterisk. Has entered a weakened state. Asterisk. After eating a 10-hit combo, Rod was done. He slumped over trembling. He wasn't long for this world. Terrified Rod finally screamed. Stop, what do you want? Sung-woo smirked. Oh, so now you want to chat. The vampire started calculating. Asterisk. He's just controlling the skeletons. He's physically weak. I can end him in one shot. Asterisk. He suppressed a grin. Asterisk. I'll pretend to negotiate. Close the gap. And kill him instantly. Asterisk. But before he could finish the thought, a skeleton soldier delivered a brutal gut punch. A barrage of attacks followed, pummeling the vampire. He never saw it coming, and could only howl in helplessness. Sung-woo looked down at him. For a monster like you, this is the only way to have a civilized conversation. He looked like a demon straight out of hell. If you need more convincing, I've got plenty more skeletons where that came from. Tae-sung cowered behind a desk, eyes glued to Sung-woo in sheer terror. That guy was a nightmare. The last time they crossed paths, Sung-woo had just laughed in his face. Now, the kid knew better than to mess around. Who were these guys? Meanwhile, Rot was coughing up buckets of blood, but still managed a cocky grin. You think tying me up makes you a winner? Just wait until the commander's plan is complete. Small fry, like you are all dead meat. He looked even more grotesque now than he did a minute ago. Sung-woo knew he wouldn't get a single useful word out of this slippery vampire. His expression went cold. Jisoo, end him. She didn't hesitate. Thrilled for the chance to silence this creep, she swung her blade and took Rot's head clean off. Nice payday too, 322 gold. The monster's corpse slumped right in front of Tae-sung. Tae-sung yelped, staring at the carnage. He completely lost it. Please let us go. We don't know them. We have nothing to do with those freaks. Sung Woo muttered something under his breath. Tae-sung grit his teeth, forcing himself to be polite. Sorry, what do I have to do to get out of this? I told you from the start, Sung Woo said. Hand over everything you stole. Every last coin. Dawn broke quickly, and the supermarket felt a hell of a lot warmer than it had during the night. Tae-sung's crew transferred all their gold over to Sung Woo. Han-ho checked the balance and groaned. Seriously, that's way less than I expected. Sung Woo chuckled. Hey, third place isn't bad, kid. Jisoo stared at the vampire's body now covered by a white sheet. Sung Woo broke the silence. I don't know who they are, but they were ready for a war. Their power spiked way too fast. It's safe to assume they're part of a larger organization. You adapt fast, Sung Woo Jisoo noted. But why would anyone do this? Sung Woo shook his head. It's not about adapting. Don't you think they're originally from this world just like us? Aside from their leader, they can all turn others. Most monsters have a population cap, but vampires, they don't have limits. They spread like a virus. He kept his darker thoughts to himself. They couldn't ignore this threat. It took the whole team just to take down one of them. What happens if they swarm us? Word is going to get back to their boss eventually. Sooner or later, we're going to have a showdown. Sung Woo knew they had to prep now. They needed more power. He turned his attention back to Tae-sung. I heard there's a secret shop around here. Tae-sung was sweating bullets. He whispered to his goons, don't get cocky. Just do what he says. After watching the slaughter, the kid had zero desire to cross Sung Woo again. I'll take you there. It's this way. Suddenly, a system message pinged everyone. What happens to those who refuse to select a card? Even during the second selection round, panic set in. Whoa, did you see that? Han-ho asked. Sung Woo stared at the red notification window. Typical **** system manhwa **** drama. The ominous text gave Sung Woo a bad feeling. What exactly happens to the holdouts? Suddenly Min-sok grabbed his head and started screaming in agony. Min-sok Tae-sung rushed over and grabbed his arm. Don't tell me you didn't pick a class. The guy just stuttered, unable to form words. I didn't trust it, Min-sok howled. I had a bad feeling. I don't believe in this stupid system. You idiot, you don't know what you're messing with, Tae-sung yelled. Min-sok shot back. So what? I'm not the only one. The others didn't pick one either. The system delivered its verdict. Since you refused to awaken after 2 chances, you forfeit your humanity. You are now granted the opportunity to become a monster. The second the message faded, Min-sok twisted into something hideous, half man, half beast. Tae-sung screamed, run, everybody get out of here. Sung Woo felt a chill. The warning was real. If that thing finished transforming, they wouldn't stand a chance. But transformations take time. It was the perfect window to escape or strike. Sung Woo shouted, kill it. Now Jisoo looked at him in shock. Right, his skeleton minion obeyed instantly and charged the mutating human. Sung Woo gritted his teeth. Sorry, but I don't have a choice. He had to put them down. Their minds were already gone. Right, and the skeleton soldiers clashed with the beast. The mutated monster was massive, way bigger than they expected. Sung Woo studied its movements. For something built like a tank, it was fighting like a clumsy amateur. Right, and the skeletons tore into them until they stopped moving. A notification popped. You defeated 2 werewolves. Received 3,000 gold. Level up to 8. Sung Woo froze. 3,000 gold for a couple of humans turned monsters. That was insane. Even a dire wolf only dropped 240. How did regular kids turn into such high-tier beasts? That was a close call. Sung Woo pulled a random stat card and got lucky. Agility increased by 3. Not bad for a random draw, Sung Woo muttered. Jisoo nodded. Since you command skeletons, being faster on your feet is a huge plus. Han-ho's jaw hit the floor. Wait, are we going to have to fight more things like that, former humans? It feels like the difficulty setting just got cranked up to nightmare mode. Sung Woo replied, there is a way. He looked at the corpses. They were about to get some new recruits. He turned away. Up until now, he hadn't used human corpses for his army. It tended to freak out the other survivors. But the game had changed. If people refused to pick a class, they turned into monsters. Entire groups could transform in the blink of an eye. He ran the numbers. If they were going to survive threats like that, the system interrupted his thoughts. The deceased can become your minions. Accept enhancement. Sung Woo hesitated. It was grotesque, sure, but he couldn't afford to worry about public opinion anymore. Looking at his new werewolf skeleton soldiers, Sung Woo grinned. Perfect. With these guys we can go toe-to-toe with the vampires. Tae-sung watched his friend rise from the dead and screamed. Min-sok Sung Woo ignored the drama and stayed focused. Now tell me about that shop. The kid stammered, trembling. I couldn't tell you before. It's at an old, used car lot. But the manager, he's dangerous. He just took our gold, but he makes others serve him. He sacrifices them. Sung Woo's interest piqued. Take me to him. The crew and the skeleton soldiers moved out, the new werewolf minions taking point. Sung Woo scanned the perimeter. They were moving quietly, but the vibe was off. No guards. Weird even for an *** awakening manhwa, *** setting. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the dead silence of the night, echoing from the darkness. Dong Yu signaled the group to freeze. Check it out, he whispered. That massive bear is going toe-to-toe with a vampire. You crazy beast, the vampire yelled, frustrated. But the bear was out of its mind, with rage snapping its jaws wildly as the vampire struggled to dodge the attacks. I get it now. Times Dong Yu realized. That bear isn't a natural monster. It's a kidnapped human who failed to choose a class and mutated. Karma is a real pain. These guys were getting slaughtered by their own victims. Finally, the vampire snapped, screaming in fury as he launched a counterattack. You filthy animal, you're nothing but livestock, how dare you fight back? But the bear just roared, completely consumed by a berserker rage. With a burst of strength, the beast snapped its chains and took a swipe at the vampire. Blood sprayed everywhere. Dong Yu watched the carnage, his mind racing. Wait times, he thought. If I time this right, I can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He realized this was the perfect chance to wipe out both threats at once. Both monsters let out deafening roars, committing to a fight to the death. Die, you abomination, the vampire screamed, lunging forward. The black bear charged to meet him, but the vampire suddenly froze, distracted by a green projectile streaking toward them. Meanwhile, Han Ho's parents had been moved to a safer location, flanked by 2 vigilant skeleton soldiers acting as bodyguards. Han Ho and that senior of his have been gone a while, haven't they? The father asked, unable to hide his nerves. Is this really safe? The mother added, clearly anxious. Considering what those kids are capable of, I'm sure they're fine. They've already taken down plenty of enemies, the father reasoned, though his wife still looked terrified. They're just children, she whispered, hoping for a peaceful resolution. Back at the fight, Oral and Dong Yu's skeletons jumped into the fray, targeting both the bear and the vampire. The bear whipped its heavy chains around, smashing the metal links directly into the vampire's eye. The bloodsucker shrieked in agony. Seizing the advantage, the bear swatted the vampire away like a fly. Whatever those chains were made of, they were incredibly durable. Even with all that raw power, the beast couldn't break free from its bindings. Dong Yu narrowed his eyes, analyzing the situation. Was it captured using those chains? Dong Yu noted the piles of bodies nearby. It looked like this bear had single-handedly slaughtered the other vampires. Sensing a new threat, the bear shifted its focus from the vampire to the skeleton werewolves. It grabbed one of the wolves by the neck, crushing it while letting out a guttural growl. Dong Yu's face fell. Crap, I miscalculated. Unlike the solitary bear, his wolves knew how to hunt as a pack. Just when it looked like the skeletons were done for, they swarmed the bear and regained the upper hand. Take it down, Dong Yu shouted. I'll turn it into your new playmate once it's dead. The skeleton werewolves tore into the beast, finally bringing it down. The system chimed times. You have earned 3,500 gold for hunting the werebear. As the massive creature breathed its last, Dong Yu stood there, barely breaking a sweat. He turned to his undead army. Now let's clean up the trash, so I can add this big guy to the roster. The system flashed times. Dead body controlled. Dong Yu stared at the resurrected bear. It's huge. I thought the size limit was supposed to be medium. Suddenly, Han Ho called out, Hey senior, that's our school shuttle bus. I'm pretty sure that's the one Gyeongsu was driving. Jisoo recognized it immediately. Yeah, Gyeongsu definitely took this one. Dong Yu inspected the damage. Looks like vampires got to it. He recalled Gyeongsu's promise to get everyone to safety. With that many people on board, the number of enemies attracted to them must have been insane. Rushing in blindly would be suicide. Dong Yu turned to Taesung. Where's that store you mentioned? Right this way, Taesung replied. But suddenly one of the girls started acting strange. Her fingernails elongated into claws. She was transforming. Taesung tried calling her name, but it was useless. Something else had taken the wheel. The girl's face twisted into a wicked grin. So, that's her name, the possessed girl spoke in a distorted voice. Don't worry. All children are precious to me. I'm more interested in the punk who's been killing my children. The entity sneered, eyeing Dong Yu. You look like a real piece of work. Dong Yu analyzed the situation. Asterisk. Possession. If the host body dies, does the spirit die too? Asterisk. I figured a vampire lord would be the strong silent type, Dong Yu quipped. You talk too much. Dealing with this was going to be a headache. The entity laughed. I always have to repeat myself to you idiots. I guess that's why they call me the professor. He turned to leave, dismissing them. Let's see how long you survive. I do what I please. Then he glared back with a chilling promise. You're already dead, insect. The system alerted times. You have been afflicted by a minor curse. Holy power is required to dispel it. Asterisk. The professor cackled maniacally as he faded. Die, you're all finished. I'm going to rip you apart and feast on your entrails. Just wait, I'm coming for you. Suddenly, Dong Yu blurred into motion, launching himself at the possessed girl. The entity panicked. The curse hadn't slowed him down at all. Dong Yu delivered a flying kick to the girl's face. The body went flying. I'm done listening to you, Dong Yu stated coldly. Han Ho watched in awe. Senior, are you even human? Dong Yu noticed a red mark on his hand. Asterisk. Must be the curse times, he thought. Asterisk. But if I'm cursed, why don't I feel any different? Asterisk. Han Ho squinted at him. Bro, I sense some seriously bad vibes coming off you. Dong Yu snapped his fingers. Asterisk. Right, he picked the priest class card. Asterisk. As Han Ho started casting a purification spell, Dong Yu watched him skeptically. Asterisk. If this goofball is our main healer, humanity is doomed. Asterisk. I can feel you judging me, Han Ho muttered, but just hold on. Suddenly, the system popped up times warning Vampire Lord's unique skill activated. You have been marked by blood chase. Your location will be revealed every 12 hours. Asterisk. Asterisk curse cannot be lifted due to insufficient holy power. Asterisk. A new quest window appeared times. Special quest initiated. No rest for the wicked. Asterisk. Asterisk. Objective. Eliminate the assassins hunting you. Reward. 30,000 gold and 1 grade C item ticket. Asterisk. Asterisk. The hunt is on. Kill or be killed. Asterisk. Dong Yu smirked. Asterisk. Just like in a brutal asterisk. Asterisk. System manhwa. Asterisk. Asterisk. The stakes only get higher. No time to worry now. Asterisk. Gotta strike fast, before they power up. He stepped forward and said, Hey, I asked you where the shop was. Sung Woo looked totally indifferent. Jisoo finally snapped. Where are those vampires hiding, huh? Right on cue, the system chimed in. Asterisk. Welcome to the D-grade store. Asterisk. Jisoo stayed on high alert. No roulette wheel this time, just a lucky draw orb. The D-grade shop only went up to platinum rank. Han Ho looked clueless. We have to pick an orb. Sung Woo didn't hesitate and stepped right up. A system window popped up. Asterisk. You possess an unlimited level ticket. Asterisk. He calmly started connecting the dots. Back then, I got a reward for taking out 100 enemies capped at the first 100 people. Now, a platinum ticket costs a cool 1 million gold. Isn't that a tenfold markup? He crunched the numbers. If the price jumps 10 times with every rank, I should save the tickets for later. Better to spend gold this round. Survival is the only thing that counts right now. Then Sung Woo did a double take at the new prompt. Asterisk. You can add 1 to 3 limit orbs. You can add 5 out of 100 orbs. Exchange with a standard orb. Asterisk. He was getting ticked off. It felt like the rigged mechanics in a asterisk system manhwa. Asterisk. Did the game devs sign a pact with the devil? Or what? Still considering the last payout, I need to aim for the top prize whatever the cost. Jisoo looked frantic, sensing another risky gamble coming. Han Ho was sweating bullets. Sunbae, my gut tells me this is gonna tank. But defying the odds, Sung Woo hit the jackpot. He scored a random class skill that instantly hit master rank, no training montage required. Asterisk. Name Void Sanctuary. Artisan grade. Asterisk. It created a subspace for his disciples to rest in. There was a catch though. The space only accepted summons that were fully intact. Summoning a huge batch at once would unleash a death curse across the area. Sung Woo was grinning, totally stunned by his own luck, then glanced at the other two. What's with the long faces? Han Ho yelled, Move over, Sunbae, I want a turn. Jisoo too. Ignoring them, Sung Woo tested his new toy, waving his hand to send his skeleton soldiers and minions into storage. He nodded, satisfied. Okay, this is actually sick. Even with the capacity limits, this meant free inventory space, stealth travel, and a bigger safe zone whenever he found survivors. Sung Woo beamed at them. So you guys pull anything good? They both looked defeated. Just a B-grade survival box. Bandages, meds, rope and oil lamp. Basically junk. Oh, and armor for a bull trainer. Sung Woo played dumb. Well, shall we get moving? Hanho screamed in frustration. Next time I'm spinning first. Up in a high-rise, a mysterious voice echoed. Don't get your hopes up. Asterisk. Useless slaves. Where did I mess up? Asterisk. Gyungsu barked orders. Everyone's still breathing, get in the truck. He realized he'd totally underestimated the situation. Thinking of Sung Woo, he wondered times. Should I have stuck with that guy? Asterisk. Asterisk. No, I definitely should have. Asterisk. He thought the military base would be a fortress, but it was toast. They'd barely survived the wyverns and monsters just to get here. The base was a smoking ruin. Clearly, it wasn't the sanctuary he'd pictured. The guy next to him wouldn't shut up. Gyungsu, what's the plan? I only came here because you said it was safe, and look at this mess. He kept whining. If the army's wiped out, we're finished. What now? Gyungsu gritted his teeth, trying to tune out the endless yapping. He was fuming inside. Asterisk. Damn it. I was just the driver. Why is this all on me times? Suddenly, a woman in the back screamed, holding up her phone. Gyungsu, look, a notification. Is it a safe zone? She answered her own question. Yeah, at Suwon Hwaseong Fortress. We should head there, right? The passengers started panicking. What's the move, please, Gyungsu? Just tell us where to go. He forced himself to snap out of it. Asterisk. I kept us alive this long by outsmarting those wyverns. These people trusted me with their lives. I need to step up. Asterisk. Gyungsu raised his voice. All right, listen up. We're moving out. Looking back now, he regretted it. It was a rush call. Asterisk. I should have thought it through. Asterisk. Because what was waiting for them wasn't safety. Gyungsu lifted his head in despair. It was monsters wearing human skin. They'd walked right into a vampire nest. It was a trap to lure in fresh meat. One of the creatures kicked him hard in the back. Move it, you slow-ass cattle. Seeing Gyungsu glare back, the vampire laughed. What, too tired? If you don't want to walk, head to the kitchen and cook yourself up for us. He turned to his buddy. These slaves are dragging their feet. Should we just swap them out? The other one nodded. Yeah, let me kill the feisty ones. I need the XP. He eyed Gyungsu. We can strip their gold, rip them apart and level up. Pretty efficient business model, huh? Gyungsu felt his hope shatter. Asterisk. This is it. I'm gonna die here just like the others. Asterisk. The vampire shouted, pick up the pace dogs, or your dinner. Suddenly, the vampire in front slammed on the brakes. Gyungsu crashed into him hard. Hey, why'd we stop? Blocking their path was Ray. Sung Woo's crew had arrived. The skeleton stood there like a seasoned gladiator, pointing his blade right at the bloodsuckers. The two vampires were confused. The hell? A pile of bones looks goblin-sized. But Gyungsu recognized that silhouette immediately. The vampire smirked, looking at Ray like a snack. You kidding me? Must be a new creep. He lunged forward, claws out, fangs bared. Die. But before he could land a hit, something sharp impaled him from behind. He didn't even have time to blink. The rest of the pack got skewered by jagged bone spears. They hit the dirt, bleeding out, gasping in disbelief. What the hell? They looked up to see a massive army of skeletons and werewolves towering over them. The pressure was suffocating. From the sea of bones, Sung Woo stepped forward to inspect the human-faced monsters. Gyungsu looked like he'd seen an angel. Sung Woo, you're actually here. Sung Woo shrugged. I was hoping you'd have better luck before the sun went down. Guess that didn't pan out. Seeing Gyungsu still breathing, he let out a sigh of relief and cracked a smile. He knew these things buffed up after dark. Asterisk. We went to the same college times, Gyungsu thought times. So how did the gap between us get this wide? Asterisk. One of the bloodsuckers stepped up with a nasty grin, threatening murder. But before Gyungsu could even process the threat, Sung Woo was already airborne. The crowd gasped. Nobody expected him to dive headfirst into danger like that. Sung Woo's voice dropped to a chilling whisper. You might look human, but you're just monsters. I'm leaving exactly one of you alive. The moment the words left his lips, a suffocating aura of death exploded outward, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Gyungsu was floored. After being apart for a while, he realized Sung Woo had leveled up way beyond his imagination. And it wasn't just him. Ju was getting stronger too. Even Hanho seemed tougher. Was leveling up supposed to be this easy? Gyungsu watched the kid bickering with Roy, just as one of the vampires broke down and started begging. Please spare me, I'll tell you everything, the creature pleaded. Sung Woo, cut the crap. How many inside the factory? Give me the exact number of vampires, players, and their levels. Now. The vampire spilled his guts. The vampire leader is in there. He's an S rank. There are about 12 players with the strongest, probably around level 4. Good answer, Sung-woo said, looking satisfied. But internally, he never planned to let this guy walk. Sensing an opening, the terrified vampire added, "Don't you want to know about the guards and the layout inside?" "Like I said, your life ends." Before the vampire could finish, Sung-woo lunged, driving his blade straight through the creature's throat. Down he went. Sung-woo's expression went dark. "I already know what's waiting inside. Besides, I couldn't let him live. All my friends, they died because of trash like him." Kyung-soo trembled at the memory. Sure, they were a bit selfish and cowardly, but they didn't deserve to die. Painful memories of his old group flashed through his mind. "We had so many plans." Kyung-soo trailed off. Sung-woo stepped up, offering a harsh but necessary truth. "You feel bad for them, I get it. But right now focus on the fact that you survived. You were saved. These monsters come out at night, but they hide in plain sight, among us during the day. Not everyone can make the hard calls when hell breaks loose. Adapting is a whole different ballgame from just surviving on your own." The group went silent, hanging on his every word. "This world is heading toward destruction." Sung-woo continued, "But we still have to hunt these bastards down." Meanwhile, back at the factory, the branch manager was hard at work, cooking up who knows what kind of scheme. High above 3 figures, watched the workers below. One stepped forward. "What's the director thinking?" Another grumbled. "We're ordered to round up humans, but how long do we have to keep doing this crap? Quit whining. They're just secondary food sources. Besides, bagging humans is way easier than fighting the monsters out there." The leader spoke up cool as a cucumber. "What we're doing here? Call it business development. The director has his own philosophy. Everyone's fighting to survive, right? Well, we need to be the pioneers in this new industry." The lackey next to him lit up. "I want to be a pioneer," he chirped. The vampire manager nodded. "Work hard, and you might just make full-time employee. Just like how I got promoted while I was bumming around the warehouse, the director could make you a permanent staff member too." Suddenly, a voice cut through the air, making the vampires jump. "You guys aren't permanent staff. You're just monsters playing dress-up." At the entrance, a tall figure stood with his coat flapping dramatically in the wind. "Which one of you asked for Sung-woo?" he shouted, then scoffed. "Business development, huh? You really went out of your way to stop being human, didn't you?" The vampire manager and his 2 lackeys immediately leaped down to the ground floor, while the surrounding grunts took combat stances. The manager sneered, "Who the hell are you?" Meanwhile, the people trapped in cages lit up with hope. "Wait, is that him? Is that the guy?" "Yeah, that's the guy we saw at the school," one whispered. "He's the one who saved everyone back there." The vampire manager lost his patience and roared, "Shut your mouths, you mutts. Since when does food get to have an opinion?" He glared at the prisoners with eyes promising a slow death. Sung-woo looked unimpressed. "Didn't you get the memo from your boss? He didn't warn you about me." One of the lackeys stammered. "Wait, are you the one who killed Manager Park?" Sung-woo tilted his head. "Manager?" He burst out laughing. "Are you guys role-playing corporate life or something?" The mockery hit a nerve, and the vampires were absolutely fuming. "We heard you were crazy enough to barge in here," the vampire spat, "but where do you get off acting?" This cocky Sung-woo smirked. "Where? Oh, just from the fact that I've got the skills to back it up." Instantly, his gaze turned icy and vicious. Black smoke began to coil around him, terrifying the vampires. "What the hell?" the manager yelled. "What is this smoke? System alert. The Blade of Ruin effect is now active in the area." The manager's eyes went wide. What's going on?" With the Blade of Ruin summoned, Sung-woo stood there like a demon lord, straight out of a dark *** awakening, manhwa ***, completely demoralizing the vampire pack. "System alert. You are under the influence of the death curse. All stats significantly reduced." The vampires started trembling. "What is this magic? And what are those things?" The vampires tried to scatter, but the skeleton soldiers were faster, blocking every exit. Seeing his minions panic, the manager screamed to rally them. "Hold your ground. Don't panic. Just kill the bastard." Controlling them, and the spell breaks. But the dead were already Sung-woo's loyal servants. The vampires wriggled like worms in a trap. The manager watched in horror as shattered skeletons reassembled themselves. "You son of a bitch." Whitebone surged forward like a tide. Strike them down, and they just stood back up. It was an impossible fight. The manager kicked a skeleton aside and flew straight at Sung-woo. "I'll just kill you myself." Suddenly, a glob of green slime shot out of nowhere, splashing directly onto his face. Hanho grinned from the shadows. Good thing the ceiling was already cracked. The vampire shrieked, my face," as the acid sizzled, melting his skin and sending up plumes of smoke. He writhed in agony, screaming helplessly. Taking advantage of the chaos, Ju rushed in. Sung Woo. The hostages are clear, she shouted. The prisoners scattered like a swarm of bees. Kyung Soo roared in with the truck. Hurry, get the injured on board first. The disfigured manager, refusing to give up, howled and tried to give chase. Where do you think you're going? You're nothing but cattle. Suddenly, a blur rushed in at breakneck speed, smashing into the vampire manager and sending him flying. System alert, nature's fury activated. Attack power and speed increased for 10 minutes. The manager realized he was outmatched. I need to move, he thought. But the death curse was still eating away at him. His stats bottomed out, and his vitality was draining fast. Sung Woo slapped on the bracelet. Boom, attack speed boosted by 20%. He didn't hesitate to charge. Meanwhile, the manager hyped himself up, right? Gotta stick to the mission. Honestly, these vampires picked a terrible stronghold. Crumbled ceilings, paper-thin walls. This abandoned factory was a death trap waiting to happen. Their choice of turf guaranteed their defeat. Just as Sung Woo calculated, the vampire manager gritted his teeth. Asterisk. What the hell? This kid is actually tough. Asterisk. His head was spinning. Suddenly, a lackey shouted, branch manager, take my power. Kill them. As he spoke, Han Ho watched in horror, shouting, senior, he's getting huge and looking totally psycho. I can feel it. The boss's power. Die for him. As the transformation finished, a system warning flashed. Asterisk, asterisk, high-grade vampire is now in a berserk state. Asterisk, asterisk. The guy didn't even look human anymore. He was basically a walking pile of mutated bones and razor-sharp fangs. Sung Woo didn't flinch. That's your ace in the hole. Looks like he traded his humanity for power. The vampire dropped to all fours, skittering toward them like a beast. Sung Woo's skeletal soldiers instantly formed a defensive wall. Enraged, the vampire screeched, shut your traps, all of you. The skeletons charged, but the manager wasn't going down easy. He smashed right through their formation. A werewolf blindsided him, sinking its teeth in. The manager stumbled, but refused to fold, swinging back with wild desperation. He landed a haymaker that sent the wolf flying. But the moment one went down, another lunged. He tried to speed blitz his way out of the encirclement. The werewolves weren't playing around. One raked its claws down the vampire's back, tearing through flesh. Jisoo watched the stalemate for a moment, itching to join the fray. Finally, she couldn't wait any longer and launched herself at the vampire, blade ready. Instead of a head-on collision, she pulled a pro move, vaulting over him to slash his back from midair. The barrage of attacks was driving the manager insane. You little rats, Han Ho tried to rush in, but Jisoo yanked him back. She moved with such force that Han Ho spun around. Meanwhile, the vampire was soloing the skeleton army without breaking a sweat, clearly getting cocky. Don't get too comfortable, Jisoo shouted. Right on cue, two skeletons skewered the manager's chest. The system chimed, asterisk, asterisk. The dead have become your disciples. Asterisk, asterisk. Han Ho gasped. Jisoo, you're terrifyingly good at this. Is this what you call a crisis? Sung Woo watched intently. That's exactly why brute force won't work here. He's running on adrenaline and blood fury. He'll burn out soon. But if the orcs don't hold the line, his final outburst could wreck everything. The real issue. This guy was just a pawn. A mere disciple of Roth. Sung Woo felt a chill. Asterisk. If a lackey is this strong, what kind of monster is Roth times? Suddenly the system pinged. Asterisk. Asterisk. Team synergy activated. Asterisk, asterisk. He smirked. Perfect. I'll need all the firepower I can get to take this guy down. Time to put these werewolves to work. In a narrow corridor like this, their attack speed and defense get a massive buff. The vampire faltered. Why are these bones getting stronger? Before he could adjust, Sung Woo commanded the wolves to feast. 3 wolves mauled him simultaneously. He couldn't defend himself. You filth, he screamed, before his body practically disintegrated under the assault. Sung Woo stared at the remains. Tell your boss, his franchise in Suwon is closed for business. Asterisk, asterisk. System, asterisk, asterisk. You earned 10,000 gold for eliminating a special player. Asterisk. A player time. Sung Woo paused. Asterisk. Even looking like a monster, the system counts him as human. That's classic system manhwa logic for you. Asterisk. He analyzed the corpse. Vampires regenerate fast, so decapitation is usually the only way to be sure. Usually, I can't summon headless corpses. But for him, the system triggered an alert. Asterisk, asterisk. The dead have become your disciples. Asterisk, asterisk. Sung Woo commanded the shadow. From now on, you serve me. Not your old boss. Then, a new prompt. Asterisk, asterisk. View memory fragment of disciple san ***. Memory fragment. What's that? Suddenly, a wave of dark imagery flooded his mind. Asterisk. What the? Is this some kind of psychometry skill times? As the vision cleared, a voice echoed in his head. That's my point exactly. It was Roth looking cunning as ever. Think about it. What is the core purpose of this game? Anyone? The room of vampires stayed silent. Roth took a sip of fresh blood. Come on, surely someone has a guess. Honestly, even I don't know the full picture, Roth admitted. But I know the objective evolution. Isn't that right, Manager Kim? The manager, looking practically hypnotized, bowed. Yes, sir. Roth continued his brainwashing. God, aliens, the universe, whoever did this gave us a special opportunity. We need to wipe out this failed species with their fragile little bones. Humanity hit its ceiling. If it wasn't this apocalypse, it would have been something else. They're obsolete. He promised them evolution into a higher being to rule the new world. Sung Woo watched the memory play out, clenching his jaw. So you're the mastermind, Vampire Lord. I have a mission, Roth announced. And you will all help me complete it. Sung Woo narrowed his eyes. A mission? The crowd went wild. Yes, we'll follow you to the end. Boss Sung Woo was baffled by the fanaticism. Asterisk. Is there something in that blood that brainwashes them? Asterisk. Asterisk. That explains the terrifying loyalty. It's how they built such a powerful army in just a few days. Asterisk. Roth raised his goblet high. Let the celebration begin. And Suwon will be our first conquest. The thought alone made him giddy. Let's call this little operation the Grand Banquet. Go ahead and invite all the neighbors. Manager Kim, you're on meat supply and harvesting duty. Sung Woo was at a total loss for words, cursing under his breath. Harvesting human slave combat, a slaughter party. They were cooking up one hell of a twisted scheme. The whole point was to use the safe zone as bait to round everyone up. It was almost laughable how effective that strategy turned out to be. The system interface popped up again, a hidden quest. Sung Woo blinked in surprise. That was the second time since the professor died. What the hell did it want from him now? The objective: either prevent the massacre or lead it. As the wielder of death, he could save the victims or let them drop and raise them as minions. The choice was his, and it would shape his destiny. Jisoo suddenly spoke up. Han-ho, hold on a sec. She seemed to be wrestling with something. A hand clamped down aggressively on Han-ho's head, startling him. Sung Woo glared, his face darkening. What do you think you're doing? Han-ho stammered, trembling. Senior, it's not like that. Sung Woo kept the pressure on. You did say you'd do whatever I told you, didn't you? That hit a nerve, and Han-ho looked a bit guilty. I mean, it's nothing really. Sung Woo flashed a bright smile. Great, then you can help me clear this quest. Han-ho panicked. Say what? Meanwhile, somewhere else, a sharp clawed hand clenched in rage. The branch manager was killed. The figure was stunned. How is that even possible? He received power directly from the director. Roth scratched his head. Guys, tougher than I thought. He mused silently. Times, I have no clue how he took out a branch manager with just those flimsy skeletons, but it's definitely concerning. Asterisk. She continued, isn't this going to cause problems for the director? He let out a savage laugh. Miss Y, are you perhaps looking down on me? His tone was light, but the threat was unmistakable. Ah, Young flushed, flustered, and terrified. Oh, forgive my rudeness. She had momentarily forgotten her master was a cold-blooded monster. He studied her. No, you aren't wrong, Miss Y. It is rather irritating to be constantly interrupted while we're trying to focus on the main agenda. But as long as the tracking curse holds, his turn will come once the banquet concludes. I'm actually dying to see what kind of man he is. Late afternoon at a factory complex. The area was desolate, but inside everyone was hustling. Some were hauling cargo, others stockpiling weapons, while the injured were getting patched up. A sigh echoed through the room. This cleanup is never ending. It looked like they'd been at it for a while. Han-ho turned to Sung Woo. Senior, are we seriously doing this? The question caught Sung Woo off guard. What's your point? Jisoo chimed in. If what you said is true, isn't the slaughter supposed to happen in Hwasong-sung? Woo nodded. We can't stop it preemptively, and we're short on time. All we can do is prepare as best we can. Looking for something specific, Jisoo held up some vials she'd found in Manager Kim's stash. It looked like some kind of medication. Sung Woo's eyes lit up with curiosity as he inspected them. That's a lot of medicine. Jisoo examined them closely too. They were hunting people, so they stockpiled plenty of useful gear. Suddenly, Han-ho cheered. Yes, I was worried about what we'd do without power. Turns out they had this. He held up a small portable generator and battery pack. The display read 87%. Sung Woo quickly slapped his phone onto it. The system notified him 10 minutes to full charge. Wireless charging. Convenient. Jisoo then handed him a white bottle. Sung-woo, look at this. It's an intermediate potion. Says it cures infectious diseases and heals wounds. He peered at the label, looking satisfied. I think we can definitely find a use for this. As they finished organizing, the sky began to darken. In this chaotic world, the silence, whether day or night, was always unsettling. Suddenly, Tae-sung and his crew stood before Sung-woo and bowed deeply in unison. Thank you so much, boss. The kid looked relieved, glancing at his girlfriend. I know it wasn't easy to take us in, but you even gave us medicine. He was secretly thrilled. It was still risky, and she wasn't 100% cured, but it helped. Sung-woo remained cold. If the vampire lord takes control and she attacks me again, I will kill her. So keep a close eye on her. Tae-sung looked terrified. Yes, sir, I won't let that happen. Sung-woo studied Tae-sung. Was the kid trying to hold him back? He looked like a thug, but there was more to him than that. It's not free, by the way. I'll have work for you later. Tae-sung nodded vigorously. Just name it, we'll do anything. Sung-woo, plotting something, turned his attention to Han-ho's father. Let's get started, sir. The older man smiled. You got it. He seemed suddenly full of energy. Finally, I can put my mysterious power to good use. Han-ho stared blankly. Mysterious power, you dad. Instantly, the area transformed into a vanguard camp, protected by a central barrier. Inside the camp, health regeneration was active, and the manager could restrict entry to anyone they chose. Everyone was amazed. It feels so cozy. Like walking out of a sauna. Han-ho's mother was even more surprised. Wait, is there food here too? Finally, living like human beings again. Their stamina began to recover rapidly, thanks to the special dish she prepared. In 20 minutes, everyone's stats would get a boost. Jisoo felt a pang of sadness. They had struggled so hard just to adapt to this new reality. If we can just handle this massacre problem. Sung-woo looked at her. Jisoo, did you trigger a special quest or something? She shook her head quickly. No, I didn't. Sung-woo pondered that. Jisoo seemed obsessed with stopping this slaughter, even without receiving a hidden quest or a special objective. Even without a quest, he had a personal vendetta against the vampire lord. A clash was inevitable. But Jisoo's motivation was different. Sung-woo was blunt. You know, stopping this massacre isn't your responsibility, right? She raised her voice. I know, but... He stared her down, cutting her off. So why try to stop it? For your conscience. Faced with his questioning and stern attitude, Jisoo bit her lip and looked down. No. Suddenly she flared up. If you keep running away, eventually something will kill you. It might not even be a vampire. I'm fighting because I want to survive. Just then, the system flashed a notification looking like a scene straight out of an awakening manhwa. The system didn't care about the method. It just demanded the guts to keep breathing. Critical alert, this event runs for 7 days and the combat zone is off limits. Gold drops are doubled, the runner-up gets a prize, and a boss monster is spawning in the area. He realized Jisoo had the right idea. If the system is to be believed, this is just the opening act. But what's the deal with banning travel to the combat zone? That announcement just steeled Jisoo's resolve to survive this insane game. Han-ho wasn't having it. Hey senior, aren't you asking a bit much? You're dragging me on this suicide mission while Jisoo gets to sit it out. Han-ho kept whining about the unfairness of it all, until Sung-woo cut in. Jisoo has been carrying her weight ever since she joined us. She's exhausted. He smirked, throwing a jab at Han-ho. She's strong enough to make it on her own. You, on the other hand, you'd be dead meat in less than half a day. Han-ho shot back. Senior, you know, slander is a crime, right? Speaking of which, someone commented on your post. I couldn't just sit back and watch those bloodsuckers scam people, Sung-woo replied. I had to warn everyone that nobody offers free handouts in this apocalypse. Mixed reactions poured in. Some agreed, others argued, but Sung-woo didn't care. Even without that specific incident, people needed a reality check. He was about to say more when Jisoo interrupted. Check this out. Prosecutor Young Pyo left a comment. That guy really has some pull. The engagement on his comment is no joke. He basically said waiting for the government is a lost cause. So he founded a self-reliant survivor group. Their stated goal is to secure the safe zone, rescue survivors, and hunt monsters. Sung-woo recognized the name immediately. He's not inviting us. He's just using my post to advertise that they're the good guys. Han-ho blinked. Seriously. He's pulled stunts like this before. The guy is dangerous. Sung-woo knew the ambitious types were finally showing their true colors. He quickly shifted gears. So, where are we headed, senior? We need to grind levels, Sung-woo replied. What are you at right now? Han-ho hesitated. Level 5. Sung-woo mentally corrected his earlier estimate. Asterisk. Forget half a day. He'd be lucky to last 2 hours. Asterisk. After a long drive, they finally reached their destination. The tires screeched to a halt. Jisoo called out cheerfully, Sung-woo, we're here. We're on foot from this point. They hopped out of the vehicle and geared up. Han-ho stared ahead, teeth clenched. Senior, is this the place? Sung-woo gave a cold nod. Yup. The landscape was total devastation. Abandoned cars everywhere, and dozens of eyes watched them from the shadows of the ruins. It was high noon in front of the supermarket, the harsh sunlight illuminating every detail of the wreckage. Suddenly, a massive fireball streaked down from the sky. Han-ho shut his eyes tight and let out a yelp as the flames roared toward them. Sung-woo yanked him behind a parked car just in time. Senior incoming. Han-ho panicked. One look told Sung-woo these were fire-type monsters, and ugly ones at that. A deafening boom shook the ground, startling the creatures. But for Sung-woo, monsters like these were barely a warm-up. His werewolf skeletons snatched one up instantly. Jisoo charged in her sword, slashing violently at another beast. The monster's jaw dropped in shock. In its final moments, Jisoo looked like the Grim Reaper coming to collect. The squad wiped them out in seconds. I thought they'd just be goblins, Han-ho muttered. Jisoo wiped her blade. They aren't that strong, but they can cast magic, which is annoying. Sung-woo's plan was simple: get Han-ho some XP and find new powers. For any fan of a **manhwa recap***, this is the classic grinding phase. His skeleton army alone provided a massive power boost. He knew the werewolf skeletons could handle low-level vampires, but these kobolds, even with their magic, were too weak to be worth resurrecting as minions. While he strategized, Jisoo gazed at the supermarket. Sung-woo, doesn't this place remind you of our construction site? It was the same nightmare: pileups of cars, corpses, and blood splattered everywhere. A lot of people gathered here, Sung-woo deduced. The tutorial round probably took place right here. Jisoo frowned, looking ahead. Do you think anyone inside survived? More people means more monster spawns, Sung-woo replied grimly. I wouldn't bet on it. Then remote places like Jeju Island must be safer, she noted. They both nodded in agreement. Sung-woo remembered Jisoo's family lived in Jeju. Reading his mind, she added, don't worry. We decided a long time ago not to see each other anyway. A shadow crossed her face. I'm sure they're alive. They've always been a capable people. Sung-woo stayed silent. Asterisk. Family drama. Huh. Times. He figured it was best not to pry. Not everyone had a wholesome family dynamic like Han-ho. They decided to drop the subject. The group pushed forward, entering the supermarket. A system notification popped up. Times. You have entered a large dungeon, asterisk. Asterisk Kobold Wizard's Fortress. The entrance is sealed by magic. Find an escape route. Asterisk Sung-woo scanned the area. Asterisk. So the whole building has turned into a dungeon, asterisk. Jisoo spotted something and screamed, Sung-woo. They were standing right on top of a glowing purple mark. Her eyes went wide. Is that a magic circle? The purple light intensified, revealing a shimmering portal. It led to a pitch-black, ominous corridor. Han-ho's face went pale, and he let out a terrified whimper. Suddenly, kobolds popped their heads up, their eyes glowing like owls in the dark. Han-ho looked like he was about to burst into tears. Where am I? He stammered. The monsters chattered slyly. Got one. Another replied. Perfect. He stepped in the trap alone. No gear. He's dead meat. Han-ho blinked, stunned. Asterisk. Wait, are these monsters actually talking? Asterisk. Seeing them underestimate him, Han-ho let out a cocky laugh. You damn kobolds, you're the weakest trash in the game. Even if I'm solo. He froze. Wait, solo. He hadn't realized the trap had separated him from the others. Before Han-ho could process his mistake, the kobold leader shrieked an order to kill, and another gleefully screeched, You're finished. Han-ho was totally freaking out. He had never been backed into a corner to fight solo like this before. The knife slipped right out of his trembling hands as he screamed his lungs out. Senior, save me. Seeing him squeal like that just hyped the monsters up, and they started mocking him. Look at this small fry. What a wimp. Tears streaming down his face, his internal monologue went dark fast. Asterisk. Mom, Dad, your precious boy is meeting his maker. I followed my senior into a dungeon and died a painful death. Asterisk. But before he could even finish that thought, Han-ho paused. Asterisk. Wait. Why doesn't it hurt? Times. He blinked, realizing there were actually 2 daggers lodged right in the heads of the monsters above him. Someone had approached from behind. Turns out this skill didn't just drop enemies. It threw up a barrier too. The kobold suddenly spooked, stammered, "Say what, I didn't see that coming." Han Ho got his groove back instantly. Standing tall, he puffed his chest out with newfound arrogance. "Who are you calling small fry now, huh? You bunch of weaklings." Meanwhile, Jisoo was in total panic mode. "Kyung-soo, pick up the pace. We need to locate Han Ho and Sung-woo stat." Kyung-soo acknowledged with a sharp "on it." She was spiraling. If those two stuck together, they'd be fine, but if they got split up. She didn't even finish the thought before Han Ho's scream pierced the air. Jisoo's heart hammered in her chest as she bolted toward the sound, yelling out, "Han Ho, you alive?" On the other side, Han Ho strutted out, dual-wielding daggers, like an action hero. "Senior Jisoo." She looked around the carnage, jaw-dropping. "Don't tell me. You cleared this entire room by yourself." Han Ho let out a cocky laugh. "You see that, senior? Check out my new skill." Riding the high, he started gloating. "Lee Han Ho, the powerhouse, just wiped the floor with these scrubs." "That's right, it's all me, Lee Han Ho." Kyung-soo was speechless. Not exactly the humblest guy, is he, but Jisoo couldn't shake her worry. If we're all here, that means Sung-woo is still out there on his own. Han Ho didn't seem fazed though. "If it's the senior we're talking about, don't sweat it." Luckily, he's stuck in the mix with the skeletons and the werewolf. The whole crew was currently hard at work, hacking and slashing through the kobold horde. In no time, Flat Sung-woo's side had completely dismantled the opposition. With bodies littering the floor, he and his skeleton crew wrapped up their business and set off to regroup with the others. Sung-woo muttered to himself, "I'm actually kind of worried about Han Ho." Hopefully, he managed to link up with Jisoo. The group pressed on. The warehouse was way more massive than expected, making finding an emergency exit a real headache. Suddenly, he spotted a body slumped in a far corner. A closer look revealed the guy was actually clinging to life. Despite being covered in blood, he was breathing. Sung-woo did a quick mental calculation times. "That wound is nasty. Even my potions probably won't fix that." Asterisk. The survivor noticed him and managed to crack his eyes open, trembling as he heavily lifted a finger to point in a specific direction. Sung-woo followed the gesture to a box sitting on a shelf. Guessing the guy wanted it down, he grabbed it. "This the one. Is there some kind of secret message inside or something?" He cracked the lid, and the interface flashed a notification. It felt like a scene straight out of a *** system, Manhwa *** unknown egg. This was the signature item of a Dragon Knight. If you successfully protect this egg, your destiny will change the moment it hatches. Sung-woo stared at the mysterious object, hesitant. "Hey, this is..." But before he could finish, the man coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Gasping for air, he wheezed. "The boss monster took the treasure." Sung-woo frowned, confused. "What treasure?" But the man let out a weak sigh, unable to form the words. It was an ownership identification item. It was clear this guy didn't have much time left. Feeling helpless, Sung-woo cursed under his breath. "This damn world sucks." The guy held a 5-star Dragon Knight card. What a waste to see such potential extinguished here. He pieced together what likely went down. The poor guy probably got cornered while looking for an exit, and the boss monster swiped the key treasure from him. Sung-woo molded over. According to the item info, this job class had insane growth potential later on. Too bad the original owner wouldn't see it. He examined the egg closely. It was labeled unknown, but let's be real, this was definitely a dragon egg. He felt a pang of sympathy for this stranger, who used his dying breath to pass on the legacy. "All right then, I'll take this as your final request, to beat this hellish game." The remaining kobolds spotted him and started chattering excitedly. "It's a human, get him. Is it those guys over there?" Before they could even get within striking distance of Sung-woo, a werewolf minion leaped into the fray. The monsters were slaughtered instantly, one only managing a desperate, "Save me before the end." The last thing it saw was Sung-woo standing there silently, like the Grim Reaper. He made a decision. "Well, aside from avenging that nameless guy, I guess we should go retrieve that so-called treasure, right?" The entire group was wiped out in seconds, and he pocketed another 150 gold from the hunt. As one wave fell, another surged forward. They locked eyes with Sung-woo and his skeleton army, shouting. That way, Sung-woo raised an eyebrow. "Isn't this kind of weird?" They were getting massacred, yet they weren't backing down. He analyzed the situation. Asterisk. Don't these things have intelligence times? They couldn't survive a single second, yet they kept charging in, like mindless zombies. The skirmish raged on, until a loud boom made Sung-woo flinch. In the center of the chaos, one of the creatures cackled. What beautiful magic! It was a kobold mage using a defensive barrier to block the skeleton's attacks. But those kinds of walls, a literal snap of the fingers would bring them crumbling down. A potent blue aura radiated from the mage, signaling that this was definitely the heavy hitter of the pack. Yet, it only took one strike to end it. Sung Woo instantly bagged 800 gold for the mage kill. He glared aggressively at the remaining kobolds. Now, you idiots are surrounded front and back. Sung Woo wasn't planning on leaving any survivors. His skeletons rushed in to mop up the mess, and the gold notifications kept dinging. Finally, the level up notification hit. Sung Woo blinked in surprise. I get to pick a skill. Hopefully, I can boost my damage stats. The new skill was Corpse Explosion. Function: turn a dead body into a bomb. An explosion, he muttered, intrigued. Just then, another wave of kobolds rushed in like they were begging to be harvested. Over there, stop them, kill them. For some reason, Sung Woo halted his minions' advance. He held up a hand. Hold up. Everyone fall back. A dark, calculating look crossed his face. I just got this new skill, and look at that, perfect test subjects just delivered themselves to my doorstep. The lead kobold didn't know what hit him. 1 second, he was confused. The next, his comrade's body was glowing with a brilliant gold light. Then boom. It detonated with the force of a heavy bomb. Deep inside, a few stragglers were trying to listen in on the commotion outside. They had sent a massive number of troops to deal with Sung Woo's crew. The leader frowned. Was that an explosion? One of the lackeys piped up. Maybe a magic accident. The leader snapped, "You coward, go check it out." But before they could even react, Sung Woo burst in from the outside, sword in hand, and looking for blood. The kobolds were paralyzed with fear, screaming as their blood soaked the ground. It was an absolute slaughter. In a blind panic, they hurled a fireball at Right, screeching, "You freak!" But to them, Right was a blur, a literal grim reaper. Before they could even blink, he had already shadow-stepped right behind their lines. His blade danced like a master assassin slicing through the opposition. Sung Woo nodded in approval. Right had executed the mission perfectly. The skeleton actually seemed a bit bashful, getting praise from his master. Sung Woo went quiet, scanning the area. He could feel a shift in the atmosphere, where the monsters were clustering. Wait, were those tree roots? Over there, a high-level kobold wizard locked eyes with him, radiating pure aggression. It was encased in a heavy-duty barrier that looked impervious to standard attacks. A force field, huh? Sung Woo mused. So that's why you've been hiding back here without your lackeys. He smirked deliberately, baiting the creature. Trying to run out the clock, aren't you? The boss kobold just glared back with murderous intent. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Classic *** system manhwa *** style. The kobold wizard was casting a basic sudden death curse. Anyone under level 10 inside the dungeon would drop dead instantly. The countdown had begun. Sung Woo's blood ran cold. Excuse me, sudden death. Since they were all under the level cap, his entire party was about to be wiped out. That explained the suicide charges. The kobolds were just buying time for the spell to charge. Sung Woo's mind raced. If brute force couldn't break the shield, he needed a plan B. The wizard cackled maniacally. It's futile, just die. Ignoring the taunt, Sung Woo used the precious seconds to charge his most potent attack, signaling his skeleton soldiers and disciples to regroup. The kobold tilted its head, confused. It clearly didn't expect a human to figure out a counter-strategy so quickly. Weird noises echoed from the side as a mountain of fresh kobold corpses began to pile up. Sung Woo had telekinetically hurled the entire heap of carcasses right in front of the wizard. The monster finally snapped, squealing. What is the meaning of this? Thanks for the patience, Sung Woo grinned, shutting the door to the chamber. Goodbye, Mr. Wizard. His command was cold and simple. Detonate. The kobold didn't even have time to process what was happening before a blinding golden light erupted, searing the air around it. In a split second, the entire room was engulfed in a raging inferno. The blast was massive, shaking the dungeon's foundation and leaving the interior in ruins. As the thick smoke cleared, Sung Woo peeked in. Damn, the blast radius might have been too far off. The wizard had survived the explosion intact, but it was absolutely furious, shrieking an alien gibberish. A notification flashed. The boss had sacrificed its own HP to expedite the casting process. The timer just got cut in half. You have got to be kidding me. Sung Woo swore. You little weasel, he growled. The wizard smirked, sensing his frustration. Suddenly, thick roots began erupting from every surface, turning the corridor into a dark, twisted jungle. Move it, Sung Woo shouted to his undead army. There has to be a dungeon core nearby keeping this barrier up. Find it now. His minions scattered instantly. His hunch was right. Spotted just ahead was a glowing core, protected by a knot of brown roots. Right didn't need a verbal command. He lunged forward, severing the protective vines. Asterisk. Ding times. Dungeon core destroyed. The timer paused at 19 minutes remaining. We can still make this, Sung Woo muttered, doing the mental math. He had wisely set aside the corpses of the enemy magic users, earlier converting them into his personal disciples. These level 1 apprentice wizards had a synergy bonus. A minimum of 3 units increased casting speed by 20%. Using his new ability, he accessed their memory fragments. It felt surreal, like a classic *** awakening manhwa *** trope come to life. He could actually view the monster's past recollections. It's a bit fuzzy, he said, pointing down the hall, but I've got a lock on the core's location. The next one is in the first floor electrical control room. The control room was overrun with vines, and the floor was a chaotic mess of kobold carcasses and gore. Kobold bodies, Sung Woo noted. Jisoo must have been here. He let out a breath he didn't know he was holding, relieved. Nice work, Jisoo. The death warning must have alerted the whole squad. Suddenly, a kobold tumbled out in front of him, writhing and making agony-filled noises that caught him off guard. Jisoo, he yelled. Go find Han-ho and Kyung-soo, I'll handle the... He stopped mid-sentence. Han-ho was standing there cheerfully hoisting a kobold into the air. Hey, Senior Sung Woo, you're lagging behind, Han-ho chirped. Sung Woo and Wright just stared completely dumbfounded. Sung Woo literally rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't hallucinating. What on earth was going on? Jisoo stepped forward then. Sung Woo, I took out the core here, she said. But what is this weird vibe? The boss definitely has a scheme, but I'm more worried about whatever got into Han-ho. Save the chit-chat, Han-ho interrupted. We're on the clock. Let's smash that final core first. Sung Woo blinked, surprised by the initiative, but nodded. Right. The system flashed another urgent alert. They were down to 13 minutes and 27 seconds. They launched a frenzied assault. The kobold shrieked, trying to hold them back. Ignore the mobs, Sung Woo shouted, his nerves fraying. Focus fire on the core. Jisoo charged the line. Sung Woo, that kobold over there is terrified. It's yelling at us to stay back. The skeleton soldiers clashed with the kobolds, who were throwing themselves at the blades to protect the objective. Sung Woo saw the opening. He crouched, crossing his arms. Right launch. Without a word, Wright used Sung Woo's arms as a springboard, vaulting high into the air, with his sword raised for a devastating strike. Crack times. Wright shattered the final core. The system chimed, dungeon core destroyed. They had cleared the objective with 9 minutes and 8 seconds to spare. Mop them up, Sung Woo commanded his undead squad. The remaining kobolds scattered in terror. Now, what's our next move? All cores destroyed. Barrier deactivated. Sung Woo let out a long sigh. Okay, the shield is down. Now we just have to stop the instant death spell. A vein popped on his forehead. That miserable wizard put us through hell. I'm going to make him regret being born. Han-ho chimed in. Taking down the boss should be a piece of cake now, right? You said you already picked up that corpse explosion skill, right? Sung Woo let out a relieved breath. Looks like he's back to normal. Han-ho kept rambling. Exactly. The force from blowing up an object has got to be way crazier than just exploding a body. Let's just chuck it at the whole building and boom, bury the boss. Hearing Han-ho's wild idea, he thought times. The whole building, seriously, asterisk. Then he spoke up. Let's reorganize and hit the boss right now. We're running out of time. They immediately rushed back to where the kobold wizard was waiting. By now, the tree roots were growing out of control. The system warned Sung Woo he only had 2 minutes and 12 seconds left. The creature looked visibly shocked to see them return. How are you people? Sung Woo cut him off. Say what? Looks like your little plan just fell apart. Bad news for you, you've only got 2 minutes left on the clock. A skeleton soldier stood right in front of it, glowing with the eerie green light of a reaper from hell, just before a blinding flash of heat erupted. The kobold wizard was instantly blown apart, unable to react in time, letting out a scream of pure agony. The basic corpse explosion magic had been intercepted. Sung Woo gritted his teeth. The magic you worked so hard to prep failed. Got any other tricks you want to show off? If not, your life ends right here. Unwilling to give up, the creature screamed furiously, blood pouring from its eyes and nose. Roots started shooting out of its mouth. Just as the creature finished screaming, Sung Woo panicked. Han-ho yelled in confusion. Because you provoked it, it's transforming. Look, Senior. The system notification popped up. The true boss monster Fallen Treant had appeared, a classic twist for an ** awakening manhwa ***. It charged madly, terrifying everyone. It wasn't a kobold anymore. The boss chased Sung Woo's skeleton soldiers in a frenzy, looking like a gigantic wooden monster. Its entire body was held together by twisted roots, with only its eyes glowing a piercing yellow. It couldn't speak anymore, only roar. Faced with this situation, Sung Woo froze for a split second. Jisoo stepped up to defend him, but the monster slammed down a devastating attack. He screamed in panic. "Everyone dodge!" Now Jisoo showed no fear. Instead, she got aggressive. "If the enemy is made of wood, I'll burn you down with my flame sword." Facing such a small girl, the boss towered over her like a titan, actually surprising her with its sheer size. Sung Woo shouted, "Jisoo, move." He had ordered the werewolf skeleton to throw something. The boss was stunned to see the corpses of the other kobolds landing right in front of it. For a moment it stood still, trying to figure out what Sung Woo was planning. Asterisk boom times. A massive explosion rocked the area, making it look like the boss had been blown to bits. He gritted his teeth, watching closely. "Did we get him?" Hanho covered his ears tight. "Senior, you're totally jinxing it." Clearly, the boss had exploded, but its body was slowly piecing itself back together. He gasped, "Regeneration." In no time, it was standing tall again, as if nothing had happened. Then it lunged straight for Sung Woo. But before it could react, another vicious strike slashed through, setting the entire lower half of the boss on fire. It screamed in agony as the flames ravaged its body, once again tearing it apart. Hanho yelled, "That boss, can we actually kill it? It keeps regenerating." Sung Woo snapped back. "From now on, just keep attacking it." The system notified them times. The enemy has depleted its mana and is now consuming life force. Asterisk. Looking surprised but pleased, Sung Woo said, "I've been using this from the start and its vitality is finally dropping. Thanks for that." What he had been using was the Vampire Blood skill. The wielder gains demonic attributes, and their attacks drain mana. Once the target runs dry, their life force gets siphoned instead. The boss roared in frustration. Hanho hid behind Sung Woo, trembling. "But senior, it's not completely stopping." Seeing the setup was ready, Sung Woo shouted, "That's the signal. Everyone fall back." The werewolf skeleton immediately bolted. The boss crawled after its target, sluggish with its heavy body. Everyone else had already cleared out, leaving the giant creature dragging itself along in the rear. Before leaving, he glanced back with a smug grin. "We prepared a little gift for you on the first floor." Once the skeleton soldiers and the crew made it out safely, Sung Woo coldly commanded detonate. Flames erupted instantly. A deafening explosion lit up the entire space, giving the boss zero chance to react. Finally, it was completely obliterated. Sung Woo bagged 12,840 gold for hunting the true boss Fallen Treant, and quickly shot up to level 10. Sung Woo said, "I didn't think I'd level up." Was that boss really worth that much experience? He received a roulette ticket for leveling up, becoming the 69th person in history to do so. This meant he could upgrade the ticket without limits, and his maximum number of minions increased due to hitting a specific level. Sung Woo was satisfied. "Awesome. Let's see if I can get another skill." It was a basic dead summoning skill, capable of calling forth 10 zombies from hell. These zombies weren't restricted by maximum size limits. However, they would turn to ash after 10 minutes. He was stunned when the system mentioned zombies, and 10 of them at that. He had hoped to increase his minion capacity to fight the vampires, but suddenly being able to summon 25 undead plus skeletal warriors was a huge bonus. As he spoke, he ran his hand along the blade of the new sword he had looted from the battle. Sung Woo looked determined and happy. He could finally go hunt those vampires. The sword he now held had no owner, but it was the key to awakening the nameless egg. However, he didn't have the right class to achieve that. And if he wanted to hatch the egg normally, he'd have to wait 5,000 days. Sung Woo gritted his teeth. "Over 13 years, Jisoo replied. "Seems like a penalty for not choosing the class that matches it." Hanho sighed. "By the time it hatches, we'll be middle-aged." He shrugged helplessly. "It says the egg will recognize me if I kill strong enemies, though. I never thought I'd be in a position where I need validation from an egg. But the more monsters I hunt, the shorter the hatching time gets." Still, he thought if it gives bonus strength stats, that works. The sword seemed durable too. He had definitely scored a powerful item. Hanho suddenly spoke up. "Senior, your phone's lighting up. Wonder what's going on." It was a comment from Tae-sung. The kid had figured out the hidden comment function. They were at Hiewa Plaza in Suwon, with about 100 to 200 people gathered. For now, there wasn't a vampire in sight, and Tae-sung told Sung Woo to have 300 gold ready for him. Sung Woo read the message and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness they were safe. He gave the order. All survivors were gathering there too. "We need to slip in quietly and scope out the safe zone." I flashed back to what I told Tae-sung earlier. We couldn't just let these freaks run wild. I'd already set up a hidden comment thread just in case things went south. The kid seemed dead set on this. He'd survived around those bloodsuckers for days, so handling a simple recon job should be a breeze for him. Sungwoo let out a heavy sigh. That kid was nothing but trouble. Maybe that's why the vampires never really stood out, huh? Just as that thought crossed his mind, a skeleton soldier tugged gently on his shirt. He glanced up to see the undead unit pointing toward the exit. Sungwoo raised an eyebrow. You guys spot something. Across the way, thick roots were shooting up from the ground, wrapping around exactly what the skeletons had spotted. It turned out to be 2 werewolf corpses, but the weird part was the roots bursting right out of their stomachs. It was a gruesome sight. Sungwoo wondered, did the roots crush them to death? He extended his hand. The dead were about to serve a new master. With these 2 additions, he now had 5 werewolves under his command. He did a quick mental head count: werewolves, skeletons, an orc, and a kobold wizard. That brought his total army to 15 loyal minions. Time to head to Suwon and see how these vampires want to end this. Night fell fast, blanketing the city in a cold, ominous gloom. Meanwhile, over by Taesung's crew, he whispered to the group, "You call this a safe zone? Is nobody running this place? It's weirdly quiet, no monsters anywhere. Just sit tight." They glanced up toward the upper levels, realizing a group had been staring down at them the entire time. The creatures above peered down impatient. "When's the fresh meat arriving?" One pointed a finger. "See that kid over there? He's mine. Young blood always tastes the sweetest." The leader barked out an order. "Get ready to move out." Another vampire perked up, buzzing with excitement. "Is the banquet starting early?" The leader shot him a vicious glare. "No, you idiots. We're hunting down the guy who hit the factory." One of the underlings looked confused. "Didn't the representative say we'd handle that after the feast?" "He told us to save our energy for the big problems," another chimed in. The leader shook his head, looking serious. "Plans changed. The target is nearby." He scoffed. "Is this guy suicidal? If he saw the post, he should know this is our territory." "Trust me on this," the leader growled. "We need to gut this guy before he crashes the party." He grinned wickedly. "Boss's orders, kill him. Don't leave a single bone intact." Taesung and his group subtly pulled out their phones, rapidly typing hidden comments to update Sungwoo on the situation. The vampire pack gathered in the desolate parking lot below. One of them spoke up. "The elementary school is right by the mall. He's hiding way closer than we thought." The leader nodded. "He probably has no clue he's cursed, which explains why he's so careless." Suddenly, a subordinate shrieked in panic at the sight ahead. "Boss, I found a direwolf corpse." The pack was stunned to see such a massive beast lying dead on top of a crushed car. It was nearly drained dry, but when they got closer, they realized the blood was still fresh. "These claw marks look like a werewolf's work, but there are no bite marks," one observed. "Wait, maybe this thing was turned into one of his minions." The leader's expression darkened. He hadn't expected the enemy to possess that kind of power. He flared his nostrils, using his heightened senses to track the scent. "The direwolf's blood trail leads that way." The vampires whispered among themselves. "How did a beast like that lose to some clumsy human? Doesn't matter, it wasn't one of ours. If there's a trail, he's coming to us. This guy has zero clue how to cover his tracks." The pack followed the gruesome trail. "Boss, look, the blood leads straight into the main hall." The vampires grinned, thinking they had him cornered. "Don't let him escape, everyone, charge," the leader roared. "The Lord said he summoned skeletons, just keep an eye out for the werewolf bones." He was severely underestimating his opponent, assuming the enemy force maxed out at 5 werewolves, something his squad could easily handle. The leader puffed out his chest, arrogance radiating off him. "I answer directly to the Lord. I'm a master vampire. I have the power to crush 2 werewolves simultaneously." They stormed into the grand hall, their glowing red eyes casting a terrifying aura. One vampire kicked the door open and screamed, "You dare challenge us? You idiot, this place will be your tomb." He scanned the room looking for the enemy forces. "Is this it?" he scoffed. The boss said there were at least 10 of them. The vampires relaxed, laughing. One sneered. "Hey buddy, did you wash your neck for me? Prey usually tastes dirty anyway." They shared a wicked laugh. "I actually prefer it that way." The leader pointed, amused. "Oh God, look at him trying to run away." They lunged toward Sungwoo, but he suddenly bolted for the exit. The vampires jeered. "The way is blocked. Nowhere to run, moron." Sungwoo skidded to a halt and spun around, his eyes cold. "So you guys finally found the place where you're going to die?" The vampires paused, confused. The leader blinked. "Excuse me. I knew you wouldn't just sit tight with me." Nearby Sungwoo taunted. "Dogs always get aggressive and stupid when they smell dinner. Since you brought the whole pack, I guess you still haven't figured out what level I'm at." He smirked. "Just as I predicted, you saw me and your eyes lit up like Christmas lights." The vampire snarled, losing patience. "Are you talking about your little bone pile?" The vampire spat. "How many do you even have?" Sung Woo's smile turned predatory. Oh, they aren't just skeletons. They're heavy hitters. A blue window popped up. Time system message. The fall of the damned has been activated. Asterisk. In that moment, Sung Woo looked less like a human and more like a reaper straight out of a *** system. Manhwa ***. Another notification flashed ***. Call of the zombie activated. ***. The vampires froze. They hadn't planned for zombies. One screamed, "Oh hell, I'm not ready for this." Sung Woo sat back casually watching them panic. You guys are all the same. You never realize who the real hunter is until it's too late. Within moments, the vampire squad was being slaughtered. Notifications pinged continuously. Times earned 2,000 gold for eliminating a player. Asterisk. He looked over the carnage, mocking them. Get the picture now. Pressing the advantage, Rai led the skeleton charge. This was a proper hunting formation. Asterisk. Commander effect, Stage 1 activated. With over 11 members, attack and defense stats increased. Asterisk. The vampires were in chaos. I can't see a thing. Make it stop. Another cough, choking. What is this smoke? My body. I can't move. Sung Woo listed off the debuffs with a cruel grin. Death curse, substitute curse, demon bloodstone. That's the price you pay for fighting the undead. The last female vampire lunged forward in a desperate gambit. Brother, why are you panicking? I just need to kill the summoner. But as she closed in, before she could even get close to Sung Woo, boom, her whole body just detonated. Roy came in swinging, slicing the vampire apart until she burst into flames. Roy didn't stop there though. He slashed the burning corpse a few more times, just to be thorough. 2,000 gold for the kill was instantly deposited. The whole battlefield was total chaos with vampires and Sung Woo's minions tearing into each other. The boss vampire finally snapped and started screaming. You filthy rotting corpse, you think you can kill me? He went berserk, charging straight into the zombie horde and breaking their formation single-handedly. But the zombies held their ground and roared back. The vampire swiped his claws wildly at the air. Is this all you got? Send more, I said. Send more, you hear me? He was acting completely unhinged, but Sung Woo just sat there looking totally unimpressed by the tantrum. 2 zombies flanked the boss and sank their teeth into him. That woke him up. Frustrated, he flared his internal energy to shake them off. Get off me, you pathetic trash. Seeing Sung Woo just chilling there while he was fighting for his life really ticked him off. Right, it's you. You're the one pulling the strings. He locked onto Sung Woo like a predator. I just need to kill you, and this ends. But Sung Woo's eyes just lit up with amusement. The eerie silence was suddenly broken by the vampire's blood-curdling scream. It was enough to give anyone nightmares. I'm going to kill you. The vampire wasn't thinking straight anymore, rambling about how Sung Woo was the Lord's enemy. Facing that rage, Sung Woo just calmly reached out his hand. Stop running around like a headless chicken. The vampire grit, his teeth confused. What? Let's rewind to about 2 hours before this showdown. Sung Woo was setting the trap. Wait for the vampires to show up, he ordered. He pointed at a skeleton soldier. You go, position yourself over there. It obeyed immediately, moving to the opposite side. Sung Woo nodded satisfied. All right, he commanded, trigger an explosion. The command made the skeleton jump in surprise. Seeing the reaction, Sung Woo asked, does it not work? The thing just stood there shaking. Then it clicked. Ah, right. You're just dry bones, not a fresh corpse. My bad. Don't look at me like that. He came up with a plan B. He activated Summon Zombie instead. Gruesome corpses clawed their way out of the ground. This kind of tactical setup is exactly why I love a good *** system. Manhwa ***. He looked at the fresh zombies with a dark expression. How about these bodies? The zombies just stared back, looking completely clueless. They seemed like they wanted to say something, but couldn't. Back in the present, Sung Woo explained. The trap triggers the moment you move into the zone. Turns out Sung Woo had cast Corpse Explosion right on the boss's body. Boom. The vampire was engulfed in flames, screaming in agony. He was trapped in a living hell, neither dead nor alive, rolling on the ground. Sung Woo watched him burn like a moth in a flame, looking totally relaxed. The guy still had a big mouth though. You bastard. I'll kill you. But Sung Woo wasn't about to let him off easy. A werewolf minion lunged in. It grabbed the vampire's leg and crushed it with its jaws. Another scream ripped through the air. Shaking, the vampire gasped, You think you can stop the Lord? He is a great being. Sung Woo was annoyed. The brainwashing was incredibly deep for just a few days. Even facing death, the vampire wouldn't shut up. The Lord will kill you. That struck a nerve. That piece of trash, your Lord, is just a disgusting mutt. Channeling all his pent-up rage into his dagger, Sung Woo stabbed down hard. Just like that, he bagged 20,000 gold. It was a bonus for killing a special player. A system notification popped up. The egg will hatch in 4,949 days. Gather up the bodies that are still in decent shape. In no time, a new squad was assembled. The system confirmed that dead were now his underlings. A combination effect triggered. The Bloodthirsty Stage 1 buff appeared unlocked by having 5 vampire units. Lifesteal now boosts attack power, and all stats go up by 10% when near death. Sung Woo smirked. This was a massive upgrade. His ultimate formation was finally complete. A hidden message from Jisoo popped up on his interface. They've started moving to a specific location. The managers who usually sat around doing nothing were suddenly confiscating weapons, claiming it was the condition to enter the safe zone. It smelled fishy. Sung Woo realized Jisoo and Hanho had successfully infiltrated. The big bad probably sensed his minions getting slaughtered. That explained the rush. Too bad they belong to me now. Sung Woo's confidence was peak level. The tables have turned. This is the end for you. Meanwhile, the boss crushed his wine glass in rage and stormed off. Night fell and a heavy, gloomy atmosphere blanketed the city. Survivors were huddled together. Suddenly, a guy pointed at the sky in panic and screamed, "Look over there." Everyone looked up. In the distance, dead werewolves were impaled on sharp pikes displayed like trophies. The crowd went pale, whispering in terror. Damn it, why would they display them like that? Still, taking out a pack of werewolves is insane. Those things can kill a wolf effortlessly. How did they even catch them? Hanho whispered, through grit teeth. Jisoo, we're up soon. He had a bad feeling about this. It looked like they were confiscating everyone's gear. One of the searchers smirked. I know some of you aren't thrilled about this, but this is for everyone's safety and order. He continued, we're the ones who took down those 4 werewolves, remember? So we don't really need your weapons. Jisoo clenched her jaw. Those vampire lackeys just wanted the survivors defenseless to make the job easier. Just then, Taesung shouted from the back. Hey Jisoo, why are you standing there looking grumpy? Don't cut the line. He ran up and whispered to her. We hid your 2 swords exactly where you said. He added, Yongsik is a 2-star thief class, so it was a breeze. Nobody noticed a thing. Hanho chimed in. What about me? You got my stuff ready. Taesung nodded. Yeah. Rot bellowed at the top of his lungs. Does this make any sense to you? Huh. How is this even possible? I sent an army out there. How could they all lose to some moron? Meanwhile, Hanho gritted his teeth. Jisoo, it's definitely them. Those masks. They're just hiding their fangs. Jisoo was already running the numbers. The swords are taken care of. Now, we just stick to the plan and wait for Sungwoo, the vampire lord. He's the one behind all this chaos. She glared daggers at him as he began his twisted little psychological game, playing the villain like something out of an awakening manhwa. Standing high above them with supreme arrogance, he boomed. Attention, Hanho panicked. Jisoo, we're totally surrounded. They were circled by masked vampires. The vampire lord scoffed. Oh, for crying out loud. Humanity has stopped evolving. Tell me, what do you all think of this catastrophe? You must be wondering why all of this is happening, right? He paused. Any volunteers to answer? No, nobody. The crowd murmured in terror. What's his deal? What is he talking about? Rot sneered. This silence is exactly why you're all worthless. Your destiny is simply to become victims of true evolution. On cue, his minions slammed their weapons into the ground, creating a deafening, ear-piercing screech. I see these stakes driven into the ground, he continued, and furthermore, for those chosen to evolve. Before he finished, the vampires ripped off their masks and tossed them into the air. His eyes gleamed with madness. It is us, we are the ones holding the keys to the future. Let's celebrate. Finally revealing their true forms, the vampires bared their fangs. I'm going to enjoy this feast. We've been waiting a long time for this. The crowd was still paralyzed with confusion. What's wrong with them? Then realization hit. Over there. That side is open. Run for it. But those stakes driven into the ground earlier weren't just for making noise. They were a trap set specifically for this moment. The stakes unleashed a massive electrical discharge. A vampire laughed with satisfaction. Come on, get closer. I'll help you find eternal peace. Panic erupted. What do we do? Don't push me, Jisoo shouted over the din. Everyone get behind me. That fence is electrified. You can't break through. Rot narrowed his eyes. Who the hell is that? Why is he armed? Suddenly, a bus appeared out of nowhere. Speeding toward them, the driver invisible in the distance. The vampires were caught off guard. A bus. Someone inside the vehicle screamed, aim for that crowd of monsters. The bus plowed into the aggressive vampires, crushing them beneath the wheels as they shrieked in agony. The vehicle swerved and screeched to a halt right next to Jisoo. Hanho pointed frantically. The electric fence is down, make a run for it. The survivors didn't need to be told twice. The vampires fumed. Where did a damn bus come from? Great, our dinner just ran away. The bus door hissed open, and the driver stepped out into the chaos. Rot was shaking with rage, grinding his teeth. You miserable bastard. Sungwoo stepped down, sword in hand, and a bright smile on his face. I'm not late for the party, am I, head mosquito? Sungwoo quipped. Weren't you guys throwing a bash? Bummer that all your heavy hitters are already dead, huh? Rot stepped forward, laughing loudly. I thought you'd be late, but look at you, right on time. We haven't even had our appetizers yet. His expression darkened instantly. Since everyone is here, let's get this feast started, shall we? Rot continued, although things are a bit messy right now. Lady Y didn't let him finish. She knew exactly what to do. Agreed. A party isn't a party without the food. She launched herself forward like a bullet. Apprentices, go catch those runaways immediately, she commanded. The rest of you help the representative handle this pest. Rot noticed Sungwoo wasn't moving and sneered. Aren't you going to try and stop them? Sungwoo looked confident. I've already got reliable allies over there. Jisoo and Hanho had their orders evacuate the civilians and get them to safety. Rot covered his face and laughed. That's hilarious. Allies, please. If we hadn't met like this, they'd already be my dinner. Sungwoo remained calm. Don't worry, you've got some close friends joining you too. As he spoke, a skeletal hand burst from the earth. The vampire lord recognized those bones instantly. It was the werewolf. The giant skeletal wolf leaped from the rooftop, diving straight for Rot's throat. Rot and his crew froze, staring in disbelief. Don't tell me you plan to use those things against me. He simply flicked his hand, and the werewolf exploded into dust. Rot found it laughable. Is that it? You really underestimate me that much. Another werewolf skeleton lunged, jaws snapping. Rot refused to back down his hand, transforming into a razor-sharp claw that snatched the beast's skull, pinning it in place. Sungwoo controlled his minions with casual ease. Just as I thought, parties that are meticulously prepared are always the best, right? Before Rot could recover, a swarm of goblins materialized. The vampire's eyes widened. Goblin corpses. The corpses detonated instantly, the blast violent enough to shake the entire area. The vampires watching from the perimeter screamed as they saw their master engulfed. Representative. With their leader down, the rest of the vampires panicked, running around like headless chickens. How could this happen? One lieutenant shouted, "Calm down. There's no way the representative would fall that easily. I'll handle this, you guys go kill the others." Sungwoo sprinted back onto the bus. Look, he's trying to drive away. The vampires swarmed the vehicle, blocking the doors. Don't let him escape. We end him right here. Suddenly they froze, confused by what they saw inside. What the hell? Where'd he go? It's just a pile of monster corpses in here. One of them looked up. Damn it, move. But Sungwoo was already standing safely outside the bus. He smirked. You guys bunching up like that? Really convenient for me. Sungwoo's expression shifted to one of cold, ruthless destruction. It was time for corpse explosion. The bus ignited instantly. Packed with corpses, the resulting explosion was cataclysmic. When the dust settled, only one vampire seemed to be left standing outside, staring blankly at the burning wreckage. Impossible. Is this really how we get wiped out? Nearby, the vampire lord's hand twitched slightly, but amidst the chaos, nobody noticed the subtle movement. Far away, the vampire sent to chase. The humans stopped as the ground shook. An explosion. They looked back in terror. Something must have happened to the representative. She glanced back at the loud noise. Sure, the boss was terrifyingly powerful, so he should be fine. Still, she couldn't shake the anxiety. She'd been worried about the representative all day. Going there alone was basically suicide. She snapped at her squad, quit stalling, and chased those victims. Stop worrying about nonsense. But then she froze. Her entire squad was already on the ground dead. Panic set in immediately. What the hell just happened? She felt a murderous gaze burning into her back. Realizing she wasn't dealing with an amateur, she instinctively leaped away from the danger zone. Two forces clashed right where she had been standing. It was Jisoo. Jisoo didn't let up, slashing furiously with her dual blades. The vampire hissed. "Who are you?" Jisoo didn't answer, just glared with pure aggression. "It's over, bloodsucker." The vampire smirked, amused. "You know who I am, and you still attack. Bold move, you arrogant little brat." She put on a cocky expression. "You're not really the boss's type, but if I toss you to my subordinates, I bet they'd have a blast." Jisoo snapped. "Shut up. Come get some, you old hag. I'm gonna carve you into 100 pieces." Jisoo had left the defense duty to Hanho. "The inside of the building is secure. Everyone get in there and hide." Taesung walked up. "Everything is going according to plan, Hanho. Look at you all happy, those vampires won't dare come near us with that energy. Han Ho nodded. Sung Woo's plans are on another level. Tae-sung pulled out a bag. I brought the daggers you asked for. He grinned. I don't think I'll need them though. Han Ho hesitated. Man, these things always spell trouble. Suddenly, a figure approached mocking them. Not bad situational awareness. When the manager left the safe zone, I thought he was just being paranoid. But seeing this, the voice startled both of them. It was the vampire manager. He sighed lazily. Fighting is such a drag. Why couldn't you just let us capture you? He flashed his sharp fangs. Since you didn't surrender, I guess I'll help you guys level up. Tae-sung grinned. I knew it. You college guys really are built different. I trust you, bro. Han Ho froze like a statue. Asterisk. It's actually happening. What do I do now? Times Tae-sung charged in without thinking. Kill him, Han Ho. That vampire looks weak. Han Ho grit his teeth, too slow to stop him, and could only yell, Wait, stop you idiot. The vampire lunged forward, underestimating me. That actually hurts my feelings. I might be the weakest of the bunch, but I'm not losing to insects like you. He went full vampire mode, terrified Tae-sung. But luckily, daggers came flying from behind, startling the manager. Struck by the surprise attack, he yelped in pain. Okay, maybe this guy actually was weaker than the other vampires. He stood there stunned, looking completely out of it. Tae-sung saw the opening and threw a massive haymaker right at the manager's face. But the vampire leaped into the air, dodging effortlessly. The daggers were Han Ho's doing. He jumped up, making himself the perfect bait. As Han Ho landed, the vampire crashed hard onto the ground. Tae-sung cheered. Got him. Then added, We have better chemistry than I thought, Han Ho. Han Ho was sweating bullets. Asterisk weird. Did I really just bag a vampire? No way. Asterisk. Then a thought hit him. Asterisk. Wait, I didn't get any gold loot. Asterisk. Just as he feared, the manager wasn't dead. The daggers stuck in his body, shattered into pieces. Nice try, scumbags. He stood up, smiling wickedly. You scratched my beautiful face. Meanwhile, back with Sung Woo, the low-level vampires were dealt with, and the bus was a raging inferno. The vampires inside screamed in agony, panicking, but trapped with no escape. Sung Woo stood outside watching the chaos calmly. Asterisk, here we go. Asterisk, the bus was torched, and the flames showed no sign of dying down. Suddenly, a hulking figure with long demonic wings appeared on the roof, staring daggers at Sung Woo. The beast snarled, I'll tell you again, you're dead meat. On the ground, Sung Woo activated his transformation skill. He stood tall with his own massive wings, looking like a scene straight out of an asterisk awakening manhwa asterisk. This won't end as easily as you think. The battle began. Sung Woo commanded his skeleton soldiers and minions. Charge, the vampire roared. I'll kill the bone bags first. Sung Woo quickly ordered them to brace with their spears for defense. Bone spears thrust forward in unison. But the vampire moved like he was liquid, retracting his wings and shooting straight up into the sky. He dive-bombed the skeleton army, his razor-sharp claws pulverizing their bones on impact. Sung Woo clenched his jaw, watching the massacre. Asterisk, the skeletons are useless against him. Asterisk, the vampire smashed them one by one, stomping their rib cages into dust before landing. As he touched down, the ground beneath him cracked open. A system notification popped up, Times Call of the Dead, activated in this sector, asterisk. Zombies clawed their way out of the earth. The vampire blinked in surprise. Zombies, he raised a claw. I get it. My minions died to create these things. He roared, but I am the vampire lord. The zombies shuffled toward him, ignoring his rage. Before he could react, one latched onto his arm and bit down hard. That just fueled his anger. You call this thing a threat? It's just a biting head. He grabbed the zombie. I'll give you credit for one thing. You actually made me bleed. He channeled his energy, blasting the zombies away. Sung Woo ordered the werewolves to get ready and pointed forward. Now, corpse explosion. The vampire flared his wings to shield himself. It looked like he managed to tank the critical hit. He swiped his hand, channeling his power, and started rapid-firing projectiles from his body. Sung Woo shielded his face. Asterisk, bloodbone bullets. Is that his active skill times? He analyzed quickly times. He's compressing blood into bone and firing it under high pressure. Asterisk. Asterisk. The damage isn't high, but it keeps me from getting close. Asterisk. Sung Woo calculated his next move. Asterisk. Fine then. Time for the werewolf synergy. Asterisk. Thanks to the synergy buff, his stats skyrocketed, giving him enough juice to face the enemy head-on. But these guys were built different. The vampire took the hit and got knocked back a few yards. He barely managed to keep his balance, struggling to stay upright, but that smug look didn't leave his face. A wave of pure rage started to boil over. You think that little love tap is enough to beat me? With a massive swing of his arm, he decapitated a werewolf instantly. Sung-woo panicked. Seriously, he took out all three at once. Everyone back, form a wall and use the spears. The skeletons obeyed instantly, launching a counterattack. But the vampire didn't even flinch at the damage. Boring. This is the hard cap for unevolved trash like you. Sung-woo scoffed at the irony. Evolution. You look like a Halloween reject, and you call that an upgrade? Ross laughed maniacally. So what? It's effective. We are superior to you bottom feeders in every way. His red eyes started glowing with intensified aggression. Superior beings are meant to conquer the weak. He continued his villain monologue. Isn't that exactly how human history worked? But your modern society was full of lies, treating predators like me as serial killers. Well, Judgment Day is here. Even the gods realized that fake world was boring. This body I have now is miles ahead of your fragile human shells. He reminisced before continuing. Humanity needs to evolve to rule this new world. Ever since Ross got that card, he had completely changed. Sung-woo facepalmed. I thought you had some grand philosophy, but it's just stupid eugenics. The director chimed in, incredulous. You actually believe in that theory? That garbage was debunked over 10 years ago. But the vampire was stubborn. That logic died before the system arrived. Ross sounded like a generic villain from an *** awakening, manhwa *** as he preached. Our existence is the proof of evolution. We are supernatural beings far beyond the old race. Sung-woo's expression went dark. Well, looks like the old race is about to wipe you out. Ross barely had time to be shocked before he heard Lady Y screaming. Boss, help me cut to Jisoo. Her longsword was already buried deep in Y's torso, blood pouring out. The female vampire gritted her teeth, refusing to believe reality. No. Impossible. An evolved being. Losing. Beaten by this little girl. She was so arrogant before, but now that she was getting dismantled, her brain couldn't process the truth. No way. This can't be happening. She started slashing wildly at the air, with her claws completely losing her cool. Obviously, she didn't land a single scratch on Jisoo. She couldn't understand it. Her stats for strength and speed were objectively higher than a human's, yet she was slower and weaker in the actual fight. And didn't she land a hit earlier? Her brain was short-circuiting. Jisoo smirked, enjoying the confusion. Surprised, wondering why your attacks aren't working, Grandma. Jisoo analyzed the fight while clenching her jaw. Asterisk. I might not have Sung-woo's raw power, but I've been grinding non-stop. Leveling up isn't just about stats. It's about combat experience. Asterisk. That's how I know, Jisoo taunted. To me, it looks like you're just flailing around. Y was struggling desperately to block Jisoo's relentless assault. Jisoo noted times. Unlike my growth, her attacks are stagnant. She's powerful, but predictable. Asterisk. Y was only used to fighting terrified victims. Jisoo realized this vampire's experience just came from bullying weaklings under the vampire lord's protection. The moment that thought crossed her mind, Jisoo unleashed a heavy slash that stunned the vampire. Y couldn't react in time and let out a pathetic shriek of pain as she was incapacitated. Damn it. Jisoo walked up to the dying vampire, who was now a crying mess of snot and tears. She whispered coldly, "Thanks, Grandma. Thanks for proving that I'm not weak." With that, she drove her sword straight into Y's heart. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the mountains. "Boss, please save time." Splat. Asterisk blood sprayed into the air before she could finish. Jisoo exhaled sharply. She had finally taken down the cunning vixen. Jisoo ran the numbers. Han-ho was handling the evacuation. Now, it was just a standard *** manhwa recap *** scenario. Wait for the protagonist to kill the final boss. Meanwhile, Taesung and Han-ho were hugging the dirt, shivering. The kid stammered, "Han-ho, you alive?" The vampire manager walked over. "I thought you were just fragile humans, but you guys are surprisingly durable." Han-ho asked, "Can you still fight?" Both were exhausted, but trying to stall. The manager smirked. "Killing you seems like a waste. Why not become like us? This is a once-in-a-lifetime offer." Han-ho looked bewildered by the recruitment pitch. "Say what? You want me to become a vampire?" The manager pressed on. "You picked a job card during the tutorial, right? A class card to survive this chaotic world." The two stayed silent, not sure how to respond. The manager continued his lecture. "Honestly, instead of choosing a class to fight for survival, you should have looked for an alternative. A choice that guarantees life. The best method is being a parasite. He recalled the pre-apocalypse world, people like students, janitors, and bartenders who never fought a day in their lives. What are they supposed to do in a world like this? Their best bet is latching onto the strong. Join us. Survival is the priority, isn't it? The vampire manager's eyes glinted with a strange light as he waited for an answer. Han Ho suddenly looked defeated. You're right. Tae-sung screamed in shock. Han Ho, what are you doing? Han Ho continued. But there's a problem. My side is way stronger than yours. Han Ho stood up. And it's not just the two of us fighting you. In the distance, a motorcycle was roaring toward them. The manager blinked. A motorcycle. While he was distracted, looking back, Han Ho whipped a dagger at him. Don't take your eyes off the ball. The manager dodged effortlessly and laughed. Idiot. You're going to hit your teammate. Since he dodged, the dagger was flying straight toward Tae-sung without slowing down. But then, something unexpected happened. The friend didn't take the hit. A goblin skeleton jumped in as a shield, taking the dagger right in the skull. The manager laughed. I wasn't aiming for you. I was aiming for the goblin. Then he paused, confused. What the? Is it my eyes, or did that kid just get huge? Han Ho smirked. Confidence is what makes a real man. The manager snapped. I don't care what skill that is, growing 2 extra legs won't save you. He lunged forward and punched Han Ho, but the impact felt off. Clang, is that metal? Han Ho bellowed. The second you targeted my goblin, you triggered my invincibility mode. You never stood a chance. Han Ho didn't hesitate, unleashing a lightning strike that absolutely obliterated the guy's body. He screamed in agony, but the beatdown was just starting. Tae-sung and his crew rushed in, landing critical hits with their iron fists until the vampire manager was seeing stars. Snapping out of it, he flashed his claws and glared at the kid. You little punks, did you really think I wouldn't fight back? Tae-sung froze for a second at the vampire's aggression, but Han Ho immediately stepped in to tank the aggro. He grinned. And just what do you think you're doing? Han Ho looked back over his shoulder. To block a hit like that, I gotta move fast. Trust me, you aren't escaping this, you piece of trash. Silence fell over the city skyline, broken only by a blood-curdling scream from the high-rise that sent shivers down everyone's spine. The vampire manager went berserk, slashing wildly at Han Ho. Why won't you bleed? Die. Just die already. Tae-sung gritted his teeth, charging in. Let me handle this. Iron Fist. A massive surge of energy erupted from the kid, slamming into the vampire and sending him flying backward. The vampire thought times. Individually, their hits are weak, but their teamwork is annoying. I actually lost my stance and took damage from that spear. Asterisk. He glared at Han Ho with pure hatred. Asterisk. Plus, they have that giant high-speed shield. Asterisk. But just as the fight was heating up, Han Ho hit a snag. Asterisk. Crap, my buffs are wearing off. Asterisk. The vampire manager smirked, realizing the catch. Right, a skill that broken has to have a time limit. Time to die. Just as Han Ho shrank back to his normal size, he tossed a dagger upward. By some miracle of this asterisk system, manhwa asterisk, it struck a falling goblin right between the eyes. He blinked. A goblin? Why was it raining goblins? Then a familiar voice chimed in. Nice shot, Han Ho. I heard you were escorting the goblins to safety. Honestly, my quest was way harder than yours. Han Ho looked confused. How many floors did you clear? Suddenly, Han Ho hulked out again. As long as I kill that fallen goblin, my power duration refreshes. The manager was fuming. You said you'd hurt others just to survive, didn't you? Han Ho's expression hardened. You've got it all wrong. Real survival is about having teammates you can trust. He thought about how they stuck together through hell. That's our strength. That's how we survive, love, and peace, baby. As he spoke, Han Ho reminisced about the good old days before the apocalypse turned their world upside down. The vampire manager couldn't process the cheese. He looked dumbfounded. That's impossible. But he shook it off and roared. You're just brats, you bastards. Tae-sung's group rushed him in a rage. Smash him. Kill him. The manager had no defense left. He just closed his eyes and took the pummeling, totally helpless. Watching his minion fall, the vampire lord lost it. Idiot, how could you lose to such inferior trash? Sung Woo's face was grim. Fact is, vampires aren't that special. You guys actually have more weaknesses than humans. The vampire lord was running out of patience. I spared you so we could talk, but you've just been barking nonsense. Sung Woo remained calm. Vampire weakness number 1, you can't use weapons. His skeleton soldiers immediately encircled Roth with sharp spears. I thought you were tough, maybe had long claws, but now I see it's just a death sentence. Considering the range and reach, fighting, unarmed, is basically suicide. Sung Woo held up 2 fingers. Number 2, regeneration. Because you heal fast, your defensive instincts are garbage. Your movements are sloppy because you never bother checking your surroundings. As he spoke, the skeletons attacked exactly as Sungwoo predicted. The vampire lord was covered in wounds instantly. He screamed in frustration, "Fools! This regeneration is our true power." But another voice cut in. Number 3. Vampires don't have mana. All your skills and healing run on blood. Sungwoo held up a glowing orb aggressively. You didn't realize your fuel tank was leaking, did you? He was holding the blood demon art. Its effect. When an enemy runs out of mana, it consumes their life force instead. The vampire lord finally realized his strength was fading fast. He dropped to one knee, stuttering, You bastard." Sungwoo looked down at him cold. Number 4. You talk too much. If I were you, I would have ignored the taunts and targeted the Necromancer first. That pushed the vampire lord over the edge. In a fury, he threw his head back and summoned the blood field. He lunged at Sungwoo, hungry for blood. Asterisk. Attacking now is too late. I just need to absorb enough blood to recover times. But Roy suddenly dove from the sky, sword in hand, shocking the vampire. What a goblin! The vampire thrust his sharp claws at Roy. You think that thing can stop me? Sungwoo continued. And number 5. The system announced one-handed warrior attack. Roy silently slashed right across Roth's chest. Sungwoo finished his sentence. You judge by appearances, so you always let your guard down. The vampire was getting toyed with, struggling to keep up, while Sungwoo stood there without a scratch. It was driving him insane. You little brat. Suddenly, Roy pulled a flask of green liquid from his inventory and smashed it right into the vampire's face. The explosive liquid splashed everywhere, searing the vampire lord's eyes. He roared as the green acid dripped down, the excess sizzling as it hit the ground. The vampire lord writhed in agony, howling at the sky. That ghostly slime tricked me. Sungwoo and his skeletons watched from a safe distance, a satisfied smirk on his face. Roth was blinded. He tried to force his eyes open, but everything was a blur. He had lost too much blood to regenerate his eyes. The vampire leader shook with pure rage. Sungwoo seized the moment. Let's end this. But the vampire wasn't ready to give up. Asterisk. If I can't see, I'll use my ears. Asterisk. He heard footsteps coming from all directions. Asterisk. I'm in trouble. I'm going to die. Asterisk. He refused to accept it. Asterisk. Die. Never. I am destined to rule. You think I'll die here? Asterisk. Even with his eyes totally messed up, the vampire went berserk, smashing the skeleton soldiers to bits. Sungwoo watched surprised. He's still kicking. The result isn't gonna change though. Roth was losing his mind, his inner voice screaming times, blood, I need blood. Asterisk. Suddenly, the metallic tang of fresh blood hit his nose, making him ecstatic. Asterisk. I can smell it. It's close. Asterisk. He tore through the encirclement, ditching the small fry to hunt down the source. Sungwoo yelled, he's bolting, chase him, don't let him slip away. He was determined to end this right now. But the vampire lord was fast gone. In a blink, he finally located the source of the scent, werewolf blood. Starved and desperate, the vampire rushed over. He thought times, it's been exposed to air for a while and isn't fresh, but beggars can't be choosers. Asterisk. Asterisk. Once I heal up, I'll slaughter a truckload of humans. Asterisk. Through his blurry vision, he spotted 4 werewolves staked on the rooftop. Asterisk. Gotta stay sharp times, he told himself. Then he froze. Sungwoo's voice cut through the air. Moron. I knew you were hungry, but did you really think my skeletons were just decorations? He ordered his troops to block the vampire lord from reaching the blood. The werewolf disciples stepped up to intercept. Sungwoo added, there isn't a single drop here for you to sip on. Long spears impaled him instantly. He was in a pathetic state, struggling just to move. Then, an aerial strike slammed Roth into the ground. Hard. He coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood leaking from every stab wound. He couldn't accept this. Impossible, I'm supposed to be the ruler of the new world. Sungwoo glared at him. Man, you cling to life like a leech. Roth glared back, trembling with rage. You, Sungwoo smirked. The party started with a bang, so let's end it with fireworks. On cue, the skeletal werewolves charged, driving their sharp bone spears deep into the vampire's body. He wanted to fight back, but the blood loss was too severe. He just lay there taking it. A blood-curdling scream rang out, yet he still hung on. You really are tough to kill, Sungwoo noted. Roth gasped. Here Sungwoo started tossing other vampire corpses onto Roth's pile. He triggered corpse explosion. A searing, intense light flared up. Roth screamed, no, I don't want this. Have a nice life in hell, Sungwoo said. Boom. The vampire detonated. A system alert popped up times. You earned 10,000 gold for killing a special player. Asterisk. Exclusive and dedication quests. Both done. Reward 30,000 gold and a C-grade item. Not bad. Plus an exclusive skill. His fate had officially shifted. Sung Woo smiled. This boss raid was definitely worth the hassle. Jisoo's team regrouped around him. Han Ho yelled, "Senior, I knew you were the man." Sung Woo turned surprised. "Shouldn't you guys be somewhere safe?" Asterisk. The world is dying time, Sung Woo thought, but he cracked a smile. He was just relieved his crew made it out alive. He told himself he'd keep surviving with the people standing right in front of him. They were basically his second family now. Sunlight washed over the city. Survivors cheered, realizing the nightmare was over. Did they actually kill the vampire lord? No clue who they are, but they saved our skins. Someone chimed in. "I told you about them, that's number 157. The guy who gave me food." From the apartment, another added, "The necromancer Han Ho soaked up the gossip, loving every second of it." "Senior, looks like you're a celebrity now." Sung Woo shrugged. "It's a community. Saving neighbors is just part of the job." Suddenly, the crowd pointed into the distance. Who's that? A squad in military gear was sprinting toward them, looking confused. The army. Everyone was baffled. Where were they when the monsters were eating us? Now they show up after we cleaned up the mess. They didn't look too friendly toward Sung Woo's group. The residents whispered, "Why is the military here now?" "Deserters," one soldier asked. "How's everyone holding up?" The voice sounded oddly familiar to Sung Woo's team. The soldier grinned. "I was wondering who caused a battle this big. Fancy meeting you here," they all shouted. "Sergeant Kim." Sung Woo stepped up, shaking his hand warmly. "Good to see you breathing." Kim nodded. "Yeah, I'm only alive thanks to that medicine you gave me back then." "Timing is weird though," Sung Woo noted. "Why are you here?" Kim explained. "We've been tracking the guys who created this safety zone. Never expected a mess like this though." The army was late to the party. Sung Woo had already handled business. Sung Woo frowned at Kim's words. Asterisk. Tracking. Does that mean he knew something bad was going to happen? Asterisk. Asterisk. Best not to get tangled up with them. Asterisk. Sung Woo eyed the soldiers, a sudden wave of caution washing over him. He hated unnecessary drama. Sergeant Kim cut in. "Sorry to drop this on you, but someone wants to have a chat with you." Sung Woo blinked, totally confused. Who Kim was beating around the bush? Was this official Korean military business? High up in a nearby building, a man watched from the window. He definitely didn't look like one of the good guys. Later, in a room littered with bones, Sung Woo checked his status window. It was the classic loot moment you'd see in a *** system, manhwa ***. He banked 150,000 gold out of the total 300,000. Way better than grinding random mobs on the street. Plus, he scored the bone armor. It was a reward from the system for taking down the vampire leader. Basic grade armor, crafted from the bones of corpses. It degraded with use, and its durability depended on the bone quality. Higher skill level meant better protection. He slipped the armor on. Perfect fit. It was denser than he expected, yet he could still move freely. Since the defense stats scaled up based on the dead, this gear was only going to get stronger. Now for the other loot he scored from the quest. He pulled out a dwarf crossbow linked to a subspace quiver classic, ***, system manhwa, ***, logic, where you get infinite ammo without reloading. Sung Woo grinned. This long-range weapon was exactly what he needed. He passed on the greatsword though. It was too clunky for his playstyle. Clenching his fist, he made a silent vow he'd evolve today, but he had to keep leveling up. No more being the deadweight. To take down the villains in this new world, he had to be unbeatable. Sung Woo, a familiar scream shattered his thoughts, spinning him around. Suddenly the world was scorching hot. Sung Woo, help us! The cries were relentless. He blinked, and suddenly, he was standing in front of a house, engulfed in roaring flames. Panic set in as he peered into the inferno. He could just make out the silhouettes of a man and a woman trapped inside. Through the blaze, he saw his parents wailing in agony. It felt too real. His dad yelled out, "You have the power now, get in here and save us." He tried to summon his Grim Reaper blade, but his hand, it was tiny. He looked down in horror. He'd reverted to a child's body. Inside the fire, his parents crawled toward the window, screaming, "Why are you just standing there? Look at us, suffering." Terrified, the child version of Sung Woo turned and ran, tears streaming down his face. "Don't you dare leave. Running away again, you coward. We thought you changed," he sobbed. As he ran until snap, he woke up. Just a nightmare. Han Ho was leaning over him, looking freaked out by how much he was sweating. "Hey Sung Woo, you okay?" Sung-woo sat up nursing a headache. Man, you've been out cold all day, Hanho said. Sergeant Kim is outside talking to some other soldiers right now. That jogged his memory. Kim had invited them to the base. Outside the tent, he could hear Kim arguing that they shouldn't disturb Sung-woo while he was resting. Hearing that, Sung-woo grabbed his jacket. Hanho, give me a second. You got it. The nightmare still lingered in his mind. He grit his teeth. He had to get stronger. Strong enough to save everyone so he'd never have to leave anyone behind again. Outside, the soldiers were pacing restlessly. A stern-looking man spotted Hanho and barked, "Is he in there or not?" Sorry, please wait AM. Hanho started, but the man cut him off. Wait, do you think this situation is some kind of joke, kid? Get him out here. When Sung-woo emerged, the officer stiffened. Lieutenant Pyo 51st Infantry. You're the Necromancer, right? Sung-woo, still buttoning his coat, looked confused by the aggression. The lieutenant didn't wait for an invite, he just sat down. Look, we drove a long way and we're short on time, Pyo said. So I'm gonna skip the pleasantries and get straight to business. Sung-woo sat opposite him, annoyed by the guy's attitude, but curious. Go ahead. The group in Suwon Pyo started. You're the one who wiped them out, correct? I need a full statement on that incident, and then we need to discuss your future cooperation with us. Sung-woo didn't flinch. I can give you a statement, but what do you mean by cooperation? The lieutenant pointed a finger right at him. Enlist. Join the army. So, that was their play. Hanho and Sung-woo froze. This was a hassle. Sung-woo rubbed his temples. You want me to join the military? Wow, my heart's fluttering, Sung-woo said dryly. Give me one good reason why I should do that. The nation is in a state of emergency, Pyo lectured. To be precise, we are under martial law. Drafting you right now is perfectly legal. And obviously, a man of your talents would receive special treatment. He was trying to sweeten the deal. Asterisk, legal times, Sung-woo thought. Asterisk, the country's already collapsed. Asterisk, still he played along. And what exactly would my role be? Serve your country. Reclaim territory. Secure the grid. You'd just be supporting our operations. Sung-woo sighed internally. Asterisk. In other words, they want to work me to death. Asterisk. Pyo frowned at Sung-woo's lack of enthusiasm. You've done your mandatory service. You know how the chain of command works. The current crisis is unprecedented. Even mobilizing every civilian wouldn't be enough. But that prosecutor guy, he's a traitor creating his own private militia. Sung-woo knew exactly who he was, trash-talking. He thought back to the prosecutor's achievements saving civilians in Yeongdeung-po, establishing Korea's first guild, and creating a genuine safe zone. He even led the raid on the boss monster. The guy had clear goals. Pyo interrupted his thoughts. Don't get confused by his little show. Civilians need to unite under military command. In times like this, you need to follow leaders who can see the big picture. Follow our orders, help us restore order to society, and you can be a hero of the Republic of Korea. There is work to be done. Sergeant Kim and the others listened in silence, though everyone in the room had a different take on the speech. The moment Pyo finished, Sung-woo shut him down. No. I refuse. The military doesn't have the authority to make that call. Excuse me, Pyo snapped. When the world ended, Sung-woo said coldly the government and the army were useless. The only people who survived are the ones who saved themselves. And you have the nerve to call them a private militia? Pyo was shaking with rage, but he couldn't find the words to argue. We just adapted to the new rules. Monsters poured out, items dropped, and quests appeared. This isn't something the old government can control anymore. He raised a hand to stop Pyo from speaking. And about being a hero, no thanks. I'd rather be a mercenary. You're screaming about me being an enemy of the state, Sung-woo replied coolly. People are dying right now, and you can't do a thing about it. Your national agenda is dead. Sung-woo's tone dripped with disdain for the military's incompetence. The lieutenant lost his composure, completely charging forward and screaming in Sung-woo's face. Every word out of your mouth is an insult to us. How dare you turn your back on the country that raised you? Sung-woo didn't bother arguing. He swatted the man's hand away. This negotiation is over. He stood up and walked out, ignoring the officer who was still screaming at his back like a maniac. You'll regret this. How dare you disrespect us? Unity and discipline are humanity's only strength. You think you can survive out there alone against an army? Listening to the man's delusions, Sung-woo paused and glanced back with a cold look. Honestly, I'm way more comfortable being a lone wolf. Inside the base, the soldiers were going through the motions. Guards stood, watch patrols, marched in rhythm, strict military routine. The civilians were buzzing with excitement. The army is here, everything will go back to normal now. Hanho sighed. We're the ones who saved them, not these guys who showed up late to the party. Jisoo shrugged. It makes sense. People need a security blanket. They're terrified of what's happening to the world. She didn't need their worship. She just wanted them safe and calm. Hanho nodded thoughtfully. Yeah, I guess I feel a bit relieved too. At least they're professionals with combat experience. Jisoo thought to herself, times, right. They are supposed to be the experts in warfare. Asterisk. They should be the strongest unit with the most experience. But why did they look so shaken? Jisoo scanned the soldiers' faces, noticing the underlying tension and fear. Hanho put on his best friendly smile and approached a group. Excuse me. The soldier jumped startled. Yeah. What's up? Hanho asked casually. You guys are Sergeant Kim's squad, right? We met another guy with him last time. Private Kwon, I think. Where's he at? The question hit a nerve. The soldier stammered, looking terrified. Morale is low. Security issues. You know how it is. Hanho scratched his chin, confused. Is that so? Guess I wouldn't know. Never served in the military? Jisoo stood nearby, listening intently to the awkward exchange. Hey, she whispered. Didn't he just ask about a specific private? Hanho leaned in. Jisoo, does the vibe here feel totally off to you, or is it just me? It's not just you, Jisoo said. I've got a bad feeling about this. The scene shifts to the hallway, where Sungwoo and Jisoo were storming away from the lieutenant's office. Asterisk. So much for working with the military. Asterisk. Sungwoo thought. Asterisk. I wanted to keep things civil, but that guy made it impossible. Asterisk. Just thinking about the lieutenant made his blood boil. Asterisk. He needs to learn you can't just order people around anymore. Trying to draft me, get real. Asterisk. Suddenly, rapid footsteps echoed down the hall. Mr. Sungwoo. Sungwoo turned around. It was Sergeant Kim, looking out of breath. I am so sorry for putting you in that position. Sungwoo smiled. Don't sweat it. It's the army. You can't control your superiors. But was it your idea to try and recruit me? Sergeant Kim scratched his head, looking awkward. Sungwoo sighed. You guys must be really desperate. Kim's expression turned serious. We are. We really need you, Sungwoo. I didn't think the commander would pull that crap. He leaned in close, whispering. That's why I need to show you something. It's top secret. Dusk was settling over the base. The compound was eerily quiet, as Sergeant Kim led the way with Sungwoo and Jisoo following close behind. The path was deserted. Sungwoo's mind raced. Asterisk. Is this secret related to the intel the military is hiding? Asterisk. They finally reached a secluded spot. Kim turned to Sungwoo. Please wait here a second. If I get caught doing this, I'll be executed by firing squad. But the guards are distracted right now, so I'm going to sneak it out. Sungwoo blinked, stunned. Asterisk. Executed. Asterisk. Asterisk. Is he seriously risking his life just to show me something? Times Kim checked the coast. Paranoid, then whispered, someone's coming. Get inside quick. They slipped into a long, empty corridor. Just them and the sergeant. Sungwoo stared at the object in front of him, confused. What is that? Sungwoo asked. It's called a prophecy stone, Kim explained. A crystal block, glowing with an ethereal light, sat before them. They're scattered all over the world. Supposedly, they show you snippets of the future. It's not a crystal clear movie, but the context is usually dead on. Finding one gives you a massive advantage. It's the kind of lucky break you only see in an asterisk awakening manhwa asterisk. Sungwoo analyzed the object as he listened. He stared at the glowing rock in Sergeant Kim's hand, the word times, future times, echoing in his mind. Without thinking, Sungwoo reached out and touched it. A system prompt flashed times. You have touched the Season 2 Prophecy Stone. Asterisk. Sungwoo looked up, as a blinding blue light engulfed him. Asterisk. The sky. Where am I? Asterisk. Sungwoo found himself floating in midair. Suddenly, a massive skeletal jaw snapped inches from his face, startling him. It was a wyvern, except it had been stripped to white bone. Below him, the world was a ruin. Corpses everywhere, an entire city of the undead. Sungwoo drifted through the sky, taking in the devastation. Then a name popped into his head. Asterisk. This world is completely destroyed. Asterisk. He spotted someone standing on top of a giant skeletal wyvern. He squinted. It was him and Jisoo, looking like apocalyptic generals. But where was Hanho there, commanding a legion of skeletons like an undead warlord? Sungwoo scanned the battlefield for the enemy. In the distance, a three-horned skeleton stood tall. A lich. The creature unleashed a torrent of hellfire toward them. Asterisk. We have to fight that thing. That's insane. Asterisk. something caught his eye. A massive flaming skull materialized within the fire, charging straight at him with a silent roar. The lich's flames consumed him, burning his very soul. Asterisk snap. Asterisk. Reality rushed back as the vision shattered like glass. The system dropped a bombshell. Hell Season 2 was kicking off in exactly 1 month. Sungwoo's hand started trembling so violently, he had to grip it tight with his other hand just to steady himself. Sergeant Kim looked rattled. What the hell did you just see? I saw a vision of dry bones and corpses. Naturally, you were the first person who popped into my head. The system flashed a new notification. It was an exclusive quest titled, Who is the Master of Death? The objective: choose the Grim Reaper's Scythe. And let's just say the payout for this game looked insane. The Grim Reaper's Scythe's location would unlock once he hit level 15. Sungwoo rubbed his temples. That is one incredible item. Finally, I've got a real target to aim for. Sergeant Kim let out a surprised yelp. You're still hung up on that prophecy. Damn it, level 15. You really think you can hit that within the 2 months before Season 2 starts? Sungwoo crunched the numbers. If he didn't get his hands on the Grim Reaper's scythe, he was doomed to become exactly the monster the future predicted. I saw something in that vision, but it didn't feel right. He turned to the soldier. Hey, Sergeant Kim, quick question. I know a boss monster spawns in every region. Do you know where they're hiding? He'd known about the regional bosses since the beginning. The loot was tempting, sure, but the risk was too high, so he'd put it off. But now, he couldn't afford to play it safe anymore. Hunting those bosses was the fastest ticket to leveling up. While Sungwoo strategized, Sergeant Kim stood there deep in thought. Finally, Kim spoke up. I only know of one location with a boss monster. And honestly, that thing is the single biggest headache for the lieutenant right now. His top priority is clearing out the threat to secure the community and build a base. But he can't make that happen without help from the players. He looked dead serious. Suddenly, Sungwoo cut in. Go tell him I'm in. I'll take care of the boss. Sergeant Kim's face lit up with relief. He was so touched, he practically sang Sungwoo's name. But the Necromancer turned his back, tossing a comment over his shoulder. It won't be for free though. Kim blinked. Huh. I mean gold, Sungwoo said, glancing back without a shred of politeness. And I want payment up front. Sergeant Kim rushed off to relay the demand. When the lieutenant heard Sungwoo wanted 100,000 gold to kill the boss, he flipped out. Is he out of his mind? Did I hear that right? Another soldier chimed in. Sir, nobody is more skilled than him. I watched Sergeant Kim fight those vampires, but that guy, his skills are on a whole different level. The soldier recalled Sungwoo's battle against the vampire horde with awe. The lieutenant was left speechless. He weighed the pros and cons. Is he really better than Sergeant Kim? The soldier nodded. There's a key difference, sir. Sergeant Kim fights alone. That guy, he commands an entire army. The lieutenant gritted his teeth. But we're the actual military. The soldier explained patiently. Sir, even if Sergeant Kim led our player soldiers, do you really think we could take down those skeletons or subdue him? It's not that I'm scared of his bone piles, sir. I'm afraid that if we try to take him on, our men are going to be the ones filling body bags. Even if we increased our numbers and supplies, I honestly think he's stronger than a whole battalion. The argument was so logical, it gave the lieutenant a migraine. The problem is, 100,000 gold is a bit. Suddenly, Sergeant Kim, who had been standing to the side, shouted Commander permission to speak. No matter what, we have to get Sungwoo on our side. Kim's voice was firm. He's incredibly skilled. He even gave me intel on the stat potions. Sungwoo is a smart guy who knows the ins and outs of this world, like he's read the whole asterisk. Asterisk manhwa recap, asterisk asterisk. I'm sure that gold is just the standard fee for a mission of this scale. Kim was thinking about saving lives. The lieutenant, however, was doing the math. His soldiers were pulling in about 60,000 gold a day. The fee was barely 2 days' worth of the army's wages. Finally, he sighed. This is humiliating. But our top priority is reclaiming the strategic zones. He knew this was a battle for survival. The deadliest monster in the region had seized control of the runway. We have to take it out. If we stay holed up here, we're trapped. Regiment Command sent dozens of troops and players, and they were all wiped out in 10 minutes. They gave up on the operation. He looked regretful. If that wyvern wasn't there, the sky would be the safest route we have. If we can secure that area, our evaluation ranking will skyrocket. Out of options, the lieutenant slammed his fist on the desk. Damn it, we have no choice. Hand the job over to him. The company manager will handle the logistics. But the lieutenant wasn't happy about it. He snarled, that greedy mutt. One day, I'm taking back everything I gave him. Hearing his commander's toxic plotting, Sergeant Kim bit his lip in frustration. By that afternoon, Sergeant Kim was sent to close the deal, and 100,000 gold was transferred to Sung Woo immediately. We pooled this money from the soldiers, Kim said. Please, we're counting on your cooperation. Sung Woo nodded. But we still can't cover that much distance in 5 days. I just need to handle the threats inside the perimeter, right? Kim replied. Since the aircraft is still under threat, we need to secure the area for maintenance. Everything needs to be wrapped up in 3 days. He continued. You'll be deploying with Sergeant Kang. He's the only survivor from the runway attack. The man stepped forward. I'm Sergeant Kang Jin-guk. Unfortunately, it looks like you're stuck being my assistant. By the way, what level are you? If you're lower than me, I guess that makes you a pretty low-level player, huh? Sung Woo looked at Sergeant Kang's arrogant face and felt a spike of irritation, but he held his tongue. I'm level 10, he said flatly. The sergeant and the surrounding soldiers froze. Kang gritted his teeth. Damn it, what are we even doing? I've been slaughtering orcs all day for nothing. Is this some kind of joke? Sung Woo looked at him with disdain. If you can kill the boss yourself, be my guest. Hanho and Jisoo, standing nearby, covered their mouths to hide their snickers. Veins popped out on Kang's forehead. Fair enough, but don't get too cocky. That bastard on the runway is a different breed. Sung Woo didn't even blink. He just started walking, tossing a reply back. Thanks for the advice. See you in 3 days, try to level up by then. Night fell over the camp, and whispers started circulating. Hey, where's Sung Woo? You mean the Necromancer? That guy is absolutely amazing. I really hope he sticks around to protect us. The whole camp was buzzing with excitement. Gyeong-soo surveyed the survivors, huddled in the factory, his expression hard to read. Han-ho's dad called out, Hey Gyeong-soo, we can establish a safety zone here if things get dangerous, right? The young man turned around. That's right, but we don't need to rush it. The military is still handling the maintenance work. Han-ho's mom looked worried and asked, So what are we supposed to do in the future? Han-ho's dad chimed in, Food. Obviously, we need to find food. Gyeong-soo replied, Let's build a village for the survivors. His face was filled with determination. To him, one way or another, everyone there was a survivor of this situation. There was going to be plenty of work to go around. Those with crafting and production skills could develop the village, while the military and those with combat-ready classes would be responsible for hunting and defense. Gyeong-soo looked up at the sky, his primary goal being to constantly increase their gold reserves and expand their army. Han-ho's parents clapped in admiration. That is a brilliant plan, we've always believed in you. Gyeong-soo looked bashful. No, to be honest, Sung Woo was the one who suggested it. I'm not that talented. I was a failed leader in the past. My team and my friends lost their lives because of the stupid decisions I made. He looked down sadly. How can someone like me lead others? Remembering the past caused Gyeong-soo a lot of pain. Han-ho's parents fell into a thoughtful silence. The older woman was suddenly in tears, sobbing quietly. Han-ho's dad walked up to him. Leading people in this world isn't something a normal person can just do. Gyeong-soo lowered his head. That's true. The older man continued. It really is a sad story. But when there was no one left to lead, you stepped up and made the call. You did your best. That alone is an act of bravery. Be confident, because that kind of courage is exactly what makes a hero in an awakening manhwa. You deserve it. Those words made tears stream down Gyeong-soo's face. Han-ho's dad looked at him with trust. Please become our village chief. Moved by the gesture, he replied, Thank you, sir. But honestly, the old man didn't have any noble intentions. He thought to himself, I don't want to shoulder a high-pressure position like that, so I'll just dump it on the kid. Meanwhile, Sung Woo's group continued to annihilate the massive orcs surrounded by a sea of fire. Han-ho spoke up. This feels like a total joke. Sung Woo looked back. For our level, this is just standard procedure. He thought that if just 3 people and a skeleton could wipe them out, even if the survivors brought more orcs, they'd just be destroyed by the fallen blade anyway. Han-ho felt a surge of pride in himself and his teammates. By now, he had gained a lot of confidence. Sung Woo also thought, if the numbers get too high, I'll just end it with a corpse explosion. No matter how many of these orcs show up, they won't survive that kind of heavy attack. As for the stragglers, Han-ho calculated for a moment, recalling the scene from earlier, where an orc had charged aggressively toward him, but Sung Woo had quickly used the crossbow in his hand to shoot it straight through the head. After finishing off the monsters outside, Sung Woo's group quickly headed inside. Han-ho said, Senior, there's a dungeon sign over there, but that's not it right. Sung Woo walked over and saw a hammer symbol. Probably a blacksmith shop, right? Let's just go in. Following his lead, everyone quickly entered. The system chimed with a notification. You can combine items here. Tears of the Sea Spirit, Bloodstone of the Demon, and the Elder Slime's Core, with a required fee of 100,000 gold. It was typical system manhwa mechanics at work. Sung-woo thought, I can combine legendary items. What kind of amazing gear is going to pop out? Sung-woo recalled the items in his inventory. I already have the Tears of the Sea Spirit from the store, and the Demon Bloodstone from the Orc Monster, plus the Elder Slime's Core. Sung-woo knew these materials were crucial. Han-ho told him, Senior, the results are totally random. He grinned. So maybe you'll get an item that suits me. Like a dagger or something. Sung-woo looked confident. Don't you know my luck by now? Besides, I have 2 orbs. How could it possibly turn into a dagger? Jisoo had been quiet until now. Sung-woo turned to see her silently praying. The system announced the cost was 100,000 gold, and the chance of the orb breaking was 2%. Do you still want to proceed? Sung-woo answered decisively. You kidding? Of course I'm continuing. The system continued. The orbs are beginning to merge. Please step back from the table for safety. Sung-woo thought helplessly. Jisoo, Han-ho, tell me, this is just a prank. Finally, the fusion process was successful. The item was named the Chaos Crystal. This thing would increase mana by 500 and boost lifesteal capabilities by 3%. Sung-woo thought to himself. Chaos, huh? Is this any different from a demon? Seems like a concept that isn't easily understood. Unfortunately, there are no items above legendary rank yet, but I can upgrade it. I just need to drain all the enemy's mana and convert stamina into continuous absorption. Sung-woo calculated silently. Han-ho walked over happily. Just as predicted, you got a really high-end item. Jisoo was also excited. Congratulations, Sung-woo. He was equally thrilled, thanks you too. The system announced that Jisoo could also combine items, which surprised her. She immediately combined a firestone with her sword. The sword instantly gained increased attack speed and fire damage on every hit. Jisoo loved it. Han-ho wasn't having it, seeing both his seniors upgrade their weapons. He shouted, What about me? But in response to his question, the system just stayed silent and then vanished, annoying Han-ho. He pouted, feeling wronged. I'm the only one who didn't get anything. Sung-woo laughed helplessly and comforted him. Looks like we're going to have a lot more gold. I'll buy you an item from the shop. Okay, Jisoo also tried to change the subject. That works, there's bound to be good stuff in there. Ahead of where they stood in the night, everything was in ruins. Sung-woo was surprised. What is that? Jisoo looked up. If it's like this, we can't use the store right. Han-ho's heart felt like it stopped beating right there. Sung-woo looked at the cars blocking the entrance to stop monsters. Seems like a useless tactic. Han-ho wailed. Who destroyed the store? Isn't this the place where Huh? Wait, didn't everyone need this? Sung-woo picked something up to examine it and observed closely. Exactly, monsters wouldn't do something like this. Jisoo saw words cursing humans written on the wall. She guessed it must have been caused by some intelligent creature. She reached out to check the writing. Someone made this. Monsters couldn't write such a perfect sentence. Sung-woo guessed. But what if it's a beast that knows human language and can write? Unless it was a character from Disney. That didn't make sense. But in the end, they couldn't find the answer. Sung-woo said they should head back to the village first. The squad moved through the pitch-black night, dead silent. Igris took point. Out of nowhere, someone who'd been waiting in the shadows cut them off. Jin-woo looked up, caught off guard. Sergeant Kim, what are you doing out here? The man explained they had orders to hunt down some monsters in the area. Being back on a squad mission felt like a blast from the past for him. Jin-woo raised an eyebrow. Squad mission, Kim nodded. Think of it like a daily quest you'd see in a system manhwa. We have to bag monsters every day for the unit. Do that, and we get paid. Jin-woo asked, Are the rewards for soldiers actually worth it? Sergeant Kim glanced at a buddy, patching up a wound on the ground, and winced. If we clear the mission, I think we get a 10% buff the next day. But I can definitely feel something shifting. Orcs and goblins just keep pouring in from somewhere. Makes me wonder if it's a summon spell. Jin-ho nodded, seeing the logic. That checks out. We have no clue where they're spawning from. I really hope that's not it, Kim said, clenching his jaw, refusing to accept that fate. Dying like this, it'd be completely meaningless. Jisoo chimed in. Did anyone try to make a run for it? Surely some people stayed behind to look for their families, right? Kim shook his head. There were plenty at first, but we got crushed instantly. Without backup, we were screwed. And you know the military, no way they'd let soldiers just walk away. The punishment was brutal. He squeezed his fist in frustration. With how things are, Command can't even give us a strategy. We're just meat for the grinder out here. They stripped us of our gold and all comms gear, totally cut off from the network. Jin-woo felt a pang of sympathy. I figured the army would be used to initial losses by now. But locking things down this hard, that I didn't expect. That explains how the Yongdongpo Guild managed to get as big and powerful as the military itself. Alright, let's move out, Kim ordered. We've got wounded, so the nearby village is our safest bet. Meanwhile, a massive bear roared, swiping its razor-sharp claws through the air. It went berserk, keeping everyone at bay. A few brave souls tried to intercept it, but they got tossed aside like ragdolls. Panic broke out. We're dead. Get inside now, Kyung-soo bellowed over the noise. Where are the tanks? Shields up. Hold the line until everyone evacuates. He was so focused on getting people out, he didn't see the beast closing in on him. Kyung-soo froze. Of course this happens when Jinwoo's gone, he thought. Is history just gonna repeat itself? Gritting his teeth, Kyung-soo charged, shocking his allies. The bear didn't flinch. It let out a deafening roar and swept the area with its claws, knocking everyone back. Then it paused, confused. Its target was gone. The monster stood there, dumbfounded. Seizing the opening, Kyung-soo leaped into the air, spear in hand, determination written all over his face. I've got people to protect. I'm not going down. He drove his weapon viciously into the beast's eyes. The bear howled in agony as blood gushed out. It slumped forward, clutching its face with its front paws. I got him, Kyung-soo cheered inwardly. If I can just stall for a little longer. Hope started to spark in his chest. Suddenly, a second bear charged, and seeing its packmate in trouble, Kyung-soo's blood ran cold. He'd completely forgotten there were 3 of them. Tears of frustration welled up, but then a familiar voice cut through the chaos. He looked back weakly. Took you long enough. Seeing his struggle, Jinwoo flew in with his blade, slicing clean through the attacking bear's arm. The monster shrieked. Kyung-soo was finally safe, though the severed bear paw was still hanging off his shoulder. Jinwoo didn't hesitate. He drove his sword straight through the beast's skull. Ji-soo looked at him warmly. Great work, Kyung-soo. She tightened her grip on her sword. 2 down, but there was still 1 left. The last one lunged at Jinwoo. Then came a shout, "Get your paws off me, you freak! I'm really not in the mood today." It was Jin-ho. Tears were streaming down his face, but he still landed a brutal punch on the black bear. Kyung-soo stared stunned at the dagger suddenly embedded in the creature's skull. When did he get that good, he wondered. Then that familiar voice spoke up again. I thought I'd have to save my energy for the raid, but you idiots came to me. It was Jinwoo. He looked at the bears like a reaper, staring down the damned. Hey, get ready to serve. Sergeant Kim and his unit watched in total disbelief. Jinwoo extracted the shadows to form a bear army, instantly wiping out the remaining monsters. It wasn't just Jinwoo. His whole squad was overpowered. They handled the hunt like seasoned pros. The sergeant gripped his weapon, trembling. It felt so unfair. His men weren't on Jinwoo's level, but even the amateurs in that group fought like warriors. The soldiers sent here. They couldn't fight like that. And they definitely shouldn't have to die like that. He gritted his teeth, reminding himself to follow orders, but doubted if it was the right call. Jinwoo's team wrapped up and walked over. Jinwoo asked him to report back to command. The mission to catch the deserters. I think we can start now. Inside the hall, injured people were scattered everywhere. The air was thick with sobbing and people shouting names. Figures darted back and forth with medical supplies. It was absolute chaos. In the corner, Jinwoo and Jin-ho rushed over to Kyung-soo, hyping him up. You actually took down a giant bear? That's insane. Kyung-soo lowered his head modestly. It's nothing. I still got messed up. Jinwoo cut in. It's not easy to react that fast. You put it all on the line to save the village. Just as the mood lifted, a snooty voice cut through the air, asking what the hell was going on. It was Sergeant Kang Jin-suk. He spun around with a swagger, surveying the scene. This village is a dump. Looks like we've got a few casualties. Jinwoo frowned, clearly irritated. Asterisk. That's his reaction to people dying times. Still, Jinwoo explained there had been a giant bear raid. Jin-suk nodded, acting like he knew it all along. Yeah, I figured. I bagged one of those myself. Pretty strong beast. Jinwoo didn't say a word. Just watched the guy with a heavy gaze. Word on the street is that Sergeant Kang is a 3-star brawler, meaning he fights bare-handed. But didn't he claim he had no idea what skill card he pulled? Sergeant Kim suddenly cut in, asking if Jin Gook was prepped for the raid, since Song-woo wanted to get this show on the road as soon as possible. Who knew a simple question would set the guy off? He glared daggers at the poor soldier, growling about when exactly Kim became the kid's official spokesperson. Sergeant Kim froze, totally blindsided by the aggression. But the bully didn't hold back, rushing over to deliver a brutal kick to Kim's shin while screaming his head off. If Sang-woo has a plan, he should tell me himself. Why are you sticking your nose in where it doesn't belong? He grabbed Sergeant Kim by the collar, pulling him close enough to smell the terror. With a menacing look, he demanded to know if Kim was actually pulling his own weight. Gritting his teeth in pain, the sergeant stammered out that he was definitely doing his duty. But Kang Jin-guk wasn't buying it, his eyes burning with rage as he shut that down immediately. "You think I don't know you're always whining about senseless deaths during missions?" He shot a sharp look at the rest of the troops standing behind them. "The gold drops are decreasing because you lot are slacking off. You realize this operates like a strict *** system manhwa***, where the commander tracks every soldier's exact location right. That new intel made Sang-woo frown. Precise tracking. The military has a system like that, and they're skimming gold off the top. These soldiers are basically treated like slaves." Suddenly, Sergeant Kim found his spine roaring back without an ounce of fear. "You think we aren't doing our jobs? Do you have any idea how many of my men have fallen? They died just so you and Private Kwan could power level unfairly." Kang Jin-guk, completely shameless, just darkened his expression. He hoisted the sergeant into the air, while the other troops watched in horror, growling, "Have you lost your damn mind? Shut your mouth and pick up the gold. I'll handle the monsters. Those guys died because of your incompetence, not mine. You picked the blacksmith class just to hide behind my back, and now you're blaming me?" Kim Sung-gu squeezed his eyes shut, trembling with frustration. "I became a combat blacksmith to help my men survive." Just then, a hand clamped down on Sergeant Kang's arm, cutting the tension like a knife. It was Yu Sang-woo, cool as a cucumber. He announced it was time to move out since they were burning daylight. Kang whipped his head around, eyes full of murder, until he realized the guy holding him wasn't one of his pushover subordinates. He tossed Sergeant Kim to the ground like a sack of potatoes, muttering about teaching the bastard a lesson later. Sang-woo pretended to be in a rush, urging him along. Kang Jin-guk decided to play ball, shouting orders for the rest of the troops to get to their positions. The area cleared out, leaving only the inner circle. The team rushed over, some helping Sergeant Kim to his feet, while others cursed that piece of trash Kang. Sang-woo stood there and thought. The relationship dynamics here were pretty messy. Sergeant Kim rubbed his bruised neck, looking embarrassed that Sang-woo had to see that, but the kid just waved it off. "Don't worry about it. Officer Kang just has a serious competitive streak. I didn't think he'd take it out on you, though." Sergeant Kim forced a smile, nudging his angry soldiers away. He told them to get moving since they needed to support the raid. As they went to prep, Sang-woo's team watched them go with heavy hearts. That guy definitely has it rough. Moments later, armored military vehicles were tearing down the highway. They made good time arriving at the first monster zone in a flash. It was an airport that used to be massive and impressive, but now it was just a pile of rubble and twisted metal. The devastation was enough to give anyone the creeps. Looking at the wreckage, it was hard to believe planes ever took off from here. The team decided to push deeper into the ruins. Kang Jin-guk took the chance to brag, claiming the boss was probably just wallowing in the mud. He claimed he'd toyed with it a few days ago, and that it was pretty aggressive. Sang-woo and his team exchanged glances silently, calling BS. Toyed with it. More like he ran for his life. Nothing he said was actually useful. He obviously didn't want the raid to fail, but his jealousy was pathetic. Luckily, Sang-woo had already gotten the real scoop on the boss from Sergeant Kim, so they were good. Suddenly, a massive silhouette loomed behind a building, revealing a terrifying face. The giant troll had officially entered the chat. Its sudden appearance caught Sang-woo off guard, snapping him out of his thoughts and making his jaw drop. Damn, it was way bigger than he expected. So much for the plan to use 4 tyrant bears. This thing was tossing bears around, like they were toys. The noise gave them away, drawing the monster's attention immediately. Its glowing red eyes and jagged fangs locked onto the tiny humans down below. It let out an earth-shaking roar before pouncing with terrifying speed. Officer Kang stood his ground, trying desperately to suppress his fear. He turned to taunt Sang-woo. "Hey, if you're scared and want to run home to mommy, I can still refund you that 100,000 gold." But contrary to the bully's expectations, the kid calmly prepped a spell. He didn't just have one plan. At his command, undead hordes began clawing their way out of the ground. They swarmed the monster, biting and clawing at its legs to slow it down. The troll just looked down, snorting with absolute contempt. Then it raised a massive foot and stomped down hard, crushing the undead army like they were insignificant bugs. The impact sent shockwaves through the ground, feeling like a massive earthquake. Everyone scrambled for cover, shouting warnings over the deafening noise. Sergeant Kim ran up, face pale with panic. "The zombies are wiped out, what do we do?" But the young necromancer just waved a hand, not even turning around. "Time to level the playing field." As soon as the words left his mouth, a blinding light flashed. Corpse explosion activate. The zombies clinging to the monster's body detonated simultaneously like organic bombs. The troll took the full force of the blast, howling in agony. Everyone had ducked for cover, on Sang-woo's signal, narrowly avoiding the explosion. When they looked back from a safe distance, they saw the monster's arm had been completely blown off. Amidst the choking dust, the creature seemed injured, but then, a bizarre scene unfolded right before their eyes. Its shattered joints and torn tissue knit themselves back together, automatically stemming the blood flow in an instant. This beast wasn't just massive, it was a self-healing tank with impenetrable defense. By all logic, the curses and relentless attacks should have debuffed it into oblivion, yet it stood there, completely unfazed. It didn't possess flashy skills like a slime or an earth spirit, but its raw physical stats were off the charts, making it Sang-woo's most formidable enemy yet. That's when Kang Jin-wook finally dared to look up. The guy clicked his tongue, feigning disappointment that Sang-woo's special attack fizzled out, remarking that people were bound to die even if they ran now. Sang-woo heard every word, but stayed silent. Running was an option, sure, but the safest play was right there in the middle of the horde, two silhouettes stepping up to pave a bloody path, finally getting their turn. It was Jisoo and Hanho stepping into the spotlight. Meanwhile, not far from the battlefield, the command center was buzzing. The commander's voice echoed through the room. Prosecutor John Dong-pyo had rallied a group of survivors, and their numbers were ticking upward. Down in Busan, a guild called Hwarang was making waves. Before the sentence ended, the bald Lieutenant Park ground his teeth and cut in, complaining that these traitorous factions kept popping up like they were waiting for this chaos. The commander scanned the national defense feed, wondering aloud why these groups weren't posting on the official military community boards. He figured public chatter would die down if the guild's growth slowed, but Lieutenant Park shook his head. As military men, they couldn't just rely on unverified intel. That thing wasn't even part of their secure network, and right now information was the most valuable currency. If the military or government locations were pinpointed, wouldn't the enemy swarm them? They had no clue who coded this program, so the brass was playing it extremely close to the vest. The commander was skeptical, internally questioning if blindly following orders from the top was really the play here. It felt foreign, but in this brutal *** system, manhwa *** reality, the interface held too much power to simply ignore. This system had enough authority to effectively command the troops. Deep in thought, the bald officer suddenly remembered something and asked if the order had been relayed to the soldiers. Once the boss monster is down, that bastard is the next target. Anyone who doesn't fall in line gets eliminated. The commander nodded. Sergeant Kang and 2 squads were already on it. When the time comes, Sergeant Kim won't have any choice but to play ball. Still, the lieutenant couldn't shake his anxiety. He narrowed his eyes, warning that the target might have allies. He asked for weaknesses, forcing the commander to rack his brain and list them off, one by one. One of them wielded a sword, but since she was a girl, he questioned her combat effectiveness. Another guy was just low-level trash. There was a scrawny kid using a dagger who always hid behind the Necromancer, only picking off weak mobs. Hearing this, Park Taeyong laughed confidently, ordering his man to go check it out, but warned him not to engage just yet. The goal was to shake him down for at least 100,000 gold. Actually, scratch that, aim higher than that. The weird order made the soldier pause for a second, confused. That sounded less like a military operation, and more like armed robbery, prioritizing loot over neutralizing potential threats. But he quickly checked himself. Soldiers don't get to question orders. He had to trust that Sergeant Kang would get the job done. Back on the battlefield, the monster had gone full berserk mode, roaring loud enough to shake the ground. It swung a wooden club the size of an ancient oak tree at Hanho, but the kid crossed his arms, tanking the hit with a solid defense while mocking the beast for being weak. He taunted it to hit harder, asking if that was all it had, bragging about being the king's neighbor. After wailing on him for a while with zero effect, the monster paused to catch its breath, completely missing the assassin sneaking up behind it. It was Jisoo. She drove her long blade deep into the monster's flesh. It hissed in agony through clenched teeth as cold sweat broke out over its massive frame. She leaped back instantly, dodging its grasp before it could counterattack. Jisoo stuck the landing a safe distance away and looked up to assess the situation. The boss was huge but sluggish. This was a winnable fight. Wasting no time, she called out to Hanho, signaling that the rope was ready. It was go time. Hanho nodded, having already secured the other end of the line around his waist. The item Jisoo snagged wasn't just hardware store gear. It was legitimate climbing rope that couldn't be cut by normal means. Their plan was to hogtie this beast. Moving like a blur, Hanho used his teleportation skills to weave the rope around the monster. The beast couldn't track his speed and could only roar helplessly at the sky. Watching from below, Kang Jin-wook was completely dumbfounded. He thought the kid was just the Necromancer's luggage carrier, not a combatant with that kind of speed. It looked like they were pranking the giant boss, and attacking its head wasn't doing much anyway. Were they stealing kill points to boost their fame? Suddenly, a system warning popped up 3 seconds until barrier creation. Hanho felt the shift in the wind and screamed for Sergeant Kim. Right on cue, the sergeant grabbed a bound goblin and hoisted it up. Everything was set. A gleaming knife plunged into the goblin's forehead, giving it no chance to resist. However, its death successfully triggered the barrier effect. Seeing it work, the other soldiers quickly repeated the process on the remaining goblins. Jin-wook frowned. Were they seriously farming goblins while fighting a boss? They needed to keep that skill active to kill the monster. He bet the woman lacked real combat training. Fighting beasts and fighting humans were 2 different ballgames. He hadn't anticipated this level of coordination, but he figured it would just be easier to snipe the Necromancer directly. Meanwhile, Sungwoo analyzed the battlefield, his mind flashing back to the strategy meeting they'd had earlier that day. He had been shocked when Jisoo suggested the rope plan with Hanho. He'd shot it down immediately, saying it was too dangerous and that the undead should do the heavy lifting. But Jisoo stood her ground, arguing that if the boss landed 1 hit on the skeletons, the plan would fail. It had to be the 2 of them. Their reflexes were fast, almost like they were trying to prove a point, and she quickly added that with Hanho's tanking skills, the boss's attacks wouldn't even scratch them. The kid gave a reluctant nod, but Sungwoo was analyzing the situation silently. A shield. That looked way more like a transformation ability to him, but he decided to play along while he figured out the mechanics. He wanted to ensure their safety, but Jisoo cut him off before he could finish, insisting that they weren't just bodyguards there to take a hit, they were full-fledged allies. She urged him to have a little faith, and back in the action, the monster dropped its massive wooden club, while Hanho gritted his teeth, clamping down on the wire for one final desperate tug. Behind him, the beast was trussed up tighter than a holiday turkey, and seizing the moment, Jisoo used the momentum of her blade to sweep the monster's legs out from under it. Totally off balance, the boss face-planted onto the cold, hard ground, while the whole crew watched and a roar of victory went up from the group. They had this thing on the ropes. Of course, the kill shot belonged to the protagonist of this manhwa recap so Sungwoo stepped up with swagger. He enjoyed watching his minions level up, but it was his turn to eat, so he took the lead, radiating pure killing intent. His army of undead and spirits blazed with intensity right behind him, and the sheer power of the Necromancer rattled Jin-guk, who cursed under his breath, realizing that with Sungwoo's back covered, a sneak attack was off the table. A skeleton loyalist stepped up respectfully, handing Sungwoo the glowing red blade of the Dragon Knight. Deciding the blade was thirsty, he gripped the hilt with both hands and launched himself toward the fallen beast, barking orders for everyone to pile on. The undead swarm and the bear summon went to town on the boss, hacking and tearing at its limbs until the monster roared in agony. Annoyed by the screeching, one skeleton delivered a spinning haymaker right to the creature's face, bringing tears to its eyes, but the boss wasn't done. It lunged forward and crunched its massive jaws around the skeleton's arm. Sungwoo stepped into the light with a mischievous glint in his eye, looking down at the beast to ask if his skeleton tasted good. Just in case the big guy needed more fiber, the Necromancer had planted a little surprise inside that skeletal arm, leaving the boss wide-eyed with panic as the severed limb remained wedged in its throat. Before the monster could process the trap, a corpse explosion detonated with the force of a tactical nuke, leaving the beast collapsing with a jaw unhinged and thick black smoke billowing out of its ruined mouth. It lay there twitching and crying, totally incapacitated. Boss monsters usually don't get a second wind after a hit like that, and Sungwoo was betting this one was toast. Wasting no time, Sungwoo drove his sword into the creature to finish the job, successfully slaying the massive troll boss and netting a cool 220,000 gold. Immediately, the system interface flooded his vision with notifications about special rewards. Unlocked stats increased across the board, loot boxes acquired, and a sweet level up. By the end of the day, his timer to prove his authority showed 4,851 days remaining, and since this hunt cost him 98 days, he decided to invest in a bone weapon crafting card. With this skill in his arsenal, Sungwoo could expand his crafting repertoire significantly. Jin-guk was still paralyzed by shock, stumbling backward, unable to wrap his head around how easily the battle had ended. Unaware of the military's shady agenda, Sungwoo approached him and mentioned that their contract was done. They wanted the carcass, and he had only promised to kill it. Sergeant Kang started sweating because his secret mission wasn't complete, so he glanced over his shoulder, calculating if he could jump the kid right now and pull it off. There were over 20 soldiers backing him up, so the odds looked good, and he decided to get close and strike from behind. Confident in his scheme, he feigned agreement with Sung Woo, saying, "Whatever you say," but a pro like Sung Woo instantly sensed the shift in the atmosphere. A smirk played on his lips as he dropped a casual warning to Sergeant Kang that he had just walked into a trap, and it was already too late to back out. While the Necromancer remained ice-cold, Jin-guk roared in frustration at being exposed, winding up a flaming fist to charge and take Sung Woo's head off. The impact kicked up a massive cloud of dust and debris, blinding everyone, but as the haze settled eerie blue willow, the wisps began to flicker in the gloom. That was Sung Woo's signature magic. He had instantly conjured a massive bone shield to absorb the lethal blow. He didn't have a single scratch on him, because the moment Kang launched his attack, Sung Woo had manipulated an undead hand to intercept the strike. A blue light flashed as the bone weapon skill activated, and the skeletal remains shifted, detaching and reassembling according to his mental blueprint. In a split second, a large skeleton morphed into an impenetrable barricade, and the transformation was so rapid, the sergeant didn't even have time to blink. Kang ground his teeth, staring at his unharmed target, realizing his perfect ambush had failed miserably. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, slammed his fists together, and barked orders for his squad to handle the summons, while he took out the leader personally, reasoning that without the bone shields, the kid was nothing. Full of false confidence, he charged again, raining heavy blows on the bone shield until it shattered under the pressure, forcing Sung Woo to draw his blade to counter. With an explosive fire kick, Jin-guk was faster, knocking the sword from Sung Woo's grasp, leaving the Necromancer with no option but to swing his empty hand. Seeing the empty hand, Kang laughed and started to mock him, thinking a punch was useless, but before he could finish his taunt, Sung Woo's hand slashed through the air. Sensing imminent danger, Kang scrambled backward and rolled away to create distance, screaming curses at the brat. Suddenly, a thin red line appeared across Jin-guk's face, followed by the stinging sensation of fresh blood. He looked in horror to see a small dagger now resting in Sung Woo's grip, and seeing the confusion, Sung Woo paused to give a little tutorial on where it came from. He explained that his armor was made of bone, which meant it retained the properties of bone, so with the bone weapon skill, he could reshape it however he wanted. He added that the more he mastered these skills, the deadlier they would get, and as if to emphasize the point, blood began to pour freely from the gash on Kang's cheek. Kang screamed in a rage, telling him to quit acting so high and mighty, still convinced that when it came to raw physical stats he had the upper hand. Suddenly, the bone shards that Kang had smashed earlier began to rattle and shift, gathering around his feet, causing him to freeze and stare down in alarm. Sung Woo remained stone-faced casually, adding that any bone could become a weapon before triggering the skill, causing the fragments to shoot upward and transform into deadly spikes. The bone spikes skewered Jin-wook like he was a voodoo doll. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, the metallic stench of iron instantly filling the air around his open wounds. The young hunter walked right up to him, cool as a cucumber, questioning his stats and melee skills. Did the guy have any more trash talk left in him? Jin-wook realized he was totally screwed, then suddenly remembered his lackeys were right behind him. He whipped his head around, screaming at the top of his lungs for backup. But unlike their frantic boss, the lower-ranking soldiers and the undead just stood there, frozen like statues. After a long, awkward silence, Sergeant Kim finally stepped up. He had decided he wanted to live. There was no way he was following this guy to a pointless grave. Hearing that the veins on Jin-wook's forehead looked like they were about to pop, the boss roared, asking what the hell he meant by wanting to live. Was he looking to get executed right here? That kind of talk was straight-up mutiny. These guys were just grunts who knew how to hunt. They weren't heroes protecting civilians. They were just mercenaries in it for the paycheck. The other soldiers watching their leader's tyrant act finally snapped. They started shouting and protesting in unison. They were done taking this garbage. Just then, bad timing struck. The commander and his support squad showed up out of nowhere. Shocked by the chaos, he yelled, "What is going on here?" and rushed over to save Corporal Kang. Kang Jin-wook had mixed feelings about his savior, mostly pissed off that it took him so long to actually show up. While the commander was busy pulling bone shrapnel out of the corporal sergeant, Kim calmly explained from behind that the other platoons had already spilled the beans about the secret operation. He told him they weren't fit to wear the uniform anymore. The commander looked back worried. He signaled the medics to keep patching up the corporal, while he tried to smooth-talk the angry mob, acting like he understood their pain. But was that really the right play here? He told them to look at the world around them outside the military base. There was nowhere else to go. The commander narrowed his eyes, making sure the threat sank in. Song-woo and Jisoo stood on the sidelines, noting that his little speech was having the opposite effect. If this guy was in charge, his subordinates were in for a rough time. Another loyalist soldier chimed in, shouting, "You think the sergeant can just ignore orders? You all know desertion comes with a heavy penalty." But the sergeant stood his ground, firing back that fear of punishment was the only reason they'd been living like slaves this whole time. He declared that with these hunters on their side, they could actually win. By now, Kang Jin-wook had broken free. He was covered in cuts and blood, but still charged forward, cursing up a storm. He called them all morons, and demanded they hand over the gold, screaming that he would handle it himself, rather than rely on a bunch of useless losers. Suddenly, he pulled out a syringe filled with some glowing weird liquid. Shaking, he claimed he didn't want to use it, but they had forced his hand. The commander turned around horrified and tried to stop him. But Jin-wook was blinded by rage. He jammed the needle straight into his arm and emptied the entire vial into his veins. He blamed everything on his inability to train his soldiers. Sang-woo frowned, watching the scene unfold. What was in that syringe? It definitely wasn't a flu shot. Answering his question, Jin-wook's body reacted instantly to the serum. He started bulking up at a horrific speed. His fingernails and toenails elongated into razor-sharp claws. The crowd went into a frenzy, scrambling to get the hell out of there. Sergeant Kim directed his men to retreat while shouting over his shoulder for Sang-woo to watch his back. That was a transformation serum, nasty stuff, that turned people into monsters. The commander, stupidly brave, stayed behind. He tried to tell the corporal to calm down, but it was too late. Before he could finish his sentence, the half-human beast ripped his head clean off. Kang Jin-wook was now a massive, furry monstrosity, with a mouth full of jagged teeth. Han-ho hissed in terror. That guy morphed into a tiger beast. I thought that kind of mutation only happened to the losers in a typical *** awakening. Manhwa ***. The beast's glowing eyes scanned the area and locked onto the biggest threat. With a deafening roar, it charged like a maniac, ready to tear the hunter to shreds. Jisoo stepped up to intercept. The gap between them closed in a split second. The monster's claws slashed just inches from her face, but she dodged with superhuman reflexes, sensing the attack before it landed. Quick as lightning, she unleashed a barrage of fiery sword strikes right at the tiger demon. The attack forced the beast on the defensive. Seizing the moment, she swung her blade at a speed the naked eye couldn't track, skewering its massive paw. But the monster didn't weaken like she expected. Instead, it violently backhanded her, sending Jisoo flying into the air. She hadn't anticipated that kind of power. The monster seized control of the fight, slamming her ruthlessly into the ground. She bounced and skidded across the dirt toward her teammates. Her slender frame couldn't take the impact. She coughed up chunks of blood, her nose bleeding profusely. A pillar of blue fire erupted into the sky. The three-headed dog Cerberus was summoned. Seeing his teammate hurt like that, Sang-woo was absolutely furious. He had planned to keep the guy alive to interrogate him about the military, but the line had been crossed. Leaving this place alive was no longer an option. Amidst the tiger's final death, screams, the magical dogs followed their master's command, tearing the enemy apart without a shred of mercy. It was a chaotic mix of blood and noise. Sometime later, the military supply truck rolled back into headquarters. A soldier ran in to report to the lieutenant that the troops had returned. The bald officer was thrilled, urging them to send everyone in. With permission granted, Sergeant Kim led the way. The surviving soldiers filed in behind him. Lieutenant Park couldn't wait another second. He rushed forward, eager to hear if the plan had succeeded. Sergeant Kim calmly replied that they had defeated the boss. The officer was ecstatic, grabbing the sergeant's arm and praising him for a job well done. But then he realized the formation was light. He asked where Corporal Kang and the commander were. Sergeant Kim kept his expression flat and said they were all dead. Park Taeyong stepped back in fear, eyeing him suspiciously. He asked what happened to the target. Speak of the devil, Sang-woo pushed through the crowd toward the lieutenant. He suggested they have a little chat about Corporal Kang and the plan to take his head. The military base was dead silent at night until a roaring engine shattered the peace. Furious guards stormed out, demanding to know which squad had the audacity to slack off or drive around unauthorized. Turns out, it was Sergeant Kim from the 1st Battalion. Wait, wasn't that guy supposed to be with the Air Force unit? Suddenly, massive skeletal bears stomped out of the vehicle. One soldier clocked the Necromancer immediately and screamed about a mutiny, but there was nowhere left to run. The skeletal bears pounded them into the dirt like dough while they screamed their heads off. A soldier close to Kim stepped up, desperate to know what the hell was going on. Sergeant Kim just turned back with a grin and told them they were finally free. Meanwhile, a few miles away at the main base, Sanjiu was dragging a lieutenant around by the scruff of his neck. When they reached the commander's office, he didn't bother knocking. He just kicked the door open and violently tossed the bald-headed Lieutenant Park inside like a sack of potatoes. The commander didn't flinch. He sat there sipping his tea, looking calm, though deep down he was shocked his own men had the guts to stage a coup. He looked utterly disappointed in them. The signs of a rebellion had been there for a while. He really should have nipped it in the bud sooner. But Sanjiu wasn't interested in his internal monologue and cut right in. He asked if the commander truly didn't get it, sending men to their deaths and calling it mutiny when they refuse. The commander dodged the question, taking a slow sip of water before analyzing the situation. He noted that Sanjiu had pushed the lieutenant to the brink. It was a solid strategy. They survived by adapting quickly. However, he reminded him that this was still a war zone. From the start, those troops were deployed to hunt monsters, and he had simply found a method to replace the ones whose spirits had broken. Sanjiu smirked, mocking the logic. He asked if the old man was referring to the synergy effect classic *** system, manhwa *** mechanics, specifically the part where he forced obedience by inflicting burning pain. That struck a nerve. The commander lost his cool, slamming his cup onto the table and shouting that regardless of the methods, his way was actually effective. He insisted it was the only reason the main force was still breathing. On the very first day, they had lost countless soldiers just trying to hold back the monsters. Back then, a synergy power had bound them together, a mysterious force that triggered based on their shared losses and suffering. Every other nearby battalion had been wiped out or crushed. This was war, plain and simple, and ordering soldiers to charge into battle was standard procedure. Sanjiu shut him down instantly. He argued that it wasn't war because the monsters lacked strategy. This was nothing more than a twisted survival game. Until they figured out what the system actually was, they were all just pawns on a chessboard being moved around by some unseen hand. Sanjiu demanded to get to the point. Why order the hit on him? The commander hissed through his teeth, admitting he knew Sanjiu would eventually become a massive headache. Sanjiu guessed the old man was afraid of independent factions rising up. The commander countered, claiming that if the people wanted stability, the military would inevitably re-establish control. A massive national system required operators, powerful figures capable of connecting talented individuals like themselves. He sneered that guys like Sanjiu would end up at the bottom of the food chain weeded out. In his eyes, anyone trying to build independent groups like that bastard Joe Diampo deserved to be wiped out. He truly believed that was the righteous path. Sanjiu just stared at the weapons on the table unimpressed, asking if he really thought a simple bow and arrow could take him down. It was laughable. Sanjiu sighed and offered a compromise. He had already given the soldiers the freedom they wanted, so all he needed now was the gold. He promised to leave town once the main quest wrapped up. But the commander was a stubborn old mule, screaming that both the gold and the soldiers were government property. That response finally ticked Sanjiu off. He reached out a hand, his voice dropping to a menacing, threatening tone. He told the old man the bargaining phase was over. Hand it over, or die. Crushed by Sanjiu's overwhelming aura, the commander clicked his tongue in fear, and reluctantly agreed, though he tried to squeeze in one last condition. He insisted Sanjiu had to leave Wanong and Swan as promised. But the greedy guy couldn't let it go. He still wanted to know if there was any way to get his soldiers back. He claimed he needed the manpower to rebuild the nation. Sanjiu recalled the relieved smiles on the soldiers' faces and flatly refused, knowing the commander would just enslave them again to fuel his synergy buff. With no other options, the deal was struck, and Sanjiu secured the gold he came for. Sanjiu was actually a bit surprised by the amount. He assumed the guy would have raked in a lot more cash from all those group quests. Then, he remembered something crucial and asked where the commander got the beast transformation serum. The commander growled defensively, asking why he should share that info since it wasn't part of their deal. Sanjiu played dirty, feigning heartbreak to mess with the guy's head. He mused aloud that maybe he should just stay there a while longer, claiming the thought of a wandering life was bringing him to tears. He pointed out that the commander really shouldn't have handed over the cash before getting a signed contract. The psychological warfare worked like a charm. Clutching his head in agony, the commander cracked. He admitted he didn't know their real identities, only that they called themselves door-to-door salesmen. They claimed to sell black market items, not available in the shop, so he bought a few things. It was shady as hell. When Sanjiu asked where they were, the commander just shook his head. He said they never answered questions. Their only advice was that relying on the luck of the roulette wheel was stupid and useless. That seemed to be their catchphrase. That philosophy convinced him to buy. It triggered a memory for Sanjiu, a saying about how fools relying on luck should just die because a new era was coming. Hearing that specific phrasing about relying on luck confirmed it for him. Those were the exact words scrawled on the shop's wall. So they were the ones who trashed the store. Sanju decided it was time to bounce, reminding the commander not to forget about the synergy pact, adding that he'd be double-checking with Sergeant Kim. Suddenly, the commander snatched up his bow and shouted for him to wait, claiming he forgot something. He spun around and rapid-fired a volley of arrows in a sneak attack. He screamed that this was national punishment. Right on cue, another raider burst out from a side door wielding the exact same weapon, shouting to hype himself up. Boom! The arrows slammed directly into Sanju, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. The commander and the bald lieutenant laughed maniacally, thinking it was finally over. But the Necromancer wasn't going to let them celebrate. At the last second, he had deployed an invincible shield to block the impact. He stood there, stone-faced, having predicted this betrayal from the start. There was no way a control freak like that commander would just let him walk away. The ambushing raider, seeing Sanju completely unharmed, gasped in disbelief and asked if he was some kind of vampire. Taeyong was sharper though. He barked at his squad to stop gawking and just shoot the guy already. Too little too late. Song Woo flicked his wrist, launching bone spikes like throwing knives. They slammed into the guards' skulls and throats, dropping them instantly. Gold rewards pinged in his system interface. The commander realized he'd screwed up, backing into a corner and screaming, "Stay back!" Desperate, he whipped out a remote, claiming it was a detonator. Did he really think Seong Woo hadn't planned for that? It was concentrated Abyss Essence he'd bought off the black market. He'd even tested it on orcs. If it blew, they'd both die. But the threat didn't land the way he hoped. Song Woo didn't flinch. He just told the old man to go ahead. The guy froze, totally confused by the lack of fear. Song Woo smirked and repeated himself. "Do it," he said. The orc chief's bomb only tickled a little. He was actually curious to see how this one felt. "You hear me now?" Terrified, the commander stammered. "You crazy bastard, don't come closer, you'll die." Suddenly, Time's crash, the window behind him shattered. An undead reached in and grabbed his arm, making him panic and drop the detonator. The skeleton squeezed, crushing his arm like a twig, while the guy screamed in agony. Seong Woo walked up, throwing his own words back at him. He talked big about rebuilding the nation, but never mentioned saving a single soul. He wasn't a soldier, just a coward looking out for number one. The traitor lost his head literally. Song Woo wiped a blood splatter off his cheek, disgusted. A self-proclaimed commander, and he was only level 3. He probably didn't even try to grind levels. He clearly had no clue how the world worked, just sitting around hoarding gold like a generic villain in a *** system, manhwa ***. Still, his stash was pathetic. Song Woo scanned the room and spotted a suspicious cabinet in the corner. He ordered an undead to pry it open. As the doors flew open, Song Woo's eyes lit up. Inside were rows of the secret vials the commander had bragged about. No wonder he was broke. He spent it all on this stuff. Song Woo examined a vial closely. It was a wolf beast transformation serum. Back at the clinic, Han Ho was spamming his healing spells. He asked Jisoo if using potions wouldn't be faster than his new recovery skill. She shook her head. "We have too many wounded soldiers and not enough supplies. Besides, you need to grind that proficiency. It might be weak now, but once you level it up, it'll be a game changer." Han Ho grumbled in agreement, but looked over at the emaciated skeleton bears and undead. Oren patted his shoulder comfortingly, and Han Ho just grabbed him and started bawling. "You're the only one who gets me," he sobbed. Just then, Seong Woo returned and asked Jisoo how she was holding up. She looked down, admitting she felt embarrassed. She thought she could take the tyrant tiger, but getting hit made her realize she might have been overconfident. He smiled, telling her to cut herself some slack since she hadn't mastered her class skills yet. He suggested she focus on countering specific monster types for now. After all, not many monsters had the traits or form of a tiger. Song Woo turned to praise Han Ho next. Picking up a healing skill was smart. In a worst-case scenario, it would help them survive against a Lich Priest's undead army. In close quarters, that class had healing and shields. And for range, he could use daggers. It was a weird hybrid build, but if optimized correctly, could Seong Woo even beat someone like that? While his senior rambled on about strategy, Han Ho was staring at a new item Seong Woo was wearing. He'd never seen that cape before. "Hey, I have a cape too, but why does yours look way cooler?" Song Woo explained he got the shadow cape from a random boss box drop. That broke the kid. He dropped to the ground, kicking and screaming like a toddler. "I don't want to hear it. Why does the universe love you more?" Song Woo awkwardly offered to let him borrow it, but Sergeant Kim walked up, interrupting the drama. He reported that they were finished packing up. Except for those searching for lost family members, everyone else decided to join the village. A few stubborn ones insisted on going their own way. He figured they'd find their own path to survival eventually. Their logic was that the brave leaders died first, so they had zero faith in anyone left. Hearing that, Seong-woo clapped his hands to get everyone moving. Alright, let's head back to the village. There's work to do. With only 3 days left in the main quest, he had to keep hunting. As the sky turned a bruised gray, the camp came alive. People were cooking and sharing what little food they had. Some were debating strategies, while others picked off small monsters nearby. Everyone seemed friendlier, waving as they passed each other. Even the elementary school kids were chasing down terrified goblins. Meanwhile, Song-woo's bone blade kept drinking the blood of boss monsters. The system pinged, level 12. Looking at the carnage of monster corpses around him, he clicked his tongue. Still, not enough. Damn it, at this rate, when will I hit level 15? His cards glowed intensely. His strength was at 13 plus 6. That boost was the only reason he beat the orcs. But that wouldn't be enough for the next big threat. He needed level 15 to unlock the Grim Reaper's scythe. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Chapter 1. Complete. Double gold earned during the event. Han-ho gasped at the bonus. Then, the guide for Chapter 2 appeared, flashing important warnings on the screen. Here we go again, the team sighed. It felt like the start of a new arc. In an ***, Awakening Manhwa, ***, where the rules suddenly change. That was the key to power leveling. The second point mentioned angels and demons variables he couldn't quite predict yet. Lost in thought, he was snapped back by Han-ho, screaming his name. Hyung, look at your phone quick. Looks like the rankings finally refreshed. The Korean leaderboards are scrolling down the screen, showing the top players, and Sanjiu stares in disbelief. Number 1 is already level 15. I've been grinding non-stop, and I'm stuck at level 12. How the hell did he pull that off? The guy isn't even a pro gamer. It's like he's exploiting a glitch in a *** system manhwa ***. Jisoo spots something off next to him. She chimes in, pointing out that ranks 4 and 5 look pretty suspicious. They seem to be partied up, yet they're both top rankers. Han-ho shoves his phone in Sanjiu's face a second later, whining, check out the community forums. The number 2 ranker, Prosecutor John Diampo, is coming to see you. Right on cue, the blue status screen flashes with a meeting request from the man himself. Sanjiu frowns, keeping his guard up. A public call-out on the community board. What's their angle? Civilization has collapsed and the world belongs to the selfish now. The prosecutor definitely has an agenda. He knew their paths would cross eventually, but it looks like trouble arrived ahead of schedule. Meanwhile, in another city, bathed in crimson light, massive pillars of fire roar into the sky, incinerating anything deemed unclean. 3 figures stand tall watching the destruction. The guy wearing a blindfold like a budget Batman is Manhwa. He speaks up first, excited that the prosecutor's movement restrictions have finally been lifted. Now he's got the perfect opening to expand his influence. The girl next to him adjusts her glasses with a sneer, calling him an idiot. They should be focusing on raiding boss monsters and tracking demonic energy. Manhwa, embarrassed, tries to argue that she'll figure it out while hunting anyway. Sensing the tension, John Diampo speaks up slowly to explain. Even if the worst happens, their duty remains the same. Handle the threat. They'll save lives by eliminating monsters. To keep the world from reverting to the Stone Age, they have to do whatever is necessary. Manhwa looks like he just achieved enlightenment. That's Prosecutor John, for you, a warm heart, a selfless soul, and god-tier charisma. He's truly the man who will save this country. Just the thought of it has Manhwa blubbering with snot and tears running down his face. His teammate can't help but judge him hard. Getting back to business, the chief assistant checks her phone and gives a report. Since the prosecutor wants to recruit heavy hitters, she looked for the top-ranked player. But there's no trace of him like a ghost, so she reached out to the third-ranked player instead, the Necromancer. Manhwa drops his jaw and interrupts again. He thought the guy saved a bunch of people in Suwon, but doesn't everyone just chase money these days? She shakes her head. He didn't take a dime for that. Even when he does get paid, he only asks for a fair rate. In this apocalyptic world, that's considered pretty noble. The community might actually praise him even more than Prosecutor John. Blindfold guy jumps up in protest. More popular than our prosecutor. According to the forums, though, he played a huge role in wiping out that vampire clan. Survivors are spreading the word, but it's just a temporary hype train. There's still a massive gap in reputation and player support. John Diampo, silent until now, finally speaks up. That is exactly why I need to learn more about him. According to the intel, the Necromancer hit level 12, with a party of just 3 people. Aside from the #1 ranker, his leveling speed is unrivaled. It's time to identify him just in case he becomes a threat later. Suddenly, her phone buzzes. She lights up. We got a response. Sanjiu is ready to meet. Let's move, get everything ready for Suwon. Time flies, and before they know it, the day of the meeting arrives. Hanho clutches a goblin hostage in his arms and asks Sanjiu if he's nervous about meeting Prosecutor John Diempo. He just clicks his tongue, figuring they should meet at least once. Gathering exclusive intel is the only way to power level now. You can't hit level 15 just by grinding like a noob. Suddenly, a gang of thugs on motorcycles comes roaring toward them from the distance. Taesung recognizes them instantly and screams out a warning. Sanjiu looks up confused. An attack. The kid is fuming with rage, confirming that trouble is definitely incoming. He explains that those creeps suddenly jumped his group and snatched Yang. It might be about the golden deer they were demanding to know where it was, and when the kids didn't know they attacked. He managed to slip away, but they're hot on his trail. Jisoo narrows her eyes, assessing the situation. They look like outsiders, and they're taking hostages to force a location reveal. Sanju's expression hardens, and he coolly tells the kid to lead him straight to those bastards. Not far away in a deserted alley, a gang armed to the teeth surrounds a small figure hogtied on the ground. They're getting bored, since the brat refuses to talk. At this rate, they're going to beat him to death. Yang's face is swollen beyond recognition, but he grits his teeth and takes the beating. He knows if he gives up the village's location, he's dead anyway. He just has to hold on until help arrives. However, the ringleader has run out of patience. Tired of waiting, he decides to just off the kid and go hunt for the deer himself. Just as he raises a metal pipe over his head to strike, Sanjiu's squad arrives in the nick of time. Taesung screams out Yang's name in panic. The leader pauses and spins around. He recognizes the brat who ran away earlier and looks like he brought his big brother and sister along for the ride. He tries to hustle them for intel on the golden deer, promising to let them go if they just point him in the right direction. Sanjiu stays cool, shaking his head and asking why he's so obsessed with the deer. Hearing that they have no clues, the thug gets agitated. They're wasting his precious time. But then his eyes lock onto Jisoo with a sleazy grin. He leers at her, joking that this alley isn't exactly a romantic spot. He asks her out on a date anyway. Jisoo looks visibly disgusted and growls that she's going to kill him, which definitely bruises his massive ego. He charges with his weapon, growling that he shouldn't have tried being a gentleman. Suddenly, the metal club crackles with dangerous arcs of electricity. As he closes in on Jisoo, the weapon erupts into flames. If she hadn't dodged instantly, the outcome would have been gruesome. He swung his weapon like a total psycho, unleashing a terrifying aura to make her regret crossing him. He arrogantly thought she should just stand there and take it while he was being nice. Too bad she dodged every single strike. Going for the kill, he aimed a horizontal slash right at her throat, but Jisoo ducked. Her turn. She drew her trusty blade in a flash. From that low angle, Jisoo sliced upward with a clean, decisive cut. He never saw it coming. His arm went flying, and he collapsed, screaming in agony. Panicked, his lackeys rushed in, desperate to kill her and avenge their boss. A guy wrapped in a cloak made the first move, launching a long-range fireball. Jisoo didn't even flinch. She caught the flames with her sword and casually deflected them. She sent it flying right back at the leader she'd just disarmed, finishing him off. Then she dove straight into the mob of henchmen. Radiating pure killing intent, Jisoo unleashed strikes laced with deadly poison fire. One goon tried to aim a crossbow at her, but his throat was slit before he could even pull the trigger. Hanho shifted back into his hulking form, his eyes glowing an ominous red. You seriously tried to shoot a lady with a crossbow? My silver armor isn't gonna let that slide. Seeing the tide turn, another thug got smart, grabbed Yongsok, and pressed a knife to the kid's throat. He screamed that he'd slice the kid's neck if they didn't freeze. He was so focused on controlling the room that he forgot to watch his six. A shadow rose from the ground behind him. Who else has skills like that but Sungwoo? One quick stab through the neck, and the guy dropped dead instantly. With their defense shattered, the remaining punks realized they were screwed. They scrambled into their car and floored it. They still tried to save face, yelling that they'd come back and wipe everyone out. Once they were gone, Taesung rushed over to check on his buddy. The kid was tough though. He just grinned and said he was glad to be alive. Meanwhile, Hanho took a jab at his boss, saying Sungwoo looked more like a bandit than he did. Sungwoo looked a bit confused. That's exactly why I let you borrow the cloak. But Hanho switched to this annoying whining tone. He didn't want cheap pity. He wanted gear. Sungwoo backed away in horror, hugging his own body like he was being harassed. Get away from me or I'll hit you. Hanho pouted. What's with the misunderstanding? I'm talking about the luck stat. Back to Taesung, he looked at his battered friend wondering just how special this golden deer was to justify Yongsok getting beaten to a pulp. Must be quite the prize. Suddenly Jisoo spotted something and pointed. Sung-woo, look. A glowing creature stood quietly at the end of the alley. It was the golden deer they'd been hunting. Right on cue, a notification popped up. This is a classic trope in any *** system. Manhwa ***. The quest demanded they capture the creature alive. Hanho nudged her, grinning. Told you I had the luck. But before they could move, a powerful purple energy erupted beneath the deer, putting it on high alert. Undead monstrosities clawed their way out of the ground, summoned to tear the animal apart. The deer let out a terrified shriek. Desperate, the golden deer lowered its head and used its rock-hard antlers to ram through the blockade. Sung-woo clicked his tongue, annoyed the target was faster than expected. He ordered his werewolf skeleton to give chase. The deer took a sharp turn toward the valley. That thing's speed was no joke. He worried they might lose it had he been too rash, but when he rounded the corner, he found the deer frozen in place, trembling in fear. Standing right in front of them was a living, breathing giant. Werewolf casually munching on the arm of a fresh goblin kill. Realizing its territory had been breached, the beast roared. Its eyes glowed, and its jaw was lined with razor-sharp fangs that would stop anyone's heart. However, Sung-woo and his skeletal werewolf didn't flinch. They stood their ground, ready for a brutal showdown. But then the living werewolf's eyes shifted. It stared at them, breaking into a cold sweat. After a second of hesitation, it let out a loud howl and scrambled up the cliff to escape. The golden deer sighed in relief, thinking it was safe. But the celebration was short-lived. Sung-woo's skeletal pack hadn't forgotten their orders. They pounced and snatched the deer up before it could let out more than a squeak. Hanho, watching the whole thing, stepped forward, confused. Wasn't that weird? Did we just scare a boss monster away? Sung-woo didn't answer. He was deep in thought. Asterisk. Did it just make a calculated decision times? Usually monsters attack blindly, but this one recognized a losing battle and fled. How are we supposed to hunt things that run away? It was a hassle, but for now, they had a promise to keep. They headed back to the village under a full moon. A massive crowd had gathered in the plaza, buzzing with rumors. Was Prosecutor Zhang Doksu really coming here? You mean the leader of the Freedom Guild? People were hyped. Suddenly, someone pointed at the sky and screamed for everyone to look up. Sung-woo's team looked up too. He couldn't help but be impressed. Wyverns in the sky. Talk about a loud entrance. That's the #1 guild in Korea for you. A fleet of high-end helicopters roared in flanking the creatures. It was an overwhelming display of power as they touched down in the square. The prosecutor and his entourage stepped out with confident strides. Sung-woo stared him down. So this was the second-ranked hunter. He walked straight up to Sung-woo, extending a hand with a polished smile. I'm Choi Dong-hoon. Pleasure to meet you. As they shook hands, a blinding light flashed. I thought it was some divine intervention, but nope, it was just Minho. The idiot stole a camera with a massive flash to capture this historic moment. The legend of Prosecutor Jang Doksu. But Sung-woo noticed something off. He could sense what the guild members were thinking. Honestly, the guy was charismatic. But wait, it was weird. Everyone around Sung-woo was heaping unnatural praise on the man. Men, women, it didn't matter. They looked at him with glazed, adoring eyes. This was their first time meeting him, yet they were acting like superfans. Something was definitely wrong. His gaze was intense, dead ringer for a vampire lord. Even Hanho, despite his usual skepticism, couldn't hide the trust in his eyes. You guys are reading way too much into this. Time to get down to business. Seong-woo politely led the way, ushering the prosecutor into a private room for a little chat. The table was already set with beer and snacks, classic negotiation fuel. Song-woo cracked open a cold one first. The guest took his time settling in, noting how he'd witnessed some rare expressions over the last few days. The look of people actually feeling safe. That's how he knew coming here wasn't a mistake. Song-woo frowned, took a sip, and cut to the chase. How were things holding up over in Yeongdangpo? The prosecutor paused, clicking his tongue thoughtfully. Yeah, it was complicated. Most of Seoul's survivors had flocked there. Sure, the death toll was massive, but the place was buzzing with life now that everyone had grouped up. Current population, 30,000. Song-woo's eyes went wide at the massive number. The prosecutor just shrugged it off, predicting they'd smash past 40,000 real soon. That's a serious crowd. Seong-woo nodded, a thought crossing his mind. Doesn't having more numbers give you an edge? Is that why you're running a community? The prosecutor's face hardened immediately. Don't get it twisted. I just want to save lives. Honestly, having that many people isn't exactly a blessing. Think about it. Out of 30,000 people, how many do you think can actually handle this new reality? A quarter of them are elderly or just can't fight. Song-woo looked a bit pale, the scale of the burden sinking in. Leading an army of 30,000 was no joke. No wonder the guy needed some elite help. I've actually had my eye on you for a while, the prosecutor admitted. Though to be honest, recruiting you wasn't my first move. Song-woo immediately thought of the ranking board, a staple in any system manhwa. The prosecutor nodded, confirming he wasn't just some lucky guy. The rankings proved he had grit, but he wasn't as invincible as everyone assumed. The world's gone to hell, and all these people are looking to me for answers. It keeps me up at night. Hearing that, Song-woo's guard dropped a little. He looked vulnerable, maybe a bit too honest for a first meeting. The prosecutor grit his teeth, composing himself. You seem cold, decisive, the kind of guy who gets things done. But you've still got humanity. I lost my family to this disaster. I had to survive, had to get stronger. Now I'm just pissed off at this twisted game. I'm playing by the rules for now, but mark my words, one day, I'm going to shatter them. He pointed a finger straight at Song-woo. That's why I need a partner. Someone I can trust, someone on my level who gets it. Song-woo raised an eyebrow, skeptical. You really think I fit that bill? The prosecutor let out a dry laugh. Hell if I know. All I know is your level. That's literally why I came here, to size you up in person. It dawned on Song-woo that this was a recruitment pitch for his guild. Seeing that he'd caught on, the prosecutor didn't bother denying it. But if that was all, I wouldn't have rushed over here. The prosecutor carefully unlocked the briefcase he'd been guarding. Inside lay the famous prophecy stone, glowing with an eerie light. This little rock is why I'm here. Go ahead, touch it. Song-woo hesitated, eyeing the artifact before placing his hand on it. A blinding flash like a warp in time engulfed him. He was inside the vision. Suddenly, he was hovering in the sky above Uedo. The city was an inferno, flames roaring and painting the district in searing red. Something massive erupted from the earth, sending debris flying and choking the air with dust. Even from a distance, Song-woo recognized the nightmare instantly. It was a tree. In seconds, it fully formed, dominating the cityscape. Song-woo's eye twitched in horror. Don't tell me that's the world tree. As if to answer him, a deafening boom echoed through the skyscrapers. Roots shot out from the trunk like massive predatory tentacles. They snatched people up, crushing them or skewering them instantly. The entire city screamed in agony and despair. Song-woo yanked his hand back, snapping the vision. The system interface flashed a warning. What he had just seen was the inevitable future. Unless he stopped it, a corrupted world tree would be planted by the respawned enemy, sacrificing all of humanity. The prosecutor gently closed the case. You only see a fragment of someone's future, but I'm betting we just saw the same apocalypse. The world ends by that tree. We have to join forces to stop it. The route is in Uedo. That's where the boss raid happens once Chapter 2 starts. Song-woo's eyes widened. This guy wasn't just recruiting. He was building an elite raid team. Seeing the realization on Song-woo's face, the prosecutor stood up, his voice rising with excitement. We need every ounce of human strength to take down that boss. Song-woo rubbed his chin, calculating. He didn't really have a choice here. He had to cooperate. The world was on the brink of extinction. Should he mention the future he saw? No, that was a separate mess entirely. The Lich would only appear if he failed to get the Grim Reaper's scythe. If he botched that quest, the system or the Lich would kill him anyway. Better to keep that card close to his chest for now. After a brief internal debate, Song-woo looked up. All right, let's team up. The prosecutor beamed, ready to launch into a speech, but Song-woo cut him off. Hold up. I'm not joining your guild. This is a temporary alliance, and we split all loot 50-50 during the raid. It wasn't the answer the prosecutor wanted, and a flicker of annoyance crossed his eyes. But he was a pro. He quickly masked his disappointment, shook Song-woo's hand, and gave him a deadline: contact him within 3 days. Suddenly, frantic footsteps echoed down the hallway. Hanho burst in, gasping for air. Emergency. The bandits, that savage gang, is back. The three of them rushed outside immediately. The prosecutor drew the sword from his back, a cocky grin spreading across his face. Perfect timing. Let me show you what my crew can do before we team up. The prosecutor marched to the front, barking orders to his scout team like a general. Song-woo and the squad were locked and loaded, ready for anything. Just in time too, because the bandit crew rolled up, led by a guy with a face as square as a brick and a fat cigar glued to his lip. Before the chaos kicked off, the prosecutor leaned in, keeping his voice low. He needed to confirm if Song-woo was actually running a Necromancer build. Figuring that knowing each other's skill sets would be crucial for survival, he decided to lay his own cards on the table. His class was the Crusade team leader. Basically, he could mark targets, issue commands, and stack synergy buffs for anyone in his party. Across the field, the bandit boss squinted, asking if the armored tank was the mark. His lackey shook his head, pointing a shaky finger at the guy in the cloak and the sword-wielding lady instead. Being singled out like that caught Xiangwu's team off guard. Hanho looked confused, wondering how these thugs even knew who they were. No time to waste. The boss smirked, tossing out a fake apology about causing a scene in their quiet little hamlet. He claimed he was just hunting the guy who zeroed his brother, but let's be real, he was mostly calculating how much loot he'd score after wiping everyone out. Unfazed by the threats, the prosecutor stood his ground. These guys were acting like straight-up cartoon villains. In all his years working the Soul Beat, he'd never seen criminals this brazen. Judging by their vibe, murder was just another Tuesday for them. So mercy was off the table. He raised his blade and shouted for the Crusade team to engage. The bandit leader just scoffed, ordering his goons to spam long-range attacks. Before the team could close the gap, the sky lit up. A barrage of ice arrows and fireballs came raining down on the Crusade team's position. The prosecutor didn't flinch. He pointed his sword skyward and chanted the incantation for his signature move, Shield of Faith. A shimmering golden barrier instantly materialized, covering his troops. Xiangwu and Hanho watched from the back, genuinely impressed by this *** system manhwa *** style defense. The barrier absorbed the magic completely. The square-faced boss wasn't impressed though, laughing it off like it was a cheap parlor trick. Declaring themselves the apex predators of this zone, he ordered a full charge. One psycho on a motorcycle revved his engine, swinging a massive iron mace high in the air. He figured that heavy blunt force was the perfect counter to plate armor. Big mistake. The mace clanged harmlessly off the helmet, and while the biker was still processing the shock, a blade flashed out and ended his ride permanently. The rest of the skirmish wasn't going much better for the bad guys. Their attacks were bouncing off the Crusade team like pebbles. Desperate times called for desperate measures. They revved up massive trucks to run the formation over. The prosecutor didn't dodge. Instead, he signaled his team to clear the lane so he could unleash a heavy hitter. Skill-activated cross spear. A blinding cross-shaped energy blast erupted from his position, tearing through the trucks and anyone dumb enough to stand in the way. The ground quaked from the impact. Xiangwu stared wide-eyed. Taking out 2 semi-trucks in one shot was absolute insanity. That power move hype-charged the Crusade team. They surged forward, turning the bandits' arrogance into terrified screams. Just as they wondered what kind of broken combo this team had, blazing spheres of fire screamed down from the heavens at breakneck speed. Caught off guard, the front line took a direct hit, flipping the momentum of the battle instantly. When the flames died down, 2 gigantic axes were embedded in the earth. The impact cracked the pavement and kicked up a dust storm, leaving the Crusade team groaning on the ground. The backup had arrived, and it was none other than the square-faced boss himself. He roared, summoning the giant axes back to his grip. They flew back to his hands like they were magnetized. Armed with his ultimate weapon, he laughed, betting they couldn't block heavy metal like that. Songwoo and Jisoo looked grim. Anyone swinging weapons that big, with that much ease, was definitely not using standard gear. Jung Yunpyo had seen enough. The prosecutor decided it was time to handle this personally. Radiating pure confidence, he looked at the bandit leader like he was a minor nuisance. Being treated like a joke by a younger guy made the bandit boss's veins pop with rage. If he wanted to play, fine. The boss decided to test if this arrogant kid could handle a hit from a mythical tier item. He hurled the twin axes, spinning them like buzzsaws. The collision triggered an explosion that looked like a mini nuke going off. Silence fell as everyone waited for the smoke to clear. When it did, the prosecutor was standing there without a scratch, casually blocking the shattered remains of the axes with his sword. So much for the mythical item. With a flick of his wrist, he channeled energy into his blade and disintegrated whatever was left of the bandit's weapon. The bandit leader watched in horror as his prized possession crumbled to dust. He started trembling, realizing he was completely outmatched. Jisoo pushed her glasses up her nose, unable to hide her smirk. She realized this *** awakening manhwa *** scenario had just introduced them to a world-class raiding party. These guys were basically a moving fortress. Even Songwoo had to admit he'd never seen a coordinated unit this solid before. He glanced at Hanho, who just looked lost as usual. Meanwhile, the prosecutor raised his sword again to cast Halo of the Knights. Golden energy poured from him, wrapping around his soldiers and sinking into their skin. Instantly, their stamina surged and their vision sharpened. It was a massive AoE buff that boosted healing and defense for every tank on the field. With him leading the charge, they were invincible. He ordered the final cleanup, leaving the bandit boss grinding his teeth in despair. Meanwhile, in a nearby underground shelter, the injured and the low-level survivors had been hiding out for a while. Hanho's dad couldn't sit still anymore. He demanded to know if they were just going to cower there, while Kyung-soo scrambled to come up with an excuse. They're just keeping their guard up until the dust settles. Sergeant Kim, huddled in the corner, chimed in, pointing out that none of them had any real combat experience anyway. You gotta be careful with that kind of talk, it might backfire. Sure, they might have to fight other humans eventually, but today isn't that day. Realizing they got the wrong idea, Jinho's dad quickly cleared things up. Mr. Song wasn't talking about them fighting. He meant witnessing the guild's power firsthand. Don't tell me you aren't curious. Called out and embarrassed, Jinho tried to look away and play it cool. But Mr. Song knew he had him hooked and pressed the advantage, urging him to just take a little peek. Even though he was hesitant, he finally caved, agreeing to take a quick look. The older man happily accepted the compromise. Stepping outside, they hugged the wall, peering around the corner. The chaotic battle, reflected in the distance, was enough to make their blood run cold. A thick toxic fog hung heavy in the air. The elite strike team collapsed like a house of cards, white foam bubbling from their mouths as they hit the ground. They tried to roll over, but their limbs wouldn't obey, leaving them twitching in agony. The bandit leader was a crafty one, having pulled out a vile-smelling vial to spread this deadly gas. He'd come prepared, of course, sporting a gas mask and cackling like a maniac. Did they really think that was the only trick up his sleeve? Concentrated essence of hell, sold by shady dealers in back alleys. But the results speak for themselves. Chief Monitor Woo Jin-chol looked like he was in a tight spot. He pressed his cape against his face, frantically swinging his sword to disperse the smoke. Wait, that's not just poison, this is bad. The whole point of this raid was to show off the guild's power to the Necromancer. He had a way to handle it, but taking the guy out directly would be cleaner. He prepared to ramp up his power, but before he could strike, a silhouette emerged from the toxic haze, stopping the monitor in his tracks. That calm, swaggering figure was none other than Jin Woo. He casually pulled his hood up, signaling that he'd seen enough of the guild's capabilities. From here on out, he'd handle things. Jin Woo figured they worked better as a team against this guy. The bandits, seeing this newcomer completely disregard his power, went into a rage-fueled rant. Do you have any idea how much this stuff costs? Fine, have a taste. He didn't hesitate to smash his last vial right at Jin Woo's feet. The glass shattered, unleashing a massive cloud of toxin. Woo Jin-chol scrambled back, but Jin Woo just reached out as if he wanted to embrace the deadly fog. Green flames erupted around him, and his eyes glowed with intensity as the detoxification buff instantly neutralized the gas. Just like he said, they made a good team. Looking like a dangerous predator, Jin Woo tilted his head back and inhaled the poison deeply, looking weirdly satisfied. It had been a while since he felt a rush like this. That concentrated essence of hell was weaker than the Rasaka venom, but it was still potent enough. Now to show Woo Jin-chol how a necromancer really handles business. The bandit leader and his goons started sweating when they saw him standing there completely unharmed. Is this batch defective? The leader panicked and foolishly cracked his gas mask open to check. The price for that stupidity was instant. He hit the dirt, foaming at the mouth. Jin Woo looked at the idiot with pity before raising his hand to trigger his next skill. If you're going to put on a show, you might as well make it a blockbuster. A death curse swept through the area, and hundreds of undead clawed their way out of the ground to tear into the fallen minion. The zombies didn't ignore the living bandits either, sending them into a screaming panic. That's when it hit them. They knew exactly who they had messed with. This was the necromancer everyone had been whispering about. They were about to be overwhelmed by sheer terror. At Jin Woo's command, a legion of shadows rose up to finish off the villains. The bandits scattered like roaches, screaming at their leader that the situation was hopeless before jumping on their bikes. They gunned the engines, not daring to stop even as their buddies were cut down behind them. The unlucky ones who couldn't get away were instantly blown to bits by Jin Woo's magic like fireworks on the 4th of July. Seeing the tides turn, Jinho and Mr. Song, who had been peeking over the wall, finally let out a sigh of relief. Watching Jin Woo fight was always mind-blowing. He made everyone feel safe. Suddenly, Miss Ju popped up out of nowhere, asking what they were up to. Startled, they tumbled out from their hiding spot, right as the fleeing bandits zoomed past. The leader saw an opportunity and ordered his men to grab hostages. It was their only ticket out of there. He yelled that if the hostages resisted, they should just leave one alive. Jinho turned pale, realizing he'd messed up. He told Mr. Song to run, and bravely stepped in front to take the heat. He thought he was a goner, but then Ju stepped in front of him. Seeing a woman stand in their way, the bandits sneered. Why not? They'd just take her as a hostage too. but the bald bandit screamed at them to freeze, warning that she wasn't someone to trifle with. Sure enough, she swung her blade, unleashing a wave of fire intense enough to incinerate anyone dumb enough to approach. Cornered and terrified, the ringleader turned white. "She's a total monster," he gasped. He was about to say more, but a dagger punched cleanly through his stomach from behind. He grunted, never expecting his life to end in a dump like this. The killer blow came from Jinwoo, of course. Suddenly, a card in his inventory flew out, glowing with a system notification. Just as predicted, that scumbag was the last one. Woo Jinchul approached cautiously, still covering his face, and asked what the glowing object was. He shook his head, clueless. The system pinged with an update. It was a hidden phase ticket, a classic trope in this kind of *** awakening manhwa ***. Jinwoo frowned, focusing on the text, completely missing the dimensional gate opening up right behind him. In a split second, the portal sucked him in with irresistible force. It happened so fast that no one could react. They watched in shock as the gate swallowed Jinwoo whole. Woo Jinchul reached out to follow, but a bolt of red lightning zapped his hand, denying him entry. The system blocked him cold. Entry denied. One player only. The prosecutor stared at his hand, muttering, "Not allowed, huh?" Was it because of that item he was holding? Where the hell did this gold gate actually lead? Deep in thought, he was suddenly interrupted by a blinding flash of light from behind. Turns out it was just the reporter snapping photos, practically drooling over how the Necromancer was way stronger than he expected. The prosecutor wasn't amused. He tilted his head, eyes cold, and told the guy to cut the recording. Stepping closer, he exerted a suffocating pressure, warning him, "You only film when I say so." But of course, the prosecutor was a master manipulator. Realizing he'd shown his teeth too early, he flipped the switch to Mr. Nice Guy. He claimed he respected the reporter's work. After all, photos of a hero bring hope to the masses. However, he added smoothly, "The world is full of vultures. We need to be extremely careful about what information gets leaked." The naive reporter ate it up, nodding enthusiastically, like he'd just been given a holy mission. He'd only film on command now. Jisoo, watching from the side, looked like she was about to be sick. She pursed her lips, staring at the time-space gate, with Han Ho. Having finished his little lecture, Prosecutor John D strolled over to them. He feigned concern, asking where exactly Sanju had disappeared to. Jisoo gave him a look of pure disgust. Didn't this guy know everything already? He bowed with a slick, practiced smile. Using a skill that radiated the charisma of a war hero, he tried to charm her into spilling Sanju's destination. Jisoo paused for a second, then just shrugged. She wasn't playing ball. Honestly, she wasn't sure if she should tell him, since she hadn't heard the private convo between the two men. His charm skill bounced right off her. He realized immediately that her guard was up. Sharp kid. But she hadn't said no yet, so there was still an angle. He explained that he and Sanju had agreed to work together. That was why he was so flustered. He needed to know what was happening with his partner, to coordinate their next move. Han Ho, the loudmouth, almost blurted out something important, but Jisoo slapped a hand over his face before he could ruin everything. Out of options, the prosecutor played his trump card. "Think about it," he pressed. "Can you guarantee he's safe? Are you really going to just stand there like a puppet while your teammate might be in mortal danger?" That hit a nerve. Jisoo frowned, her grip on Han Ho's mouth, tightening so hard the poor kid started turning blue. She weighed her options, finally releasing the gasping kid, and looked back at the portal, speaking slowly. "Look, we don't know much," she admitted. "He went to something called a hidden stage. Neither of us thought it was a life or death situation. We trust him, so we're waiting. That's what teammates do." The prosecutor seemed satisfied with that answer. He nodded, thanking her for the intel, and offering some encouragement if anyone could survive. It was Sanju. Then he realized he'd been chatting this whole time, without getting her name. "Jung Jisoo," she introduced herself. He immediately launched into praise, calling her impressive. He specifically complimented how she kept her cool, and fought with precision during the earlier chaos. "As it happens, our guild is recruiting for the future," he said smoothly. "We need talent like you. We'd provide full support to help you level up your skills." Jisoo cut him off cold. She saw right through him, and rejected the offer flat out. She already had a trustworthy teammate. She grabbed Han Ho by the collar and dragged him off. The kid managed to yell back, "Hey, don't forget about me." As they disappeared, Manhwa grumbled from the sidelines. "What is her deal?" she muttered. "Does she not trust you, or something?" Nearby, a man pushed up his glasses. "She's going to be difficult." The prosecutor gave a sly smile. "Everyone here is hard to trust." Meanwhile, Sanju was being violently sucked through the space gate. Moments later, he was dumped into a completely alien dimension. He landed and looked around. He had entered the Golden Valley. The system blinked into existence, listing the rules like something out of a *** system manhwa ***. As he read through them, his face twitched in disbelief. Seriously, this is the bonus stage. Suddenly, a high-pitched cackle erupted behind him. Sanju spun around. It was a goblin, but this one was solid gold. Then, more of the shiny little monsters started creeping out from the surrounding buildings. They swarmed like hungry ants, the crowd growing thicker by the second. He watched them amused. Haven't seen mobs react like this in a while. I guess I'm the main course. Fine by me. Sanju waved his hand, tearing open a rift in the air. His own skeleton soldiers dropped from the void, landing ready for battle. Time to show these glittery runts who the real hunter is. Back in the real world, the rest of the group was busy cleaning up the battlefield. After a thorough check, she reported to the prosecutor. Their wounded members had recovered. Healing potions were useless, but surprisingly antidotes worked. The prosecutor listened coldly. It made sense it was more like a curse than a poison, yet the antidote countered it. That condensed hell essence emitted a debuff called Hell's Breath. He asked if the guy with glasses knew anything about that specific item. She thought for a moment. Sounds like a warlock item. We've never seen high-tier curse-breaking gear like that in the shop before. Did they get it from a special merchant? The prosecutor replied vaguely. Likely a unique item obtained through unique means? But why didn't that overpowered item affect Sanju? He turned to the other man, deliberately mispronouncing his name, just to get a rise out of him. Manhwa bristled, but knew it was his turn to talk. He explained that he'd used his 3-star scouting skill to analyze the situation. It's not that it didn't work, he said. It's that Sanju buffed himself. His experience points shot up drastically. This creates other awakening effects, increasing both health and mana. Clearly, this whole dungeon event and that hell essence held secrets they were only just beginning to understand. Suddenly remembering a crucial detail, she switched gears. Hey, prosecutor, word is we're splitting the boss loot with that necromancer. He admitted it, looking a bit uneasy. They didn't really have a choice. Otherwise, Sanju would have walked. I mean, they all saw what he's capable of, right? Losing a fighter of that caliber would be a massive blow. Hearing this, she flashed a confident smile and volunteered. Leave the contract negotiations to me. The kid hasn't tasted the real world yet, so I figure I can draft up terms that swing heavily in our favor. I'm sure you realize how vital those raid rewards are. Think about the 30,000 civilians our guild is responsible for. Faced with her logic and intensity, Jung Dai, and Manhwa shivered. She was terrifying. Her true colors were finally showing. After weighing the risks, the prosecutor gave her the green light, but warned her not to make an enemy out of him. She agreed, though she claimed to hate playing the role of the ruthless recruiter. Suddenly, the prosecutor stopped cold. Without turning around, he lowered his voice and asked about the prophecy stone. What's your take on it? Manhwa and the other guy stopped their bickering immediately, both gasping in shock. Isn't that the item that handed out those damned death missions? And the prophecy? She admitted she was skeptical at first, but touching it was genuinely terrifying. The prosecutor fell silent, recalling the sensation. Yeah. Doubt mixed with fear. That's the normal reaction for anyone making a pact with the stone for the first time. But Sanju, he seemed to just accept the whole situation, without blinking. He decided to give them a task. Maybe he was overthinking it, but he told them to investigate whether the kid had ever laid hands on the stone before. Back inside the dungeon, Sanju and his monsters were in the heat of a brutal battle. Corpse explosion triggered repeatedly, blasting like strings of firecrackers everywhere. Fire and flesh melded together, making the golden goblins and orcs hesitate. His ability was pure necromancy. For every enemy that fell, he'd revive them and add them to his own puppet army. They were all made of gold. Strong, sure, but ultimately useless against him. Though nothing in this world is ever truly a walk in the park. Stop thinking. Keep it simple. Kill, and kill some more. He didn't need to care about anything, didn't care what people thought, and certainly didn't need to worry about teammates. Even alone, this necromancer was a one-man army. Actually, scratch that, it was easier being alone. He was getting lost in the high of victory, growing arrogant about not needing teammates, when a voice suddenly echoed in his ear. He turned instinctively, but other than his cursed bears and goblins, there wasn't a soul in sight. Kind of lonely, huh? A bit later, after clearing the zone, Sanju and his ragtag army moved out. They marched until they hit a fork in the road. Suddenly, a holographic arrow appeared. Classic *** system. Manhwa *** style. Offering two choices. A box on the left and a box on the right. Both different sizes. Sanju did the math. The larger box on the left obviously held more danger, but high risk meant high reward. With that logic, he led the charge toward the left. The troops marched a few steps before spotting a giant wooden chest floating in the distance. Sanjiu approached cautiously, but nothing happened. Getting impatient, he sighed and ordered the cursed spirits to attack. Following commands, they blasted the chest's exterior with lightning. That really ticked off the monster inside. The lid flew open, revealing rows of jagged fangs and a single bulging yellow eye. The event boss had officially arrived. Its eye darted around, wildly hunting for the unlucky fool who dared to disturb it. Sanjiu, standing at a safe distance, calmly analyzed the beast. Huge teeth, he muttered. Bet they're sharp. But his army had the numbers, and the monster's weakness was glaringly obvious. No limbs meant it could move, but not well. He'd trap it defense with the bears and wolves, while the rest executed a perfect offensive strategy. But then, defying expectations, the monster suddenly curled up its whole body, trembling as it let out a weird, pained whimper. Sanjiu frowned at the strange behavior. Forgetting his plan, he lowered his guard and stepped closer to investigate. Immediately, the cunning beast swelled up the moment the bait was taken. With one massive strike, it sent the cursed spirits flying. It treated the bears and wolves like bowling pins, daring them to run if they wanted to survive the chase. Physics took over, and one of the giant bears slammed backward into its own master with bone-crushing force. Sanjiu couldn't hold it in and coughed up a mouthful of bright red blood. Seeing the red spray, the boss's eye lit up with excitement. It unhinged, its jaws lunging with lightning speed to snap up the dying fresh meat. Roy desperately tried to hold it back, but the monster was too strong. Despite the Shadow Soldier's efforts, the gap was closing fast. Sanjiu felt a cold, creeping fear tingling his scalp. He was wrong. He'd assumed that being a boss didn't make up for its lack of mobility. Since when did he start underestimating his enemies? When did he get this cocky? Was it the lingering memories of his awakening in that hellscape? Or just because things had been going too smoothly, the dead never disobeyed him, and even his most trusted ally followed his will blindly? Images of Juhi and Jinho flashed through his mind. To think he actually believed he didn't need teammates. Pure arrogance. He had to get his head in the game. If he survived this, he needed to be sharper. Right then, the monster lunged, giving him zero time to react. A wet thud echoed. Sanjiu froze death, staring him in the face. But the cursed spirits, the bears, and the wolves were straining every muscle to pin the boss down. He snapped back to reality. Right. First order of business, kill this thing. Sanjiu used his blade to pry the jaws apart, forcing the monster's mouth open just enough to summon zombies and order them to crawl inside. Once enough corpses were inside, he yanked his sword out and leaped backward as far as he could. Roy and the others understood the assignment, jumping onto the beast to force its mouth shut. Roy gave him one last gentle smile. Sanjiu could only send a pained mental apology. This fight was a mess. Then corpse explosion triggered, shaking the earth with a deafening boom. The blast annihilated everything in the immediate vicinity, even gouging a massive hole in the concrete ceiling above. Sanjiu gripped his shield tight, nerves on edge as he scanned the area. Suddenly, a notification popped up. The boss was down, and he had officially cleared the final round. The downside: his entire army of cursed spirits got wiped out, along with the beast. Talk about a ripoff. He approached the corpse cautiously, giving the hide a tentative tap. Not a scratch on the outside despite all those explosions. Guess the only way to kill this thing was from the inside out. Covered in blood and running on fumes, Sanjiu downed an antidote potion. He started muttering to himself, trying to make sense of the fight. That explained why the damage wouldn't heal right away. He had to be sharper next time. Just because the world has turned into a twisted system manhwa, it doesn't mean death is cheap like in a video game. You only get one shot at this life. No matter what craziness comes next, making it to the end is the only option. It's the least he can do, especially after leaving his family behind to survive this long. Feeling a bit more like himself, Sanjiu headed straight for the loot room. He pushed the door open tentatively. Seriously, the reward room is just a classroom. Sure enough, the lockers in the corner were glowing with individual locks. The interface pulled up the stats for the loot hidden inside. Sanjiu scanned the descriptions. These weren't your run-of-the-mill shop items. This was the high-tier stuff you couldn't just buy anywhere. Most were skill boosters or experience packs, but one item caught his eye: the Parchment of Wishes. Curious, he tapped on it to see what the deal was. Basically, it lets you force a contract on another player with whatever terms you want. If they break the deal, it's lights out for them. Permanently. Sanjiu frowned. That could definitely come in handy, but he didn't have enough points to clean out the store. He picked a few essentials and made sure to grab that parchment before checking out. Was that the right call? Before he could second-guess himself, a notification flashed. He just hit level 13, thanks to clearing the hidden stage. All his doubts vanished instantly. A grin spread across his face as he watched his base stats shoot up. Now that's what I call a reward. He dumped his points into agility, boosting it by 3. If he'd been this fast earlier, he might have dodged that last hit, but better late than never. With the stages cleared, the timer started counting down. Time to head back to reality through the space-time gate. He secured the bag. Now he just needed to regroup with his squad. The scene shifts back to the real world under the light of a full moon. Sanju materialized, and Prosecutor John D.M. Poe rushed over beaming. He was shocked Sanju had disappeared, but thrilled he was finally joining the raid. Sanju just laughed it off. He hadn't planned on the detour either. Sorry for burning up so much of their time. The prosecutor waved a hand dismissively. They had been busy waiting anyway. Besides, he didn't want to show up empty-handed, so he brought a little something. Then he dropped a request. Could he post their contract and some photos online? Sanju shot Jisoo a confused look. Photos? Since when did the community board support image uploads? The prosecutor pointed to a reporter standing behind him. Turns out the guy's class is photographer, and he's got a special item that lets him upload images. They needed to give the public something to believe in, right? It was a bit cringy, sure, but that's the price of being a hero. Sanju weighed the pros and cons. The trolls in the comments would have a field day, but keeping public opinion high was worth it. He gave the green light. With the deal sealed, the prosecutor's team boarded their chopper and took off, leaving the trio behind. Hanho finally checked the gift box and let out a scream of pure joy. It was a stash of high-grade potions. That prosecutor guy wasn't just talk. He really came through. Sanju stayed cool, telling the kid to double-check everything just in case. Jisoo seemed more relaxed, confirming that with the raid set, they only had one job left. Sanju nodded. Time to grind. They needed to hunt and power up before the big raid. A few days later, in a sketchy part of the city, a pack of goblins was picking at a corpse when a sweet scent hit them. It wasn't long before a group of orcs caught a whiff of it too. Like starving beasts, they swarmed a box sitting in the middle of the street. The monsters started tearing each other apart just to get a taste. Suddenly, a dead goblin nearby started glowing. Before any of them could react, a massive explosion ripped through the area, wiping them all out instantly. The trio stepped out from the shadows. Sanju smirked, noting that was the 5th batch. He was finally ready to activate his warrior sword. Hanho looked on in awe, but Jisoo didn't look too pleased. She scowled, wondering if cheesing the hunt like that was really fair game. Hanho plugged his nose and picked up the bait, clearly having a blast. He said they needed to keep using this stuff. It was just like fishing, but with monsters. Turns out the bait was food designed to lure monsters, but the smell was so rank it made regular humans want to puke. He tried to show it off, but Sanju and Jisoo recoiled, gagging and covering their faces. They begged him to toss it. Even wrapped up, it was lethal. Hanho looked hurt and whispered, "My mom made this." Instant guilt trip. They immediately changed their tune, mumbling compliments about how perfect it was, all while trying not to breathe through their noses. Jisoo kept her distance and changed the subject. Since that was basically made from spoiled leftovers, it gave her an idea. She found another way to upgrade without just grinding monsters. It involved Hanho's dad, Mr. Lee, who had set up the safe zone security. He had a unique skill called Sanctuary. Thanks to him, the base was secure. But the peace didn't last long. A gang of kids on motorcycles came roaring and kicking up a storm of dust. It was Taesung and his crew. He shouted over the engine noise that they found a shop in the north, but someone had already trashed it. They didn't know who was responsible. Sanju's expression darkened. This was a serious complication. Someone was using gold to manipulate the economy, hoarding supplies that had nothing to do with food. It was like they were stripping the hunting grounds of all the essentials. Relying on farming was out of the question right now. Sanju hatched a plan and told Taesung to radio Kyungsoo the second they located the shop. If they didn't send backup, the survivors were toast. Receiving the order, the kid flashed an energetic smile and agreed, but Sanju suddenly noticed something off. He squinted at a group of girls huddled in the distance, staring right at him and whispering intensely. What was their deal? Taesung followed his gaze and awkwardly explained the situation. Remember fighting Yujin earlier? Well, word on the street is, you're a woman beater now. The kid leaned in and whispered the full story, causing Sanju's face to go dark. Online he was a hero, but around here he was apparently a total scumbag. After some back and forth, the punks finally cleared out and peace was restored. Sanju got his head back in the game and announced it was time to hunt. But suddenly, Yujin spun around, her eyes wide as a nasty gut feeling of being watched slammed into her mind. She gripped her flame sword and screamed a warning to Sanju. Right on cue, a massive hairy shadow smashed through a window in the nearby building and escaped. Behind them, another drooling beast charged in. Luckily, the demon bears and cursed spirits shadowing the boy spotted them and blocked the attack instantly. Now that they were close, it was clear these were lycanthropes. Sanju leveled his crossbow at one of the giants, ready to end it when a third lycanthrope appeared on the wall, leaping down and screaming in terror. "Don't shoot!" He jerked his head up in shock. Did that wolf just talk? This was way different from what he expected, but the brawl was still on. One of the wolves managed to slip past the demon bear's control, reaching a massive claw toward the food bag hanging around Hanho's neck. The kid screamed, thinking he was dead meat, but with a loud rip, the beast just tore away the fabric holding the supply box. They tore the box open and shoveled food into their mouths, completely ignoring the humans. But as the hunger faded, reality hit. They were trapped in a circle with no way out. Sanju kept his crossbow trained right on their faces and demanded answers. "You said don't shoot, right? Better start explaining." The two smaller wolves panicked, asking the big one what to do now that they were cornered. The big wolf told them to stay cool, insisting there was still a chance. Sanju frowned. "A chance? Seriously?" Suddenly, the big lycanthrope roared and launched a suicidal charge to break the line, ripping the head off an orc spirit and yelling for the little ones to run. Realizing the plan, Sanju gritted his teeth and ordered his forces to tighten the noose around the weakened orcs. The crossbow hummed as Sanju buried 2 bolts in the beast's back, sending blood spraying like thick syrup. Before collapsing, the wolf tried to knock down a few more orcs on the edge. He screamed at the others to go. The little ones actually scrambled away, looking back and apologizing to their uncle, swearing they'd never forget this day. Finally, the big lycanthrope hit the dirt, howling in pain. Sanju stood a safe distance away, looking unimpressed. "Great teammates you got there. Look, you guys attacked first, so I just did what I had to do. Your sacrifice was touching though." Lying on the ground, the wolf blamed the food, claiming they only lost control and attacked because of the supplies. Sanju just stared coldly. "Is that so? So, you got your mind back." Sanju dug his knife into the wolf's cheek. Terrified, the creature spilled the beans. It was a mission. Even after turning into monsters, they couldn't escape control and had to constantly accept missions following their instincts without knowing the full situation. Sanju squinted. "And what exactly is the mission?" the lycanthrope gulped. "Simple, eat human flesh. Consume 10 people and you regain your body." Hearing this dark truth, Hanho whispered that he thought monsters attacked blindly, but this plot twist felt straight out of an awakening manhwa. Sanju pressed for more intel. "Are there others like you?" The wolf clutched his cheek and nodded in agony. "Yeah, tons. Lots of players got turned into monsters with no other choice." Sanju cut him off. "No. I mean, are there many left in this specific area?" The wolf shut his eyes and stayed silent. Sanju's face hardened. "So there are. Are you the ones who trashed the shop and left that note about a new race?" The lycanthrope violently denied it, forcing the demon bears to pin him down. He swore they didn't want to run into humans if they could help it. Once they regained their sanity, they just wanted to live in peace. But there's a group out there hunting players for revenge. They're the real masterminds here. Jisoo looked doubtful. "You mean a group of monsters that hates humans?" The wolf let out a dry, mocking laugh. "Humans are part of it too. Those damn scientists. They pull the strings, blame everything on the monsters, and craft dangerous items to mess things up." Sanju's mind flashed back to that strange item. He demanded to know if it was the monster syringe sold by the merchant, but the only answer was a heavy silence. Not getting an answer, Sanju figured the beast was just stalling for time, waiting for backup. The lycanthrope shook his head. He'd already told the others to run and never look back. Sanju drew his sword. "You think that means I'm gonna let you walk?" The monster didn't even flinch. He just lay there, accepting his fate. In a way, he had been waiting for this moment. Even when the system offered him a class, he froze up from anxiety and picked nothing. Worse, he forced his family to do the same. But his smart kid secretly chose a class anyway, probably because he loved gaming. Tears of pure regret streamed down the wolf's hairy face. You can guess who the first person he ate was. He was only alive now because he didn't have the guts to end it himself. The whole tragic picture was clear. Sanju raised his sword high, his voice cold as ice. "I can't forgive you for this, so don't blame me." Facing death, the monster burst into tears. It wasn't fair. He chose to survive, and everything failed. Sanju sighed. "Don't talk like that. Just wish for better luck next time." A sharp, dry sound echoed through the air. A moment later, the trio packed up and continued their journey. Han Ho grumbled about being left with scraps, clearly feeling out of his element. Still, that werewolf guy had his reasons, and at least he knew how to watch his team's back. Sanjiu got serious, warning him, "Hesitate and you're dead. Drop your guard for a second and it's over. That predator you just took out, he's got a pack, and they'll be tracking the ones that escaped." Jisoo tilted her head, curious. "So, what's the plan once we find them?" Based on what he said, I think we're dealing with kids here. Sanjiu gritted his teeth, clearly conflicted. "I haven't figured that part out yet. Right now, priority 1 is locating their territory, or wherever these monsters are holed up." The more he learned, the more furious he became, clenching his fists. System, just how far are you going to push humanity? It felt like the opening of a dark *** system, manhwa ***, where monsters wreak havoc the moment they gain consciousness. Sure, some people might sympathize with the monsters, but the fact remains that guy earlier was a monster installed by the system, plain and simple. Using bait, losing control of his rage, and getting quests to kill humans, the evidence is all there. Their leveling method is exactly the same as hunting players. Unfortunately, coexistence just isn't on the table. Chatting as they walked, the trio soon reached a deserted sector of the city. They strolled around openly, scanning the area until Hanho started getting impatient. "How far did those bastards run?" Sanjiu reassured him. "Don't worry, once they catch a whiff of the bait, they'll come swarming in no time." They walked until they hit a fork in the road, where Sanjiu suddenly grabbed the other two by their collars and dragged them into cover. Before they could even ask what was happening, the targets appeared right in front of them. The two young werewolves from earlier were now trussed up in spider silk like smoked ham. Caught in a trap, they cried out for help as a pack of scrawny kobolds approached. The kobolds cackled, thinking dinner was served, but the leader slapped their hands away. He explained that this catch was a tribute for their queen. With that, he stepped up and jammed 2 spear tips right into the backs of their necks. The werewolves instantly went limp, unable to move a muscle. They collapsed helplessly, letting the kobolds drag them off toward the lair. The leader didn't leave without doing a careful sweep of the area first. Once the coast was clear, the trio stepped out from the shadows. They immediately started analyzing the situation. Who knew simple kobolds could take down werewolves using poison-tipped spears? How did they even come up with that tactic, Jisoo wondered. And look, is that a shop sign? And a dungeon sign. A subway station with both a shop and a dungeon. That works. The dungeon presence actually makes the shop safer to access. Let's move. Securing that shop was critical for their survival. Without wasting time, they entered the massive dungeon, otherwise known as the Poison Queen's bedroom. Walking down the endless corridor, Han-ho started stammering in fear. "I didn't bring my skeleton goblins. I thought we were just using bait to hunt." Sanjiu warned them to stay sharp. The monsters likely had the home field advantage here. At the end of the path, they found a nest of webs with countless human cocoons hanging from the ceiling. Seeing Sanjiu's team, the victims begged for help. Jisoo couldn't stand the sight. Ignoring Sanjiu's warning, she slashed the webs with her flame sword to free them. They hit the ground, thanking her profusely, but before they could finish, a massive spider dropped from the ceiling. Suddenly, hundreds of spiders rained down, turning Hanho's face pale as a sheet. Sanjiu yelled for everyone to run and triggered a corpse explosion to buy them time. Those things lay eggs in living hosts. Watch the ceiling. There was no telling where the next wave would strike from. But he hadn't accounted for the noise. The explosion just rang the dinner bell. A massive horde of kobolds and poison spiders poured out of the darkness. With this many spiders, do they have a symbiotic relationship with the kobolds? Suddenly, the closest kobold took a dagger straight to the eye. The thrower stood there, oozing arrogance. When it came to a numbers game, he was feeling pretty confident. He could take this whole swarm on his own. He dove into the fray, hacking the monsters to pieces. Hanho morphed into his larger form, went into a frenzy, slaughtering the beasts with a smug grin. These weaklings aren't even a warm-up. The remaining kobolds and spiders actually cowered in fear. To them, this kid was the real monster now. His methods were absolutely brutal. But Hanho didn't care. He was surging with power. Had he ever felt this free before? He kept taunting the horde, daring them to keep coming. No need to think, no need to plan, just kill, kill, and kill some more. Who needs teammates to take out some goblins and kobolds? Working solo was way more liberating. I'm a powerhouse, a thief, and a solo act all in one. The agitated kobold screeched, ordering the spiders to bury him in silk. Han-ho raised an eyebrow in surprise, as streams of webbing shot out, instantly boxing him in. Watching this, Sanjiu gritted his teeth, realizing this was exactly how they captured the werewolves. Bound head to toe, Han-ho just smirked. "You think these flimsy strings can hold me?" He flexed his muscles, shattering the bindings in an instant. "Did you really think that would work?" But the monsters didn't give up, raining more silk down on him. Han-ho, high on the thrill of battle, laughed maniacally, calling the stupid beasts out. It doesn't matter how many of you there are, it's useless. Moments later, karma hit. A massive barrage of webbing engulfed him, wrapping him so tight he couldn't twitch a finger, let alone break free. The kobolds cheered they finally had him. Totally helpless, the kid remembered he wasn't actually alone. He turned his head, tears streaming down his face, begging for help. Sanju sighed and triggered corpse explosion, letting a massive blast of fire swallow the little runts. Saved by the bell, Han-ho slumped to the ground, realizing his arrogance almost got him killed. Sanju, speaking from experience, explained, "You let your emotions blind you. Getting into danger is part of the job, but you were just being reckless." Jisoo watched the rear, noting there's still a ton of them left. The Necromancer waved his hand, summoning his undead army. "Let's clean this up quick and get moving." For the rest of the raid, the tunnel echoed with deafening explosions. Thick smoke filled the air, rising over a growing mountain of monster corpses. At this rate, they're gonna wipe out every monster in the subway station. They've already cleared the tracks completely. Looks like the next section is sealed off. Could that be the boss room? Sanju looked up, scanning the ceiling carefully. This subway connects to the department store, right? Gotta be a partition dungeon then. Let's check it out. The team moved out, leaving a trail of destruction and thick dust in their wake. After fumbling around a bit, they finally found the spot. Sanju eyed it suspiciously. This is the boss room. But just as he reached for the door, a system warning popped up. This room had already claimed 124 players. Han-ho and Jisoo froze, looking uneasy. A warning like that means serious trouble, right? Maybe they should rethink this. Sanju ignored the bad vibes and yanked the door open. They were ready for way worse than this. Just as expected, he wasn't backing down. The group filed into the massive chamber, one by one. Immediately, a weasel wizard showed up to greet them with a nasty little smirk. He waved a feather fan welcoming the lovely players. Sanju was confused. Wasn't the boss supposed to be a spider queen, not this rodent? Han-ho peered over from the back amazed. That thing was definitely not your average weasel. It spoke clearly, but every word dripped with insults. Hearing that, the creature snapped, shouting that a great wizard like him couldn't be compared to those mindless beasts. He tapped his head gleefully, explaining his genius came from eating human brains, 20 of them to be exact. It clicked for Sanju. Monster intelligence evolved through human deaths. The weasel got more excited, licking his chops and drooling, promising they'd never leave alive. That would bring his count up to 23 brains. As soon as he said it, the whole room shook like an earthquake hit. The Spider Queen finally made her entrance. She was the biggest spider imaginable, with human bodies wrapped up in her massive webs. This was insane. 2 boss monsters at once, and they were teaming up. The weasel wizard hopped right onto the Spider Queen's back. She used her webs to strap his hands and feet down, locking him in for the ride. Fully merged, they laughed maniacally, asking if the humans were terrified yet. Sanju started raising the dead in the area. His plan was standard procedure. Use the bodies for corpse explosion, then let the skeleton soldiers clean up the rest. But the weasel threw a curveball, ordering the queen to launch a preemptive iron web attack. The tough strands instantly bound the zombies tight. She spun around to make sure she didn't miss a single target. The iron webs shot out like massive, deadly bullets. His skeleton soldiers and spirits were completely immobilized. The weasel cackled, mocking them for trying to use those bodies as bombs. He had their entire playbook figured out. Sanju gritted his teeth. This thing wasn't just talking. It had human-level intelligence. Han-ho got impatient and recklessly threw his daggers, trying to land the first hit. Bad move. The queen kicked the blades away before they even scratched her. She was the brawn, and he was the brain. The queen would protect the wizard at all costs. Together, they were practically invincible. They might as well just give up and become fertilizer. Another wave of web attacks came flying at them. Jisoo stepped in just in time, swinging her sword in a fiery arc to incinerate the webs. The wizard's jaw dropped. Invincible my foot, her webs burned just like any other spiders. Seizing the momentum, she unleashed a flurry of explosive fire attacks, forcing the confused Spider Queen to back off. The wizard countered instantly, spitting columns of water to douse the flames. It was water element magic, so much for fire being their weakness. Sanju hurriedly ordered his skeletons to surround and block the bosses. Seeing things go south, Han-ho panic asked what the plan was. They couldn't hold out much longer. He shouted for the kid to regroup with Jisoo while he set up a new plan. The skeletons were struggling to hold back the fierce assault from the duo. The weasel wizard was attacking with pure murderous rage. He was bent on total destruction, craving more human brains to fuel his power. But Sanju cut him off, waving his hand to cast a spell. If he destroyed everything, he'd never get to eat those bodies the Spider Queen had been carrying around. They were now under the Necromancer's control. They transformed into a massive horde of twisted zombies, far more than the wizard had anticipated. If he wanted a meal, he'd have to clear the table first. Turns out her nest was the perfect recruiting ground for Sanjiu. His undead army just got a major upgrade. The Spider Queen lashed out violently with a razor-sharp leg. The force was terrifying, slicing through skeletons and zombies like butter. But don't worry, he had plenty of spares. Better watch out, Your Highness. Just then, one of her legs snapped. She screamed in panic, thrashing until the weasel barely managed to calm her down. Suddenly, she spewed a foul-smelling green liquid all over the ground. Poison. Too bad, that stuff doesn't work on the dead. The bear spirit and the skeletons charged right through it to attack the queen. The weasel, frantically steering from above, warned her not to waste energy. They were just rotting meat. Toxins wouldn't do a thing. Sanjiu watched from a distance with a dry laugh. Smart move, looks like even a boss in a *** system. Manhwa *** knows the basics. The Spider Queen spun her massive legs, sweeping away the skeletons surrounding her. But Sanjiu kept casting spells on the corpses hanging from the ceiling. Under his control, they readied themselves for the next wave. He wasn't sure if they could win this one. Everything here was from the dark race. That picky queen only kept the most terrifying monsters around. The mindless ones would just die from exhaustion during the fight. But if they used their brains even a little, they had a shot at victory. Suddenly, a roaring column of light blasted into the center of the spirits, blowing them to smithereens. The Kobold Wizard and the Spider Queen switched up their strategy, deciding to focus fire on the Necromancer first. Sung Woo clocked immediately that he was the new target. Closing the distance, she launched a massive stomp right at him with those gargantuan legs. He skid backward from the impact, barely saved by a shield he'd thrown up at the last second. Sure, his physical stats were way beyond a standard orc now, but against a boss monster, that was a whole different ballgame. Surviving this hit was his only path to victory. Right on cue, the two bosses doubled down, rushing him with everything they had to crush the annoyance in their way. Another blinding flash erupted as a spider leg slammed dead center into his chest. Sungwoo's eyes went wide in pure terror as a grinding crash echoed out, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Was that the end of him? Not a chance. From the depths of the debris, a brilliant purple glow began to radiate from the jewel on his chest. The shield shattered, but the gem tanked the critical hit for the Necromancer. He dropped to one knee, gasping for air as he regained his composure. He really thought he could dodge that, but right now survival was the only priority. It was time to break out the Chaos Crystal. Since the summoning attack drained so much mana, the Kobold Wizard started losing his cool. He screamed like a maniac, hurling insults and calling Sungwoo every name in the book. Sungwoo tuned out, the noise gritting his teeth through the pain. He just had to hold the line a little longer. If Jisoo hadn't lent her shield, Hanho would have been toast, seeing as he wasn't exactly built like a tank yet. Suddenly, the Spider Queen realized her attacks were barely making a dent anymore. Sungwoo threw some shade, asking if she was already gassed while claiming he could go all day. The Kobold Wizard cackled, retorting that he wasn't a mindless idiot like his opponent. He wasn't about to drag out a stalemate. He'd done the math and figured out the perfect counterplay. On the wizard's command, the Spider Queen used her webs to drag all the scattered cocoons and corpses into a single pile. Sungwoo's expression darkened. He had a really bad feeling about this. Suddenly, the Kobold Wizard opened his maw and spewed out streams of molten fire. He was torching the corpse supply to cut off any future reinforcements. Sungwoo frowned, realizing the boss intended to incinerate all the spider's offspring. This monster was sharper than he looked. While the boss focused on the flamethrower act, the skeleton bears and Orin tried to flank him, throwing their bodies in the way to block the fireballs. It was too little too late. He swatted them away like they were nothing. The Kobold Wizard laughed in triumph, declaring that Sungwoo had hit his limit and was out of ammo. "You're finished, you filthy human." But just when things looked grim, like a scene straight out of an *** awakening manhwa, ***, the heroine Jisoo made her grand entrance. She came crashing down with her flaming sword, making it clear that Times was the one about to meet his maker. Caught off guard, the Spider Queen took the full force of the blow, losing 2 legs instantly. The Kobold Wizard lost his mind as his plan crumbled, finally spotting the woman who had been hiding in the shadows. Was she waiting for an ambush? Then he scanned the enemy formation and remembered there was one more pest unaccounted for. Right on cue, Hanho stepped up. The kid strolled out from the back with a squad of undead. He thanked them for their patience, unveiling the secret weapon he and Jisoo had cooked up. Seeing that pathetic army, the Kobold Wizard sneered, questioning the kid's intelligence. He boasted that a low-level scrub couldn't even get close before getting vaporized. But before he could finish trash-talking, the Spider Queen's body started trembling uncontrollably. Hanho grinned, holding up a special bag of bait. He announced he'd added a special seasoning, betting the queen wouldn't be able to resist a bite. The voracious wolf culinary effect was now active. The moment the scent hit them, both the Spider Queen and the Kobold Wizard started salivating, driven wild by the aroma. This was top-tier monster grub. Sungwoo relaxed a bit, seeing everything fall into place. While he kept them busy, Jisoo and Hanho had deployed the zombies and spiked them with the irresistible bait. Even sentient wolves couldn't say no to this stuff. If it was a monster, there was zero chance it could override its primal instincts. Snatching up the bait, the two bosses gorged themselves. The Kobold Wizard tried to fight the urge, screaming at the queen to stop eating, but it was useless. They needed to flee or they were dead meat. Sungwoo's face went cold as he told them it was too late. You eat the food, you pay the check. The zombies that had just been swallowed came online inside the Spider Queen's gut. A split second later, a massive corpse explosion detonated from the inside out. It was a spectacular finish they never saw coming. Meanwhile, in another city, a massive giant bat was struggling to rip free from the iron chains hooked into its flesh. A crimson blade flashed through the air. The man-eating bat boss was sliced cleanly in two, like a piece of firewood collapsing to the ground stone dead. The raid team cheered wildly, swarming around the prosecutor of Yeongdeung-po. They congratulated him on pulling off a literally flawless raid. Minhwa thought to herself that the commander's leadership skills were absolutely top tier. However, the prosecutor's expression remained icy. He was calculating the overwhelming power and experience he'd gained. Even as the #1 ranker, he was obsessed with getting stronger. He couldn't stop thinking about that guy, Han Kang-soo. Who was he, and how was he leveling up faster than the leader of Korea's most powerful guild? No other player commanded as many troops during monster hunts. Yet, somehow this faceless nobody named Han Kang-soo was still sitting at the top of the leaderboard. That was the terrifying variable. If that mysterious top ranker decided to start his own guild, they would dominate the scene in a heartbeat. If he dared to get in the way. His dark thoughts were interrupted by Minhwa shouting for him to check out some breaking news. The leaderboards had shifted. It was the kind of sudden upset you'd expect in a *** system manhwa***. He took a closer look and swallowed hard. The Necromancer Yu Sung-woo had snatched the #2 spot, bumping the prosecutor down. Rage boiled over as he nearly crushed his phone in his grip. How was that even possible? Back in the dungeon, the dust was settling from the explosion that just ripped through the cave. The Kobold Wizard, battered and broken, lay on the ground, still trying to curse the humans with his dying breath. Hanho, tired of the noise, casually silenced him with a knife to the skull. Game over. The kid checked himself out with pride, finally moving like a real thief. The days of just being a meat shield were over. Then his body shrank back to its normal size. But surprise, surprise, the Spider Queen wasn't dead yet. She sprang up and screeched right next to him, scaring the living daylights out of the poor guy. Roy lunged from nowhere, driving a spike straight into her eye to finish the job. The system spammed notifications, gold rewards, and level-ups galore. Since Roy landed the killing blow on the boss, he absorbed the queen's power, getting a massive boost to his attack stats. His base traits stayed the same. Sung-woo pulled out an observation card. With this many summons, raid prep would be a breeze, and he'd find the Grim Reaper's scythe, no matter where it was hiding. The first awakening was just around the corner. Jisoo chimed in excitedly, noting that if they could just locate a shop, their main objective for coming here would be complete. With the plan set, they scoured the area. It took a hot minute, but they finally spotted one. The trio approached the C-grade store. The display screen featured a lucky spin wheel with various cash prizes that looked incredibly tempting. Sung-woo furrowed his brow as he read the fine print. Doesn't a D-grade or platinum shop usually cost 100,000 gold? Jisoo rubbed her chin, thinking it over. This shop must operate differently. Suddenly, the system popped up with updated rules for the machines, making the trio lose their patience. Just give us the goods already. This wasn't a simple coin exchange game anymore. It was straight-up gambling, like some twisted minigame in an *** system manhwa ***. If a failure popped up, they'd lose their coins, wouldn't they? Sung-woo ran the numbers. Jisoo and Hanho had about 300,000 gold, while he was sitting on 16 million. He could boost his odds by spending more coins. Hanho eagerly volunteered to spin first. He reasoned that, since Sung-woo always went first, stealing that spot might bring him some beginner's luck. Jisoo's face darkened. What about her turn? The leader, amused by their squabbling, suggested a peaceful solution. There were 3 machines, so they could all spin at the same time. Round 1 failure across the board. The subsequent attempts weren't any better, and our three heroes started getting extremely frustrated. Panic set in as they started bickering. Calm down, are we even doing this right? It was too late to back out now. Surely they'd eventually win something worthwhile. Seeing their miserable luck, the system offered a pity chance. Hanho's face twisted in rage. This machine was driving him absolutely bonkers. But they couldn't stop now. Of course, whether they wished for epic loot or useful items, the result was constant failure. But it wasn't over. They had to keep going until they collected 10 tickets. Suddenly, Hanho jumped up and screamed, "Got it!" He'd pulled a strange item, a magical skin scroll that granted a random skill when used. As for the others, Jisoo officially collapsed in defeat, grumbling, "I'm gonna die." Only Sung-woo remained feverishly addicted to the gamble. He was determined to use all 10 coins. And on the very last one, a miracle happened. Jackpot. He won the first prize, the Ring of Darkness. This item allowed him to summon a shadow doppelganger to fight alongside him in the dark. Right on cue, a new quest popped up. A collection quest. If only the items were sold right here in the shop. He decided to shelve that thought for now. He rushed over to tell Jisoo he'd gift her a hero-grade bracelet, on the condition that she didn't smash the machine to pieces. Jisoo, who was gripping her flame sword, ready to execute the machine, instantly switched to a beaming smile. She happily accepted the deal, leaving Hanho terrified of her mood swings. That machine was 1 second away from the scrapyard. With business concluded, Sung-woo decided it was time to head back to the village. He needed to set up a defensive barrier first. That done, the three marched back heroically, welcomed by the entire community. Sung-woo dove into strategy meetings with the high-ranking officers to discuss the battle terrain. The guard system also saw some much-needed upgrades. Everyone in the village was busy with their tasks. Before long, the sky turned dark. Jisoo, lugging a massive backpack, did one final gear check. The raid was finally kicking off. Sung-woo rallied the team. "You're going to see great results, you've worked hard for this." Suddenly, Hanho came sprinting in with an update. Sung-woo asked, "Something on the community board." A slew of breaking news items flashed on the screen. Excitedly, the kid pointed to item number 7, the live streaming section. There was only a single video broadcast listed. Jisoo analyzed it coolly. "It's just a shot of an office. Are they testing the camera?" But Sung-woo immediately sensed something was off. Do they want to document the attack? Was this the system's plan? No, it had to be the Young Po Guild. A personal live stream shouldn't even be possible. He didn't know if their intentions were malicious, but it was the perfect way to control the populace. Ever since he hit rank 2, the online community had been buzzing. There was no way the guy wasn't paying attention. So far, the prosecutor didn't seem like a villain, but greed had a way of leading people down the wrong path. If Prosecutor Jung Dong-pyo was that type, he'd eventually lose his way. He might be trying to keep Sung-woo in check, perhaps manipulating things so he'd get fewer raid rewards. But given the current situation, that seemed unlikely. He realized his hidden title, Oath of the Sworn, would be crucial one day, and that day might be today. Just then, a helicopter parted the clouds and descended rapidly. They were here. The aircraft touched down arrogantly right next to where Sung-woo's team was standing. Min-ki popped out with a bright smile, introducing himself as the expedition's support. "I'm here to pick up our number 2 ranker. Please get ready." Once seated, they took off. Jisoo and Hanho sat in terrified silence. Sung-woo peeked out the window, noting the wyverns still patrolling the sky. Is it really safe to fly with those things out there? The guy with the eye patch flashed a toothy, arrogant grin. "For our guild, nothing is impossible. We have members all over Seoul. We track the wyverns' locations and flight paths in real time." The two pilots nodded confidently, in agreement. They couldn't guarantee 100% safety, but priorities were priorities. Sung-woo kept his mouth shut. You had to admit their guild ran like a well-oiled machine thanks to all that manpower. That was a scale Sung-woo's scrappy little survival squad just couldn't match. Sure, aerial transport was flashy, but wasn't there a less dramatic way to travel? Just then, the operation kicked off. A fresh quest window popped up from the system. Sung Minhwa practically jumped out of his skin when he realized Sung-woo could see the notification too. He scratched his head, totally lost. This wasn't part of the script. Crap. Whatever he figured, the prosecutor or one of the big shots would handle the mess. Hanho watched the guy fidgeting and thought, "Hey, that dude's just like me." Meanwhile, Seong-woo was hit with a terrifying realization, burying his face in his hands to keep the rising panic in check. In his experience, a raid meant a massive group of players banding together to take down one gargantuan nightmare of a monster. Teamwork was the whole point. The raid system existed specifically because soloing a boss was basically suicide. Usually grouping up meant dealing with a 90% power penalty. But this new quest was baiting them to hunt the boss solo and hog all the rewards. It felt like someone was pulling the strings from the shadows. He had sunk way too much time and sweat into this to back out now. Whoever was behind this must have tweaked the system to crank up the raid's difficulty. If that was the game, fine. He would have to throw down against the prosecutor of Yongdongpo and the other squad captains, and he wasn't planning on quitting halfway. The Freedom Guild's base camp looked deceptively peaceful. A massive announcement flashed across everyone's screens. The prosecutor was leading the first ever official raid on the Uedo boss. He vowed to wipe out every monster invading their turf and sweep across the entire country. Civilians checked their phones and cheered, buying into the hype. No surprise there, the prosecutor was leading the nation's strongest guild. They were even setting up a live stream turning this whole **** manhwa recap *** worthy event into a spectacle. The public interest was absolutely insane. It felt like a plot twist from an *** awakening manhwa *** when the system converted the raid itself into an official quest. The comment section was blowing up with people arguing that the Necromancer should be the one in charge. Rumors started flying that the legendary Necromancer was actually going to show up. A helicopter chopped through the air above the guild base. The fighters on the ground looked up with grins on their faces, dying to see what kind of man the legend really was. Expectations for Seong-woo were sky high. The chopper slowly descended, kicking up dust as it prepared to touch down. 3 figures stepped out of the aircraft. Song-woo took point flanked by Han-ho and Jisoo, while 2 undead summons brought up the rear carrying the luggage. The prosecutor stepped forward to greet them. "Welcome to the Freedom Guild. You've traveled a long way." Song-woo nodded. "I only saw it from the air, but you've got this place organized incredibly well. You certainly look ready for the raid." Then Seong-woo spotted the camera setup and thought, "Times I knew it. It's a show." The live stream was obviously a PR stunt to boost the guild's image. He wondered if they were rushing this just to flex their power and prove they were superior. Kang-hoon stepped out, twirling a wand and eyeing them with open suspicion. "So you're the rumored Necromancer. Is this it? Just 3 survivors?" He swept his hair back and scoffed. "I heard there was a large survivor group in Suwon. This alliance seems a bit lopsided, don't you think?" Seong-woo just stood there cool as a cucumber, gauging the guy's intentions. Waving his wand around like a toy, the guy kept bragging. "We've got 31 elites on our side. Didn't the big shots from Gangnam show up?" Song-woo was taken aback. "What's his deal? We haven't even finalized the terms, and he's already applying pressure. Is he in cahoots with the prosecutor?" Song-woo cut him off mid-sentence. "I'm sorry, but who are you? Maybe introduce yourself before you start talking." While the blue-haired guy postured, Jung-hoon intervened to introduce him as Lee Kang-hoon, leader of the Daehan survivor group. Song-woo recalled rumors about a famous fire mage with that name, but pretended not to give a damn. Song-woo narrowed his eyes. "Is he from the dispatched unit?" He glanced at his own squad. "We've always operated as a 3-man cell. Does padding the numbers with random squads actually add any value?" He addressed the room. "We didn't come here to fight each other. We're here to raid a boss. Or am I missing something?" Kang-hoon turned purple with rage, but the prosecutor held him back. "Easy, Kang-hoon. Consider Song-woo's capabilities. He's never truly alone. He brings an entire army of undead with him. That's exactly why I invited him from so far away. The rankings speak for themselves. Now, we're burning daylight, so let's get this meeting started." The leaders filed into the conference room while the grunts waited outside. The prosecutor and his right-hand man took center stage. The table was surrounded by familiar faces from various territories. A woman holding a tablet stepped up to run the briefing. "Good morning. I'm the Chief of Operations for the Dungeon Expedition Team." She immediately dove into the strategy. "We've confirmed the parameters. Since the difficulty has spiked, we expect the rewards to scale accordingly. We can't predict the item drops yet, but all gold proceeds will be split into 12 equal shares." Seong-woo froze the moment he heard equal shares. The others didn't even bat an eye, clearly having agreed to this beforehand. Seong-woo scanned the room, they were all in on it. But an even split. That was highway robbery. Aside from him and the prosecutor, there were 10 other captains at the table, and silence reigned. They might have had different team names, but they were all effectively Freedom Guild puppets. If they split it 12 ways, the Freedom Guild would pocket 11 shares, while his team walked away with scraps. The woman looked around. "Does anyone have any objections?" A hand shot up immediately. It was Seong-woo. The woman smiled, gesturing for him to speak, thinking he was already in the bag. Seong-woo didn't mince words. Why are we splitting the pot when a boss fight is fundamentally a winner-take-all scenario? Shouldn't the loot go to the person who actually risks their neck to land the kill? The woman blinked. That specific mission condition wasn't supposed to be public knowledge yet. She composed herself. We cannot agree to that. The goal is equitable distribution. He fired back instantly. I'm not talking about equitable. I'm talking about fair. Everyone brings a different level of power and risk to the table. You're preaching equality, but let's be real. Did you just call me here to carry your entire team? The room went dead silent as the other captains shifted uncomfortably, knowing he'd hit the nail on the head. Sung-woo dropped a bomb on them, so basically everyone here is just looking for a free ride, huh? The crowd, feeling their pride stung immediately, started shouting back. What the hell is this guy talking about? What do you mean carrying the team? Did he just say free ride? A massive hulking guy stood up in a fit of rage to challenge him. Hey Necromancer, come over here and say that to my face. This guy calls himself the first king of Incheon. He is ranked number 11 and built a reputation for taking down giant monsters up close and personal. He kept tilting his chin up, provoking him. Cat got your tongue. Sung-woo lowered his voice. Sit down. You're only mad because I'm right, aren't you? So take a seat. Sung-woo's eyes flashed with an eerie green power. An-sok turned beet red and roared. You son of a bitch. Suddenly, the prosecutor slammed his fist down, cracking the table in half. The prosecutor spoke up. Why don't we see how that plays out? He frowned slightly before adding, actually, that sounds like a solid plan. Somewhere on the outer rim of the raid, lizardmen were charging in with razor-sharp weapons. The raiders were screaming curses, taking out their pent-up frustration on the lizards and knocking them flying. An-sok was violently venting his anger while cursing the Necromancer. Arrogant piece of trash. He should have just kept his trap shut and listened to us. Who's even on his side anyway? His hand was drenched in lizard blood as a notification popped up about earning gold from the kill. Staring at the fading light in the lizardman's eyes, An-sok muttered, Sorry, you had to be my punching bag, but is that really all you got? Are we done here? As soon as he finished speaking, another swarm of lizardmen erupted from the shadows to attack. Suddenly, a massive blast of fire shot out from nowhere, engulfing and incinerating them instantly. The screams of the lizardmen filled the air. Kang-hoon jumped out and yelled, Boss, watch out, we're screwed if you go down. Looking around, he continued, Turns out this place is the perfect nesting ground for these things. If they keep breeding like rabbits, we're going to have a serious problem. An-sok pointed at himself with pride. Isn't that exactly why we stepped in? We have to wipe out these monsters and stop the apocalypse? Kang-hoon added, and the Fallen too. If we don't, it's a bad ending. You remember right, if we don't stop them, Korea is toast. If we fail to stop the Fallen, they'll sow the seeds of the World Tree. Through human sacrifice, the World Tree will thrive. An-sok turned to him. We don't even know who the Fallen are. Kang-hoon explained. No, the Fallen aren't monsters or players. It's just a title. That is why we're stuck here protecting the growth site of the World Tree right here in Uido. An-sok smirked. The prosecutor will handle the heavy lifting. He actually keeps his word, unlike some people who are all talk. The sound of a helicopter approaching echoed from the sky. He looked up and asked, Looks like the camera crew started the live stream. Wait, isn't the prosecutor supposed to be on the other side? Kang-hoon looked at his phone screen and cursed. Damn it. Boss, the Necromancer. An-sok panicked. Did he kick the bucket? Then he sighed and pointed. Knew that would happen. But the reply was, no, they're already at the park. The boss looked stunned. Isn't that the boss zone? Kang-hoon looked worried. Yeah, looks like he's going to beat Jung-hoon to the punch. That Necromancer, son of a bitch. Meanwhile, Sung-woo and his army of summons were silently marching straight into the belly of the beast. In the archer squad, there was one guy who looked particularly dapper. It was the rank 11 armored archer Myung-soo. He told himself, I've been a genius since birth, even before the world went to hell. Based on past experience, successful people don't rely on raw talent. Connections and office politics are what really matter. Human skills can deteriorate, but in the end, I can control everyone with just my silver tongue. Isn't judging people by their stats in this society totally ridiculous? That's right, people need to know how to grease the wheels and kiss up. He was currently in the squad, trailing behind Sung-woo. I got this opportunity thanks to my gear. There had been a secret meeting between him and an assistant. She had warned him, please don't make a scene today, okay? He thought, just as I predicted, the guildmaster is testing that Necromancer. Either way, this raid is rigged for the Necromancer to fail. All the captains from the 11 major guilds are in on this raid. He smirked. The only thing I need to do is sit back and wait. The path to success will pave itself. At least that was the plan. But what the hell is going on here? What is this madness? He watched in disbelief as Jisoo carved a path straight to the boss lair with her flaming sword. Myung-soo stared at her and wondered what got into her. What kind of broken asterisk system? Manhwa asterisk logic is this? Why is she charging in first? And that monster? It's a hobgoblin having the time of his life. Did he tame a new species or something? How can a human change that much? And the biggest issue is that Necromancer. What's the deal with those armored monsters? Synergy list: Night Squad Iron Armor. Requirement 40 or more large armored units. Effect: increased armor and defensive barriers. Myung-soo was floored. Is this a legit raid squad synergy effect? Their combined power buffs? Are this insane? Suddenly, Sung-woo turned around and glanced at him, making him jump. He smiled and asked, "You want a set of armor like theirs? Don't worry, they're archers too." As soon as he finished speaking, dry bones clamped onto the archer squad. They panicked, screaming, "These bones are all over me." In seconds, the bones formed armor around them. The archers looked at each other. This armor is way lighter than I thought. It's unbelievable. Myung-soo thought, I just want this damn game to end already. This is awful. Sung-woo looked at the group behind him. In a situation like this, I'm basically their moral compass. Myung-soo scurried up to him. Mr. Necromancer, sir? I saw a path earlier near Uido Station. If you cross there, you'll see a park that's the boss room. He pointed toward a glowing chamber. Wading through the water, the archer complained. This place is creepy as hell. And the further we go, the deeper the water gets. He kept muttering under his breath. It's probably crawling with lizard men over there. Our visibility is low, and it's tight quarters. You should probably go link up with another squad. He thought this would surely be too difficult for the Necromancer. Sung-woo shouted to Han-ho and Jisoo up ahead, ordering them to fall back. The summoned werebear was piling up lizardman carcasses. The corpses floated on the water, gathered into a heap. Then Sung-woo triggered corpse explosion, setting off a massive detonation. The archers were completely stunned. Their screens were lighting up with gold notifications, while the lizards nearby just popped like balloons, exploded limbs, and gore everywhere. Surveying the wreckage, Sung-woo nodded. We're done here. Min-soo looked frantic. A gap. I seriously need a gap in the defense so I can get a visual. Just then, a helicopter roared overhead. Han-ho pointed at the sky. Check it out, a chopper. Think they're filming us. Turns out that chopper was there to capture some high-level gameplay. Inside, the cameraman was losing his mind. This is incredible. Armored skeletons causing massive explosions. I have to get this on tape. This is exactly the kind of footage that gives survivors hope. I bet the prosecutor is talking about this right now. I was actually assigned to film the other squads, but I stumbled onto this gold mine by accident. The livestream chat went wild. Engagement metrics were through the roof, and the comments were flooded with praise for Sung-woo. An assistant held out a phone. Sir, the scout team is on the line. The cameraman reached out. Hand it over. But before he even got the receiver to his ear, the screaming started. What the hell do you think you're doing? Turn that chopper around. The cameraman tried to defend himself. But you told us to film the other teams. The voice on the other end got even louder. Are you thick? Do you seriously not understand orders? I told you to check their status, not host a fan club. Get back here immediately, if you value your life. Terrified, the cameraman apologized and ordered the pilot to turn around. Watching them leave, Sung-woo frowned. They're done filming already. Han-ho shrugged. Maybe another team made a big move. Ignoring the camera crew, Sung-woo and his team went back to wading silently through the water. Finally, they reached the boss zone with Wright leading the charge on his bear. Jisoo looked around. This used to be Uido Park, but now, it looks more like a primeval forest. Suddenly, a massive boom sent a flock of birds scattering from the bushes. The ground shook violently. Heads up everyone, Sung-woo warned. Stay sharp. Jisoo pointed frantically. Look over there, to the north. A massive pillar of light erupted from the ground, shooting straight up into the clouds. A system notification popped up. Raid Boss Lizard Warrior Chief has appeared. It was seeking a worthy challenger, and whoever defeated it would earn a special title. Han-ho pointed at the beacon of light, clearly hyped. That's gotta be it, let's go boss. But then he noticed a swarm of helicopters heading toward the same spot. Wait, what the heck? Is that the scout team? Han-ho scowled. Those jerks. We do all the work finding the boss, and they just swoop in. Sung-woo narrowed his eyes. Asterisk. They're trying to monopolize the loot. Asterisk. He hadn't expected them to use helicopters to bypass the terrain and fly straight to the target. Asterisk. He's more competitive than I gave him credit for. Asterisk. Meanwhile, Sung-woo's path was blocked by a horde of lizardmen. High above, Jung-hoon looked down from his chopper. Sung-woo thought times. The contract didn't technically forbid air travel, but still. Hard to trust anyone these days. Hanho turned to him. Senior, what's the plan? Sung-woo sighed, then cracked a smile. What else can we do? We can't fly. He started walking. We stick to the plan. But note to self, I really need to find myself a flying mount. As they pushed forward, the gold notifications kept pinging. Every time they dropped a monster, Sung-woo's summons would toss the lizard corpses onto a growing pile. Suddenly, a bright light started glowing from Sung-woo's hip, startling everyone. Hanho pointed at the object in his hand. Whoa! What are you holding? It was an experience card. Specifically, a C-grade card. In this *** system, manhwa *** items like this were a shortcut to gaining a massive chunk of experience instantly. When it stored enough XP to trigger a level up, it glowed blue. Sung-woo remembered looting it back in the gold dungeon. It's glowing, he muttered. That means I can hit level 15. If he could equip the Grim Reaper's scythe at that level, he'd undergo his first awakening. The system chimed. You have accumulated enough experience to level up. Would you like to use the card? Sung-woo grinned. Absolutely. He activated it, but immediately Hanho and Jisoo's faces twisted in horror. A blinding blue light enveloped him. When Sung-woo opened his eyes, his team was gone. He was floating in a void, staring up at a solitary speck of light. Asterisk. What is this times, he wondered. Asterisk. A prophecy. No, this feels different. Asterisk. He realized his body was actually suspended in midair. Inside that distant light, something was moving. A spectral blue figure began to materialize, taking shape from the glow. The apparition spoke, its voice resonating through a system window. So you have arrived, the one who holds the reins of death. It issued a command, find the Grim Reaper's scythe. A quest window popped up. Exclusive quest. Who is the Lord of Death? Objective. Obtain the Grim Reaper's scythe. Reward first awakening and an exclusive skill. Penalty. If you lack the strength, you will be assimilated by the Lich. Sung-woo stared at the phantom and the floating text. The voice seemed to be coming from everywhere at once. He realized there was a powerful entity controlling this vision. Asterisk. It looks like it's trying to speak directly to me times, he thought. Asterisk. But I can't understand the language. Is that why it's using the system interface to translate asterisk? Floating face to face with this unknown being, Sung-woo felt something unexpected. Instead of fear, he felt peace. For some reason, he knew it wouldn't hurt him. It felt strangely familiar. Hearing the call through the system window, Sung-woo answered instinctively. I'm listening. The phantom spoke again. Observe death more carefully. It was a cryptic warning. Sung-woo reached out, confused. Wait, what does that mean? Before his fingers could brush against it, the blue phantom vanished. Sung-woo blinked, snapping back to reality. Hanho and Jisoo were right in his face, looking terrified. You just zoned out for 10 seconds, Jisoo said. Are you okay? Sung-woo just smiled. His consciousness had traveled to another dimension, which meant the quest from that entity was real. He looked at his teammates. Asterisk. Observe death more carefully, times he thought. Asterisk. Surely it doesn't mean I'm going to get stabbed in the back by my own crew. Right. Asterisk. A massive explosion rocked the forest, interrupting his thoughts. The team scrambled. Was that a crash? Hanho asked. Is that the helicopter? Sung-woo pulled his hood up, his eyes hardening with resolve. Asterisk. No time to second-guess things now, times he told himself. Asterisk. I can't complete that awakening quest yet anyway. Asterisk. Focus on the boss hunt, he ordered. Pointing toward the pillar of smoke, he addressed his team. Hanho, Jisoo. From now on, wherever the boss is, that's where we're going. He turned to the stragglers behind him. Minsu, if you think you can't keep up with our pace, fall back and join another squad. We're moving out. Without wasting a second, the trio and Sang-woo's summons sprinted toward the crash site. The wreckage was already engulfed in a roaring inferno. What the hell just happened? Looking at the blazing wreck, he realized the chopper was struck mid-flight. But how do you even hit a moving target at that altitude? Then he saw a massive spear lodged right in the cockpit window. That was definitely the kill shot. Suddenly, the prosecutor emerged from the smoke and flames, carrying a survivor over his shoulder. He shouted for everyone to snap out of it. All eyes locked onto him, the Guildmaster of Faith. He managed to deploy his ability in a split second. That explains it. The passengers only survived because of the prosecutor's long-range defensive skills. Manhwa grabbed his hand, relieved, praising his quick thinking. But Dong-hun just lowered his head, grimacing. He couldn't save everyone. The pilot didn't make it. Staring down the lizardmen, the group decided to take their rage out on the monsters. Meanwhile, another aircraft hovered above the livestream crew had arrived. The commentator announced the view count just hit 17,550. It seems everyone obsessed with this *** awakening manhwa *** scenario is tuning in to see the Necromancer. Ye standing nearby nodded. It made sense. Right now he was basically the nation's last hope, and she was beaming with pride. The battle erupted instantly. The air filled with the screeching of lizards and the curses of the scout team. These bastards are weak, hold the line. Manhwa ordered the chopper to reposition and rain fire on the enemy. Down below, the prosecutor raised his blade, charging up a massive attack. He unleashed cross spear, sending a ring of holy light tearing through the lizardmen, reducing them to chunks. Up in the chopper, the cameraman grinned. Did you guys catch that shot? That was Prosecutor Jo Yoon in action. But down on the ground, Dong Hun warned the team to stay sharp. The second wave was coming and the boss was with them. The squad scrambled into formation just as a massive explosion rocked the center of the forest. Yi and the crew watched from above, whispering, "There it is." The big one finally showed up. The Lizardman chief stepped into the light. It was a grotesque crimson nightmare with a jagged horn and a sword the size of a grown man. The prosecutor barked orders to the backline, commanding the archers to focus all long-range fire on the target. A system window popped up. The chief possessed Swordsman's Blessing, granting 90% damage reduction against projectiles. The arrows just bounced off its hide like toothpicks. Realizing it was pointless, he immediately signaled the squad to cease fire. Dong Hun gritted his teeth. Even if they chipped away at its health, the monster's regeneration would heal it instantly. The boss just stood there, smiling mockingly at their futile efforts. The chief stomped the ground and launched itself at the front line. It smashed into the vanguard, sending heavy shields flying as if they were made of paper. The battlefield turned into a slaughterhouse of screams and gore. Just as the monster raised its massive blade for a killing blow, a projectile slammed into it, halting the swing. It was a heavy hit, but the beast managed to tilt its head just in time to dodge. Stepping forward, the prosecutor shouted, "Everyone fall back. The scouts can handle the small fry. This bastard is mine." He walked up to the boss, brimming with confidence. The Lizardman chief locked eyes with him and growled, its gaze razor sharp. Wasting no time, the monster lunged, bringing that gigantic sword down in a vicious arc, aimed straight at the prosecutor's head. He snapped his sword up to parry. The impact sent a shockwave through the air. It looked like a stalemate in terms of raw power. Dong Hun analyzed the situation. The monster had the reach advantage with that colossal weapon, but he definitely had the edge in speed. While he was strategizing, the chief wound up for another strike. But the prosecutor just smirked, convinced the victory was already in the bag. In a one-on-one duel, he knew he could take this thing. He deflected the blows and countered with lightning-fast strikes, the clang of steel on steel ringing out across the clearing. From the helicopter, Ye couldn't stop gushing over Dong Hun's performance. "Incredible. He's pushing that monster back all by himself. Are you seeing this?" While he was locked in combat, reinforcements arrived. Kang Hoon and Han Suk shouted from the tree line, "Boss Dong Hun, we've got your back." The captains of the Alliance Guild had joined the fray. Dong Hun noticed eerie blue lights glowing in the bushes and wondered if the Necromancer's skeleton soldiers had finally caught up. Worried someone else might steal the glory, the prosecutor hurriedly fired off another cross spear directly at the boss. It was a direct hit, yet a cold knot of anxiety formed in his stomach. Something felt off, though he couldn't put his finger on it. The monster's grin never faltered. Even while getting pummeled, it looked like it was enjoying the pain. Dong Hun muttered, "I really want to wipe that smile off its ugly face." Suddenly, the lizardman's physiology began to warp. A grotesque lump on its back started to pulse and bulge, as if something was trying to burst out. Energy surged around the beast before it unleashed a torrent of dragon fire. The prosecutor barely managed to erect a mana barrier in time to block the inferno. His teammates rushed forward with their shields raised, but he screamed at them to stay back. Looking at his trembling hands, Dong Hun realized his mana shield and his stamina were completely tapped out. "Get back, you'll be incinerated," he yelled. Up above, Manhwa pointed frantically at the smoke. "Look at the boss. It was shedding its skin, evolving into something far worse. The lizard form was just a shell. Emerging from the husk was the true boss, the War Dragon, a massive crimson terror. Phase 2 had officially begun. The beast's eyes burned with hellfire as it stared down the troops. Dong Hun froze, stunned by the sheer scale of the transformation. He craned his neck to look up at the towering monstrosity, grinding his teeth in frustration. He'd been played. "A dragon, you've got to be kidding me." So, you were hiding your true power this whole time. The war dragon lunged, and he barely managed to get his sword up, groaning under the crushing weight of the attack. Struggling against the overwhelming pressure, Dong-hun realized the grim truth. Just blocking was nearly shattering his bones. He was completely outclassed. The impact sent him skidding backward. Before he could recover, the boss wound up for a follow-up strike. Watch out, it's using its tail. But to the prosecutor's horror, it wasn't just a tail. Attached to the end was a razor-sharp blade swinging straight for him. The power gap was just too wide. Jung-hoon knew he couldn't stop the incoming blade biting his lip hard enough to draw blood as the realization hit. He slammed onto the ground, leaving the crowd in total shock. Panic erupted among the onlookers. Prosecutor Jung-hoon, they screamed. He took a direct hit. No one knew if he was even still breathing after an impact like that. From the helicopter, the man watched, jaw on the floor. No. This can't be happening. The war dragon, now in its second phase, growled as it stalked toward the fallen prosecutor. Tears streamed down Jung-hoon's face. It's over, he choked out, trying to fight the despair, but failing as the sobbing took over. The raid failed. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, everyone. Suddenly, amidst the flames, just as the boss opened its maw to devour him, a lizard monster came flying out of nowhere. It slammed into the dragon, triggering a massive explosion that made the beast howl in agony. Out of nowhere, a pack of werebears leaped onto the war dragon, pummeling it until it roared in fury. The boss was completely thrown off by the sudden swarm. It thrashed and bucked, trying desperately to shake the clinging bears off its back while they tore into it. Then came Sung-woo, radiating pure killing intent. He drove his sword straight into the war dragon's skull with a sickening crunch that shook the ground. The trio in the chopper couldn't believe their eyes. Is that the Necromancer? The woman gasped. The cameraman zoomed in. Confirmed. That's him. Viewers watching the live stream on their phones went absolutely berserk. Kyung-soo cheered. Sung-woo is here. He actually showed up. We're saved. Watching from the sidelines, Tae-sung grinned. Talk about perfect timing. Guy shows up at the last second, like the hero in an awakening manhwa. The woman in the helicopter felt a wave of relief. She never expected the Necromancer to arrive so fast, but thank God he did. She screamed over the comms. I don't give a damn about the rewards anymore. Just end this nightmare and save those people. Below, the monster shrieked as Sung-woo's blade tore into it. Sung-woo watched as the beast let out one final cry and collapsed motionless. He frowned, confused. Is it bugged? Kang-hoon and Onsu, busy clearing out the smaller lizard mobs, paused to watch. Onsu shook his head in awe. He distracted it with the summons and went for the kill shot. Crazy. Kang-hoon nodded. We've got this. The Necromancer is going to win. Up in the chopper, a subordinate delivered bad news. Gangnam Station is completely surrounded by lizard monsters. The commander grit her teeth, cursing internally. Those bastards. They said it was a one-on-one boss raid option. They never mentioned a monster swarm. If you're going to rig the game, don't call it a challenge. She barked orders into her headset. Contact all units. Priority 1 is protecting the Necromancer. Instantly, the raid team formed a defensive phalanx around Onsu and Kang-hoon. Ha, you ugly things aren't getting past us. Han-ho watched from a distance with a sly grin. Looks like the army finally figured out whose side to take. A giant werebear rushed in, smashing its hammer onto the boss's head for good measure. That seemed to seal the deal. Cheered from the sidelines. Yes, we finally took it down. But looking at the carcass in the water, Sung-woo remained skeptical. That was way too easy. Something's wrong. Suddenly, a voice called out as the war dragon's tail twitched. Did that thing just move? Impossible. The celebration died instantly, Han-ho stammered, but it stopped breathing right. Jisoo felt the same dread Sung-woo did. This feels off. The fallen boss began to rise, shaking off the damage. That was when Sung-woo realized it was entering Phase 3. A system notification flashed, hidden boss raid initiated, the sprout that swallows seeds. Quest complete. Identify the similarities between a hero and a star. Lockdown initiated. All exits from Yudo are sealed until the boss is defeated. The Phase 3 War Dragon glared at Sung-woo's party, a low growl rumbling in its throat. Sung-woo read the alert, annoyed. This damn system is always glitchy and full of surprises. It's toying with us. The crowd panicked as the boss transformed. Whoa, look at the other monsters. Keep them back. It wasn't just the dragon anymore. Blue-scaled lizards started flooding the area, looking feral. They're acting like zombies. We have to wipe them out. Sung-woo noticed the mobs looked deranged. Are they in a frenzy state? With Han-ho and Jisoo handling the crowd control, Sung-woo could focus. I trust those two. They can hold back the frenzied lizards. This big guy is the real problem. It was down to him and his werebears to face the Phase 3 War Dragon, and its power level was off the charts. The dragon inhaled flames gathering in its maw. Sung Woo shouted, breath attack incoming. Evasive maneuvers. This fire breath was 1,000 times stronger than before. Nobody had time to dodge. The screams were drowned out as the blast consumed everything, even the dragon's own minions. The raid team took heavy hits, and the lizard mobs were incinerated instantly. The sheer destructive power left Sung Woo at a loss. What's the play here? The giant boss paused. Sung Woo seized the moment, triggering corpse explosion. A massive blast rocked the area, blinding everyone with smoke and debris. As the dust settled, the dragon emerged completely unscathed, and looking more terrifying than ever. Its bloodlust was palpable, but Sung Woo realized brute force wasn't working. The war dragon retaliated with another wave of fire. The werebears formed a wall, barely holding back the inferno with their bodies. The system chimed, your undead have returned to eternal rest. Sung Woo watched his tanks turn to ash. One more hit like that, and it was game over. My bears got vaporized instantly. I don't have a plan for this kind of firepower. I need to distract it, drain its stamina. Another notification popped up. Corpse now under your control. He turned to his teammates. Han Hoji Su, fall back. We can't handle the mobs and the boss at the same time. Regroup and rethink. As he yelled, he kept an eye on the rampage in front of him. Jisoo glanced over at the raid team, looking for an opening. What about the others? Sung Woo didn't even blink. Split up. Move out before we get swarmed. Monsters love a crowd. He gave them a serious look. Listen, things are going sideways. Look out for number 1. Your own survival comes first, right now. Jisoo stayed silent, but Hanho nodded obediently like a good student. You got it, boss. Sung Woo waved them off. Now get out of here. He shouted at the subjugation squad while sprinting past. Fall back, it's over. The soldiers didn't hesitate. The raid was a total bust, time to run. Mid-sprint, Hanho spotted a familiar figure passed out nearby. He leaned in, eyes widening, as he recognized the face. Wait, isn't that Prosecutor Yoon Jung-hoon? Hanho shook him frantically, head on a swivel. Hey, wake up. What are you even doing out here? We can't just chill here, we gotta go. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted right behind him. Hanho spun around, terrified. Snot running down his face, he whimpered for Sung Woo like a lost puppy. But then his senior's warning flashed through his mind. In a crisis, individual survival is priority number 1. The Stage 3 Drake unhinged its massive grotesque jaw, aiming right for Hanho. But despite the terror, he didn't run. He threw himself over Prosecutor Jung-hoon to shield him. Luckily, Wright swooped in just in time to save their skins. Hanho watched the giant beast recoil. Whoa, did Wright just use the net tooth skill? Wright used his agility to dance around the monster's attacks. Hanho called out to the skeleton. Over there, look out. Before he could finish, Sung Woo landed on the drake's head, stabbing down. Geez, kid, I told you to worry about yourself. Piercing the left eye only pissed it off. In a flash, the tail blade whipped around, slicing Sung Woo's arm clean off. Both he and Hanho froze in shock. Hanho screamed Sung Woo, watching his leader's arm go flying from the tail swipe. But the injured figure vanished into thin air. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Hanho's collar, dragging him back. He turned to see the real times Sung Woo standing there. Senior, but I just saw. Sung Woo cut him off. Alternate ego. Decoy. A system window popped up, displaying the loot details. Item, Ring of the Black King. Grade Legendary. Type Ring. Effect Agility +3, Stamina +2. When attacking from the shadows, an alternate ego is summoned to fight alongside you. This clone deals 50% of your damage. Sung Woo glanced at the ring on his finger. I couldn't land a killing blow, but that was enough to blind the bastard. He'd poured his remaining stamina into that strike. Even with half damage, the clone's attack on a weak point like the eye was devastating. The Drake went berserk, roaring and stomping in pure rage before charging straight at them. Hanho panicked. It's coming right for us. Sung Woo, the senior, gritted his teeth. Great, I pulled all the aggro. It's locked on. Suddenly, a blast of fire slammed into the beast. The impact was heavy enough to knock the Drake back. It was Jisoo. She hadn't left after all. Sung Woo stared wide-eyed. Jisoo, I explicitly told you guys to scatter. She stood her ground. I'm fighting. The 3 of us stick together always. Hanho looked like he was about to cry tears of joy. Jisoo, Hanho cheered. Sung Woo didn't argue. He just smirked proudly. I'm sure you've got a whole speech prepared, but we're a little busy right now. The team locked in, facing the threat. Sung Woo summoned his minions. Let's take down this boss, then we can chat. The system chimed. The call of death is beginning in this area. The drake thrashed wildly, and Sungwoo launched his counterattack. Corpse explosion rocked the battlefield. Watching his skeletons charge the boss, he thought times, "We need to end this now." Asterisk. But it felt hopeless. The explosions barely scratched it. It's like the difficulty spike in an *** awakening manhwa *** just hit the roof. The thing refused to eat any of the zombies. This stage 3 drake was smart. It used its tail to smash the skeletons before they could get close enough to be eaten. Without the internal damage from being devoured, the skeletons were useless. Sungwoo's anxiety spiked. He couldn't trigger an internal explosion, and spamming summons wasn't working. Jisoo and Hanho were fighting for their lives against the smaller lizards, but the monsters were spawning faster than they could kill them. Suddenly, flames gathered in the drake's maw. Asterisk. Breath attack times. Sungwoo glanced back. Jisoo and Hanho were distracted. Damn it. They're right in the line of fire. The drake unleashed a massive torrent of flames toward them. Sungwoo stepped in, encasing his arm in bone armor to block the blast. Realizing he was taking the hit for them, his teammates screamed, "Sungwoo." He gritted his teeth, bracing against the heat. When the smoke finally cleared, Sungwoo collapsed to his knees exhausted. Asterisk huff. Barely blocked that. All my skeletons are gone. Asterisk. He looked up helplessly at the charging drake. Asterisk. I'm tapped out. 0 mana left. Asterisk. The boss wound up its tail blade for a finishing strike. Just as Sungwoo braced for death, Hanho jumped in front of him. "I've got you, boss." A sickening crunch echoed as a system notification popped up. "Your holy armor has shattered." With his defense gone, the kid was defenseless. The tail swung back around for the kill. Go right. The little skeleton intercepted the blow, his sword shattering on impact. But the small fighter used his size to his advantage. Grabbing onto the drake's own tailblade, Right leveraged the monster's weapon against itself. Asterisk. Did he just slice off its tail? Asterisk. The drake shrieked in agony as its tail hit the ground. Right shoved Hanho to safety before collapsing completely spent. The boss monster's claws bore down on him, a low, continuous growl rumbling in its throat. Hanho was tossed aside, reaching out and screaming, "Don't do it, you moron." He waved his hand desperately, realizing this was a final goodbye. But destiny had to play out. The war dragon crushed Rai underfoot, shattering his body instantly. Hanho watched the horror unfold, his eyes wide as tears welled up. A notification popped up on the interface, a cruel twist, typical of a *** system. Manhwa ***. Your bond with the skeleton has returned to the eternal void. The kid lost it over Rai's sacrifice, sobbing and screaming as he tried to charge the boss for revenge. My right arm, Senior Jisoo move Hanho, was too far gone to listen to reason or heed Jisoo's warnings. Hanho get a grip. Suddenly a massive rampaging bear scooped up both Hanho and Jisoo, catching them off guard. Sungwoo ruffled the kid's hair one last time. "Just make sure you survive, okay?" He turned to face the war dragon alone, buying them time while the bear carried out his final order to get them to safety. Panic set in as they yelled back. "Sung-woo, what are you doing?" He assessed the grim situation, barely standing after that last hit. The monster's power was unreal. Aside from Sungwoo, there were zero signs of life left in the area. The creature's strength was way beyond anything he had anticipated. Every attack was heavier than expected, and it was relentless. It ignored the fleeing group to focus entirely on him. He manipulated the scattered bone fragments, formulating a plan. "I just need to buy as much time as I can." Sungwoo fused the bone shards together, forming a shield to brace against the boss's incoming strike. The beast stomped down, but the bone shield barely held the impact. Watching from above, the passengers in the helicopter were terrified. "It's over," the man said in despair. "Even the Necromancer is?" The girl's scream cut him off. "No, we haven't even had a chance to talk yet." The Necromancer was fighting to the bitter end. She refused to lose hope, placing all her faith in him. But the war dragon's raw power snapped the shield in half, wounding him in the process. Bone shrapnel flew everywhere as Sungwoo gritted his teeth in pain. Suddenly, the severed tail, the one Rai had cut off earlier, slammed into his legs, sending him flying. He took a direct hit to the leg. The girl gasped from the chopper. Beside her, the man trembled. "I don't think he can hold out any longer." The war dragon's horn began to glow, preparing to incinerate the trembling Sungwoo. Hope faded. "I actually failed. After fighting so hard to survive all this time. Is this it? Am I going to die just like Mom and Dad?" In these final seconds, memories of Hanho and Jisoo flooded his mind. Surprisingly, a satisfied smile crossed his face. TSK. At least it wasn't a total loss. The war dragon unleashed its breath weapon, a massive torrent of destruction. Sung Woo was engulfed in flames, accepting his fate as his strength gave out. Meanwhile, Han-ho and Jisoo had made it far away from the blast zone. Hearing the massive explosion, they knew the worst had happened and screamed out. Senior Sung Woo opened his eyes, finding himself in a bizarre void. What is this place? Am I dead? He looked around, reflecting on the brutal battle. Tesk, honestly, I only made it this far thanks to dumb luck and cash. And my teammates, of course. Staring up, he hallucinated the silhouettes of Han-ho and Jisoo. He wasn't afraid of dying. He was just worried about them. Since I'm dead, the skeletons probably are too. I wonder if the others made it. A green light flickered, calling out Sung Woo. He jumped back, confused. Who are you? A mysterious figure in a black cloak materialized in front of him. The Grim Reaper. Can I see him because I've kicked the bucket? You here to collect my soul? He didn't wait for an answer. Heaven hell, I don't care. Let's just go. I'm exhausted and ready to tap out. Sung Woo vented to the cloaked figure. The figure chuckled softly. You're not even 30 yet. Why so tired already? He squinted suspiciously. Why does the Grim Reaper sound like an old geezer? The man spoke again. I didn't come here to see you in this state. Sung Woo froze. Dad. The figure lowered his hood. The Grim Reaper was actually his late father. Sung Woo's voice softened. Dad, is it really you? His mind was racing with confusion, but the man just smiled gently. Who knows? But does it really matter right now? Sung Woo looked away and let out a sigh. You're right. It's all over anyway. This seems like the most fitting end for me. The memory of the fire washed over him, bringing a deep wave of sadness. Death was terrifying, a nameless void where everything just ceases to exist. He could still see it clearly, the flames swallowing people, whole, sharp, and visceral. He mused that if the afterlife is real, it takes the edge off the fear, forcing you to face your sins instead. Noticing a shadow of sadness on his father's face, he asked, Are you mad at me? He paused, then confessed, When the house caught fire, I abandoned the family. I ran away just to save myself. His eyes were heavy with guilt. I ran because I was terrified of dying. But in the end, I just stood there and watched you disappear into those flames. Memories of his relentless struggle to survive came flooding back, and he couldn't stop the confession. I tried to be tough. I fought hard, learned to get stronger in this messed up world. The vampires were multiplying, and innocent people were terrified. His voice dropped. I just tried to keep things from spiraling out of control. I really thought I had moved past it, that I had grown up. He paused, looking at his father. But I failed. And now, here we are. Suddenly, his father started shaking. Sung Woo was confused, until the man looked up, laughing heartily. You mean you've been beating yourself up over that nonsense this whole time? Sung Woo blinked. Excuse me, his dad gave him a teasing look. I thought you were a grown man, but you're still just a kid at heart. You just ran away because you didn't want a lecture, right? Sung Woo was speechless. Was this really his father? Then his father's tone turned serious. How old were you then? What exactly did you think a child could do in an inferno like that? Sung Woo wanted to argue, but the words stuck in his throat. His dad smiled warmly. Besides, you didn't run away. You did exactly what I told you to do. Think back. Instantly, the memory of the house materialized. We were together, his father said, and the fire had already swallowed everything. He told himself it was just a freak accident. The whole house had been asleep when the fire suddenly roared to life. In the memory, Sung Woo's dad stood in front of him, acting as a human shield. His father screamed, Damn it, your mother is still in the bedroom. He rubbed Sung Woo's head frantically. Sung Woo, get out of here now. Do not look back. But Sung Woo fought back, clinging desperately to his father's leg. His dad managed a reassuring smile. I'm going to find Mom and come right back to you, okay? Hearing those words again, Sung Woo jolted. He realized he'd spent years drowning in guilt, which explained his emotional reaction now. His father's voice swelled with immense pride. We're your parents. We'd never let you walk into danger alone. That's our job. Sung Woo stood there stunned. Asterisk. Is that how it was? I completely repressed that memory. Asterisk. His parents were good people. He calmly reanalyzed the past. The fire was just a short circuit. Asterisk. The house was way too old. Asterisk. His father spoke gently. You've always had a strong sense of responsibility, son. But saving this family wasn't your burden to carry. That was my job, as the head of the household. Sung Woo looked at him and countered, But you couldn't save Mom either, right? You failed just like I did. His father looked surprised. I failed. No, son. That wasn't a failure. I saved times, you asterisk. Sung Woo was speechless. Thinking about how his son had been living, the father added, And you aren't a failure either. The truth finally clicked for Sung Woo. He squeezed his father's hand tight. I get it now. I'm not a failure. His confidence returned instantly. So from now on, his dad cut him off. Thinking about jumping back into the fight? You want to return? Sung-woo answered without hesitation. Yeah, I don't plan on losing ever again. Suddenly, his father pointed toward the distance. Sung-woo followed his finger and spotted a strange green glow illuminating the dark. The way back is over there, his dad said. Sung-woo turned to leave, but kept his eyes glued to his father, reluctant to say goodbye. He smiled warmly. I'm really glad I got to see you again after all this time. His dad waved him off. Okay, get moving. Someone is waiting for you. His father tapped his own head. Ah, almost forgot. Seeing this, Sung-woo stopped mid-step and turned back. He tossed the wooden stick he'd been holding to Sung-woo. Here, take this. The interface pinged immediately, signaling a new plot twist typical of a *** system manhwa***. Special quest. Received Who is the Master of Death rewards, pending completion. Your fate will shift slightly. The scene snapped back to reality, where the war dragon was screaming its head off in a blind rage. Something slammed into the ground, sending sand flying everywhere. Han-ho was wailing uncontrollably. No way, the senior can't just die here. Jisoo was so shell-shocked, she couldn't utter a single word. Jung-hoon struggled to his feet. We failed. Even Sung-woo is. He noticed Jisoo and Han-ho looking at him with strange intensity. Asterisk. Is that resentment? I get it. Asterisk. He clutched his shoulder in pain. Asterisk. This is my punishment. Asterisk. He took a breath and remembered. Asterisk. Wait, Han-ho saved me earlier. Asterisk. That guy's passive skill is seriously no joke. The system window popped up with the details skill hero's aura. High level. Passive type. 0 mana cost. He had acquired a high-grade aura. Those around you will panic and suddenly feel intense guilt toward you. The lower the opponent's level, the stronger the effect. Jung-hoon snapped out of it, thinking of his squad. This raid was meant to capture the boss, but our heavy hitter is gone. He clenched his fist tight. Asterisk. I was too hasty. Blinded by the rewards. My inability to adapt to this battle cost us everything. Asterisk. He frowned deeply. Asterisk. I have to fix this. The world is ending, and I'm just freezing up times. Suddenly, Manhwa ran past, screaming, Commander, get a grip. Jung-hoon shot him a dirty look. Asterisk. Han-ho saved me, but this Manhwa guy totally abandoned me, didn't he? Asterisk. Looking at the monster, Manhwa shouted, Commander, we're retreating. Jung-hoon replied, figured you'd say that. As they fled, Jung-hoon looked back at his injured teammates. Asterisk. Sorry Sung-woo, but I promise I'll get Han-ho and Jisoo out of here alive. Asterisk. The four of them scrambled away from the nightmare. Suddenly, storm clouds gathered out of nowhere, grabbing their attention. Jisoo yelled, Why is the sky turning black? Jung-hoon's face went rigid with tension as he watched the black smoke swirl. The system flashed, a red alert. Warning, breath attack has commenced in the area. Jisoo and Han-ho were terrified, the beast growling in pure fury above them. The support helicopter was still hovering nearby. Suddenly, the pilot spotted something and screamed with a serious expression. Look, that green light. Deep inside the smoke, someone is fighting. Jisoo gasped. Is that the Necromancer? It turned out, Sung-woo had returned looking completely transformed and incredibly badass. Jisoo and the guy behind her went pale. Holy crap, is that actually the Necromancer? No. That's a lich. Sung-woo himself was still a bit disoriented. Asterisk. Are my senses broken? I can't feel a thing. Asterisk. Asterisk. Am I even alive times? The system clarified with a notification. Thanks to the Necromancer title, you have been resurrected. Cooldown 21 days. He was confused. Resurrection. You call this being alive? The system pinged again. First awakening activated. This was the ultimate power-up moment fans love in an *** awakening. Manhwa ***. You can now summon the Grim Reaper's Scythe. You can summon giant monsters for your squad. As a historic first awakening bonus, you received 1 secret shop coupon limit 50. Sung-woo gripped the weapon. The skill stats appeared. Name Grim Reaper's Manifestation. Level First Awakening. Status active 0 consumption. Once a day, summon the Reaper's Scythe for 1 hour and transform into a lich. He smirked. A lich, huh? I can work with that. The war dragon was losing its mind, roaring incessantly. Sung-woo spoke calmly. Does that dragon want to be my new toy? He raised his hand effortlessly. My turn. Sung-woo floated upward, shaking off the debris as brilliant green light exploded from him. Phase 2 began. Footsteps raced across the water's surface. Han Ho cheered. Check it out. Senior skills are definitely back online. Jisoo replied. You mean Sung Woo is still alive? Only Jung-hoon and Minhwa looked completely bewildered. The Necromancer. He survived. How could anyone survive a fatal hit like that? Jisoo spotted him immediately. Sung Woo. Is he okay? Snot and tears running down his face. Han Ho yelled back. Hang tight, we're coming. But the second he got a good look at Sung Woo's transformed body, he freaked out. Ah! Senior turned into a monster. Jisoo yanked him back. Get a grip, look at the scythe. He just finished his awakening quest. Staring down the giant beast, Sung Woo's power felt completely overwhelming. A blinding light erupted, drowning out the sickening crunch of breaking bones and agonized screams. Moments later, a notification popped up. Classic **** system manhwa **** style times. Defeated party members have been resurrected. ***. The reporters went wild. Look at that. The skeletons keep coming back to life. Those necromancer summons are basically immortal. Suddenly, fire rained down from the sky, engulfing the beast before detonating in a massive explosion. Beneath the monster's bulk, Sung Woo began to glow. He calmly activated a skill, Bone Armor. The inferno was getting out of control. Han Ho panicked. The fire's spreading this way. Jung-hoon immediately signaled the retreat. Everyone back. Now, in a blur of motion, a weapon was drawn. Weapon in hand, Sung Woo charged the beast. But out of nowhere, Han Ho tackled him in a tearful bear hug. Don't you dare leave us behind again. We ride together. We die together. Behind them, Min-ah stammered awkwardly, adding I believe in you too. Sung Woo turned back to the battle, his voice ice cold. What's wrong? Can't power up anymore. Getting tired. Pointing his scythe at the beast, he delivered the final line. Too bad. My power and my life force are infinite. His skeleton army, now glowing with an eerie blue aura, swarmed toward the war dragon. They hacked and slashed relentlessly, making the dragon shriek in agony. Sung Woo shouted golem creation, and a massive giant materialized right behind him. Fueled by rage, Sung Woo gave the order, beat it to a pulp. The dragon was defenseless now, taking a brutal beating as blood sprayed everywhere. From the news chopper circling above, the reporter noted, it's still alive. Viewer discretion is advised. This is not for the faint of heart. The beast let out a weak, trembling growl. Sung Woo didn't hesitate. All right, end it. Sung Woo's clone charged in, sword raised. In a single clean strike, he sliced through the dragon's head. A system window flashed time remaining 4,335 days. The sword drove deep into the monster's flesh. Another notification popped up, times victory. You have earned 1,155,556 gold for defeating the lizard tribe at Uedo. The dragon was done for lying in a heap beneath the pile of skeletons. New stats rolled in. Times title acquired, amateur dragon hunter. Strength +2. Fire resistance +30%. The crowd erupted. It's over. I knew he could do it. Tae-sung was losing his mind, screaming, what was that? Did you guys see that? Sung Woo stared at the corpse. I finally killed the boss. It's actually over. Suddenly blue flames engulfed his hand. He whispered softly, come to me. Smoke spiraled up, forming the shape of a dragon's head. The system chimed times. The undead under your control has become a familiar. Down below, Jung-hoon watched in confusion. Is that a skeleton times Min? Gasped. That's insane. How is that even possible? He can control it. Times. Jung-hoon realized the power gap between them was becoming a chasm. Suddenly, Sung Woo appeared right in front of Jisoo, making Han Ho shriek. Senior, I knew you survived. Sung Woo leaned in and whispered, actually, I died once. Jisoo's hands flew to her mouth in shock. But that form. You can turn back right. The cleanup crew approached the dragon carcass. A tag appeared, times hero-grade dragon skin. Crafting material. Description. Though it comes from a juvenile black dragon, this incredibly tough hide is one of the strongest materials in existence. The clone handed Sung Woo a pulsating purple object. The system identified it times legendary grade dragon heart. Crafting material. Unlike lesser species, this heart is a potent power source. Extremely valuable, handle with care. Sung Woo nodded. So this is the stuff top-tier gear is made of. There was one more drop times, Seed of Life. Grade epic. Type unknown. Effect unknown. Description. It emits a bizarre energy. Asterisk. This seed was definitely linked to the apocalyptic ending he'd seen in the prophecy. As Sung Woo reverted to his human form, he wondered times, is this the thing that wipes us all out? Asterisk. A young cameraman shoved a mic in his face. Mr. Necromancer, just one word for the audience, please. Sung Woo turned staring dead into the camera. The people who claim they'll protect you, don't trust them. The kid lowered the mic, completely stunned. All those self-proclaimed heroes who brag about saving survivors, turns out they're useless. The system already vetted the groups. Most of them aren't fit to survive in this new world. Sung Woo looked down, his voice steel. If we aren't brave enough to jump into the fire, we'll never be strong enough to escape it. We have to get stronger. Suddenly, a massive earthquake violently rocked the ground, forcing everyone to crouch for stability. Panic set in as a massive pillar of fire erupted behind them. Why is it blowing up? That's Yeongdongpo Station. An S-team member sprinted over, looking terrified. Commander? Breathless, she reported. We just got word. Someone is attacking the station. Jung-hoon snapped back. Who? Sung Woo overheard them. Asterisk. The Warlord Guild attacking now of all times. Nearby, the helicopter rotors began to whir. Evacuate the area, expedition team. Get everyone on the birds now. The fire was raging, but something was off. The smoke was pitch black. Sung Woo frowned. Asterisk. That's definitely the abyss. Asterisk. Then it hit him. Asterisk. No way. Is it that group with the death bomb? Asterisk. The scene cuts to the chopper. They're bugging out at high speed. Out of nowhere, Jung-hoon drops to his knees in front of Sung Woo and yells, Sung Woo, please, you have to help us. His voice cracks, dropping to a desperate whisper. There are still civilians trapped down at the station. In this state, I'm useless. I can't save them. Jung-hoon thinks, I can't just sit here and take this. I have to do something. Sung Woo leans in, acting like he's helping him up. Look, I've got plenty to say to you, but now isn't the time. Jung-hoon is in rough shape, battered and bloody, but he manages to choke out a reply. I'm sorry. The pilot chimes in over the comms. We're nearing the drop zone, but that smoke is too thick. We're diverting to the suburbs. Lock and load people. Down on the ground, the rescue op kicks off. Jin-guk whips around to his assistant, panic in his eyes. Hey, it's those convicts again. They're the ones behind this raid. She blinks, confused. Say what? The convicts. Jisoo jumps in, voice tight. Where did you get that intel? Jin-guk nods. I saw them flashing hand signals. Sung Woo, listening from the back, pieces it together, so even the 1BX guild is in on this mess. This whole thing reeks of a shady deal between those merchant scientists, their backers, and the rest of the scum. The air is thick, with gloom choked by swirling black smoke. Sung Woo tests the air, analyzing the texture. The color. It's lighter than the abyss fog. Designed for maximum spread, he realizes. With the expedition team paralyzed, someone has to step up. He turns back to the group. I'm going in. Keep everyone safe out here. Han Ho shuffles up, whispering, Hyung, it's those guys, isn't it? Jisoo answers for him, the Beast Alliance. They despise humanity. Sung Woo gears up for battle. If their sponsor confirmed it, then the gloves are off. These guys are officially on my hit list. His mind races. If they're hitting Yeongdongpo Station like this, Suwon Village is a sitting duck while our main forces are deployed. A skeletal hand materializes from thin air. He clenches his fist. I need to capture one alive and get some answers. Behind him, a massive, terrifying skeletal structure rises. Sung Woo smirks. Time for your big debut, Bone Dragon. The station plunges into darkness, ominously swirling with black energy. A pigman turns to the wolf. Still got some resistance left. If they do, crushing them should be a breeze, right? The wolf grunts. Don't get cocky. Most of our boys are wiped out from the raid. The wolf snarls, losing his temper. Do those humans think we're done attacking just because we're tired? The pig gives a coy, almost mocking shrug. Impossible, the pig sneers. A superior new species like us coexisting with humans? Please. Those who can't adapt to the new era just don't get it. The pig frowns. By the way, how long is this ritual gonna take? The wolf replies. You know those rebels we caught? The mages are handling them. It's a rare treat to feast on a mage's brain, you know. The pig whines. Man, why did I only get stuck eating the archer's brains? I even used my claws for the kill. The wolf cackles. You idiot. Well, at least you're better than those scientist scum. The wolf glances over his shoulder, voice dropping. When we kick the bucket, those freaks want to harvest our corpses to brew some god-tier elixir. Elixir. Ooh, I want some of that, the pig drools. Suddenly, the bone dragon lunges, swallowing the wolf whole. A notification pops up, typical for a system manhwa. You have earned 3,000 gold by eliminating the violent wolf. Sung Woo steps out from the dragon's shadow, picking up the pace. I expected the captives to be scattered all over the place. Didn't think they'd package them all in one spot for me. He turns to his summon, fall back. He scans the area, thinking, I don't know what this ritual is about, but they're hoarding prisoners in this building instead of killing them outright. His eyes narrow. Perfect. That means I can hunt these freaks down myself, one by one. Up on the smog-choked rooftop, a level 2 wild bull appears. He's hauling 2 unconscious bodies draped over his massive shoulders like ragdolls. The bull and his squad are busy stacking bodies. He grunts. Damn it, how many more? We still need 200 for the quota. A rat man checks his ledger. Orders are to capture as many players as possible. There's still a ton left on the other floors. The rat crouches, bagging another body. So all these guys are just lab rats for experiments, huh? The bull snorts. How should I know what the higher-ups are planning? The bull strokes his chin, looking philosophical for a second. Rumor has it they're trying to extract experience points or something. The rat jumps. Say, what? Is that even possible? The bull shrugs. Look at us. We turned into literal monsters. You think anything is impossible anymore? The rat clicks his tongue. I used to think being born a rat was the short end of the stick. But honestly, this life isn't half bad. Suddenly, a system alert pops up, warning the fallen sword has been activated in the area. The bull blinks in confusion, checking his status screen. The rat panics. Boss, look out. Too late. Sung Woo's bone dragon snatches the rat, slamming him into the concrete. Blood splatters everywhere, right in the bull's face. The bull roars. Who goes there? He looks up just as the massive skeletal beast descends. The dragon swipes its claws, tearing across the bull's face before he can even blink. Ignoring the pain, the bull charges, headbutting the dragon with wild fury. What the hell kind of monster is this? He skids to a halt, staring at his opponent. Wait, it's just a pile of dry bones. Flames erupt around the bull's hooves. He stomps, gathering momentum. Ironhorn. He hammers the dragon. Without a pilot, the undead construct can't handle an intelligent fighter. System alert. Your minion has returned to eternal death. The bull looks up at the sky, victorious. I know you're watching. Come on out, you dirty necromancer. Instantaneously, a blade cuts through the wind with terrifying speed. It impales the bull from behind. He never saw it coming, and a fountain of blood erupts into the air. The guy was delirious with pain, stammering out, "You rule-breaking bastard." Sung Woo didn't hesitate, charging in with a cold retort. Oh, so releasing a cloud of toxic gas is proper etiquette now. He drove his blade straight through the Minotaur's chest, ending it instantly. A system notification popped up. 30,000 gold acquired. Since it was a level 2 feral bull, the payout was massive. Sung Woo raised an eyebrow. Level 2, huh? That explains why the gold reward just doubled. These things are evolving at a terrifying rate. He immediately resurrected the beast he'd just slain, smirking. Thanks to you, I've got a serious upgrade for my undead army. The system confirmed the new thrall was under his command. Sung Woo glanced at a survivor nearby, frowning. He's breathing, but if he keeps inhaling these toxins, he's a goner. Wasting no time, he summoned his skeletal minions and barked out a single order. Move out. We need to evacuate everyone immediately. Sweep every floor and get them clear. The poison mist was getting denser here, and the sky outside didn't look any more promising. Inside the station, Sung Woo and his bone brigade were in the thick of a brutal skirmish. A golden magic circle flared to life, accompanied by a jarring system alert, warning a high-level summoning ritual is detected in the area. Sung Woo grimaced. Summons. Seriously, what are you freaks up to now? He didn't have time for this nonsense. He signaled his undead squad to sprint toward the source. They reached the building's entrance in record time, but Sung Woo skidded to a halt, a look of confusion crossing his face. Another beast had already emerged from the circle. Who the hell are you? Sung Woo demanded, scanning the gas-spewing crater to locate the ringleader. The smoke was blinding, but a lycanthrope figure pointed a claw at him. Damn it. Is that the Necromancer? Another wolf snarled. What's his deal? Why isn't the abyssal energy affecting him? The alpha roared back. Just grab him. Don't let him escape. We can save the interrogation for the lab table. Sung Woo narrowed his eyes, finally realizing what the alpha wolf was up to. Is that a magic circle? Spirit summoning magic. He leveled his staff at them, his voice dropping an octave. I don't have time to play games with you mutts. The wolves exchanged confused glances. The night sky was pitch black, yet the full moon hung ominously overhead. Actually, the darkness works for me, Sung Woo muttered. In a flash, he morphed, taking on the terrifying visage of the Grim Reaper, complete with a massive scythe. System notification. Grim Reaper's scythe equipped. Duration, 59 minutes and 58 seconds. Lich powers activated. His max summon count surged by 50. Sung Woo glared at the pack. I only get this power for an hour a day, but for you trash, 5 minutes is overkill. An army of skeletons rose from the ground, forcing the werewolves back in panic. The alpha barked, cowards, just crush their skulls, they're nothing but brittle bones. Amidst the blazing battlefield, the system notifications kept pinging. Your defeated skeletons are resurrecting. Sung Woo smirked at the chaotic scene. Not bad, but let's be real, you puppies are out of your league. Just give up. Cries of help me erupted from the pack. The alpha wolf was visibly shaking with fear, but his mind was racing. Magnificent, he thought. The researchers back home would drool over a specimen like this. He crouched, slamming his hand onto the ritual circle. You're too late, Necromancer. Black smoke began to spiral violently upwards from the glyphs. Another warning flashed. Massive summoning ritual detected. The wolf stood up, spreading his arms wide. You idiots. You knew we existed. Yet you just kept blindly broadcasting your little lives. I must admit, watching you struggle in vain is quite entertaining. He reached out, declaring, from this moment on the world will. A massive explosion cut him off, catching him completely off guard. It was like an invisible fist slammed into him, sending him flying backward. Another thunderous blast followed, shattering the very air around them. Pull back now, Sung Woo ordered. The werewolf leader lay paralyzed in the debris, unable to twitch a muscle. Sung Woo approached slowly. What the hell did you just bring here? The wolf grinned through the pain. You humans are finished. The building began to detonate around them. A warning shouted from the side. Watch out, something massive is coming through. The system blared, raid boss approaching. Nearby, a figure slumped to the ground, tossing aside an empty potion bottle. It was Jung Hoon. He was battered, thinking, even with the strength elixir, I'm barely holding it together. I'm knocking on death's door here. He scowled, a bitter memory surfacing. Sung Woo, coming back to life even after being killed. His expression darkened. I really thought the Korean peninsula was the safest zone left, but now look at this mess. Cut to Han Ho and Jisoo, who were pointing excitedly at Sung Woo's undead minions. Look, those are the summons the boss created. They're evacuating civilians. The Necromancer actually saved us. Watching the survivors celebrate, Jung Hoon felt a wave of shame. I was wrong. My whole approach to the guild was flawed. He bit his lip in frustration. I thought I could do it all solo, and because of that arrogance, I stagnated. The reality was the exact opposite. This is the price I pay for acting like the main character in a system manhwa. A system alert flashed. High-level summoning ritual commencing. Jung Hoon snapped his head up in shock. Jisoo noted. The abyssal readings are dropping. She, Han Ho, and the team sprinted toward the station, where the skeleton army was holding the line. A voice screamed out, the Necromancer is over there. Yeongdeungpo Station is coming down. A colossal hand burst from the asphalt, followed by a hulking body, dragging itself into the light. The system announced, Raid Boss Ogre Warrior has spawned. The wolf grinned, his eyes crinkling shut. Even though he was completely drained, he kept running his mouth. You really think you guys can beat that thing? Even if you do manage to win, your little plan isn't going to work out. He caught Sung Woo, staring at him, and snapped. The hell are you looking at? Sung Woo smirked. Guess you were too busy drawing magic circles to watch the broadcast till the end, huh? The bone dragon appeared. Sung Woo continued. We've got a pretty amazing monster on our side. The baby dragon grabbed the wolf by the snout. The guy was too weak to do anything but take it. Blood gushed from the wolf's nose under the pressure. Too bad he couldn't move, just lay there growling. The crowd behind them cheered wildly, grinning from ear to ear. Suddenly, another wolf pointed ahead and yelled, What is that? Turns out he was freaking out over the bone dragon. Sung Woo just said, coolly, Incredible monster. Right? Han Ho pumped his fist. Yeah. Finish him off. Jisoo shook her head. That fight was terrifying. Seeing this, Jung Hoon swore to himself that he had to get stronger. Watching Sung Woo fight like a beast, he thought, times stronger than that old Necromancer. That way I won't have to rely on anyone, not even the Crusade team. Asterisk. The ogre went completely berserk. Sung Woo ordered the attack. In a flash, his skeleton warriors rushed in. But the ogre was too powerful. It reached out and crushed the fighters instantly. System notification times. Your summoned monster has vanished. Asterisk. Sung Woo blinked in surprise. Vanished. My skeletons usually revive endlessly, but now they're gone without a trace. Is this what a real boss is like? He watched the ogre move at breakneck speed, anxiety creeping in. It was a shame the bone dragon couldn't use its fire breath yet, but as long as he had control. The dragon lunged at the ogre. The little dragon grabbed the ogre's head, stopping it dead in its tracks. The bone dragon started tearing into it, biting and giving the ogre no chance to fight back. Sung Woo was determined to keep the advantage. But then the monster grabbed the dragon's shoulder. It slammed the bone dragon to the ground, staring down with murder in its eyes. Sung Woo's other skeletons swarmed in to help. One jammed a sword straight into the ogre's eye, making it scream in agony. Seizing the moment as the beast stumbled, the other skeletons charged. The bone dragon scrambled up and pinned the ogre down. The tables turned instantly. Blue flames erupted violently. The ogre roared in pain. System notification times. You have acquired 705,000 gold. Asterisk. The invincible dungeon boss ogre was down. Sung Woo stood atop the bone dragon, looking down at his army of skeletons. System message times. Congratulations, you have reached level 16. Asterisk, a selection board popped up. Stats, skills, items, or another call of death. System update times. Your skill level has increased. Upgraded from basic to proficient. Asterisk. Asterisk, call of death proficient. Active consumes 100 mana. Summons and controls 15 ownerless hell zombies. Asterisk. Asterisk, no summon limit. They turn to dust after 20 minutes. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Asterisk, Sung Woo grinned. My zombie strategy just got a major upgrade. But the biggest reward for beating the boss was right here. The ogre opened its eyes again. System message times. Congratulations. The corpse under your control has become a familiar. Asterisk. Another window popped up. Times blessing of the Thunder God Hero Grade Bracelet. Consumes all mana to unleash an electric blast. Cooldown 5 minutes. If user has no mana, cooldown is 24 hours. Asterisk. He noticed the bracelet on the ogre's wrist. He read the info and thought, consumes all mana, huh? Well, I guess I'll let this big guy use it. Suddenly, the ogre and bone dragon high-fived. Sung Woo was taken aback. You guys bonding already? The wolf watching this felt his pride shatter and shouted, that makes no sense. What did you do, you old necromancer? Sung Woo gave a mocking smile. See, making friends with monsters is my specialty. The wolf snapped, losing his temper. Don't screw with me. Suddenly, a blade sliced through him, cutting his scream short. Sung Woo's scythe had silenced him. All right, playtime's over. Let's get down to business. The wolf trembled. Wait. Okay, I get it. But before he could finish, blood covered his face. Sung Woo ended him. Asterisk. You have acquired 30,000 gold for hunting the level 2 violent wolf. Asterisk. Han Ho walked up and saw the body. Whoa, did he just keel over and die? Jisoo replied. Probably had an aneurysm from the stress. Jung Hoon whispered. Waste of a good intel source. But he had another idea. Asterisk. It's not over. There might be another way. Asterisk. Meanwhile, Sung Woo went to work. System notification times. The corpse under your control has become a familiar. Asterisk. Asterisk. You may check the undead's memory fragments. Asterisk. The wolf's eyes glowed blue. Sung Woo dove straight into its memories. A bright light flashed. He was inside the wolf's memory now. A figure appeared in a desolate area. Floating in midair, Sung Woo carefully observed every detail of the subway station below. Asterisk. Weird architecture times, he thought. Asterisk. Maybe the system wants it this way. It looks like the stage for a major boss raid, classic system manhwa style. Asterisk. Finally, the beast showed up, hauling cargo into the station. The bull turned to the wolf. Kill the phone. We're entering the territory. The wolf shrugged. Things are getting interesting. Looks like the expedition team lost. It all clicked for Sung Woo. So times was why the playback cut out before the end. Speaking of which, the beta wolf turned with a smirk, teasing, look at you, big bad handsome alpha. The alpha wolf scowled instantly. I told you to drop that nickname. Just as quickly, his tone shifted to business. Whatever, boss. Word on the street is, the Tango Squad didn't just violate the Freedom Guild's protocols. The alpha wolf responded cool as ice. I'm not aware of that. The beta wolf gestured dismissively, a nasty grin spreading across his face. What's up with you? Even I heard the rumors. The alpha wolf clenched his fist, his voice dripping with arrogance. The chief said, we'd have to merge with the Freedom Guild eventually. The timing is perfect, so let's draft the plan. Suddenly, the beta wolf's expression turned lethal. Gaido, he said, I heard that lunatic scientist threatened to set up his research hub in Yoido. Back in reality, Sung Woo furrowed his brow. Yoido, the whole country is about to take a hit. The alpha wolf shot back. Where do you dig up these ridiculous stories? The other wolf retorted instantly. Ridiculous isn't our chief running that organization. The beta wolf lowered his voice. Ever since I got involved with that science crew, my head's been spinning, but it's been a blast. I mean, those guys are hilarious, and they are obsessed with Yoido. The alpha wolf lost his cool and roared, "Shut your mouth," and just like that, the memory fragment dissolved. Hanho called out nervously. "Hey boss." Jisoo looked over with concern. "Did you find what you were looking for?" Sung-woo. He replied quietly, "Yeah." Wrapping things up, he unsummoned his skeletal minions and internalized his next move. So, the attack on Yeongdeungpo. Was it just a stepping stone to seize Yoido and Sindorim Station? I've got their scent now. With that thought, he brushed past Hanho and Jisoo, ignoring their confused glares as he strategized. I need to figure out exactly what their next play is. The scene shifts to Sindorim Station, the massive transit hub where Line 1 meets Line 2. It's a high-traffic zone, always bustling no matter the hour. The director stood before his machinery, practically buzzing with excitement. Look at all these fresh test subjects. He let out a manic laugh. The research center wasn't just built here for the transit access. It was because the place was crawling with potential experiments. This is our personal paradise. The rat perched atop a research tank spoke up hesitantly. "Director, can we drop the temperature a bit? The stench of rotting flesh is getting pretty bad." "I'm out of patience," the director snapped. "Just deal with it. Once you adapt, you'll be able to regulate your own sense of smell." The mutant rat walked down calmly, continuing his complaint. "Well, mutants like me are hypersensitive to odors, so..." The director didn't care, cutting him off aggressively. "You animals are such a pain," he continued. "I don't even know what people smell like anymore." "You said you wanted to turn back into a human, right?" The rat clenched his fists, showing his resolve. "Of course. I didn't ask for this mutation. I hate living as a rodent." The director turned his back, gazing at the messy pile of chemicals. "Word is headquarters is starting a new study. You should volunteer for the clinical trials." The rat looked absolutely horrified. "Be a guinea pig." The director smiled wickedly. "Exactly. Experiments always start with lab rats, don't they?" The mutant stumbled back a few steps. You're joking, right?" The director cackled with delight. "Obviously, I'm kidding. Did I scare you?" He went on, comparing the rat to other beasts. "You should really think about it, though. What's the point of living in that twisted body? Rats are the most despised creatures on Earth." He pulled out a pill and continued his lecture. "Even if we perfect the cure, by the time it gets to you, it might be too late. Rats don't exactly have long lifespans." The mutant bowed his head submissively. "Right. Thank you for your concern, sir." Suddenly, the guard dog slammed through the door, shouting in a panic, "Director, we've got a riot outside." The dog looked at the director. "A dinosaur just showed up, and it's tearing the buildings apart." The director remained strangely calm, turning to the rat. "Did you guys steal my stash behind my back? Or did a Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly pop up in your gene pool?" He turned his back, instructing the rat. "This looks serious. Sound the alarm." Immediately, the dog, the rat, and the director rushed out. They were all gearing up for a fight. A blue window popped up, typical of a *** system manhwa. *** replica potion stage, 2 strength classification. Enhancement condition met for over 10 subjects. Frequent use will build resistance. The dog turned to the director. "I just got intel that the assault on Yeongdeungpo was a total failure." The director looked genuinely surprised. The guard dog growled. This situation might be blowback from that. Neither the director nor his minions realized they were staring death in the face, too terrified to speak. It's massive. Fall back." Outside, the Bone Dragon was just taking a casual stroll, but the sight paralyzed the crew inside the building. The director's face twisted in horror. "Son of a bee. What the hell is that? Is that monster a real dinosaur?" Meanwhile, Jisoo and Hanho were coordinating with the Bone Dragon, shattering the front lines and charging inside to slaughter the lackeys. The director's eyes bugged out. "A skeleton. Don't tell me a dragon just spawned in Yoido." Realization hit, and he screamed, "Run! You idiots can't beat that thing." He spun around to flee, barking orders over his shoulder. "Hey, hold them off for a minute, we need to pack up the lab." He and the rat bolted toward the stairwell, scrambling up. Suddenly, a strange flash of light caught the rat's attention, making him glance back. The director shouted, "What the hell are you doing, you stupid rodent?" The rat replied instantly, "I just caught a whiff of something really sharp." He hesitated, wondering, am I imagining things? Back in the room, they frantically tore the place apart. "Hurry up. We need to salvage as much as possible." "Yes, sir." The director was muttering to himself while stuffing bags. "Grab this, and we need that too." The rat caught that scent again, losing focus for a split second. Suddenly, something materialized and kicked a crate flying. The rat lunged, tackling the director and leaping backward just in time. Hearing this, the rat snapped his head around. Who the hell are you? The director looked visibly rattled, asking the rat, wait, when did he even get here? Sung Woo marched forward, his voice grim. You delivered your package to the wrong address. I'm here to settle the tab. The old man jumped up. Settle the tab? What are you talking about? Don't play dumb. You sent a monster my way, didn't you? Standing face to face with the pair, Sung Woo wasted no time instantly summoning more skeletal minions, or materialized alongside the bracelet, and Sung Woo's trusted partner emerged from his back. The director stammered, too shocked to speak, while Sung Woo asked coolly, starting to ring a bell. Gesturing to the giant standing beside him, Sung Woo drove the point home. Like I said, you messed with the wrong guy. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the back of the room. A pile of corpses lay scattered everywhere. Was this their lab? The strange skeletal remains on the floor sparked his curiosity. It wasn't just bodies. There were twisted, deformed humanoids too. I knew something was off when I read the description on that mutation essence. Seeing the shattered remains of humanoid robots made his blood boil. Sick bastards. They treat human beings like disposable toys for their experiments. Thank God Jisoo and Hanho aren't here to see this. Outside, his two teammates were fighting tooth and nail against the horde. The old director stuttered. Excuse me. I never expected this. The old man muttered. Sung Woo replied calmly. What's the matter? Embarrassed that your dirty little secrets are finally out. The director's face twisted in annoyance. Dirty secrets. He pointed an accusing finger at the subjects floating in the tanks. How dare you speak such insolent trash? My work has elevated science to a level you couldn't possibly comprehend. Simpletons like you will never understand. He screamed like a maniac. This experiment is the key to human immortality. Before he could finish, Sung Woo put 3 arrows in his chest, dropping him instantly. The rat scrambled over in a panic. What the hell? The rat yelled. Sung Woo scoffed. I couldn't stand listening to his delusional garbage for another second. The old man completely lost it, wailing and trying to lunge at Sung Woo like a rabid animal, while the confused rat struggled to hold him back. Suddenly, the director whipped out a vial. You've worked hard up to now, he sneered. Time to make you actually useful. He instantly mutated the rat into a giant beast, leaving the guy just enough time to scream a curse. You treacherous bastard. But Sung Woo didn't wait for them to finish their quarrel. He attacked immediately. The system chimed in a classic *** system manhwa. *** moment, displaying the item stats ring of the Underworld King mythic grade. In darkness, it allowed the user to summon a shadow doppelganger to fight by their side. The mutated rat threw his arm up to block his face contorted with rage. Caught off guard, he didn't see Sung Woo blink out of sight and reappear right behind him. From this angle, Sung Woo had a split second to think. His attack power was significantly buffed, but something about the rat's demeanor gave him pause. In less than a second, he stomped down, crushing the rat. Yet Sung Woo couldn't shake the thought. Something feels weird about this. A notification popped up. You earned 13,000 gold for hunting the variant rat. The director shrieked. I just got promoted to director. I can't die in a place like this. Sung Woo ignored the whining and sliced the guy's left arm clean off. Staring dead into his eyes, he warned, keep it up, and your legs are next. Unless you want to end up like one of your lab rats. Sung Woo paused, realizing something. Wait, did he just down some poison? Sung Woo stood over him waiting for an answer. Foaming at the mouth, the old man gasped. Yeah, I used that idiot rat, just to buy time to drink it. You necromancer scum. My colleagues are going to have a field day tearing you apart. Sung Woo stared him down. Good. Saves me the trouble of getting my hands dirty. The poison took hold, and the director coughed up blood, still confused. What? What do you mean? Reaching out to activate his resurrection skill, Sung Woo whispered, that's something you'll take to the grave. I'm going to bring you back as a skeleton and strip mine your memories. Suddenly, an error flashed. Living targets cannot be turned into undead minions. Sung Woo blinked, caught off guard. Well, there was an easy fix for that. He delivered a swift kick to the guy's groin. Tears streaming down his face, the director wheezed. That is, fighting. Dirty. Sung Woo drew his sword, his voice cold. You don't deserve another breath. Terrified, the old man scrambled backward across the floor. Wait, I'll talk, I'll give you my inventions. But it was too little too late. Sung Woo silenced him with a clean thrust through the chest. Immediately, the system chimed. The deceased is now your undead minion. Memory fragments accessible. A familiar light flashed, pulling Sung Woo into the void of the past. In the vision, the old man sat trembling in a chair, disbelief written on his face. You're appointing me director of the research center. A voice from the shadows replied. Correct. Once you earn your doctorate, the facility is yours. Sung Woo's eyes widened, Was this mystery man the mastermind behind the entire smuggling ring? The doctor continued. Once you're in, I need you to mass-produce that gas as much as possible. Sung-woo listened, intently stunned. Mass-produce the gas? The future director asked. Can you handle it? The old man beamed. Absolutely, it's my specialty. I designed 80% of the inventory myself. He was practically glowing with pride. I only helped with the other stuff. But this gas? This is my baby. My masterpiece. What's the plan? Should I brew it up and deploy it in Yongdongpo? The doctor nodded, emphasizing that he needed enough volume to exterminate the pests. Leave the logistics to the Lich Mages, the figure ordered. They'll teleport the captured boss monsters to Yongdongpo. Release 3 of them one by one. Both Sung-woo and the memory version of the director were floored. Sung-woo's mind raced 3 boss-level monsters. Are they insane? Even the director looked rattled. The mages, the director stammered. Is it wise to trust them with something this critical? The doctor scowled, cutting him off. Watch your tongue. This plan falls apart without them. Those 4 mages are stronger than the top 3 ranked players. We need their power. Hearing this, Sung-woo bit his lip deep in thought. How could they possibly claim those 4 monsters are stronger than the elite high rankers? Monsters don't optimize builds or pick cards. Based on my experience, there's no way they outclass a seasoned ranker. Sung-woo's mind raced as he connected the dots. His gut told him that, just because these creatures didn't operate within the standard card system, didn't mean they were incapable of leveling up. The realization wiped the calm right off his face. It stood to reason that these monstrosities were operating under their own quest logs, just like those twisted scientists. Completing hidden objectives was the fastest way to gain power in this world. Hell, that was exactly how he'd gotten this strong. Knowing they packed a punch only made him want to rip them apart and craft them into high-tier undead minions. The memory shifted to the director's office, where the mood suddenly turned heavy. Our goal isn't to wipe out the players, a voice insisted. So once you capture them, keep the torture to a minimum. The director stood up, practically vibrating with excitement. We are forging the next step in human evolution, he declared. I truly believe humanity can transcend its limits, which is why I've dedicated my life to this work. Sung-woo froze. A new race. He needed to file that away for later. It sounded exactly like the kind of keyword that would trigger a hidden objective. Their conversation was cut short by the arrival of the alpha wolf. What are you two conspiring about? It growled. Sung-woo focused on the creature's snow-white fur. He recognized this guy immediately, definitely a high-value target. The director bowed low, oozing respect. Welcome, third archmage. The beast didn't seem thrilled with the fancy title. Cut the crap. I'm no mage. Its ears began to glow as it stepped forward aggressively. Just because I look the part doesn't mean I cast spells. I'm just like you, Kwang-soo. The director panicked. How do you know my name? The wolf peeled off a glove, revealing razor-sharp talons. I'm done hiding it, the creature sneered. I'm a hybrid. It shoved its claws against the director's gut, making the man flinch violently. What the hell did you just do to me? Kwang-soo stammered, clutching his stomach. The alpha calmly pulled his glove back on. Call it an insurance policy. We're going to be partners for a long time, so I needed a safety measure. It keeps us both honest. If you get into trouble, Kwang-soo just send a distress signal through it. Inside the man's body, a neon green substance began to spread, infiltrating every single cell at a terrifying speed. Suddenly, a system alert flashed, mana depleted. Memory synchronization ended. Sung-woo gasped as the vision shattered. The alpha wolf's eyes locked onto him across the void. I see you, Necromancer. Sung-woo. The beast growled. I didn't expect you to sniff out Cinderim so quickly after ruining our plans in Yongdongpo. Sung-woo analyzed the situation. Was this telepathy? The wolf sneered. Is this your trick? Peeping through the memories of the dead. Sung-woo didn't back down. Cinderim's quieter than I expected. I'm guessing your main body is hiding somewhere else, isn't it? The taunt clearly struck a nerve. The beast's blue eyes flared with killing intent. Listen closely, Necromancer. Stay out of my way. Drag this out all you want, but victory belongs to us. Don't let your high ranking fool you into thinking you're actually special. To us, you're nothing but a bug. The monster launched itself into the air. Sung-woo stood his ground, staring down the massive creature without flinching. And who exactly is us? The alpha grinned, revealing rows of jagged teeth. The Evolution Society. Burn that name into your brain, because we're the ones who are going to write the final chapter of human history. It unleashed a shockwave that sent Sung-woo flying. He grunted in pain, realizing this opponent wasn't just strong, he possessed mental domination skills. This wasn't going to be a walk in the park. Sung-woo scrambled to process the intel. The enemy had mentioned summoning 3 boss-tier monsters in succession. Since the first boss went down, their strategy had likely shifted. He couldn't afford to relax. As his ogre minion approached, Sung-woo struggled to his feet. "Hey big guy, you found something, didn't you?" It was a map. One glance confirmed it outlined the central district's layout. Uedo was marked as Point A. Point B covered the Suwon area, and Point C was explicitly tagged at Byunggi Station in Anyang. The arrows all converged on Uedo. It all made sense, these were spawn points. They had already taken out one boss before the wyvern showed up, and the ogre warrior was standing right there. That left one unaccounted for. Sung-woo narrowed his eyes. That had to be where the Evolution Society was hiding. Dawn broke over the ruined city as survivors cleared the debris. They waved enthusiastically when they saw Sung-woo, making Han-ho puff out his chest with second-hand pride. Jisoo rushed over. "You're back already. Did you find anything useful?" Sung-woo skipped the pleasantries and went straight into commander mode. "I need you to scour the online forums for any intel on Suwon and Anyang," he ordered. "Look specifically for mentions of boss monsters. I need to have a word with Young-hoon, so clear the room." Jisoo nodded and vanished. Sung-woo stepped into the office, noting how haggard the guild leader looked. Jung-hoon jumped slightly, clearly on edge. "With a disaster this scale, the paperwork never ends," Sung-woo noted dryly. "Did you manage to dig anything up?" "What's on your mind?" Jung-hoon asked. Sung-woo pulled up a chair. "There's a massive assault heading for Yeongdongpo." Jung-hoon blinked. "According to who?" "The enemy calls themselves the Evolution Society," Sung-woo explained. "And just so we're clear, they aren't targeting your Freedom Guild specifically." "I've never even heard of them," Jung-hoon muttered. "Why are they coming for us?" Sung-woo dropped the location name with his usual eerie calm. The mention of the specific coordinates made Jung-hoon shoot out of his chair. "That's impossible. I thought that area was cleared." "Nothing is confirmed yet. It's just a theory," Sung-woo said, trying to de-escalate. Jung-hoon slammed his fist on the desk. "The fact that they even exist is a nightmare. We have to stop them no matter the cost." The guild leader slumped forward, looking defeated. "Sung-woo, I'm begging you, will you help us?" "Where is this coming from?" Sung-woo asked. "You're the only one who can handle this," Jung-hoon pleaded, looking at him like the main character of an awakening manhwa. "Please, we need you. I'll pay you 1 million gold. No, name your price. Just please lend me your strength." Sung-woo paused, calculating. Asterisk. Is he trying to manipulate me? Asterisk. Asterisk. Then again, turning down that kind of cash would be stupid. Asterisk. Even if Jung-hoon had an angle, he certainly wasn't an enemy. Asterisk. Besides, I was going to crush the Evolution Society anyway. Asterisk. Sung-woo extended his hand with a mercenary grin. "You've got yourself a deal." The scene shifts outside, where the vibe is surprisingly chill. Han-ho and Roy spot their leader and rush over. "Hey Sung-woo, you finally done with business." It looks like the whole squad was waiting on him. Seeing them chatting it up, Sung-woo can't help but crack a joke. "You guys getting cozy or what? The chemistry is undeniable." "Already best buddies," Han-ho grins. "I mean, I just tell people I'm pals with the guy who fought alongside you. Jisoo is practically a celebrity now." He sighs. "Everyone keeps raving about her red outfit and how her sword strikes look like falling flower petals. Honestly, hearing all that praise for someone else is getting on Sung-woo's nerves a bit." "Is that so? Anyway, enough small talk." Han-ho digs into his pocket. "Check the community board." He shoves his phone in Sung-woo's face. The rankings shook up again. Prosecutor Joan Do-yeom dropped to 3rd, behind Dr. Yu, who just hit level 15. Sung-woo's eyes narrow. Asterisk. That doctor. He's not someone to be taken lightly. Asterisk. This guy is actually making Sung-woo nervous. He has to wonder, is the doctor part of the Evolution Society too? Sung-woo runs the numbers. Level 15 is the cap for the First Awakening. He isn't sure if that's exclusive to 5-star players or if anyone can hit it, but Dr. Yu managed to pull it off regardless. Asterisk. If we don't move before he powers up even more, we're in trouble. Asterisk. Just then, Jisoo wraps up her conversation and walks over. Han-ho waves. About time. Jisoo. Sung-woo clears his throat loudly. "So did the Freedom Guild have anything useful to say, or was it a waste of time?" "Nope," Jisoo replies flatly. "They just managed to annoy me." Han-ho blinks. "Seriously? Come on, Sung-woo, don't tell me you think she's gonna bail on us." Han-ho leans in. "Do you have any idea how hard she cried when she thought you were dead?" Jisoo stiffens. Han-ho zip it. "But she's got a temper." Before he can blink, her blade is hovering inches from his nose, draining the color from his face. I'm just stating facts. Meanwhile, nearby Minho is sprawled on the ground, shivering like a leaf. Sung-woo looks over alarmed. Whoa, what happened to him? Hanho rushes to help him up. Minho wheezes weakly. I just took a peek at those weird jars. By the way, what on earth did you bring back from Sindorim? That's concentrated hell's breath. You pop the top and the gas pours out. It's a shame Minho had to find out the hard way, but it's meant to be uncorked at an enemy's base. Sung-woo snatches the jars back immediately. These are my valuables. Hands off. Minho coughs offended. Nobody wants that toxic trash. Just seal it up tight. Still, the guy has some pride left. Anyway, as the Freedom Guild's assistant, I'll be handling communications for you. Sung-woo, Jisoo, and Han-ho exchange a look that says times. This guy definitely got demoted. Asterisk Minho ignores the vibe. The intel you wanted has been verified by our members. Let's move. As the others start walking, Sung-woo holds back for a second. Hey, was she really that upset when I died? Han-ho looks at him surprised. You're asking about Jisoo. He lowers his voice to a whisper. She didn't scream, but yeah, there were definitely tears. Pretty sure she hates my guts now for spilling the beans. Sung-woo looks thoughtful. Asterisk. So she actually cried. Asterisk. Wait, didn't you cry too? Sung-woo asks. Han-ho puffs out his chest. Well, yeah, but my tears were strictly for Roy. I'm a tough guy, you know. Seriously though, next time you decide to fake your death, keep Roy safe, okay? He tackles the skeleton in a bear hug. My precious bone buddy Sung-woo watches them. Asterisk. If Roy and I were both drowning, I'm pretty sure he'd save the skeleton first. Asterisk. Elsewhere, a hand drums anxiously on a desk. It's Jung-hoon and he is seething. Recruiting me is one thing, but remember you still owe me. He isn't about to hand over 1 million gold without a fight, especially not to someone who let him down. That boss raid was a mess. We went straight for the head honcho and completely ignored the mob control. The public roasted me for it. In terms of influence and optics, Sung-woo completely outplayed me. Now, the public loves Sung-woo and Roy. Worse, the biggest fans are high-level players. He needs to watch his step. Jung-hoon pulls up his interface, checking the stats typical of a *** system, manhwa***. His current objective is a grind he needs to power level 30 members of the Crusade team to level 10. The reward is the First Awakening. This is a quest reserved for a true hero, and he has to finish it before the World Tree takes root on Earth. Jung-hoon analyzes the private quest. Asterisk. From what I know, Awakening quests are usually locked to 4 or 5-star players. Asterisk. Asterisk, I need to clear this as soon as possible. It's the only way I'll stand a chance against the other 5-star heavyweights out there. Asterisk. Asterisk. But out of 30 slots, 16 people are already dead. I've only got 14 left. How the hell am I supposed to drag 16 newbies up to level 10? Asterisk. The migraine sets in. It feels impossible. But then he realizes Sung-woo could pull it off. Maybe there's a way to exploit that guy's skills to level up his own crew. The anxiety is eating him alive. Asterisk, I have to make this work. There is no other option. Asterisk. The thought loops in his brain like a broken record. Jung-hoon slams his fist, fueled by a desperate need to surpass Sung-woo. Outside, the guild members have gathered. Lee steps up, voice projecting. You summoned us. Commander Jung-hoon wears a stone-cold expression. Miss Lee, pack your gear. We resume hunting operations tomorrow. Select the strike team immediately. Lee blinks confused. Excuse me, but Commander, we need downtime to repair the station defenses. If we go out now, we're exposed. Jung-hoon cuts her off sharply. While we waste time playing Builder, everyone else is getting stronger. And if we get hit again, we're done anyway. He continues, voice hard. Sung-woo is going to dismantle the Evolution Society soon. That makes him our biggest threat. Internally, his thoughts are darker. Asterisk, I need to turn that guy into the Freedom Guild's personal attack dog. Asterisk, he raises his voice for the crowd. We are the premier guild in Korea. We will not taste defeat again. We will be the victors. The scene cuts to a computer lab, where Sung-woo is peering over a monitor, looking for something specific. Minho speaks up. Hey Sung-woo, my contact dug up that intel you asked for. A voice comes through the speaker. You wanted info on Buchin and Byumgae Station in Anyang, right? Well, over in Sosa. Sung-woo interrupts impatient. Did the locals spot any orcs? Yeah, actually, the contact replies. It's the boss monster from the raid summon. People have sighted them more than a few times. Someone must have put a lid on the intel. As for Byumgae Station, Sung-woo cut right in. Nothing but black smoke and zombies down there, am I right? The guy looked stunned. Yeah, exactly. How'd you know? Sung-woo just sighed and glanced over his shoulder. A blinding golden light grabbed everyone's attention. It was Han Ho. The guy practically turned himself into a walking smartphone. One look, and you knew he was the leak. His buddy looked mortified. Han Ho might just be the last phone addict left on the planet. Even Sung-woo couldn't help but facepalm. Nobody used to be this bad. Han Ho chirped up. Hey boss, the town is still in the clear. I got a hold of Tae-sung and told him to bunker down and stay put. Sung-woo ran the numbers in his head. At least their base was secure. The boss raids at Udo and Sosa were wrapped up. That just left Byumgye. Forum posts were warning players to stay away, claiming the station was flooded with toxic gas and wandering zombies. There was a good chance that gas was actually Hell's Breath, which meant the Evolution Society or some secret lab was set up down there. Sung-woo turned to his sidekick. Hey assistant, I need a favor. Han Ho perked up immediately. What's up? He just smirked. Hand me your knife. No one knew what he was planning. By nightfall, dark clouds had choked out the sky, turning the city into a gloomy, terrifying wasteland. Down a deserted street, two figures were sprinting for their lives. Whatever was chasing them was clearly something straight out of a nightmare. They weren't the only ones running. Move it, faster, one of them screamed, gasping for air. Another cursed under his breath, damn it, I don't think we can hold them back this time. High above, someone shouted, the demolition team is here, blast those zombies. A leader barked orders to his squad, detonate it now. If they didn't stop the horde here, their hideout was toast. The zombies were closing in fast on the runners below, but the backup from above kicked in just in time. Rocks and explosives rained down, slowing the undead advance. People on the perimeter yelled, hurry up, get inside. These survivors seemed like pros at this drill. The zombies, however, were in a frenzy ready to tear everyone apart. The real problem was the sheer numbers. It looked like the population of a small town had turned. Inside the surveillance room, people were shaking so bad, they started crying. No one could say a word. The horde was moving too fast. It looked like escape was off the table. One runner made a hard call. We have to make a stand here. If we don't, they'll breach the entrance. They needed a distraction. Everyone else hide, we'll split up. We've got to lure them away from the shelter. One of the men tossed a backpack full of supplies to a girl nearby. Take the food. Get it to your family. Then the two men gritted their teeth and screamed, over here, you bastards. They had clearly accepted their fate. The zombies swarmed in. Just as a claw was about to rip into them, something streaked across the sky from the distance. Every zombie froze and looked up at the anomaly. A massive fireball erupted the blast, so powerful, it incinerated nearly every monster in the vicinity. The two men who were ready to die stood there totally dumbfounded. The long-haired guy asked, who the hell is that? Suddenly, the other guy yelled, it's a monster. A massive cloud of green smoke billowed in front of them, making them jump. It was Sung-woo. Jisoo, I'm popping that skill. Clear the area. He activated the Death God's blessing, burning all his mana to unleash the kind of massive power surge you only see in a high-stakes awakening manhwa, Boom, Jisoo dashed out of the blast zone. As soon as she was clear, Sung-woo detonated the area again, blowing the zombie horde to smithereens. The undead were instantly engulfed in a sea of fire. The only sounds left were the crackling flames and the dying groans of monsters. He wasn't done yet. Sung-woo's giant summon stomped on the remains of any survivors, crushing bones to dust. He was making sure to wipe every last one of them off the map. Inside the shelter, people stammered. What is that skeleton? The guys outside shouted in realization, hey, that's the guy from the livestream. The one who soloed 2 boss monsters. It's the Necromancer. He looked like an envoy from hell, standing there with a dark expression and radiating a chilling aura. Later that night, a helicopter circled overhead. No one knew who was piloting it. Down below, Han Ho's parents were hanging a banner, waiting for Sung-woo. They were stunned into silence when Han Ho grinned. The heroes have returned. You guys must have been worried sick. Luckily, the boss and I took care of business. Han Ho's dad looked disappointed. Wait, it's just you. Where are the seniors you left with? Han Ho put on a serious face. We were worried the village might get attacked, so we needed a VIP stationed here to hold the fort. His mom thought times he definitely got kicked out. The other two looked grim. They were thinking the exact same thing. Han Ho kept smiling. To keep this safe zone running, we need gold. His dad whispered behind his hand. So he's basically an errand boy. His mom tried to save face. Our son earned a lot of gold hunting goblins and kobolds though. Han Ho gave a forced laugh. I thought I was being dumped, but the boss showed me how much he really trusts me. He popped open a suitcase and hugged the boss's literal right-hand skeleton arm. See, he entrusted this to me. Han-ho's dad cheered up. Oh, if it's right, that's legit, Kyung-soo nodded. That thing will be a huge help. Sergeant Kim walked over to untie it, whispering, you get kidnapped or something. Suddenly, he panicked. Right head vanished into thin air. Looks like the sergeant hit the nail on the head. Han-ho screamed, catch him, don't let him get away. Sergeant Kim went pale and broke into a sweat. What do you mean catch him? After the zombie slaughter, the area had become eerily quiet. Things seemed safe for the moment. Outside the room, heads popped up and hands pressed against the glass. Someone was eavesdropping. It's the Necromancer. He's really here. The symbol of justice and faith. The Necromancer himself. Just a bunch of random kids, but they were clearly Sung-woo's biggest fan club. He heard every word and just shook his head. Justice and faith. Since when am I that guy? What kind of weird combo was this? Jisoo smiled. I can't believe there are so many kids left. Good thing we came back, or they would have been in serious trouble. Suddenly, a frantic shout broke the silence. Jisoo, your chin, and your neck. You've got blood all over. Startled, Jisoo blanked for a second before hurriedly wiping herself clean. Unlike the old days, the metallic stench of blood doesn't faze me anymore, Sung-woo thought. Then he paused. Unlike the old days. Huh. He fell into deep thought. Come to think of it, they had been surviving together for a while now, yet she was still a total mystery to him. Cutting his internal monologue short, he decided to just ask. You mentioned you're from Cheongju, right? Jisoo nodded instantly. Yep. Curious, he pressed on. Think you'll ever go back there? Immediately her vibe shifted. She clearly didn't want to discuss family. She replied coldly, who knows, I have no idea what's coming next, but I'm sure my parents are doing just fine without me. It was obvious every time the topic of family came up, Jisoo shut down, speaking with a chilling detachment. They were terrifying people, she admitted. So scary that all I wanted was to run away. Sung-woo wondered what kind of hellish household she meant. By the time I finally escaped, she added, the world had already gone to hell. He listened in silence, sensing the deep scars left by her family. A dark thought crossed his mind. Was he selfish for feeling relieved that she wouldn't be leaving their party? He shook his head. Asterisk. No, don't think that. Asterisk. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Sung-woo whipped his head around instantly on high alert. A man in a white doctor's coat walked in, beaming. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm Min-sok. Sung-woo sized him up times. So this guy's the leader, asterisk. Sung-woo stood up to greet him. I'm Sung-woo. The man cut him off with a knowing smile. Oh, I know who you are, Mr. Necromancer. And the fire demon lady beside you too. Jisoo pointed at herself, jaw-dropping. She had no idea she had a nickname. She burst out laughing. You just using those cheesy nicknames because you don't know our real names. Min-sok scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. Well, watching you fight monsters in that red tracksuit, you really do look like a demon out there. Sorry if that offended you, he added quickly. Jisoo's smile twitched. No, it's fine. I'd actually love to have a little chat times with whoever came up with that name. Min-sok missed the sarcasm completely. It's a catchy name, isn't it? Sung-woo winced internally. Run, you loudmouth, before she kills you. Asterisk. We've all seen your raid videos, by the way, Min-sok continued. You two were amazing. Real heroes to the kids here. Especially you, Mr. Tattletale Dagger. Jisoo covered her mouth, shoulders shaking, as she held back laughter. Tattletale Dagger. Seriously? That's a thing? She gasped. Yeah, one guy came up with all of them, Min-sok explained. Sung-woo's face darkened. Enough already, stop talking, old man. Min-sok finally got to the point. Anyway. The hesitation in his voice caught Sung-woo off guard. I'm incredibly grateful you saved us, he said, but please, you need to leave. Why was he kicking them out? Excuse me. Both Jisoo and Sung-woo stared at him in disbelief. For the past 3 days, zombies have been swarming this place, Min-sok explained. We've been doing everything we can just to hold the line. But why didn't you guys flee or ask for help? Jisoo pressed. Min-sok gritted his teeth. It's because of that bastard's damn quest. Sung-woo's eyes widened. Asterisk. Another trap quest. Asterisk. It's a regional quest, Min-sok explained, outlining a mechanic straight out of a *** system, manhwa***. Everyone in the zone is forced to accept it. If they step 1 foot outside this building, the zombies will hunt them down instantly. The longer we wait, the more monsters spawn. Half our group consists of the elderly and children. We can't just abandon them. Other survivors have passed through, but once they hear about the quest conditions, they hesitate to get involved. Min-sok clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. He was trembling, the desperation written all over his face. Sung-woo fell silent. This situation was a mess. A group of vulnerable civilians with no combat power, In a crisis, the strong were usually expected to sacrifice themselves for the weak. Best case scenario, we win. Worst case, we fail and our own combat power gets whittled down to nothing. We don't have the manpower to fight the horde or clear the quest. Before Sung-woo could finish processing the risks, Min-sok spoke again. I'll be straight with you. If you don't want to get dragged into this death trap, you need to leave before midnight. Sung-woo studied the man's face. It was a bluff. His mouth said go, but his eyes were screaming for help. Sung-woo couldn't just walk away. He made up his mind. We came here to save Byumjai Station, and that's what we're going to do. Min-seok and his wife grabbed Sung-woo's hands, tears welling up. Thank you so much. I finally have hope for my family. Min-seok checked the time. It's getting late. I should let you get some rest. Then his wife chimed in. You two can have this room. Jisoo nearly choked. The room had exactly one bed, a double bed. Blushing furiously, they both stammered. No, could we get 2 separate rooms, please? The kids outside giggled, while Min-seok smiled warmly. All right, I'll get that sorted. Once the adults left, a brave little boy stepped forward. Excuse me, can we come in? Jisoo looked at the kids, her expression softening. She had a soft spot for kids. Of course, come on in. The moment the floodgates opened, the room erupted with innocent cheering and chaos. Whoa, it's really the Necromancer, and the fire demon lady is so cool. Then the brave kid shouted, Mister, can you show us a skeleton? Sung-woo blinked. A skeleton. He sighed, realizing he couldn't say no to those puppy eyes. Fine, but just this one. He summoned his minion. Get out here, buddy. Roy materialized instantly, striking a dramatic pose like a hardened ancient warrior. The kid's eyes lit up. It's Mr. Bones, he's so cute. Sung-woo watched helplessly. Asterisk, the more skeletal they look, the more the kids want to play with them. Asterisk, take one for the team Roy. Dawn approached quickly. Thick fog blanketed the city, giving the air a suffocating deadly weight. Sung-woo tossed and turned in bed. He hadn't slept a wink, his mind racing. Asterisk, those kids, they're still smiling. Asterisk, it was hard to believe a sanctuary like this still existed in such a ruined world. Asterisk, that's a good thing. Asterisk, suddenly a system window popped up. Asterisk, regional quest, City of the Dead. Asterisk, objectives, eliminate, reorganize, or conquer. Rewards would vary based on the path chosen. Sung-woo jolted up. A quest triggering at midnight. The system blared a sudden warning alarm. Asterisk, quest difficulty resetting, due to the presence of a level 15+ player in the area. Asterisk, he froze in horror. Resetting level 15. Wait, is it because of me? Rapid footsteps echoed down the hall. Jisoo, and R, no doubt. She threw the door open, shouting Sung-woo, the whole city's a sea of fire. He looked up, alarmed. Can you sense anything out there? Jisoo closed her eyes to focus. Sung-woo watched her thinking times. Her sensory stats are off the charts. It's indescribable. Asterisk. I feel tremors everywhere, she said quickly. And there are footsteps surrounding the building. Then a system notification popped up times. Zombies are hunting survivors inside and out. Asterisk. Sung-woo yelled, a warning. Everyone get to the roof. Move. The kids were wailing in terror. Min-seok's wife whispered. Oh God. Stay quiet and run, honey. People huddled together. One guy turned to Sung-woo. Hey, Mr. Sung-woo. If we stay barricaded in here, those things can't touch us, right? Sung-woo cut him off before he could finish. Wrong. The difficulty just spiked, because there are high-level players here. He was actually pissed off. Asterisk. Why do they treat us like lab rats in some twisted experiment times? He clenched his fist. Asterisk. Fine. I'll show them this won't go according to plan. Asterisk. Outside the hospital, the horde was aggressive and closing in fast. It wouldn't be long before they breached. Min-seok shouted. Non-combatants head to the roof. If the zombies merge with the ghouls, we're done for. Sung-woo ran the numbers in his head. Asterisk ghouls are usually flesh-eaters, distinct from zombies. But in this sort of asterisk awakening manhwa, asterisk setting, they're often classified as high-tier undead tougher than your average walker. Asterisk. And in this game, we play by high fantasy rules. Asterisk. His train of thought was broken by Min-seok's kid. Daddy. The boy trembled. Min-seok's voice softened, instantly. Hey kiddos, you guys doing okay? Remember our drills, time to head up to the roof. The kid sniffled, wiping their eyes. Are the monsters here? Are we in big trouble? Seeing their panic, just like Hyen had warned Min-seok, lowered his voice to a soothing whisper. Dad's going to save you. And the nice necromancer uncles are here to help too. The boy teared up. Daddy, uncles, please be careful. The little girl tried to be brave, pumping her fist. Do your best. Everyone quickly said their goodbyes. Finally, they headed up the stairs. But down here, the main doors were buckling under the weight of the horde. A survivor screamed, Minsok, they're right on top of us. Minsok barked orders. Are the windows secured? Pile everything we have against the doors. Blockade it now. But the numbers were overwhelming. The undead slammed against the barriers with insane ferocity. The furniture barricade wasn't going to hold. Minsok gritted his teeth. There's at least 200 of them. Sungwoo did a quick calculation. Asterisk. If we get pinned down in this hallway, I won't even have room to summon my skeleton soldiers. Asterisk. Making a snap decision, Sungwoo turned to the group. We're going outside. Minsok blinked. Excuse me, Sungwoo explained. Fighting in a confined building gives us zero tactical advantage. It'll turn into a war of attrition, and we'll gas out. We need to break through their encirclement. Minsok didn't argue. In this game, campers die first. I trust you. Sungwoo thought times. Unfortunately, corpse explosion is useless until I actually drop some of these things. Asterisk. Facing the incoming wave, he mentally prepared to summon bone armor around his body. Asterisk. All right, you freaks. I'm about to show you what an immovable object looks like. Asterisk. He equipped the insect shield. It was a synergy weapon. Blocking with it boosted physical defense and increased damage reflection. The zombies lunged like starving beasts, crawling over each other to get to Sungwoo. A system alert chimed times. Low-tier undead are facing the aura of true death. All stats reduced to 30%. Asterisk. Sungwoo's mount let out a ferocious roar, blasting the front line backward. Sungwoo kept his guard up. Asterisk. One scratch from them means infection. Asterisk. Minsok had mentioned forcing himself to put down teammates who turned. Fortunately, my skeletons are immune to viruses. Let them come, he shouted. Minsok gritted his teeth and swung his weapon alongside the skeletons, unleashing a skill, brave pressure. He followed up with whirlwind blade slicing through the mob and sending rotting limbs flying everywhere. Sungwoo was impressed. Asterisk. He really is a captain. His combat power is terrifying. I bet he has a hidden class, maybe 3 or 4 stars times. He ordered his skeleton soldiers to form a defensive line. The zombies tripped and stumbled in their frenzy, but they didn't stop. They trampled their own kind, driven by a mindless hunger that refused to quit. Sungwoo extended his hand, smirking. You know, trying to reason with a zombie is pretty ridiculous. Let's see if your skills work when you're blown to bits. He glared at the pile of bodies. Asterisk. Corpse explosion times. A massive boom shook the ground. The blast wiped out a huge chunk of the horde instantly. Minsok's team watched in awe. Holy cow, look at that firepower. He just turned the escape route into a crater. Sungwoo made a mental note. Asterisk. I need to be careful with corpse explosion. There are kids in the building. Asterisk. Asterisk. It's not just structural damage. The noise attracts them. Asterisk. Someone screamed. More incoming from the outside. Damn it, for everyone we kill, 10 more show up. Minsok called out Sungwoo, but the necromancer stayed calm. We're moving to the open ground. The system flashed a warning times. Caution, the grand plan is commencing in this sector. Asterisk. Sungwoo summoned a massive skeletal beast, a bone drake. The survivors gasped in terror. What is that thing? The girl next to him cheered. It's the drake. A stream of notifications appeared awarding gold for hunting low-tier zombies. The drake was already tearing through them upon arrival. The display of power left everyone completely stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes as the beast plowed through the undead horde like butter. Minsok turned to Sungwoo desperate. Please, you have to save the people on the roof. I've got a bus prepped in the underground garage for the worst-case scenario. Suddenly, a red alert flashed times. Your ally's strength is returning to eternal death. Asterisk. Sungwoo flinched. One after another, the zombies kept pouring in from who knows where. Sungwoo frowned. Asterisk. I'm confident in a war of attrition, but this volume is insane. I need to save my death response and Grim Reaper summon cooldowns. Asterisk. Asterisk. I don't know what else is waiting for us today. Asterisk. He turned to Jisoo. Let's move. Jisoo covered her face. Right behind you. I've been ready. She adjusted her cleansing mask, a custom piece soaked in antidote solution, crafted by Old Man Kim from the Russian Quarter. The zombies, ignoring the fashion statement, continued their relentless charge. The bodies were practically a mountain by now. Jisoo was slashing wildly at the air, her blade moving so fast, It looked like she was painting a barrier. Sung Woo nodded in approval. She was fast, precise, and hit like a truck. Definitely the most skilled fighter he'd seen since this battle began. Min-suk's buses arrived in record time, 2 of them plenty of room for everyone. He rushed down to Sung Woo. Buses are prepped. We did our best to hold back the zombies. Now, let's get people on board. His wife whispered urgently, "Buckle up and stay quiet. Are we really leaving like this?" A terrified kid in the back asked Sis, "How long do we have to run?" She gave him a gentle look. "Just hang in there. Once we get out of this mess, everything's gonna be okay." The system pinged a warning times. Ghouls have detected fresh meat and are inbound. Asterisk, Sung Woo stiffened. Ghouls. Are you kidding me? He cursed under his breath. Damn it. How are these kids supposed to fight off zombies? Min-suk shouted. Sung Woo. We have to keep them away from the children. They're fast and they target the weak ones. Min-suk's voice shook as he recalled. Those bastards smashed my windows and snatched my youngest boy. I couldn't even react. He was trembling, tears streaming down his face. If that happens again, Sung Woo stepped closer to comfort him. I won't let it. I'll do whatever it takes to stop them. Sung Woo felt a flash of frustration. Empty words were all he had right now. Min-suk wiped his eyes touched. Thanks. I'm going to give it everything I've got. This time, I'm protecting my family no matter what. The skeleton soldiers took point, forming a protective ring around the 2 buses. Sung Woo calculated their odds. We stick to the buses and move slow. It's a crawl, but it's the best way to get to Gwangwamun in one piece. For anyone wanting to quit this bastard's twisted game, they had to smash through that zombie horde. It was like the climax of a *** system, Manhwa ***, where the only escape is killing the boss. One survivor muttered, "Why'd it get so quiet all of a sudden?" The guy behind him smacked his arm. Ghouls don't make noise when they're about to feed. Panic started to spread. Wait here. They're attacking here. We ate lunch right here yesterday, and it was safe. Jisoo whispered to Sung Woo. Something's coming. Someone screamed. Incoming, they're back, it's the ghouls. Before the guy could even finish shushing them, blood splattered. The ghouls were already tearing into them. Sung Woo yelled, "This is insane." Everyone went on high alert. Sung Woo hadn't expected this kind of speed. Min-suk left side. Jisoo screamed, startling him. A ghoul used Min-suk as a launch pad, vaulting over him and landing right in front of the kids. Nobody could move. It was pure terror. No, Jisoo lunged her sword, hacking wildly at the monster. She was the only thing standing between it and Min-suk's family. Sung Woo gritted his teeth. Asterisk. Too fast. Way faster than I thought. Asterisk. Only Jisoo had the reflexes to keep up. The crowd screamed, "They're swarming. The demons are leading the pack." Min-suk's group was shaking with fear. The sheer number of zombies and ghouls was overwhelming. Suddenly, Min-suk turned to Sung Woo, hesitating. If someone becomes a pile of dry bones, is there any part of them left inside? Sung Woo stared at him blankly. Sung Woo thought times as he. Asterisk. He turned back sharply. No, and as long as I'm here, that's not happening. Not to you. Min-suk pressed on. Sung Woo, can I ask you a favor? If I die. A scream cut him off. Here they come. Protect the children. A skeleton soldier stepped up, but the ghouls were faster. They jumped right over the skeleton's head, diving into the group. It happened so fast, everyone was left stunned. Sung Woo clenched his jaw. His body tensed up. Asterisk. Fast. Grotesque. Their movement is totally erratic. Asterisk. He focused hard, trying to analyze their patterns and find a weak spot. There was a ghoul on the roof, another flanking the rear. They were zeroing in on the children like it was their favorite meal. Sung Woo barked at his skeletons, "Stop them." The soldiers tackled the ghouls, slamming them into the ground. But for every one they took down, another frenzied beast took its place. It was like they were juiced up on steroids. The system chimed times. One of your soldiers has returned to eternal death. Asterisk. A skeleton soldier had actually been destroyed. The creature looked at Sung Woo and seemed to smirk as if mocking his inability to stop them. Min-suk roared, "You monster," and delivered a critical strike. Sung Woo shouted, "Min-suk, watch your six," but he was too slow. Miraculously, Min-suk got his shield up just in time, blocking a lethal blow. The battle was turning into a total bloodbath. Min-suk was cleaving ghouls in half, left and right, but the horde just kept coming. He pushed forward, then panicked. They're healing that fast. Sung Woo saw Min-suk losing his cool and stepped in. It's fine. I've got this under control now. System notification times. You have summoned the Grim Reaper. Duration 1 hour. Asterisk. Sung Woo now wielded the power of a lich. His army cap increased by 50, stats boosted by 10. He could infinitely revive the undead until his army was full. He looked at the chaos. Asterisk, I wanted to save them, but this is getting ugly. Asterisk, the system pinged again times. You can now recruit dead monsters into your army. Asterisk, these were corpses of monsters that once had masters. With their death, the contract was void, making them free real estate for his legion. Sung Woo decided to draft every single dead ghoul. Fighting fire with fire was the only way to salvage this mess. It worked. The enemy ghouls were being slaughtered, and Sung Woo's gold count ticked up with every kill. Min-sok activated Wall of Courage and charged his blade, striking true. He targeted their joints with surgical precision. Sung Woo watched with satisfaction as Min-sok hacked through the ghouls. Every swing was a kill shot. Asterisk. Smooth movement times, Sung Woo thought. Asterisk. Setting aside raw skills, this guy is on par with Jung Hoon. Asterisk. Min-sok screamed in a frenzy. I won't let you take them, not this time. His mind was filled with images of his family, his baby, and the son he lost. Sung Woo's troops held the line so the civilians could move. One of them shouted, "Push forward, get to the ghouls." Sung Woo ran the numbers. Sure, they could wipe out every last ghoul eventually, but saving everyone in the process, that was a different story. It was down to him, Jisoo, and Min-sok. The rankers and orcs were already tied up dealing with the zombie horde. They didn't have the bandwidth to handle the ghouls too. He knew why he was hesitating. It was hard to go all out when regular people were putting their lives on the line for their families right in the crossfire. Just because he was the first to experience an awakening didn't make him a god. He couldn't fix everything. I need to be stronger. The thought played on a loop in his mind. Suddenly, a ghoul's claw tore right through the bus metal, ripping the door open. Inside, Min-sok's wife clutched her children, screaming in terror. "Honey, help, it's inside," she shrieked. A man nearby lunged forward yelling, "Get away from my kid, you freak," but the ghoul skewered him through the gut before he could land a hit. The child watched his father die right in front of him, frozen in shock. Min-sok spotted the breach, and his eyes went wide. No, the barrier's down. He tried to activate his ability, but the interface flashed a warning. Skill on cooldown. 2 minutes remaining. Desperate Min-sok let out a roar and tackled the ghoul, wrapping his arms tight around the monster. "You're not taking anyone else." He was ready to trade his life for theirs. His wife and kids were screaming his name. Sung Woo watched in horror. Christ, he went over the edge with it. A child's voice pierced the chaos. "Mr. Necromancer, please save my daddy." Sung Woo rushed down to support him. He found Min-sok standing over the dead ghoul, but the victory had cost him. He was coughing up massive amounts of blood. Pained, Sung Woo turned to run back. "Hold on, I'll get a potion." But Min-sok called out weakly, "It's too late for that." He looked down at his trembling, blood-soaked hands. "We both know a potion won't fix this," Min-sok rasped. "I have to protect my family. I know you haven't agreed to it yet, but please, Sung Woo. My family. Use me. Do whatever it takes." It was Min-sok's final desperate plea. His strength gave out, and he slumped forward lifeless right at Sung Woo's feet. He looked like a man bargaining with the Reaper himself. Finally, a notification chimed. Condition met. Hidden quest, unlocked, resurrection of the night. Sung Woo had to make a choice. He grit his teeth in frustration. Of course it's a quest. It's always a quest. This damn system. He looked down at Min-sok's body, the pool of blood still widening. "I accept your request," he thought grimly. "I don't know how I'll explain this to your wife, but we need this power to survive." A brilliant green light erupted. Min-sok's consciousness returned, floating in a void. "I'm dead, aren't I? Is this the afterlife?" A white skeleton materialized in front of him and answered calmly, "Not exactly." The Grim Reaper Min-sok gasped. He surveyed his surroundings. "If this isn't the afterlife, I'm definitely still dead. I'll never see my family again." Memories of happy days flashed by. All he wanted was to be a good husband and father, but this cursed world had stripped everything away from him. Suddenly, a strange sensation washed over him. "What's happening to me? The Necromancer is forging you into an undead soldier," the skeleton explained. "Sung Woo, entrust your family to him," the Reaper continued. "Let go of your memories and pass on to the netherworld. There is no more pain here." Min-sok felt a wave of peace washing over him. That's right, Sung Woo will keep them safe. He prepared to let go, to forget the hot tears he'd shed for the people he loved. But then he snapped. "No, don't take them away, my memories. I still have to protect them." "Foolish," the Reaper scoffed. "Someone stronger is already guarding them. Why cling to these useless emotions?" Min-sok trembled, gritting his spectral teeth. "I'm their father. It's my job to keep them safe." The Reaper pointed a bony finger at his chest. Is that so? Then let's see if you have the will to defy death. Another flash of green light enveloped him. Min-sok felt his soul plummet back into reality. When he opened his eyes, Sung-woo was standing there watching him silently. A notification popped up. You have formed a covenant with a Death Knight. Retaining memories. That's a rare mechanic. Even for a *** system manhwa***. Min-sok looked down at his new armored form. A Death Knight, even Sung-woo was taken aback. You can speak well, then go fulfill your dying wish. Sung-woo shook his head in disbelief. This was definitely the most unique undead summon he had ever encountered. Min-sok, I have so many questions, Sung-woo thought, but we're not done yet. He pointed toward the bus. Go deal with them. The knight returns to the battlefield. Meanwhile, Jisoo was a whirlwind of steel. Her blade danced through the air, cutting down the red-skinned ghouls with lethal precision. One swing, one kill. Nearby, another survivor was having a much harder time. He frowned, wiping sweat from his brow. We need to push through to the bus. Jisoo grimaced. She had drifted too far from the main group. On my way, she nodded, locking eyes with the remaining pack of ghouls blocking her path. I'm gonna roast you freaks, she said coldly. Back at the bus, the survivors were barely holding the defensive line. Less talking, more defending, someone shouted. But one of the ghouls slipped past the blockade, lunging straight for Min-sok's family. His wife screamed in terror. Honey, someone help us. At the last possible second, a streak of blade light flashed through the air. The ghoul was sliced clean in two. It was Min-seok in his new form. He had made it just in time. His wife's eyes filled with tears as she recognized the presence, if not the form. The children wept with relief. But there was no time to celebrate. The ghouls immediately swarmed Min-seok. But strangely, he felt incredible. He could sense the hierarchy of the dead, and as a Death Knight, he stood at the very apex. The ghouls hesitated, trembling before his superior rank. It was pure instinctual fear. One ghoul, overcoming its terror, lunged at him. But Min-seok didn't flinch. He just gripped his blade tighter. He moved like a blur, tearing through the monsters with brutal efficiency. They fell one after another, powerless to stop him. After the carnage, he sheathed his sword, looking down at the corpses with disdain. Filthy creatures. The survivors watching from the bus stared, their eyes wide with shock. Where the hell did that skeleton come from? Someone whispered. It's on a completely different level than the others. The remaining ghouls tried to flee, but Min-seok wasn't about to let them escape. He raised his hand, summoning spectral purple chains that shot out and ensnared the monsters in the blink of an eye. Min-seok didn't waste a second. He hoisted them into the air and let his flames do the talking, roasting them until nothing was left. Sung-woo strolled up from behind, nodding in approval. Investing in the Dragon Slayer was definitely the right move. Min-seok, however, looked a bit bummed out. Without my shield, I'm feeling a little exposed here. Jisoo joined them a moment later. Sung-woo, the Red Devils are history. She trailed off, shooting a curious glance at Min-seok standing behind him. Sung-woo caught the look. I'll fill you in later, he said, cutting the questions short. Nearby, another squad was already packing up. They had to hustle to Byongji Station. Their shift was starting. A few hours later, Sung-woo's crew rolled into a small, quiet town after clearing out their previous location. Sung-woo let out a sigh. It took longer than expected, but they were finally moving on. At least the mission was in the bag. Min-seok scanned the area, his voice dropping an octave. The black smoke. It's thicker here. Sung-woo looked at him, debating whether to broach a touchy subject. Finally, he asked, You really not gonna reach out to your family? Min-seok shook his head. I'm dead. Remember, we've got bigger fish to fry. I can tell them after we wrap this up. My kids are tough. They can handle the weight. Sung-woo frowned. Fair point, but coming back as a skeleton isn't exactly a standard family reunion. He figured Min-seok's wife would probably put two and two together eventually. Dropping the subject, they pushed deeper into the facility. It was eerily quiet, no guards in sight. It actually crossed Sung-woo's mind that this place could make a decent safe house. They probably pumped out this smoke to keep intruders at bay, Sung-woo mused. But if that's the case, how are they keeping the boss monster contained? The boss was definitely alive when they entered the zone, along with a horde of zombies and ghouls. It hadn't been taken out by magic. The whole setup didn't add up. He needed answers. You're awfully calm about this, Sung-woo. Min-seok noted. I'd say we need to speed-run this mission before things get ugly. Sung-woo raised an eyebrow. Worried about your family, he reassured him. Jisoo's got their backs. She slaughtered most of the ghouls and zombies on the way here. Plus, their downtime ends at midnight. The Evolution Society's leader is the boss here. It'd be nice to avoid a confrontation, but let's be real, that's not happening. They hurried down a path leading to the basement. A white curtain blocked their way, plastered with papers bearing official text and a stamped seal. Min-sok squinted at it. Is that a government seal? Does the Evolution Society have insiders in the government? Sung-woo wasn't exactly shocked. After the chaos that rocked Korea, he assumed they'd regroup somewhere. Either way, government didn't mean trustworthy anymore. They shoved the doors open. Instantly, a notification popped up, like something out of an *** awakening manhwa ***. The Ghoul King had spawned. The sight inside stopped them cold. The monster was massive, with twisted, unnatural limbs. This looks bad, Sung-woo shouted. To make matters worse, a literal abyss crack was tearing open from inside its stomach. So that was the source. That crack was spewing out zombies, letting them swarm the entire area. Min-sok growled. Who the hell is responsible for this mess? Before he could finish the thought, a voice echoed from the shadows. Ah, the Necromancer. I expected you. They spun around to find Dr. Ko and his entourage strutting in. A woman behind him muttered, "Upgrade mission initiated. Smoke density increasing." The test subject came right to me, Dr. Ko said, eyeing Sung-woo with clinical interest. But let's not get uncivilized. I have a proposition for you. You chose a class dealing with death. I, on the other hand, study it. We are not the same. Sung-woo frowned. You study death, seriously? Ko paced slowly. I research the energy of the abyss. It is the antithesis of all living things. We view this apocalypse as a test for humanity's evolution. To pass, we must discard our fragile human cells and transcend biology entirely. Sung-woo finally got it. When they said transcend, they were all talking about the same twisted goal. With the system, it is possible, Ko continued. The woman chimed in. The Ghoul King is vital for our research. And with the Necromancer delivering himself to us, it's like fate is guiding our hand. Dr. Ko nodded in agreement. This game might seem random, but an AI controls every variable. We met because of this quest. You are getting closer to the truth. He claimed their path led to the game's true ending. Sung-woo scoffed. You think you've seen the ending of this scenario? Does the Evolution Society have a prophecy stone too? Ignoring the question, Ko pressed on. Let's work together. Join us. It would be mutually beneficial. He raised a brow. Will you join our noble crusade? Sung-woo's answer was a cold, dismissive snort. And become a pawn in your little game, please. You're just butchers, running unauthorized experiments on people. Don't dress it up as some holy mission. I don't care about your motives. People who demand sacrifices from others to save themselves, I've got no patience for that. Dr. Ko sighed, shaking his head. If this were peacetime, I'd spend hours debating the philosophy with you. Such a pity. Sung-woo smirked. Yeah, reminds me of college. You really should have paid more attention in Ethics 101. Your persuasion skills need work. Ko's expression hardened. I take it that negotiations have failed. At his signal, a blond man named Seong-guk stepped forward. The Night King's seal breaks in a few minutes. Don't think you can stop it. Sung-woo didn't bother replying. He just gave the signal. In a heartbeat, Min-sok and Right launched themselves at the enemy. Seong-guk didn't flinch. He triggered Perfect Dance. Instantly, Sung-woo's team felt a debuff, hit them. Their physical resistance plummeted by 60%. Sung-woo grit his teeth. That was exactly like Han-ho's skill. They were healers. He shouted, healer debuffs don't work on the undead. Take them out first. They probably don't have shields like Han-ho. As he yelled, a volley of arrows screamed towards Seong-guk. The moment the arrow made contact, the woman behind him scoffed, mocking the crude weaponry before sending it right back at them. With a casual wave of her hand, she unleashed a pulse of energy that instantly reversed the volley's trajectory. Sung-woo scrambled to raise his shield, completely taken aback by her telekinetic abilities. While he weathered the storm, Min-sok saw an opening and rushed straight for Seong-guk. But the enemy wasn't defenseless. A blast of divine energy sent Min-sok flying backward. Sung-woo watched in horror, screaming out his partner's name. Meanwhile, Seong-guk kept up his bizarre dance, chanting some nonsense about a strong body forging an unbreakable will. The woman snapped at him to cut the theatrics and pointed toward a secure room, ordering him to guard her precious experimental subjects. Min-sok followed her gaze and spotted the container where trapped creatures swirled in a field of energy alongside a mysterious staff. Seong-guk, still in constant motion, laughed arrogantly as he called for a renewed attack, breaking their current formation to press the advantage. He mocked the Necromancer class, but his hubris was cut short when chains erupted from nowhere, strangling one of his clones. The magical binds multiplied in an instant, locking down his limbs and immobilizing him completely. In a flash, the clone dissolved into a puddle of gore. Min-sok stepped through the mess, his eyes cold as he told Seong-guk that mercy was off the table. Song-guk just sneered, clearly unimpressed by the display of resolve. Calling Min-sok nothing more than an overgrown zombie, he unleashed a barrage of holy light, shifting the magic circle to crush him. Sung-woo yelled for him to put up a shield, but Min-sok ignored the defense, triggering his berserker skill to shatter the incoming holy magic through sheer force. The enemy panicked, screaming to reset the formation, completely baffled by this system manhwa logic-defying power spike. Min-sok tanked the damage, realizing the holy light had faded. It wasn't enough, though he needed to dominate them completely. He unleashed a suppressing aura, melting the remaining clones into blood that he immediately absorbed to fuel his own strength. The undead horde began their advance, and though Seong-guk screamed for backup, the zombies were already tearing into his defenses. The woman watched in disbelief, unable to comprehend how their guaranteed victory was slipping away. Min-sok loomed over her, demanding to know if she ran the experiments. Terrified, she blasted energy at him, shrieking for him to stay back. He barely flinched, his voice grim, as he condemned her for twisting science into torture for her own selfish gains. Hysteria took over, and she screamed at him again, calling him a monster. "The only monsters here are you," he growled, delivering a single fatal slash that ended her life. Slow clapping broke the silence. Dr. 00 chuckled, holding a device in his hand, admitting he hadn't expected things to go this far. Claiming he lacked combat skills, he tossed the object to the ground, triggering a massive surge of energy. Sung-woo frowned. Was that an offensive artifact? Maybe the guy's class was some kind of artificer or crafter. The energy ripple birthed massive vines from the earth, instantly ensnaring Min-sok and Roy. Sung-woo didn't hesitate. He sliced through the obstruction and charged straight for the doctor. Knowing he was up against a cunning fox, Sung-woo went all out, activating his ultimate skills. Realizing the tide had turned, the doctor decided a tactical retreat was in order and deployed another gadget. A flashbang explosion rocked the area, mixing magic and electricity to stun everyone while he made a break for it. But he didn't get far. His eyes bulged in terror as Sung-woo appeared right in his path. "You wanted darkness," Sung-woo said coldly. "Well, that's all you're ever going to see." The blade pierced him, drawing blood. Through gritted teeth, the doctor praised the Necromancer class, calling it the ultimate survival pick in any awakening manhwa . Then a cryptic smile spread across his face. "But can you protect everyone else?" He revealed that a horde of zombies and night demons had been unleashed outside. Before Sung-woo could react, Min-sok cut in. He demanded to know how a human could sink so low. The doctor just shrugged, arguing that in this chaotic world, power was the only currency that mattered. "Weapons need testing," he reasoned, "and there's no better testing ground than a live battlefield." He admitted controlling the Night Demon King was a stretch, but laughed maniacally, mocking their futile attempts to save humanity. Sung-woo had heard enough. He ordered Min-sok to end it. "With pleasure," Min-sok replied, driving his weapon down. The doctor's last words were a chilling, "See you soon." The notification popped up victory, but against a clone. Sung-woo realized with horror that the real mastermind was still out there. Only one entry, 002, vanished from the list. There were still 5 more versions of the doctor remaining. It made sense now. The villain's strength lay in his ability to be everywhere at once, executing plans with zero personal risk. But Min-sok snapped them back to reality. The Night Demon King was making its move. Meanwhile, Jisoo was in the thick of it, slicing through monsters without a break. Finally catching her breath, she thought she was in the clear, until the crowd behind her piped up. "Is it over yet?" She shook her head grimly. "Not a chance. They'll be back." The survivors lost it, screaming, "Damn it! Where are these things even crawling out from? I took out a ton of them on the way here," she muttered. But sure enough, glowing red eyes popped out of the darkness right on cue. Jisoo bit her lip hard. She wasn't losing anyone today. Sung-woo trusted her to hold the line even with their friendly rivalry. He'd gotten stronger, and she was pushing herself to match his pace. The problem was, the guy was leveling up non-stop. If she wanted to stand on equal footing with him, she had to step up her game. With that resolve, she charged straight into the horde. But then reality hit. The skeleton soldiers were crumbling. Without the Necromancer nearby to sustain them, their numbers were dropping fast. The remaining undead kept hacking away at the monsters, but suddenly a massive wall of fire erupted on the battlefield. Jisoo had ignited the air itself to trap the beasts. She couldn't help but think Sung-woo and his summoning skills would handle this mess way easier. She needed to force an opening right now. Time to end this. Unleashing a flurry of strikes, she moved like a blur, Classic action you'd see in an awakening manhwa, cutting down everything in her path. Watching from the sidelines, the survivors couldn't help but gossip. She fights like a demon. Gotta be the Necromancer's girlfriend or something. Jisoo caught wind of that even in the heat of battle and furrowed her brow. What the heck were these people talking about? She didn't have time to correct them though. She just kept swinging. The intense heat kept the civilians back, so all they could do was watch the show. They were baffled. Is that really all her power? Is she planning to take them all on solo? Suddenly, the monsters switched tactics. They bolted toward the bus, aiming for the weak spots. The defenders panicked. They couldn't let those things get near the kids. Jisoo rushed over to intercept, but taking on 3 at once was pushing her limits. It didn't take long for a vampire to slip past her guard and lunge for the bus. Out of nowhere, a blast of energy decimated the creature instantly. But elsewhere, more vampires were closing in on the elderly and the children who couldn't fight back. Just before the monsters could turn them into a meal, a heavy iron chain whipped out and wrapped tight around the leader's neck. The chains lashed out, binding the rest and tossing them aside like ragdolls before tearing them to shreds. Minsok stepped out from the shadows, looking at the children. "You kids all right?" His 2 kids recognized that voice instantly. Their faces lit up. That's Dad. But when they looked, they saw a skeleton standing there. Minsok froze, not knowing how to explain. The kids ran up anyway, looking up with wide eyes. "Did you transform, Dad? You turned into a skeleton." Their innocent voices made Min-seok pause. After a long hesitation, he patted their heads and laughed. "Yeah, that necromancer guy gave me this cool new form." Suddenly, the kids were begging to turn into skeletons too, giving Min-seok a major headache. Meanwhile, Jisoo's eyes lit up when she saw Sung-woo approaching. He gave her a nod, looking apologetic. "I knew you could handle it, Jisoo, but sorry for leaving you with the heavy lifting." Jisoo grinned. "Please, I bet you had it way worse." She raised an eyebrow. "Just 2 of you taking on the vampire lord sounds exhausting." He hesitated, then filled her in. Flashback to a few hours ago, when the vampire lord finally showed up. Sung-woo's team engaged him, but something felt off about the guy. They watched as the vampire lord let out one final scream, and then just collapsed on the ground hard. Min-seok frowned. Did he just give up? Sung-woo nodded in agreement. "I think the experiments broke him. Living was probably more painful than dying." Min-seok thought about it for a second. "So, should we put him out of his misery?" Sung-woo sighed. As expected, humans really are the scariest monsters. Back in the present, Jisoo was speechless after hearing the story. Sung-woo sighed again, muttering about it being a difficult battle in a way that felt deeper than just physical combat. Right then, a system notification popped up. The main quest was officially over. Everyone looked around, confused about what just happened. Over on Jung-hoon's side, they just dropped the last enemy and breathed a sigh of relief at the message. But Sung-woo remained on edge, wondering what was coming next. Was it going to get harder? The stats showed South Korea was outperforming every other nation. Their hard work paid off, but the body count was high. Suddenly, another window flashed classic system manhwa style, keeping everyone on their toes. A monster commander leading a massive army had spawned in Korea. Jisoo's expression darkened. Min-seok lowered his voice. "Is that why the quest ended so abruptly?" Sung-woo didn't answer directly. He just said, "Let's move. There has to be a conclusion to this questline. From a tragedy to a potential victory. Where was this event leading them? The variables were unpredictable, but the rewards promised to be worth the risk. A massive war was brewing for the Necromancer and the Korean hunters, and Sung-woo was determined to see it through. With a confident smile, he looked at his team. "Mission complete. Let's get out of here." Meanwhile, in a small town nearby, a pack of goblins was ganging up on a lone survivor. The victim was screaming for help when a surge of energy blasted the goblins backward. Han-ho bit his lip, stared at the goblins for a split second, and then bolted. He whined as he ran. "I can't believe I'm actually running away from goblins." He wasn't alone. Sung-woo and Han-ho's dad were sprinting right alongside him. Up ahead, they spotted Kyung-soo's team in a defensive formation. They dove behind the barrier just in time, finally catching their breath. Safe at last. The goblins slammed into the shields a second later, but couldn't break through. Han-ho's dad helped him up, smirking. "Didn't you say you could take on 100 goblins solo?" The kid gritted his teeth. "I only fell back to protect the others, okay? Besides, their smell was literally killing me." The goblins were hacking away at the barrier with their blades. From the back, Kyung-soo barked out orders. "Everyone battle stations, get ready to fight. Spears and shields up front. Archers and mages fall back." They couldn't just wait for Sung-woo to save them anymore. Sure, he was a veteran against these things, but the sheer number of goblins was overwhelming. It didn't take long for the defensive line to start cracking. Watching the barrier fail, Hanho suddenly blurted out, "Hey Dad, thanks for raising me and everything." His old man frowned, clearly annoyed. "What are you babbling about? Even if today's the day we kick the bucket, you fight with everything you've got until the end." Hanho pouted. "Shouldn't you be wishing for your son to live a long, happy life?" His dad snapped back. "You brat, I'm just trying to light a fire under you. I plan on sticking around too. Now watch your talented son go to work." As soon as the words left his mouth, Hanho hurled a dagger straight into a goblin's skull, dropping it instantly. He didn't stop there. He charged the front lines, screaming, "I'm making history right here, right now. I'm gonna be a legend." Just like that, Hanho turned into a whirlwind of blades. One by one, they fell before his aggressive onslaught. Seeing the goblin corpses piling up like a mountain, Hanho smirked with satisfaction. The kid was definitely stepping up his game. He was holding his own against the goblin warriors solo. In his head, he was already the top player in Korea. He shouted, "Bring it on, you're just stepping stones on my path to glory." While he was gloating, a goblin tried to sneak up behind him for a cheap shot. But of course, his senses were sharp enough to pick it up. With a look of pure disdain, Hanho scoffed, "You should be embarrassed trying that on me." Not even close. He launched himself forward like a storm, sending the entire group of goblins flying. Watching from the perimeter, Sung-woo couldn't help but be impressed. "Your son is actually pretty incredible, isn't he?" Hearing that, Hanho's dad seemed torn between pride and embarrassment. He yelled, "He's ugly as sin, but he's my boy, so what can I do? But seriously, look at him, what is up with that form? 3 faces, is he trying to cosplay as Asura or something?" His dad was clearly not a fan of the new aesthetic. Suddenly, a strange voice cut through the noise of the battlefield. "I hate goblins. The only good goblin is a dead one." Hanho instinctively replied, "You got that right." Before realizing something was off, he spotted Or emerging and asked in confusion, "Wait, what are you doing here?" It wasn't just Or Sung-woo's skeletons poured in and started dismantling the goblins. The main squad had finally returned to town. Hanho cheered Senior Jizu, "You're back," but his excitement died the second he saw Min-sok standing next to Sung-woo. He immediately got defensive. "Hey, who's the new guy? That's my spot next to the boss." Moments later, with the reinforcements, the goblins were completely pushed out of the base. Once everyone was safely inside the headquarters, they started strategizing. Kyung-soo's expression was grim as he briefed the team. "A new phenomenon is throwing everything into chaos. Giant monsters are attacking players all over the country. The safe zones have shifted, so staying put might actually be our best bet for now. The safety protocols protecting low-level players in the safe zones have shifted." Hanho, checking the newsfeed, suddenly shouted, "Check this out. Young Dungpo is getting hammered by thousands of orcs right now. Rumor is they're looking for you, Senior." Sung-woo turned eyebrows raised and made a quick decision. "All right. If they're struggling that much, we'll lend a hand. We have an agreement. Given the situation, forming an alliance with them is the smart play. It might get messy if the Evolution Society decides to make a move, but if they aren't siding with the monsters, we'll manage." Just then, Jisoo walked in. "We've located the goblin base. It's on Mount Paldang. We tracked their movements straight to the peak. Luckily, the local warlords are just goblins, much easier to deal with than those red orcs in Yeongdongpo. I couldn't get a perfect count, but there are easily over 3,000 of them. They've got mages riding on their backs too." Kyung-soo's face darkened. "Goblins are the weakest tier, sure, but we're severely outnumbered." Jisoo nodded. "He's right. We shouldn't rush in blindly. Caution is key here." But Sung-woo cut in with a different perspective. "Our goal isn't just to win. It's to maximize our gold and experience points." Kyung-soo shook his head in amazement. "That's Sung-woo for you. You really operate on a different level. I can't believe you've already formulated a hunting plan." Sung-woo shrugged nonchalantly. "Oh, I'm not the one doing the hunting. You are. This is the perfect power leveling opportunity for you and the villagers." Kyung-soo and Jisoo weren't entirely sure they could pull it off, but they trusted his judgment and followed the lead. At the peak of Mount Paldang, goblins were patrolling everywhere. Their main base was buried deep within the mountain, heavily guarded. But none of that mattered to Sung-woo. He slipped past their defenses like a ghost. Staring at the structure ahead, he scoffed. "An abandoned factory, so that's where the command unit is hiding out. This actually makes things easier." He had been wondering how to deal with the high-level elites. A small group of them could be devastating if they coordinated perfectly with their lord. But let's see how well they take orders when their leader's head is smashed in. With a mental command, he ordered the ogre to breach. Suddenly, the massive shadow of the ogre loomed over the goblin base. A massive steel-plated fist smashed through the entrance. Goblins were crushed instantly, and Sung Woo's gold count ticked up. Minutes later, he was standing right in front of the Goblin Lord. The creature looked like a cornered rat, completely outplayed by Sung Woo. Min-sok, standing behind him, let out a cold laugh. Finally face to face with the boss. Let's show him some hospitality. Sung Woo frowned slightly. Just end it. Fast. Before the sentence was even finished, he dashed forward and severed the Goblin Lord's head with a single clean strike. Sheathing his sword with a satisfied look, he grinned. Let the real hunt begin. A few minutes later, the leaderless goblin horde, panicked by the destruction of their base, flooded down toward the town. Kyung-soo had the defensive line waiting. He issued a calm order. Here they come. Hold the line. They're just a headless mob of failures now. Stay calm and take them down. On his command, a volley of arrows whistled from the back row, wiping out the front wave of monsters. The villagers lit up. Killing them was surprisingly easy. With their lord dead, the goblins' stats had plummeted, making them easy pickings for the townspeople. Jisoo chuckled, pleasantly surprised. I can't believe power leveling could be this effortless. Kyung-soo nodded in agreement. It's all thanks to Sung Woo's setup. High above Sung Woo observed the progress. The villagers' average level was sitting at 4, creating a stat gap typical of an awakening manhwa power creep. People with absolutely no combat power tend to herd together. But let's be real, relying on others just makes you dead weight for the actual survivors. Sure, cooks and scouts have their uses, but the survival difficulty for them just spiked through the roof. It was worrying, especially since Han-ho was the first one to show up. But hey, they can figure this out. In this *** system, manhwa *** world, even the sick and frail can turn into powerhouses. Kind of messed up, but that's how the game works. Just like he planned, the fighters are teaching the elderly and the kids how to hunt goblins. One kid actually managed to solo a goblin and hit level 2, bawling his eyes out from the rush. With Sung Woo calling the shots, they absolutely crushed the battle, and the morale is through the roof. Everyone's raking in experience points and gold coins. Watching them, Sung Woo felt a bit conflicted, but he couldn't help speaking up. I usually work better alone, but this isn't terrible. By dawn, he gathered everyone to drop some orders, leaving Kyung-soo raising an eyebrow in shock. Level 8. The guy just nodded calmly. Yeah, focus on getting everyone's average level up to 8. They'd already wiped out the local overlord, so farming XP should be a breeze. He needed them to hit that milestone before he got back. Sounds harsh, but he's not their babysitter. If they wanted to stay, they could live quietly in the shadows. But ultimately, everyone needs to learn how to cover their own backs. Kyung-soo and Sung Woo looked pretty grim hearing that. After a pause, Kyung-soo just nodded. I won't forget this. He remembered what it was like to be powerless, waiting for a savior. Suddenly, Han-ho yelled out, "Hey boss, the chopper's here, and they won't stop nagging us. Let's move." Sung Woo let out a heavy sigh. They had a deal to provide mutual defense for a while, which meant it was time to bail out the Freedom Guild. Over in Yeongdeung-po, 2 buses were cruising quietly down the street carrying Jung-hoon's crew. They had casualties, and everyone was running on fumes. From his seat, Jung-hoon frowned. What's the status on that new monster commander? A subordinate chimed in immediately. Just a second, we're coming up on the northern border. A magical drone zipped into the sky, above Yeongdeung-po, to scout the area. The feed showed a massive swarm to the north, about 200 monsters closing in on their position fast. Suddenly, the operator grabbed his head dizzy. Damn, looks like the drone just got shot down. Hai looked worried. Commander, we need to get off this bridge. Thousands of red orcs are incoming from Gimpo. We can't split our forces to fight on 2 fronts. Jung-hoon's expression darkened. What if we go all out and crush the trolls first? Then we swing the entire unit around to face the orcs. Hai shook her head. Trolls aren't exactly pushovers. They're massive, and they have insane regeneration capabilities. If we're pressed for time and force a fight, we're going to take heavy losses. Jung-hoon knew she was right. They lacked experience. Their main quest was to get the Crusader army to level 10. Throwing lives away on a gamble was putting the cart before the horse. But if he ever wanted to close the power gap between himself and that man, he couldn't just keep grinding in the safe zones. While he was deep in thought, Hai spoke up again. Even the Yeongdeung-po security unit is mobilizing most of their troops. They're leaving a skeleton crew for defense. Jung-hoon nodded just as Manhwa burst in yelling. I just got a radio call from the chopper, picking up the Necromancer. They'll be here any second. Hai's face lit up. With the Necromancer here, we can wipe out the trolls and then handle the orcs. But Manhwa scratched her head awkwardly. Actually, he said, we need to deal with the orcs first. Hai's jaw dropped. Say what? Did you give him the correct sitrep? Manhwa nodded. He said he'll join us after he picks up some bones around here. Hai looked completely baffled. Bones? Seriously? A moment later, a helicopter roared overhead. Jung-hoon looked up squinting. Is that the Necromancer's ride? Hai looked pale. Don't tell me he's... Before she could finish, massive giant spirits materialized surrounding the trolls instantly. Manhwa couldn't believe her eyes. What the hell? Where did those giant monsters come from? Jung-hoon's expression shifted. Trolls were big, sure, but next to these summoned giants, they looked like toddlers. The trolls were getting absolutely massacred. Since Sung-woo now held the authority of death, wiping out a few trolls was child's play. Manhwa watched in awe. He was strong before, but he's in a league of his own. Jung-hoon felt a pang of doubt. Could a standard *** awakening, Manhwa *** protagonist, ever hope to surpass someone like that? After this battle, the power gap would be so wide he'd never bridge it. The concept of death itself belonged to the Necromancer now. Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, 3 figures watched through binoculars. An frowned. Is that the Necromancer? Did the Freedom Guild beg him for help? Her assistant nodded rapidly. Must be. Up until last night, they were on their own. Now the Crusader army is nowhere to be seen. The support teams on both sides are in chaos because of the mess we stirred up in the community. Back on the battlefield, Sung-woo had cleared the fodder. Suddenly, a massive troll wielding a giant axe stepped forward the commander unit, the troll chief. It immediately took a savage swing at Sung-woo. Watching from afar, An looked shaken. That's a boss monster. Looks like real trouble. Vines erupted from the ground, wherever the axe struck, entangling Sung-woo's undead army. The assistant stammered. Taking that thing down won't be easy. An narrowed her eyes. Is this where the Necromancer finally hits a wall? She was dead wrong. Sung-woo sliced clean through the arm holding the axe, disarming the beast instantly. What followed wasn't a fight. It was a beatdown. It didn't take long before he hit the dirt. Sung-woo wasn't about to show any mercy, beating the guy into a complete pulp. A moment later, he dropped a cold line. You attack without knowing where you stand. Weaklings like you are bound to get wrecked. Min-sok stepped in right then and finished the job. And just like that, the fight was over. It was almost too easy because their teamwork was flawless. Sung-woo spoke up casually. The Liberation Guild is probably waiting for us. Let's move. Jung-hoon was waiting for Sung-woo at the bridge crossing Yeongdeungpo. Good, I'm not late. Jung-hoon gave a stiff nod. Thanks for coming. Looking at him, Jung-hoon let out a defeated sigh. He had planned to use the Necromancer to buy time and power up typical *** system Manhwa *** style, but the guy just kept getting stronger too. Shaking it off, he briefed Sung-woo on the situation. A massive orc army was swarming in from the west. Unless they plan on swimming, they have to cross this bridge. He explained they had blocked off every other route. He was doing everything possible to avoid another loss. The whole of South Korea was watching. If he choked now, his career was finished. He had to prove to everyone that he was the one in control of this battle. Inside a high-rise in Yeongdeungpo, the 2 groups rendezvoused. A scout rushed in with a report. Commander, news of the Necromancer joining the fight has public support skyrocketing. It was true, people were rallying behind Sung-woo. Jung-hoon's expression soured by the second. Keeping the community together was getting tougher. Small guilds and eyewitnesses were leaking intel on the Necromancer's movements left and right. Then another scout reported in. It looks like the survivor group from Busan is joining the fray too. They had 200 people plus a call just came in from Namyangju. 5 buses were en route. Manhwa turned to Jisoo. What's the plan here? She thought for a second before answering. We have to accept them. We'll take them in now and slowly bring them under our wing later. We can't even control the Red Orc army in Gimpo right now. That massive force was pushing east, and the survivors had already warned them that the enemy was uncomfortably close. They needed to convince the various factions to cooperate with the Liberation Guild at the commander's meeting. Decision made, she pushed open the doors. The room was already packed. Jung-hoon and Sung-woo took the head seats at opposite ends of the long table. Seeing her enter, Jung-hoon spoke up. Let's begin the commander's meeting. Miss Jisoo, please give us the sitrep. Jisoo kept her voice serious. The Liberation Guild has blockaded most of the bridges. We've stationed sentry units at every crossing. We're currently using drones to track the enemy's movement. As soon as she said that, the other commanders looked rattled. All eyes shifted to Sung-woo, and he could feel the weight of their stares. It was pretty uncomfortable. Jung-hoon saw the shift, and his face darkened. He hated this dynamic. Sung-woo was just one individual, yet he was the strongest force in the room. Everyone was fixated on him. Jung-hoon knew he had to break that tension somehow. Suddenly, someone burst through the doors, shouting in a panic. "Excuse me, Commander," the messenger says. "A survivor just flew in from the west." Jung-hoon frowned. "Flew here." Murmurs rippled through the room. The messenger claimed the survivor used a unique method, leaving even Sung-woo a bit skeptical. Even the Liberation Guild couldn't fly helicopters because of the wyverns. What kind of special vehicle could pull that off? After a long pause, Jung-hoon made a call. "Seems we're all curious. Let's go meet this survivor and hear them out personally." A few minutes later, they were downstairs, jaws hitting the floor at what they saw. Someone yelled a warning, "Don't get too close, or it'll peck your eyes out." Sung-woo's eyes went wide, totally speechless. Was that special vehicle seriously a griffin? No mistake about it, a massive griffin was standing there. A girl was holding its reins tight, looking nervous. "He's a good boy. He won't attack unless you strike first." An aide whispered to Jung-hoon, "Commander, that girl is the survivor." The girl locked eyes with Jung-hoon and begged, her voice desperate, "Please help us." Sung-woo watched her closely, wondering if she was part of the group cut off by the Red Orc warlord. However, the girl was too busy panicking to answer his mental questions. She stammered out the news. "A few hours ago, a massive number of Chinese players landed in Gangwon. Please help us." Sung-woo's face fell. The group immediately huddled back in the camp to strategize. They pored over a map of Gyeodongdo, a small island connected to Gangwado by a bridge. Jisoo glanced at Jung-hoon. The players in Gangwado set up a safe zone on Gyeodongdo. It's small, so if they cut the transport lines and cleared the local monsters, it'd be easy to secure. Her face was tight with worry. Jisoo sighed. They knew powerhouse groups like the Liberation Guild were on the mainland, but they chose to handle things quietly on their own. Sung-woo recalled the chaos he'd seen, monsters and looters tearing the inland apart. Life in Gangwado must have been brutal, being so close to Seoul. He looked at Jisoo, thinking they should have coordinated better, instead of isolating themselves in restricted zones, but that decision was in the past now. Of course, that isolation ended the moment they got ambushed. Jisoo continued. "Pirates hit Gangwado a few hours ago. The sea is swarming with ships," she explained slowly. "Dozens of them, mostly repurposed fishing vessels. It spiraled out of control fast. We tried to hold them back, but we failed. Even our escape route has been seized." Jung-hoon asked, "How many are we talking?" Jisoo did the math. "About 1,000. Judging by the number of docked ships, probably more." The whole room went silent at the number. China's population was massive, which meant their player count was staggering. They exchanged panicked looks. If that force decided to invade, they were in deep trouble. Jisoo looked around, desperate for a silver lining. "That won't happen. People rarely hunt other players. It's not worth it. Odds are those pirates are just regular civilians." Sung-woo pointed at the map. "With things as they are, these guys are a serious threat. They could hit us right when we're running on empty." The rest of the squad looked ready to throw down. "We had to deal with this mess." His resolve was clear, and he wasn't wrong, but honestly, dealing with those red demons was headache enough. Plus, we're still flying blind here. No idea if we're up against high-ranking Chinese commanders or just a pack of random looters. They kept bringing up new worst-case scenarios. Like, what happens if they flank us from upriver while we're sitting ducks on the Han River banks? Getting backstabbed while engaging the demons. That's a disaster waiting to happen. Jung-hoon made the call. "For now, eyes on the demons. That's our priority." He laid out the next steps without breaking a sweat. "We couldn't bypass the Demon Legion occupying Gimpo and Gangseo anyway. On the bright side, that blockade kept the pirates from pushing inland too. We'll send a recon team to scan the lower Han River," he announced. Ha-yeon looked totally blindsided by the order. It meant Gangwado was off limits. She slumped onto the ground, looking pretty hopeless. That's when Sung-woo raised a hand. "Hold on, I've got a different play." He began mapping out a route to decapitate the enemy leadership. "We deploy a splinter cell to take out the pirates first. Then we link up with the Gangwado survivors and pinch the demons from the blind side." Jung-hoon blinked, surprised. A pincer movement. Han Sok jumped in, shaking his head. "Look, I'm all for smashing them, but speaking as a swordsman, we don't have the manpower for that." He kept going. "Even if we choppered a team to that islet, the noise would give us away instantly. Stealth is impossible with that much racket." Then, it clicked. Wait a minute. Han Sok suddenly recalled the terrifying transformation power Sung-woo possessed. It was like a scene straight out of an awakening manhwa. The guy was a one-man army, a solo necromancer. Jung-hoon shifted his gaze to the necromancer. Could he pull it off? Energy began to pool in Sung-woo's palm. "My skill set isn't exactly team-friendly anyway," Sung-woo admitted. He ran the numbers in his head. Massive AoE attacks like Purple Mist and Abyss Breath were off the table if allies were close. Sung-woo thought back to the massive force elsewhere. He needed intel on that Chinese player too. Since he showed up once odds were high, they'd cross paths again. Just then, the system started spamming red flags. Movement speed slashed by 30%, attack speed dropped by 20%. Who the hell was doing this? It was a penalty debuff. Conditions for taking out a commander-class enemy communications severed severe disorientation and loss of unit cohesion. Sung Woo immediately strategized. For the demons, the best bet was a surgical strike on their leadership. Just like the commander monsters, the demon lord would be pulling strings from the rear. That meant infiltrating Gongwado to get behind their lines. He turned to Haiyan. If I go solo, I can't exactly pilot the Griffin for a stealth approach, can I? Her face lit up. You bet. Jung-hoon molded over for a second, before nodding. All right, green light. The sky overhead was already burning a deep bruised orange. Haiyan hopped onto the giant eagle's back. Han-ho looked a bit salty about it. Seriously? You're ditching us again, boss. Just don't drag. Or into your mess this time. Sung-woo just smirked. Stay sharp. He glanced between them. The Griffin maxes out at 2 passengers. Hands are tied. Catch you on the battlefield. It wasn't that he didn't trust Han-ho, but Jung-hoon was the better babysitter. Han-ho was just being his usual overprotective self. The kid pouted knowing he'd been read like a book. She's a thief class, not a tank. She can't take a hit, Sung-woo reminded him. Hai-yun adjusted her flight goggles. Ready when you are. Sung-woo nodded. Let's roll. As Hai-yun and the Griffin launched into the air, a sudden turbulence hit them. Hang on, the wind shear is brutal up here. As they climbed, the world below shrank to toy soldiers. Then Hai-yun smacked her forehead. Oh, my bad. I forgot to mention we have to hover nearby until nightfall. Can't hit the coast in daylight? She clearly knew the lay of the land. The pirates breed these massive eagle monsters. They've got them patrolling the airspace around the island. Thick fog blanketed the island. Down at the docks, a fleet of ships sat moored. Inside one of the cabins, a few guys were fiddling with an oil lamp. There we go, let there be light. 3 men huddled in the gloom, their faces illuminated by the flickering flame. You finished swapping those batteries. Must be an antique, the flames barely hanging on. One guy grumbled. Great ambiance, huh? Man, I just hope they don't stop us from having a little fun with the prisoners later. They sounded wasted. The expedition team is living the high life near the island. Meanwhile, look at us. They get all the perks just because they're holding the captives. He let out a nasty laugh. Just wait till we breach the Korean mainland. It's gonna be a buffet of women for the taking. Another guy sighed heavily. If it weren't for this booze made from Hangzhou giant centipede eggs, I'd have lost my mind by now. The guy next to him perked up. The captain controls everything, using those crows. If you screw up, that drunkard will strip you clean and leave you for dead. In the corner, bathed in the dim lamplight, they kept drinking and yapping. You know, getting off the mainland is actually pretty chill. Why fight a losing battle against the big shots back home? Being a pirate and raiding weaker countries pays way better. He downed the last drop of his drink. Captain, don't you think the situation back? Suddenly, he froze, sensing a shift in the air. Hold up. Shh. Dust motes danced in the air, disturbed by something unseen. The man narrowed his eyes. We've got company. What are you talking about? I don't see. Squat. Still, they grabbed their weapons, muscles tensing. I hunt people for a living idiot. The tension in the room spiked. I know something's here. Cold sweat started trickling down the so-called captain's face. My sensory skills are screaming at me right now. A sudden chill crawled up their spines, raising the hairs on the back of their necks. The ambush hit them before they could process the panic. Enemy Ra, before he could scream, an iron chain wrapped in violet energy lashed out from the shadows. It crushed his windpipe, instantly choking off his words. The chain yanked him violently, dragging his body across the floorboards. Min-sok tightened his grip on the chain. Still got other prey to hunt. Keep it down. Just before the pirate blacked out, he caught a blurry glimpse of a figure standing over him. Keep him breathing. I need to interrogate him after I clear the room. The world faded to black. When he groggily came to, his head was spinning. Where the hell am I? The massive beak of a griffin filled his vision inches from his face. He went pale. Ga Monster Hei-yan patted the beast. Easy, easy. Chill out. You can snack on him later. His words hit the guy like a physical blow. Jung-woo kept the pressure on. It looks like the system is letting us communicate. Just so you know, I have a skill that lets me read the memories of the dead. Terror washed over the pirate. You can read dead people's memories. Jung-woo pointed a finger right in his face, his voice dropping to a growl. Make your choice. Spill your guts and live, or keep your mouth shut and die. Somewhere in the harbor, the sound of a shattering wine bottle cut through the air, followed by a man's furious scream. Impossible. the pirate captain roared. 90 men gone. 90 soldiers vanished into thin air in just a couple of hours. He screamed at the crew, demanding to know if any prisoners had escaped. Pull up the anchors, scan the perimeter. I want to know if any outside ships are approaching. They scrambled to obey. The captain's face was a mask of pure stress. I don't know who you are, you freak, but do you honestly think you can hide on this island? The captain barked an order. Find them. Suddenly, the crows circling overhead went berserk as if caught in a magical snare. His voice boomed across the deck. Find the attackers and drag them to me. A blood-red aura began to pulse around the captain. The birds swirled in the sky, enslaved by that crimson energy. He let out an arrogant laugh. I don't know who they are, but they're delusional if they think they can hide from me here. Just then, a crew member rushed in with a report. Captain, we found the missing men. The captain flinched. Already? How did you find them faster than I could? The pirate pointed toward the deck where corpses were lined up in neat rows. The bodies were tucked in under blankets, arranged with chilling precision. They were all dead, yet laid out perfectly. The captain stared, unable to process the sight. Why would he sneak bodies onto an enemy ship? Is he insane? He flashed back to the corpses floating in the sea. Why not just dump them in the water? Is this a taunt? But it didn't feel like simple mockery. More reports came in from other pirates, forcing him to keep moving. It's not just this ship, sir. The others are the same. A pirate pointed to a nearby vessel. Every single boat is loaded with dead bodies. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the far corner of the docks. The captain had to shield his face from the flying debris. What the hell was that? A soaking wet pirate pointed at the fireball. The ships, they're all blowing up. The captain's rage boiled over. I have eyes, you moron. I'm asking why they're exploding. Then a strange, ominous hum filled the air. Fear gripped the crew. We need to run. Now. The captain watched as purple gas drifted through the air. What is happening here? The pirates stumbled, clutching each other for support. Captain, it's gas. It's leaking from those strange canisters. He looked up at a high-rise building. Black smoke. In seconds, a dark smog swallowed everything, sending the crew into a panic. It was the breath of hell, a dark wizard's nastiest trick. Take one breath and there's no cure. We have to get out of here. There are still bombs left. Cars screeched onto the road, tearing through the gloomy night. The captain ground his teeth, his mind racing. Birds covered the island, but the enemy seemed to be everywhere. The pressure was crushing him. This is a coordinated strike. Someone is trying to isolate and wipe us out. The long bridge ahead looked like their only lifeline. The bridge. Get to the bridge. It's our only exit besides the boats. The captain clutched his head furious. Those cowards. The Koreans are using biochemical weapons. If we get trapped here, we're dead meat long before reinforcements arrive. He had to save his massive army and find a safe harbor to welcome the admiral. Suddenly, a blinding light flared at the end of the bridge. Step on it. We have to reach the mainland at all costs. The convoy accelerated, engines roaring. But as they got closer, the light revealed a nightmare. The undead stood waiting for them, surrounded by a sea of fire. The captain couldn't believe his eyes. This attack is insane. What is up with this island? It feels like the climax of an *** awakening. Manhwa ***. Jung Woo stood there like a herald of hell facing the defeated soldiers from China's second server. He said China has 3 servers, right? Jung Woo looked down at the line of cars. Looks like they brought the whole continent. Memories extracted from the soldiers revealed a massive pirate coalition. It reminded Jung Woo of the 3 scouts he'd interrogated earlier. They were the advanced team planning to invade through Gangwa Island to pave the way for the main army. The captain bailed out of his car. Everyone out, prepare for battle. Jung Woo glared at them, blue spirit fire raging inside him. I'm not letting you do that. This is where you all die. Bright red system windows kept popping up. Warning, massive invasion imminent in this sector. Warning, the Reaper's response sequence has initiated. The pirates choked on the black smog. What is this stuff? My whole body burns. Wait, look up ahead. Despair washed over them as they saw the army blocking their path. Skeletons. It's a skeleton army. The horde looked ready to devour them. They're behind us too. We're surrounded. Hearing his men panic, the captain's face twisted in horror. They're coming from everywhere. And what the hell is that giant monster? Damn it. He grabbed a subordinate by the collar. Retreat. I'd rather take my chances back on the island than fight that thing. But the wave of skeletons kept crashing forward. It's too late. We can't go back. Desperate, the captain cast a spell to control the black crows. Useless idiots. Do I have to do everything myself? The birds obeyed his command, diving to attack the skeleton warriors. The remaining pirates weren't going down without a fight. The captain's monster was actually holding its own, pushing the zombies back. Jung-woo remained totally calm. So, that's the bird Hyun mentioned. A skeletal hand shot up, snatching the black crow out of the air by its neck. The other birds were swatted down just as easily. Jung-woo's eyes glowed. Wow, not very impressive. The zombies can handle this trash. His skeleton army was like an unstoppable, immortal tide. The captain's eyes bugged out. Impossible, damn it, his monster bird had died for nothing. Panic finally broke the pirate's resolve. That monster bird is back from the dead. Captain, what's the play? The captain scrambled up the bridge railing in a panic. Move, I gotta bail. I'm the only one who matters here, I need to reach the main fleet. As he jumped, a black crow swooped in, acting as a stepping stone to launch him skyward. Full of hope, he thought. Just gotta fly high and get out of dodge. He pushed for distance, totally missing the predator tailing him. That blue bird instantly liquefied the black crow into a bloody mist. Without his ride, the captain plummeted straight down. Asterisk splat. Asterisk, his body shattered on impact, coughing up blood like a fountain. Yet somehow the guy was still clinging to a shred of hope. Damn it, I need to leave. I can't move. Meanwhile, Hanho was cheering, hey Necromancer, everyone's safe and sound. We're reclaiming our gear and fighting off the pirates. Sung-woo nodded. Good work. Hanho landed his griffin nearby. Couldn't have done it without you, man. Thanks a ton. The captain watched in horror, his vision swimming in red. What the hell? Who is this kid? Just a student. Sung-woo looked down cold as ice. You're in no position to ask questions. He raised his scythe. So, what do you call your Admiral Chong-gong? Wonder if that name's stuck in your head somewhere. Asterisk, slash, asterisk. The notification popped up times. Level up. You are now level 17. You can read memory fragments of the deceased. Asterisk. Dim lights flickered into existence. In his mind's eye, a circle of memories began to spin. Floating in the void, Sung-woo dove into the captain's past. He saw a massive ship. Judging by their outfits, it looked pretty traditional. A figure stood at the bow gazing out over the vast ocean. Where to next? Sung-woo analyzed the man. Is that Cheong-gong? He doesn't look like a maniac, not like the vampire lord, or the mad scientist. Two events clicked in his mind. The second server went to the spirit witch. The first server had a self-proclaimed emperor trying to conquer the world. Cheong-gong clenched his fist. To him, the third server was just garbage waiting to be taken out. So, what's the plan? An advisor spoke up. Begging outsiders for help would be a disgrace times schwing. Asterisk Cheong-gong took the guy's head off before he could finish the sentence. Moron. Cheong-gong's hand dripped with blood. Why are we drifting at sea? Because we lack raw power. Madness twisted his face. If we don't have it, we steal it. He grinned like a starving demon, ready to swallow a continent whole. Sung-woo tightened his grip, watching the memory. Just as I thought. Can't stop a guy who covets what isn't his. Cheong-gong stared at the horizon. Take what you need. Problem is, there's no unclaimed land left for us to grab. His men trembled at his insanity. General. What about the nearby islands? We could blockade the waters and push into the mainland through the Korean peninsula. Cheong-gong grabbed the strategist's arm in excitement. Exactly what I was thinking. The subordinate looked terrified but managed to shaky. Thank you. He turned to his troops. General Di Gong, sweep the islands near China. Secure those waters while the mainlanders are busy fighting monsters. General In Gong, take the small fleets and set up an outpost in Korea. In Gong bowed. Cheong-gong added, but keep a low profile. Don't alert their forces until I arrive. In Gong replied, yes sir. Cheong-gong checked his interface. Time to use our pirate perk. Benevolence brings success. Let's hope we rake in as much gold as possible. The interface flashed. Asterisk, Synergy List Pirate King Level 3. Group condition over 10,000 pirates. Asterisk. This is classic asterisk asterisk system manhwa. Asterisk asterisk logic right here. Asterisk effect, double gold upon killing a player, plus 20% of the victim's total gold. Asterisk, even Sung-woo felt a chill, reading that. Pirate synergy. That's why they slaughter people without blinking. Cheong-gong stood over piles of corpses, backed by a massive army. Think about our missions. Chaos breeds heroes. Right. He scoffed. Idiots. We're not here to be heroes. We rob everything in sight. No mercy. The memory faded, snapping Sung-woo back to reality. He looked at the kneeling captain. People who spout philosophy are usually the least trustworthy. Looks like this isn't just a Korean server problem, it's global. Sung-woo held a card, the captain completely under his thumb. A system notification chimed. Asterisk. You have learned the skill. Reply from the death god. Asterisk. Asterisk. Skill upgrade elite to master. Skill name reply from the death god. Rank master. Type active. Cost 17 mana. Summons 25 masterless zombies from the abyss. Asterisk. Asterisk. These entities possess unlimited health. Asterisk. Sung Woo frowned, feeling the tension. Getting stronger was great, but getting used to fighting humans. That felt wrong. It might cause misunderstandings about his necromancer abilities. Han Ho watched him. Mr. Necromancer, what's the plan? Blue sparks danced in Sung Woo's hand, transforming into spectral birds taking flight. We're done here. Let's head to Gimpo. The real war is starting. Suddenly, a massive orc face filled the view. The human forces braced themselves, eyeing the orc army warily. Han Ho looked nervous at the formation. There's a whole swarm of them. Ji-Soo looked worried. Too many, and each one is stronger than a standard orc. Han Ho gulped. Problem is, these are just the scouts. The monsters clutched stones, ready to hurl them at a moment's notice. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut. Look, troll slaves. What those orc bastards are enslaving monsters. Without hesitation, Ji-Soo charged in typical asterisk manhwa recap, asterisk action hero behavior. Roy and Ji-Soo moved in perfect sync, tearing into the giant orcs. Their blades pierced through flesh before the beasts even knew they were dead. Minhwa stared daggers at the endless swarm of orcs. Attack. Get him. He flew into a frenzy, raining punches on the monsters. His brute strength even shocked the defense squad. Drop dead, you filthy orcs. Kang Hoon raised his staff, igniting a roaring blaze. Pyro frenzy. Burn baby burn. As the orc shrieked in the inferno, a notification popped up. You earned 1,200 gold for taking down a red orc demon. Kang Hoon was hyped watching his flames wreak havoc. Man, I haven't had this much fun in ages. Nobody handles fire like me. Suddenly, An Sok impaled a monster sneaking up behind Kang Hoon. Stay sharp, don't get cocky, he was fighting with everything he had too. An Seok barked orders to the rear guard. Tankers hold the front line, protect the mages. His heavy punches staggered the orcs, but it was like a drop in the ocean against their numbers. These bastards. It wasn't just their numbers. Seeing wave after wave charge in An Sok felt the pressure mounting. They didn't know fear, they just loved the slaughter. Just as An Sok smirked, ready to unleash his power, Minhwa screamed out, I'm with you. But the rear defense was buckling under the ferocious orc assault. We have to hold the line. Push them back. The buffed-out priests flexed their muscles, casting zones of holy light. They erected a magic barrier right in front of the shield wall. Yes, sir, the frontline warriors were actually intimidated. Those priests are more ripped than we are. Suddenly, they noticed something off. Look. Facing them was a fresh orc battalion, radiating a terrifying purple aura. Orc mages. A massive arm stretched out, swirling with dark energy. Watching the spell charge up, the defenders screamed, Raise the magic shields. Brace yourselves. A massive explosion rocked the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Bloodied warriors shouted through the haze. Damn it, hold the line. They're swarming us. The orcs charged in with rabid wolves. Han Ho looked rattled. Orc riders, I don't think I can stop them, and Sok gritted his teeth. Damn it, just buy us some time. Suddenly, the sound of thundering footsteps and battle cries echoed from behind. Make way, move it, the defenders cheered wildly. The Crusader team is here, reinvigorated. They surged forward, smashing through the orc ranks with renewed force. High above an orc commander observed the chaos. Minhwa quickly barked orders to get into formation. Mages, fire, arrows, and spells flew true, piercing the orcs. The fallen soldiers picked themselves up, hope returning. That's our Crusaders for you. Now this is what I call a fight. And Seok readied his weapon. Quit spacing out. Back up the Crusaders. Han Ho priests. Dump your mana, buff us now. Jung Hoon carved a path through the orc infantry. Hurry, we're almost done. His face was set in grim determination. At this pace, I can clear the special quest. Jung Hoon's sword blazed with blinding light as he lunged at the orc spearman. Just one more step after this, and I'll be closer to the Necromancer class. The rest of the Crusader team was regaining control of the battlefield. Today's the day I awaken. Suddenly, a shout went up. Commander, I hit level 10. Jung Hoon's expression turned serious. The time has come. A massive pillar of energy slammed into the center of the human formation, a scene straight out of an awakening manhwa. You have completed the special quest, O hero. Prepare for the tempo training awakening reward. Your unique skill destiny has been partially altered. Everyone froze in shock, blinded by the radiance. What the hell just came down from the sky? A beam of light shot from the sword back into the heavens like a beacon. Jung Hoon gripped his weapon tight as the team rallied. Another notification flashed. Server tempo regional commendation. 1 hour of auto recovery for all allies. 2% health per second. All Crusader stats increased by 5. Jung-hoon leveled up again. The soldiers stared at the glowing light in their hands in awe. Holy sword, Yan Jung-hoon. You are the light. You are the truth. Jung-hoon could feel their collective will. This is it. His pride swelled as memories of brutal past battles flooded his mind. I sacrificed my personal power for the strength of the collective. Because this crumbling world needs a leader. A tiny spark can become the life force for the weak. This is the start of a revolution. They just need time to adapt. Jung-hoon gripped his blade, his massive aura saturating the air. I have to buy us time. The Liberation Army will be the last one standing. Elsewhere, a soldier rushed in with a report. Lady Levy news regarding those bandits we defeated. He was fuming. Was trashing the China server not enough for those scum? Now they've moved to the Korean server. Lady Levy's expression darkened. Those beasts in human skin. Seems the trash I forgot to take out has drifted to another country. Her subordinates quickly interjected. This isn't your fault, my lady. You only lost track of them because you were saving us. The soldier clenched his fist, grinning. But we have intel that the Korean side actually managed to push them back. Levy looked surprised. Those invaders, she cracked a smile. It seems Korea has some heavy hitters. I'm curious to meet the one who stopped those beasts. Back on the battlefield, an orc coughed up blood, impaled by Jung-hoon's sword. A notification chimed. You received 3,000 gold for hunting the orc raid commander. He sighed, looking down at the corpse, then scanned the area. The squad had cleared out the remaining stragglers. It was over. Manhwa reported in commander, it's a total victory. A few slipped away, but the rest were wiped out. Jung-hoon gazed toward the horizon. What's our status? Manhwa checked the casualty report. We lost some Crusaders and about 100 players. The casualty rate is much lower than we predicted. Jung-hoon looked up at the sky. We need to reduce the number of Crusaders. Real people are dying out here. He thought about the Necromancer class. He still hadn't reached S rank like Sung-woo. Jung-hoon gazed down at the fallen warriors. It didn't matter how many resources or how much effort he poured into training players. It was all for nothing if they wound up dead. An-soo signaled the troops behind him. Everyone take a breather while you can. If the orcs hit us when we're gassed. Suddenly Jung-hoon flinched, spotting something in the distance. Panic rippled through the ranks. Is that a second wave? How are there so many of them? It was indeed another massive battalion of orcs. They were pounding on drums, a rhythmic challenge to humanity. Han-ho went pale as a sheet. Their vanguard force is seriously overpowered. Jisoo cut him off, shaking her head. Looks more like their main force has arrived. An-soo's expression darkened instantly. Commander, we're in deep trouble. Jung-hoon looked conflicted. Even with the Crusader team holding the front line stopping, an army of that magnitude seemed impossible. Manhwa pointed toward the massive skyscrapers behind them. We need to get off the main road. If we weave through the alleys, we can scatter their forces. It's our only shot at winning this. Regaining his composure, Jung-hoon raised the critical issue. Do you think the monsters will actually chase us into the complex? He kept his eyes locked on the horizon. Or will they just march straight for Yongdong-po, where all the civilians are gathered? Jisoo looked defeated upon hearing that logic. Of course, monsters always swarm toward the highest concentration of prey. Jung-hoon stood tall, his resolve hardening, which means retreating isn't an option. The Crusader team straightened up, rallying behind him. Commander the Orc Vanguard began their charge, rushing forward like rabid beasts. The survivors in the back were terrified. Damn it, those bastards are coming in hot. Should we run? There's no way we can block them. Jisoo tried to reassure them. Stay calm. We'll find a way to hold the line. Suddenly, Han-ho shouted. Huh, Jisoo, look over there. A bloody orc corpse dropped from the sky, landing dead center in the enemy ranks. A massive explosion followed, decimating the area. Above them, blue birds were snatching up orcs. What the hell are those giant birds? Even the orcs looked confused as their comrades rained down from the heavens. Explosions continued to rock the center of the orc formation. Cheers erupted from the human lines. It's the Necromancer. Jisoo's senior is back. Min-suk and Seong-woo made their entrance, sending waves of fear through the orcs. Jung-hoon couldn't help but admire the aerial bombardment. It feels like we're fighting with sticks and stones while they're using modern airstrikes. Camera drones buzzed through the sky, weaving between the skyscrapers. The live stream showed the Necromancer in action. Look at that, a skeleton knight is absolutely dominating the battlefield. The magical projector filming it remained invisible. The host's commentary boomed over the feed. That right there is the Necromancer's companion. Is that actually a player? System display name magic projector rank common type consumable item. Effect: broadcasts, images, or video captured by drones, magic, or cameras for 1 hour. Item self-destructs after 4 uses. The viewers exchanged comments buzzing with excitement. I'm not sure. Those skills and movements don't look robotic, but isn't he way too overpowered to be a normal player? While the soldiers on the ground fought for their lives, the chat room pundits calmly debated. I used to be a fan of the skeleton goblins, but I think I just found my new favorite. Why is the chat so dead? Meanwhile, the director outside was ecstatic. Perfect, the viewer count is skyrocketing. The live chat was scrolling faster than the eye could follow. The Crusader team is tough, sure, but they can't touch the Necromancer. That warrior holding the flag is a total badass though. Honestly, the Crusaders are cool, but the Necromancer gets too much hype. Bro, check the logs. If you saw his recent raids, you'd know the Necromancer is the strongest. So what exactly is the rank 1 player doing right now? The director grinned, doing the math in his head. I wonder how much ad revenue we're pulling in with these numbers. Suddenly, a loud crash came from outside the door. Someone inside immediately knocked an arrow. Who's there? Take another step, and I'll fire. Hai stepped in, flanked by cloaked figures. Lower your weapons. We're with the Freedom Guild. The director panicked. The Freedom Guild? What are you doing here? Hai gestured around the room. Cut the broadcast immediately, or we will use force. The director was furious, pointing a finger right in her face. Hey, what the hell is this? Are you trying to suppress the media? The players have a right to know what's happening. But Hai wasn't someone to be trifled with. She grit her teeth, her expression terrifying. Don't you realize the media can be weaponized against us during a crisis like this? Our strength and location are classified information. Shut it down. Seeing her intensity, the director waved his hand in defeat. All right, cut the feed. Turn off the cameras. A soldier called out to her. General Hai lowered her voice. I know I'm too late. She bit her lip. I'm sure there are still secret channels broadcasting this. Everyone is going to know that Necromancer led us to victory. Even the enemy. Just as she predicted, people in other countries were watching the stream on their phones. Elsewhere at a campsite, Wright was sitting in a cardboard box enjoying a campfire. Han-Ho jumped up in shock. Say what? We've got beastmen and mad scientists chasing us from the south, an orc army on our tails from the west. And now pirates are involved. The kid clutched his head in despair. I knew it. This peninsula is absolute hell. Is this some kind of hardcore *** system? Manhwa *** where they crank the difficulty to max? Song-woo looked equally exhausted. We haven't had a single break since the world ended. Jisoo sighed, feeling helpless. We might be strong on the Korean server, but compared to the global standard, I'm not so sure. The others nodded in agreement. Korea is tiny compared to everything else. She frowned. We need to grind harder. Song-woo let out a long breath. You're right. He had faced constant struggles throughout this journey. Ever since we left the university, our goal hasn't changed: hunt monsters to level up. Han-Ho stood next to them, practically invisible. He pointed at his own face. I'm just lucky I met Jisoo right at the start. He paused. Wait, what about me? On the global map, their location looked like a lonely iceberg floating in a vast ocean. But because the Korean server was smaller than the rest of the world, the amount of circulating gold and experience points was significantly lower. That's why this battle with the orcs is actually a massive opportunity to farm gold and XP. Jisoo clenched her fist. So tomorrow, we kill as many of them as possible. Sung-woo internalizes the situation, resolving to end the friction with outside servers. His gaze shifts to the Crusader team, who are deep in their own strategy meeting. Once the orcs are dealt with, the real war against other humans begins. He knows he needs to coordinate with Jung-hoon about what comes next. Dark thoughts cloud Sung-woo's mind. If their future enemies are fellow players, the bloodshed will never end. Survivors across different regions are likely amassing their own private armies right now, fresh off their victories against the monsters. Once server travel becomes accessible, they will be facing international threats. How do you even prepare for that level of competition? Will this twisted game ever actually end? Just as these questions plague him, a system window pops up. Above his skeletal familiars circle in the sky, keeping watch. The survivors are huddled around campfires when someone perks up. You hear that? Hear what it is quiet. Suddenly, a massive root bursts from the earth, shattering the calm. Confusion spreads instantly. It starts as a small sprout, but within seconds, the vegetation expands at an alarming rate. The roots tear through the tents like paper. Jisoo and Rai immediately flag Sung-woo down. Sung-woo, we have got a situation. An orc with a battle axe materializes behind her. Sung-woo roars, Jisoo, check your six. Thanks to the warning, she and Rai spin around, slicing the beast in half before it can strike. The commotion wakes the other camps. What is that noise, orcs? We have got orcs inside the perimeter. Panic sets in as green-skinned faces flood the base. How the hell did they breach the defenses? Han Ho points frantically. Over there, they are pouring in from that side. Sung Woo gathers his mana, his face draining of color. Warp gates. The orcs aren't walking in. They are teleporting right on top of them. They are using warp magic. Sung Woo curses his own complacency. He never anticipated a tactical ambush like this. It does not matter if it is monsters or players. A surprise attack is devastating. Tankers get to the front. Block them. Hold on. I am still repairing my gear. The formation crumbles as the orcs rush the commander. They are gunning for the guild leader. Suddenly, a blinding pillar of light slams down, cutting off the enemy charge. A notification flashes across the battlefield declaring a sanctuary zone, a classic turning point. For a high-stakes *** system. Manhwa ***. For 1 hour, allies regenerate 2% health per second, and all Crusader skills get a massive +5 boost. Jung-hoon stands tall, mowing down orcs with terrifying efficiency. An-sok crawls out of the debris, dusting himself off. Damn, thought I was orc chow for sure. Just as expected, Mr. Prosecutor. He takes a deep breath, feeling the buff surge through his veins. Okay, I feel that power. I am absolutely juiced right now. The tide turns immediately. The humans fight back like possessed berserkers. Come here, you bacon-brained freak. I am going to use you as a stepping stone. Confidence returns to the group. First warp gate down, An-sok clenches his fist, adrenaline pumping. Victory feels within reach. Despite the ambush, he feels stronger than he did before the fight started. The synergy effects and healing are insane. His effective level has jumped by 2 or 3 stages. All eyes turn to the source of the light in the center. That wide-range buff is basically a cheat code, boosting the entire raid group's stats instantly. Jung-hoon is really flexing his capabilities here. Crusader's spearman Hum leads the charge on the flank. Second gate neutralized. Check the other sectors. He scans the area confused. What other sectors? The remaining portals are gone, leaving only scorch marks on the ground. The monsters are already dead. Is it over? Did the Necromancer clear everything while we were busy with just 1 gate? Jung-hoon sighs, realizing the massive gap in their abilities has not closed. I guess we are still miles behind him. Suddenly, Jisoo points out something strange. Sung-woo, look at this. It is a stone emitting black smoke, the catalyst for the warp gates. Wait, is that not a magic stone? Min-hum squints at it. These orcs are playing dirty. Careful, that thing is radiating dark energy. Do not touch it. As he inspects it, a crimson warning flashes. Min-hum yells, I knew it. Bad news. Everyone gets the ping simultaneously. The Orc's Path of Darkness event has triggered a massive dark magic ritual. Failure to stop the ritual turns every orc into a demon. The countdown clock starts ticking. 29 minutes and 59 seconds remaining. Han Ho groans. The system is really jerking us around today. Sung Woo's mind flashes back to a specific orc he faced before. He visualizes the black stone being activated. It is a dark orc shaman, just like the boss he fought back at the university. The energy pouring from the stone is intense. This is going to be a rough fight. Suddenly, his phone buzzes. Why is Min-hum calling? He picks up and nearly drops the phone at the screaming on the other end. Are you serious? They are heading your way right now. Min-hum turns to his leader. Commander, we need to evacuate immediately. Jung-hoon blinks, caught off guard. What is wrong? Wyverns. A whole flock of them. Giant winged beasts fill the sky, forcing the group to scramble into the nearest cover. An-sok curses under his breath. Of all the places, why did they have to come here? Jung-hoon hisses. Keep it down. Do you want to be eaten? Even the commander is wrapped up in a blanket for camouflage. We have got some distance, An-sok whispers, but we have to stay put. To a monster from that height, the buildings stand out. There are too many of us, he adds. If they look down, we are sitting ducks. Jung-hoon looks defeated. The timer is ticking, but we cannot move. We just have to wait it out. Han Ho points upward, whispering to Sung Woo. Hey, you cannot catch those wyverns, right? Since you cannot fly, Jisoo follows his gaze, waiting for the answer. Taking out 1 or 2 wouldn't be a sweat, but we've got a whole flock lurking up there. Fighting mid-air isn't exactly a walk in the park, is it? They couldn't shake the image of that monstrosity, the alpha wyvern leading its pack. Basically, the undisputed kings of the Korean server's skies. Sung Woo looked pretty bummed out. As long as those things were circling, the whole operation was on ice. He was itching to bring them down, but he just couldn't find the right opening. As the sun started creeping over the horizon, lighting everything up, Sung Woo got to his feet. Commander, time to roll. Judging by their speed, they're heading for the north side of the Han River. Jung-hoon didn't blink, his face stone cold. Roger that. At his signal, engines roared to life. All units listen up, we're moving out. Now. Hanho was glued to his screen. Hey big bro, I just checked the community forums. The Gimpo plane's completely trashed since the orcs showed up. It's the Yoido situation all over again. The kid kept scrolling. Used to be lush wetlands, you know, now it's just a wasteland. Hell of a thing to wake up to. Sung-woo cut in. Scouts say they've holed up at Gimpo International Airport. Sung-woo's expression hardened. I'd bet good money they're expecting us. Jung-hoon clenched his jaw. They're dug in and ready to hit us with everything they've got. The rest of the squad just smirked, brimming with confidence. Guess we better give them a warm welcome then. Sung-woo eyed his team. Stay sharp. This could easily be a trap. Jung-hoon checked his interface. I know, but the clock's ticking. We're out of options. The only way through is force. The enemy numbers were off the charts, and you could see the bloodlust in the orcs' eyes. The convoy ground to a halt in the desolate flats. The main enemy force was waiting just across the way. Some of the players started getting cold feet. That's way more than we thought, right? Maybe we should pull back if we get a chance. Sung-woo, however, had already calculated this. Everyone was freaking out about the sheer size of the army, but backing down wasn't on the table anymore. Besides, Sung-woo had bigger problems on his mind. If they finish casting that massive dark magic spell, we're looking at a nightmare scenario that makes regular orcs look like puppies. Jung-hoon threw out an idea. Why don't we start by raining hell on them? Carpet bombing. They huddled over the map. Their base layout is practically begging for an airstrike. We need to hit them hard, before they know what's happening. Sung-woo's eyes lit up. Let's light them up. Suddenly, a massive explosion tore through the landscape. He stood watching, but his jaw dropped when he saw a protective circle ripple around the blast zone. A magic barrier. A cold shiver ran down Sung-woo's spine. Is that the work of an orc? Dark shaman dust was swirling everywhere. The bombardment stopped, but the enemy refused to break cover. Jung-hoon analyzed the situation. They're stalling to finish that spell. He looked worried about the swarm of enemies. We have to go in there and take them down manually. Sung-woo grit his teeth. I hate this, but it's our best bet. He scanned the battlefield, mind racing. How do we do this without getting slaughtered? Even if we win, taking heavy casualties is a disaster. His thoughts drifted to the threats lurking in the shadows. We've got other factions to worry about, and we're already outnumbered. Sung-woo turned to Jung-hoon. Does fighting an unknown enemy make you nervous? I'd be lying if I said no, he admitted. Hearing that, Sung-woo cracked a smile. Once we're done with these orcs, forget about the shadowy guys. Just focus on building a massive alliance. Jung-hoon looked thrown off. Excuse me, what's that supposed to mean? Sung-woo raised his voice for the group. I mean, look at the state of things. Going forward, we're going to need a massive organization like the one you've built. There are survivors out there terrified of the monsters. Sure, they have strength and they've grouped up, but... A glint appeared in his eye. Right now, they're just loose bands of people with conflicting agendas. They're only sticking together because they're afraid. Can you unite them? Can you lead them? But Jung-hoon was thinking about something else entirely. Build a legion of warriors with iron will. A huge family where people can actually live in peace in the middle of this hellscape. Jung-hoon still had his doubts. He didn't know Sung-woo's angle, but he shouted back, as long as nothing gets in my way. Then the answer is we make it happen. Meanwhile, ships were speeding across the ocean toward Korea. Sung-woo flashed back to that pirate captain he'd obliterated. In this manhwa recap, it is clear from the captain's memories that they weren't conquerors, they were refugees, losers. Images of other invading armies flashed through his mind. The weak ones got pushed out by stronger forces on the mainland. The smart play is to hunt them down now before they get strong enough to start a real war. Eventually, my army will have to clash with other nations, but someday we'll face a force even more terrifying than that. Sung-woo thought about the logistics. The bigger our army gets, the longer the campaigns will drag on. That's exactly why I need a massive organization backing me up, a system to provide resources and manpower. Faces of his people drifted through his mind. Unfortunately, our little setup in Suwon doesn't cut it. We need a base with real heavy-hitting potential. Jung-hoon was on the same wavelength. A community the size of a nation, that future feels like a million years away. He glanced at Sung-woo. Is he saying that with his help I should roll the dice on that dream? It was a bold thought. Borderline arrogant, actually. The comrade standing shoulder to shoulder with Jung-hoon felt like the foundation of that power. High levels and fancy gear won't be enough to surpass this guy. That massive organization I've been dreaming of. That's the key. Both men were thinking the exact same thing. We might call this a win-win partnership, but to get what I want, I'm going to exploit you for everything you're worth. Sung-woo and Jung-hoon both burst out laughing. Jisoo let out a sigh of relief. Thank God they're on the same page. Han-ho, on the other hand, looked like he'd seen a ghost. Nope, that's the smile of two guys plotting something shady. They turned back to the savage orc army. Let's save the details for the victory party. Right now we need to figure out how to deal with this mess. Suddenly, Sung-woo spoke up. I've got an idea. A strategy to minimize our losses, though it's a little unorthodox. Mime the action of drawing a sniper bow. We're staring down a massive army of orcs. Right now, and Myeonghwa is still pretty on edge. It feels like we're standing at the gates of a slaughterhouse. It's like we're marching straight into an endless sea of enemies with our eyes wide open. Jisoo looks dead serious to her. We're the ones playing butcher today. Han-ho squints, gripping his dual daggers, and jokes about how they're supposed to handle this much pork. The armed orcs launch their assault. Someone screams that they're charging, and Jung-hoon immediately starts barking out orders. Get information, tanks in the front, mages in the middle. Watch your backs and don't get isolated or they'll flank us. Someone starts panicking, screaming that they're all going to die. But another fighter shuts him down instantly, yelling that it's way too late to run now. Jung-hoon grinds his teeth, flashing back to their past struggles. We've pulled off impossible victories ever since this twisted game started. His voice booms across the battlefield, declaring that today is just another win to add to the streak. He glances up at his system interface. I know the battles ahead will only get more brutal and exhausting. Jung-hoon turns to his teammates, warning them of the insurmountable odds waiting for them. Every kind of hell is going to try and take us down. He asks them quietly, so are you guys really giving up now? The crowd goes silent, fists clenching tight. Then they erupt, screaming back that they'll never surrender. We're not quitting. We're gunning for the top spot, and we're going to climb until we can look the game master in the eye. Morale hits an all-time high. We've waded through death just to get this far. I've become a killer to survive, but I assume nobody has a problem with that now, right? Giving up isn't an option. Jung-hoon thrusts his sword into the air, roaring that victory belongs to them today. A window pops up. Classic *** system manhwa *** style, declaring the area a temporary territory for 1 hour. Healing effects for all allies get a 2% boost. All Crusader stats get a flat +5 increase. The orcs charge in a frenzy, while the mage squad rains down fire. The battlefield is instantly engulfed in massive flames and thick black smoke, but the orcs don't even flinch, they just keep coming wave after wave. Damn it, their numbers aren't dropping at all. Keep pouring on the fire. If we get pushed back now, we're dead meat. The frontline defense works overtime to block the monsters, while the spear unit attacks from the rear ranks. The enemy is trying to flank us. Use the spears to hold them back. That's when they spot the orc leaders. Here comes the heavy hitters. Mages, get ready. They're getting swarmed by giant rhinos now. Focus fire on the rhinos before they smash through our formation. Both sides are giving it everything they've got. It's a brutal grind, but we're holding the line. We're bending but not breaking, even though it feels like we're about to snap. Then someone screams as the orcs roll out siege weapons. Their siege gear is here, and their rear units are charging. The orc commander signals his archers to open fire. Jung-hoon deploys a smokescreen to block the incoming volley. He screams at everyone to hold their ground and lure in as many enemies as possible. Jung-hoon eyes the orc leadership in the back, trying to bait the boss closer. Meanwhile, high above on a griffin, Sung-woo decides it's time to join the party. The pilot asks if she should drop altitude, but Sung-woo surprises her. No, this is perfect. And with that, he dives straight off the griffin. The orcs down below look up startled. Sung-woo is surprised they spotted him, but it's way too late for them to do anything about it. He swings his scythe, commanding the dead. Explosions rock the ground as the system flashes a hero-grade item, Blessing of the Thunder God. The bracelet absorbs all his mana to unleash massive power. Mana regeneration is disabled for 5 minutes after the attack. If a non-mana user wears it, they get 1 free use every 24 hours. A purple magic circle suddenly envelops the orc army. But Sung-woo isn't done yet. Their shields shatter under his overwhelming power. System notifications start spamming. You earned 1,800 gold for hunting a red orc dark mage. 1,500 gold for a red orc guard. 1,200 gold for a red orc warrior. Another 1,200 for another warrior. And another 1,200 gold. Jung-hoon watches the devastation from Sung-woo's aerial strike. So that's his version of sniping the orc lord, using a cannon instead of a bullet. Suddenly, the ferocious, bloodthirsty face of the boss appears. The orc warlord finally steps up. Sung-woo smirks, taunting him. Do you feel insulted? You look pretty pissed off. The other orcs turn around and rush back to their main force. Manhwa realizes what's happening. They're falling back to protect the boss. Get them. Suddenly, a red system alert blares out. Warning: soul extraction has been activated in the entire area. Warning: call of death is active. Necromancer energy explodes outwards. Sungwoo's minions receive a new prompt, a platoon formation list with synergy effects. Condition: own a unit with a level 2 commander and stats of 30 or higher. Effects: attack increased by 6%, defense by 6%, and single target damage by 3%. The system displays the giant grade 5 synergy. Requirement: own at least 50 giant type units. Effect: damage received from small and medium-sized enemies is reduced by 40%. Armored Death Knight grade 5 defensive synergy. Requirement: more than 50 units equipped with heavy armor. Effect: defense increased by 30%, plus a shield equivalent to 40% of defense power. Suddenly, a flask in the middle of the orc army begins to glow. They watch in shock as massive energy bursts forth. Hanho laughs maniacally. How's that taste, you pig-headed freaks? That's what abyssal breath immunity feels like. Sungwoo let out a satisfied sigh. Man, that warm rush feels good. Resting his scythe on his shoulder, he stared down the orc warlord. Sorry to crash the party unannounced. A spectral blue flame ignited over half his face. I was hoping for a nice quiet chat just between us, but his scythe seemed to have a mind of its own, swinging into action. Whoops, slip of the tongue. As Sungwoo's undead minions swarmed forward, he added, totally forgot I brought the whole crew along. The skeletons rained down blows, but the warlord just roared and smashed them back. Minsok's voice dropped, sounding grim. I can't believe that thing's still standing after a hit like that. The warlord's massive arms blocked the undead attacks with ease. Sungwoo narrowed his eyes, analyzing the data. Is this boss built differently than the others? He noticed the orc was definitely bleeding, though. The good news: it couldn't handle the tag team combo coming from Hanho and Minsok. Hanho charged in with his blade, but suddenly, a chain lashed out, binding the beast. 3 more followed instantly, completely locking down the warlord's power. Minsok delivered the killing blow, and the system flashed a victory screen. You have received 900,000 gold for hunting the orc warlord. Time remaining to complete the quest: 3 days and 7 hours. Hanho looked furious. Seriously, Minsok stammered an excuse. Bro, I didn't mean to kill Steel, I swear, the quest made me do it. Meanwhile, the other skeletons encircled the leftover orcs. With their leader dead, the remaining orcs started trembling and dropped their weapons in terror. The team recognized the shift immediately. The enemy had lost their will to fight, now that the boss was dust. Jisoo yelled out, "Let's push forward, everyone." Energized by the shout, the humans went into a frenzy, charging the orc line. The panic monsters scattered in every direction. Minho, full of adrenaline, punted an orc with full force. Get lost, these guys are my prey. He revved his motorcycle, leading his squad to run down the fleeing mobs. Jung-hoon gritted his teeth. We've won. At this rate, we'll wipe out every last red orc. But suddenly, Minho checked a notification on his phone. What the hell? An emergency alert. He couldn't believe his eyes. Say that again, Minho dialed frantically. Commander, he screamed. Intel drones just spotted a flock of wyverns heading straight for us. The news sent a chill down his spine. Wyverns, how far out are they? Give me an ETA. As Minho spoke, the image of those giant aerial beasts filled their minds. The scout team clocked them at 3 kilometers out. They would be here any second. Jung-hoon looked horrified. Wyverns here, it seemed impossible, but the memory of their catastrophic destructive power flooded back to him. They waited for us to leave the city's cover and followed us into the wasteland, Jung-hoon realized. They're ambushing us here. He barked out orders immediately. All units retreat. Evacuate to the airfield now. The order threw everyone into confusion. Huh, why we're winning, why run? Then the notification hit everyone's interface. Field Boss Alpha Wyvern has appeared. Despair washed over the crowd. It's too late. They're already here. The Wyvern descended like a grim reaper. Its massive frame blocked out the sun, and the soldiers barely had time to react to the ambush. Help me, screams echoed around. Sungwoo shook his head in disbelief. Wyverns now, you gotta be kidding me. Can't we catch a break between rounds? He commanded his undead birds to lift the orc corpses. Listen up, you overgrown lizards, you're not eating us. The orc bodies were just bait for the wyverns. Sungwoo shouted. Jung-hoon, ready the ballistas. Jung-hoon didn't hesitate. Scout team manned the launchers. Sungwoo's golden eyes tracked the beast. Go on, eat up. It's an all-you-can-eat buffet. As the wyvern clamped down on a corpse, Sung-woo triggered his skill. Corpse explosion. A massive explosion ripped through the wyvern's mouth. Jung-hoon watched the beast stumble in the air. Direct hit. Keep firing. Sung-woo issued a command to his heavy hitter. Bone Dragon, finish it off. The skeletal beast lunged, sinking its fangs into the wyvern's neck. As the wyvern crashed to the ground, the system chimed. You have received 754,300 gold for hunting a wyvern. Jisoo cheered. It worked. Take them down. The soldiers were buzzing with hype, witnessing a scene straight out of an awakening manhwa. The Necromancer was actually hunting wyverns. A dark grin spread across Sung-woo's face. I never thought I'd bag a monster like this, but look at me now. The system confirmed undead tamed. He glanced back. Hey, Min-sok, hop on. You're riding shotgun. Min-sok blinked. Okay. They mounted the undead beast and took to the skies. Looking down at the battlefield, Sung-woo felt a wave of satisfaction. Finally, I can fly. Steering is tougher than a griffin, but the ride is smoother since it's so huge. Min-sok shouted over the wind. So we're dogfighting wyverns now. You bet, Sung-woo replied. Let's show them what it feels like to be the prey. They banked hard, flying straight into the center of the flock. Below, a rogue wyvern locked onto the ground troops and dove for a snack. Sung-woo spotted the straggler immediately. That bastard's isolated. He steered his undead wyvern into a pursuit dive. That stupid lizard didn't even realize it was in danger flying solo like that. Min-sok, clip its wings, Sung-woo shouted. On it, Min-sok thought, unleashing purple chains that wrapped tight around the stray wyvern. Hurry up, Sung-woo muttered. That'll make 2 for the collection. Suddenly, another wyvern swooped in from above. It tried to rake Sung-woo with razor-sharp talons, but he evaded the strike easily. Damn it, we've got company. Sung-woo returned fire with a barrage of arrows. He gritted his teeth. Arrows are useless. Didn't even scratch the paint. But then a blessed notification popped up. You have received 850,000 gold for hunting a wyvern. Time remaining 3 days and 7 hours. Min-sok had driven a sword into a wyvern's skull, but the impact sent him plummeting. Sung-woo, catch me. The notification pinged undead tamed, but the dying wyvern clamped its jaws shut, refusing to let go even as it fell. Stubborn thing won't quit. Sung-woo swooped in. Han-ho, still dazed on the ground, suddenly got yanked upward. What the he hadn't noticed, the massive jaws closing in behind him. The monster snapped at empty air. Did it throw its back out? Suddenly, its body was sliced clean through, ravaged by a flurry of slash attacks. Its head split open, finally dead. You have received 850,000 gold for hunting a wyvern. You have tamed the undead. Sung-woo couldn't help but grin. I've managed to tame 3 of them so far. Just follow those birds circling up there. When the system flags the wyvern overlord, that's when the real boss fight begins. Sung-woo scans the sky. It's swarming with a massive flock of wyverns. A plan starts forming, but he realizes they can only handle 1 target at a time. If we can isolate a straggler, we have a shot. But fighting the whole pack at once, that's basically suicide. Sung-woo locks onto a wyvern drifting away from the group. The others start screeching, making these horrific noises. It's like they're actually communicating with each other. The beast circles overhead, flying in erratic loops. The boss lets out a deafening roar, and Min-soo looks at the horde, visibly shaking. Isn't this getting a little too dangerous? Sung-woo nods. He does a quick head count, looks like 30 of them. No way they can take them all. Sung-woo checks the vial in his hand. If we can't outrun them, we have to use this. The system prompt flashes, Breath of the Abyss. The boss signals the attack. Sung-woo screams, use it now. Instantly, a purple liquid spills out and floods the area with gas. The wyverns react immediately to the purple fog. It looks like their strength is being sapped, paralyzing them. Sung-woo watches closely as the chaos unfolds. Alright, let's see how they handle this. It won't knock them out cold, but as long as they breathe, it's going to mess them up. Min-soo smirks. Judging by that reaction, I don't think they like the taste. Sung-woo nods. Yeah, probably feels like swallowing a brick. But then that familiar growling starts up again. Sung-woo is stunned. Damn, they're fighting through it. And that was the last of our supply. Please just stay back. The vial is empty. Then the system drops a death sentence, Breath of the Abyss, at 1%. Suddenly, the wyvern's eyes flash. It turns tail and flies off with the boss and the rest of the pack following close behind. Sung-woo finally exhales. It's over. We can finally touch solid ground. Even the undead minions look exhausted. The spectators watching the battle are left with their jaws on the floor. What kind of combo was that? I've never seen that many monsters grouped up in one place before. Jung-hoon is totally floored. You weren't bluffing when you planned to solo those pirates? Honestly, Sung-woo, you could leave our force and rule on your own if you wanted. Update from the Korean server: 4th high-tier monster successfully eliminated. Top contributor KDA 157. The crowd erupts. We did it. This is our victory. Han-ho scowls as he reads the rankings. Even though his senior carried the entire fight, he still didn't snag the number 1 spot on the server. Server rankings. Number 1 Han Song, level 19. Number 2 KDA 157, level 18. Number 3 Do-eun, level 17. Then John Diem and Choi Yoon following behind. Jisoo is a bit more optimistic. Honestly, I'd be more shocked if his rank dropped. Everyone starts checking their own updated stats. Rankings are cool, but growth is what matters. I picked the level up card with a +3 strength bonus. Gotta be ready for PvP against other players. They recap the brutal fights they've survived. The problem is, there's too much info floating around about his specific class now. I'm target number 1 for the other necromancers out there. Need to buff my basic stats first. Sung-woo picks up an item. Here's a ring. Loot from the Orc Lord. The system identifies it Black Pearl Ring. Grade Special. Type Ring. Effect: Curse Magic Amplification +10. Description: It holds dark energy. Extremely dangerous for anyone without immunity to the dark arts. He slides the ring onto his finger. I think I can use this. With the Death Aura, this isn't a curse, it's a massive damage boost for me. Han-ho is in the background, judging hard. What is that? You're keeping it for yourself. Sung-woo ignores him, worried about what's coming next. If a massive dark magic ritual boosts the monsters, does that mean better loot drops? It's classic *** awakening manhwa, *** logic. High risk, high reward. Maybe I'll get something like the Blood Demon Stone again. Han-ho slaps his shoulder, eyes narrowing. From now on, we eat together and live together. Deal with it. Sung-woo looks at the soldiers who fell in battle. We can't let the orcs finish that ritual. The only option is to stop them before they evolve. Night falls at the barracks. The head count is in 492. That's all the players we have left. After the fight, the whispers start. We're down to less than a third of the people who joined the first wave. More than half our group is dead. Song Jung-goo's team, gone. Jung-hoon speaks up. The survivors are getting stronger. The rest just sit in silence. He continues, the battles are only getting harder. We need to build a bigger army and find stronger fighters. Sung-woo scans the crowd, and a spark of hope hits him. Facing this nightmare is forcing the survivors to level up. It's cruel, but it's the truth. Sung-woo checks his teammates. Jisoo is level 15. Han-ho is lagging a bit, but he's hit level 12. He's still worried. Rank-wise, they're sitting at 7 and 27. But Han-ho grabs the mic, seemingly oblivious to the tension. Are we just side characters because we didn't snag a 4 or 5-star class? I only picked this card because it was the only option I had. Why do I have to be a reserve? Just because of that, I object. This is unfair. Jisoo sighs. Are you really trying to file a complaint with the system? Sung-woo holds up 2 fingers. Han-ho, you had 2 chances right. Do I really need to remind you that you picked 1 star both times? The kid bristles like a cat, getting its tail stepped on. Senior, zip it. Easy for you to say with your insane luck. Just then, scouts in robes rush into the command tent. Report, we found a shop at Gimpo Airport, but... They hesitate, confusing everyone. There's a status window saying, access denied. Sung-woo's ears perk up immediately. Inaccessible means valuable. That's not bad news, he thinks. Strange shops usually mean rare items. We might have just hit the jackpot. The others start getting excited too. Even if it looks like a dead end, we have to check it out. I've been saving every coin for the next checkpoint. With this much gold, maybe I can finally score some luxury gear. Everyone looks sketchy, mentally calculating how much profit they could squeeze out of this. Jung-hoon saw the frenzy and just sighed, giving the go-ahead. A few squad captains went to investigate, but they hit a solid purple barrier. Inside, a locked icon floated just out of reach. Sung-woo narrowed his eyes. Something was off. That signal definitely meant, do not enter. Han-sok asked, why's it locked? While Kang-hoon tried to look tough, but just stated the obvious. We'd find out soon, but it had that exclusive VIP vibe. Right on cue, the system flashed secret shop ticket required for entry. That set the others off. They started pounding on the barrier, screaming, let me in. What is this trash? I want in. While they raged, Sung-woo stayed cool. A purchase ticket, huh? He calmly reached out to the barrier. The system responded instantly. Do you wish to use the secret shop ticket? Yes or no? Then he remembered he'd snagged one of these right after his first awakening. Achievement unlocked, First Awakening. The title Death's Masterpiece had been saved. Friend capacity increased. Plus, a secret shop ticket for ranking 9th out of the first 50 awakened. Stepping through the barrier, Sungwoo glanced back at Jung-hoon. Only 50 people made the cut. Guess Jung-hoon wasn't one of them. Seeing him walk in while they were stuck outside made the crowd furious. Why him? Why is he the only one allowed? Kang-hoon looked crushed. Am I not a VIP? Sungwoo ignored the noise, walking into the mist. He looked ahead. Screen and chair. Please be seated. Sungwoo followed the instructions. This place was definitely a cut above the usual shops you see in a *** system, manhwa ***. The catalog will display items one by one. You have 10 seconds to decide on each. Once you skip an item, you cannot go back. Brutal rules. Sungwoo was stunned. You want me to pick blindly in 10 seconds? It's like a predatory flash sale. Buy now or regret it forever. The first item appeared. Following the signal, a blinding light flooded the room. Name Golem Construction Blueprint. Rank Specialist. Grade Special. Type Consumable. Effect acquires Golem crafting skill upon use. Description uses surrounding materials to construct a giant golem. Available materials can be reinforced. Price 1 million gold. 10 seconds remaining. The countdown made Sungwoo panic. Mechanic class. Golem Maker. He frantically tapped the screen. His balance was 10,565,540 gold. 10 seconds, I'm buying it, I'll take it. Second item revealed. Name Panacea Trio Set. Rank Special. Type Consumable. Effect neutralizes all status abnormalities immediately upon use. Price 2 million gold. Sungwoo looked much calmer this time. Wait, wasn't this one of the rewards I could have picked during my last level up? Is it really worth that much? I'll pass. As a necromancer, I'm immune to most curses anyway, though I might miss it later. But 1 million gold, more than the Golem Maker? No way. Time up. The third item appeared. Name Ultimate Skill Enhancer. Rank Special. Type Consumable. Effect significantly boosts the stats of a specific skill upon use. Price 3 million gold. He looked indifferent. Not a bad item, but if I buy this, I might not afford the next two if the price keeps jumping by 1 million. Skipping this one. Time up. Fourth item revealed. Name Bracelet of the Dark Emperor. Rank Legendary. Type Accessory. Effect increases strength by +3. Increases agility by +3. Enables shadow teleportation within a 100-meter radius. Cooldown 10 minutes. Price 4 million gold. Sungwoo's jaw dropped. This is it. He could feel a massive surge of power just looking at it. Here we go. The individual stats are killer, but the set bonus for combining these items is even better. I'm buying this to complete the successor of the Dark Emperor quest. Set collection 3 out of 4 items acquired. A glint appeared in Sungwoo's eyes. Now, for the final item. What's coming out next? Why is my heart pounding like this? Finally, the fifth item was revealed. As the system announced it, a brilliant light flashed, and Sungwoo couldn't hide his excitement. You're selling this times kind of tool. A massive scroll floated before him. Name Designated Location Resurrection Scroll. Rank Special. Type Consumable. Effect revives at a specific location after death. Price 5 million gold. Sungwoo stood before the light and shouted, Resurrection. He analyzed his past battles. Resurrection is a necromancer skill. That's the only reason I took down that dragon and cleared the awakening mission. Sungwoo pondered for a moment. The skill takes 31 days to cool down, which is fine. But he realized something. It has limits. First, that cooldown is way too long. He thought back to the past scenario. I already used it, so I'm on cooldown. If I get killed while it's recharging, that's it. He quickly reached his next conclusion. Second, I respawn in the exact state I was in before dying, so having a scroll that revives me at a safe designated spot is a huge strategic win. Sungwoo questioned himself. But does resurrection actually give me an edge in the middle of a fight? If a powerful boss kills me, and I revive right in front of it, can I actually win? Probably not. Third, my skill only applies to me. He fell into deep thought. If Hanho or Jisoo die, I can't bring them back. Subconsciously, Sungwoo thought of his friends. They're the only teammates I trust and rely on. We got stronger to survive, but we also took massive risks to get that strength. A resurrection scroll is a huge safety net for our future when we face real danger. 1 second before the system notification popped up. You have made your choice. Please wait. Sungwoo mashed the button. I'm buying it. The system flashed. Transaction complete. He grinned. Got exactly what I needed. A magic circle appeared beneath Sung Woo's feet. You will automatically exit in 10 seconds. Outside, the crowd roared, celebrating the founding of the Suwon Player Alliance. At this point, everyone was hyped, totally immersed in the game. Sung Woo was glued to his phone, thumbs flying across the screen. Nice, Jisoo chuckled, wiping down her blade. Man, feels like forever since I actually got to chill. Han-ho whined, pouting like a kid. All we do is hunt. Hunt, hunt, hunt. Humans aren't built for this grind. Sung Woo rubbed his neck and kept his voice low. Just get your sleep while you can. And keep your ears open for intel. Jisoo looked at him grinning. The next round isn't going to be a walk in the park. Suddenly, a massive eagle swooped down from the sky. The rider screamed, "Necromancer pirates, they're here!" Jisoo watched the bird eyes lighting up with adrenaline. Well, so much for our short vacation. Jung-hoon looked grim, clutching a report. Word is the pirates hit the West Sea. He looked at Sung Woo's crew. How do you guys plan to handle them? Sung Woo turned away, already strategizing. Best bet is to wipe them out before they make landfall. He frowned, thinking times. But nobody here has the firepower to fight them on the open water. Asterisk. Han-ho smirked at him. If they had any brains, they wouldn't dare come ashore. Bro, you already wrecked their vanguard. Senior, don't you think they'd be scared to cross into the mainland? Jisoo frowned. If they know who you are, wouldn't they try a different angle? She started breaking it down. If these pirates are targeting the Korean peninsula, they'd gather intel first. They're not just watching streams. They're kidnapping players for interrogation. Sung Woo, what's the actual dirt on these guys? That's about it, he replied, scratching his head. Asterisk. Honestly, times he thought, times ripping memories from the dead, is a mercy compared to what those psychos do. Asterisk. They're a band of marauders kicked out of the Chinese server. They call themselves the rulers of the sky, earth, and sea. Han-ho pointed a finger, putting the pieces together. Wait, isn't that ripped straight from the triads? Feels like I'm stuck in some generic asterisk system manhwa, asterisk. He rested his chin on his hand. Why model themselves after the triads? They could have gone with the Three Kingdoms legends like Liu Bei Guanyu or Zhang Fei. I'm betting the boss brainwashed the low-level grunts, Jisoo theorized. They recalled the scene, cultists screaming, "He's a savior. Shut up, I won't talk, just kill me." Someone wondered, are they following their master, like religious zealots? Jisoo nodded. If they actually conquer the world, the payoff for them would be massive. A world run by triad philosophy? That's a nightmare scenario. Sung Woo sifted through the fragmented memories he had absorbed. When they recruit, they force new blood to drink poison wine. That's likely how they control and brainwash them. Jung-hoon chimed in calmly. I don't know about the rest, but taking out the head won't be enough. If we miss even one rat, they'll just regroup and come back stronger. And harder to kill. Sung Woo cut him off. We'll worry about that later. First stop Kyodong-do. Jisoo grinned. Road trip time. They arrived at a city crawling with giant beasts. Han-ho groaned. I seriously prefer the safety of a helicopter. Hey, my pteranodon is a top-tier pilot, Haeon shouted. Jisoo laughed from the back of the beast. Just enjoy the ride, Han-ho sighed. Easy for you to say you're an athlete, Jisoo. Jung-hoon looked at Sung Woo, eyes full of hope. Sung Woo, please stop them. The Necromancer looked back, voice dripping with confidence. Count on it. They're done. But I'm in the dark about the Evolution Society's current moves. Watch your back. Jung-hoon nodded resolute. The society owes me a blood debt. I'll mobilize every soldier I have. Meanwhile, on a remote island, Haeon asked, Dad, are you sure you saw a pirate ship? The old man panicked. I saw it with my own two eyes. It was definitely a pirate ship. A female voice questioned him. Dad, are you absolutely positive? We've come too far to panic now. The father snapped, voice rising. Your uncle, the former chief, was slaughtered by those monsters. You think I wouldn't recognize their ship? Everyone turned to look at him, Lee Man, the new leader of Kyodong Island. He swore he wouldn't leave, that he'd guard this coast with his life because of his vendetta against the pirates, Cha-Jun explained. I spotted one 12 hours ago. It circled the island and headed for Ganghwa Beach. He stared at the young group. Those pirates haven't given up on the Korean server. I'd bet my life on it. Jisoo gazed out at the ocean. I'm not sure if they've docked anywhere else. Maybe the rest are hitting the southern coast. Han-ho raised a hand. Isn't that like really bad? Aside from Seoul, the undead quest isn't even finished yet. Civilians were evacuated, so it's just monsters. The pirates would have to fight them. Sung Woo frowned. No, that's not why they're here. You don't try to hijack a server just because you're feeling cocky. He thought of the pirate kingpin, a man desperate for power aiming for the major cities. That was the core of the Korean server. Sung-woo turned to Hyun and his father. You guys planning to stay put, even if the pirates double back? Hyun's father clenched his fist. I lost once, never again. If they come back, I'll make them pay in blood double. Hearing that, Sung-woo grinned. All right then, let's move out and give them a warm welcome. Asterisk. The second best landing zone times, he calculated times, has to be Ganghwa Beach. Asterisk. He analyzed the situation. Asterisk. Since I crushed their vanguard, they're likely bringing their main battleships. I need to be ready for whatever washes ashore. Asterisk. Jisoo looked at him pumped. Hey, do you know where the nearest shop or blacksmith is? We need to gear up for this war. Han Ho pouted. All we have is gold. Han's father interrupted. There's a shop in downtown Ganghwa. Suddenly, a runner sprinted toward them. Boss, the man screamed out of breath. Pirates, they're closing in and weapons are hot. Everyone froze. Seriously. The old man looked panic-stricken. Already. We're not ready. What do we do? Sung-woo watched quietly, his mind racing. Asterisk. Is this the main fleet? They're moving fast. Asterisk. He realized something. Asterisk. Either they don't know I'm here, or they just don't think I'm a threat. Asterisk. Time to roll out the welcome mat. Under the high moon of a remote island, a massive vessel approaches. One of Zishuan's lackeys screams out, That's right, you kept us waiting. He introduces himself. Listen up, we're the elite forces of Commander Zishuan. By the commander's orders, we're back on the open ocean. But relax, we'll slaughter any sea monster that tries to surface. He looks toward the harbor. Wondering where we're headed, we're crossing this hellish sea for one reason, to dock and conquer the Korean peninsula. The subordinate thinks to himself, times, just as expected. A harsh backlash against the cowards and runaways. Asterisk. The chat is blowing up. Guild leader Wang. Not my problem. They cause a mess and flee. Total nonsense. Hard work master. More like cowards, who got beat by Li Wei and ran. It's embarrassing. If I'd finished my training, I would have dealt with them the moment we set sail. Revenge is mine, and mine alone. Just you wait, I'll level up and hunt you down. The subordinate muses, times I saw this coming. We were kicked out of the Chinese server for our questionable ethics. Asterisk. But once we seize the Korean peninsula and march back to the mainland, you'll see who the real winner is. He grabs the mic and bellows, the commander will conquer Korea. However, there's a terrifying obstacle waiting there, the Necromancer. Not long ago, our vanguard squad was wiped out by him. But that won't happen twice. The mages on the deck chant, the army you see now will secure the perimeter and approach the peninsula. Long live, our successful commander. The pirate captain stares ahead, thinking, times. The general of the vanguard was destroyed by that Korean necromancer. Asterisk. Zishuan's subordinate sneers. That was just the vanguard. We don't cower just because a small fleet got wrecked. He checks his phone, bringing up Lady Li Wei. See that filthy woman. Don't get cocky just because you dominate server 2. He shouts with glee. We're heading back to Manchuria after we take Korea. So if you're so confident, come face us after we conquer server 1. We'll settle this in Manchuria. His voice booms from the ship. All right, we're gonna broadcast it to the whole continent when we kill that necromancer bastard. We'll prove the Red Revolution army isn't dead yet. This feels like a classic Awakening manhwa plot twist, but it's exactly what he planned. But wait, he stares in shock at the scene unfolding. What the hell is happening? People in the flames scream, retreat, the ship is sinking, jump into the sea. He looks up, realizing the grim truth. We're getting bombed from above. Are they controlling those bird monsters from the human commander? Right before his eyes, a majestic, monstrous bird descends. A true giant. He realizes it's the Necromancer. A blue projectile blasts out. The old man holding the massive cannon who fired it is Zishuan-class cannon shooter Ice Mage. The men bobbing in the water cheer. Commander Earth, just as we expected, we can actually beat this enemy. The blue energy shifts into birds and doubles back. What? The enemy is returning fire. Zishuan shouts. Magic squad deploy shields and fall back. Now, the system engages rapidly. A massive linked shield covers the area. From high above, Sung-woo looks down at the remote island engulfed in a sea of fire. Zishuan's men on the ship sigh in relief. They pulled back. Thank God, we're saved. Zishuan eyes them and speaks in a low, dangerous voice. Seems we took heavy casualties in a flash. His subordinate jumps and turns around. Commander Earth Zishuan stands calmly on the deck. So that's the Necromancer. He uses corpse explosions and controls those bird monsters that used to belong to the human commander. We made some guesses based on the Koreans we captured. He frowns menacingly. But prioritizing your subordinates seems like a quaint idea. Things like this need to be confirmed personally. The subordinate looks nervous. But sir, 8,000 ships and over 100 men dead. The casualty rate is too high. Zixuan glances at him. Trash like that is always replaceable. The crew turns pale with fear. He continues coldly. The real problem is that we streamed this live instead of editing the footage. We need to spread our glorious reputation so the Commander of Heaven can return to the mainland. Zixuan grinds his teeth, looking at his phone. That woman Li Wei left a sarcastic comment. We made him look like a fool. Then let's just show them we've bounced back. Prove this attack was just bad luck. Zixuan nods. That's the right answer. Hold on. We'll restart the broadcast after I mount the Necromancer's head on a pike. He calls out to the man below. Huey? The man looks at Zixuan with reverence. Yes, Commander Earth. Zixuan strokes his beard satisfied. Prepare a little game. Infiltrate Ganghua Island, capture the Necromancer and kill him. Zixuan leans in. Can you sneak onto the island? Hui nods. That's child's play for us. His crew member confirms coldly. Even if he's watching from the sky, he can't see everything beneath the waves. People are gathering by the small boats. Seeing Sungwoo return, they cheer. Great job, that was awesome, so cool. He lands and thinks times. This isn't the time to celebrate a minor victory. This system manhwa scenario just got harder. These pirates are stronger than we thought. Commander Earth's vanguard alone had over 1,000 men. Asterisk. Sung Woo frowns. Asterisk. I'd bet he has at least 3,000 troops. We only have about 800 survivors from the Orc War. Asterisk. He forms a hypothesis times. And if that's not even the main fleet, just how powerful is this pirate group? Asterisk. It's hard to believe so many died when the game started in China. But conversely, a massive number of players must have survived. Hanho's father looks at Sungwoo and shouts, "We finished prepping the transport to Ganghua Island while you were handling those bastards." Min Wook, standing behind him, nods in understanding. "All right, boss, the boats are loaded and ready to rock. Let's head over to Ganghua Island and stop those scumbags in their tracks." As their ships pulled in, Sungwoo did a quick mental headcount. Out of 258 survivors from Gyodong, maybe 100 were actually fit for combat. The first pirate raid had wiped out most of the capable fighters. It wasn't like they desperately needed the manpower, but in situations like this, you always wish you had a few more bodies on the line. Hanho's dad looked over, clearly surprised. "You really want me to round up every able-bodied person just for scouting duty?" Sungwoo didn't blink. They might try to pull the same move I did. Internally, he knew he could handle the heavy lifting solo, but he needed eyes on the ground to track movement. The old man hesitated. Ganghua was way bigger than the kid realized. A subordinate leaned in and whispered, "Boss, we can mobilize everyone except the little ones." Sungwoo clarified, "I don't expect them to hold the line. I just need to know the second that enemy fleet gets within range." Hanho's father nodded and immediately started barking orders to get watchers on the coast. "Got it, consider it done." Meanwhile, Sungwoo's crew was dealing with a different headache: the children. It was chaotic. These kids were way too young for the front lines, but they were screaming, "I can fight too. I'm already level 3. I've even taken down a goblin." Haejun stepped up to explain the outburst. These kids watched the pirates butcher their families. They saw it happen right in front of them, so now they're desperate to jump into the fray. Jisoo looked down, her expression grim. "I get where they're coming from. But if we've reached the point where we're sending children to war, then we've already lost." That sparked a thought in Sungwoo's mind. "Right, almost slipped my mind. Do you guys know where the local blacksmith set up shop?" Hanho nodded. "Yeah, I can track him down." Standing firm in the shallow water, Sungwoo replied, "Good, take me there. I've got a ton of materials, and we need some prep time." Meanwhile, another squad was making landfall. They ripped off their gas masks as Jung-hoon scanned the group. Is everyone accounted for? They threw on their camouflage gear and vanished into the tree line, moving swiftly until they reached a wide clearing. Jung-hoon signaled a halt. "This is the spot. Set it up." His team looked skeptical. "Captain, are we seriously burning that item here? Seems like a waste." "Listen," Jung-hoon explained. "The other mainland defenses used items 2 tiers higher than this. Even when the enemy had the numbers, they got crushed once this game started." The system window popped up with the specs. General grade mini-game generator. It was a special rank flag item with some serious area of effect properties. Planting the flag would trigger an adventure mini-game within a set radius. Once active, the zone would generate 3 capture points, designated as occupied territories. Securing a territory wouldn't just be for show, each one granted specific buffs to the occupying force. If you managed to lock down all the territories, you'd earn the Lord title and a massive power boost. Jung-hoon glanced back at his squad. Honestly, I didn't think we'd need to burn this here. It would have been better leverage for dealing with a bigger faction later. But the commander wants zero screw-ups this time. He drove the flag hard into the dirt. Game on. An alert immediately flashed across everyone's vision, scanning the Korea server Ganghwa Island. The adventure minigame was live with 3 random zones, tagged as territories A, B, and C. Whoever controlled the board would get god-tier buffs, but the event would self-destruct in 15 minutes. Han-ho panicked. Whoa, what the hell is that? A minigame? Suddenly, the radio crackled to life. The pirate Necromancer has been spotted in the south. A girl's voice cried out, "Dad," over the channel, as the father frantically tried to reach her. It's a ship. That cargo vessel is back. The report confirmed the enemy was barreling toward the southern coast. Sung-woo narrowed his eyes. They're making their move exactly when the game triggers. Is this just the system messing with us? Or did the pirates plan this? The walkie-talkie buzzed again. Multiple pirate ships spotted. They're landing in the west. Sung-woo looked at Han-ho. Looks like they aren't giving us a second to breathe. This had to be a coordinated strike. A notification pinged Territory C was right next to them. Han-ho looked nervous. What's the play here? Jisoo, on the other hand, stayed ice cold. It's simple. A game within a game, classic system manhwa stuff. Sung-woo scanned the area. I'm not sure what the mechanics are, but the wind condition is definitely controlling those 3 zones. Those bastards are going to rush them. He felt a knot of anxiety tighten. This was going completely off script. Jisoo looked at him confused. So how do we handle them? Sung-woo rubbed his temples. Hold on. I was never really a gamer, so this isn't my strong suit. A mysterious grin spread across Han-ho's face. You worried, bro? He puffed out his chest. Just stick with me. You're looking at Lee Han-ho, the game master. Sung-woo stared at him skeptical. This was the same guy who picked a 1-star thief and a 1-star priest card when the apocalypse started. Come to think of it, didn't he just pick those cards because they had cute girls on the artwork? Everyone wrote him off as a useless character early on because of those trash choices. Sung-woo raised an eyebrow. Didn't you tell me you were some kind of pro gamer? Han-ho snapped. Hey, shut it. How dare you judge me? Have you never pulled an all-nighter at a PC bang because you had 0 friends? Don't look at me like that. Jisoo chimed in. You mean you had no friends? Because you were busy with life? Han-ho let out a defeated sigh. Yeah, basically. Look, I struggled early on because I never played those RNG-heavy gacha games. I have terrible luck, but strategy games like this, that's my turf. Sung-woo looked at the kids seriously. This was a guy who definitely spent more tuition money on internet cafes than actual classes. He asked, "All right then, tell us how we win this." Moments later, they were soaring through the sky on wyverns. Han-ho pointed down. There, Flag B is right there. Sung-woo took note. Flag B was the dead center of the 3 capture zones on Ganghwa. We've got air superiority with the wyverns, he analyzed. Let's snatch the closest base before they can mobilize. Watch out though, there are usually mobs guarding these points. Han-ho touched down smoothly. I don't see any enemies. A system chime rang out. You have begun capturing the territory. Don't stop now, the capture is underway. With 100 seconds on the clock, attacking is off the table. The summons are in the same boat standing guard as purple chains burst from Sung-woo. He flashed back to Han-ho's advice. Worst case scenario, just grab the flag. It doesn't matter if you have to solve a puzzle, or just run out the clock, just get it done. Sung-woo smirked. The kid was actually right. Freezing a player in place during a capture attempt, it's basically bait. Jisoo didn't miss a beat, her voice ice cold. So you're saying there's a good chance his little prediction is about to come true? Looks like it. Sung-woo nodded. Suddenly, Jisoo tensed up. Her senses flared. Sung-woo heads up. We've got company. Jisoo's mind raced. The pirate faction had the numbers. They'd blitz every base simultaneously. Meanwhile, the pirate squad was already celebrating. There's the target. Man, this teleportation item is a total cheat code. Huh, we've got squatters. The system notification chimed in. Capture in progress. Time remaining 71 seconds. Jisoo sized up the enemy mages, totally unfazed. Just 2 of them, 71 seconds is plenty. Let's waste them. Sung-woo didn't even flinch, thinking times. I'll leave the trash to Jisoo. Asterisk. She narrowed her eyes and lunged. You know what, 1 minute is generous. Her blade became a blur, carving into the mages. You witch. The system pinged relentlessly. You have earned 10,000 gold for eliminating a player. You have earned 10,000 gold. The surviving mages were fuming. This chick's insane. Stop thinking and just kill her already. Jisoo wiped the floor with them, using a single sweeping strike. Panic started to set in among the mages. Is she some kind of monster? Forget her. Get the guy grabbing the flag. Jisoo smashed through their formation and bolted. Don't let her get away. Stop her, they screamed. Blades turned towards Sungwoo. We're taking that bastard down first. Suddenly, a system window popped up. Skill tracking footsteps activated. Enhanced senses will locate opponent movements for immediate intercept. Activation requires knowledge of target's gait. Mana consumption scales with distance. Fear wasn't in Jisoo's vocabulary. She slammed back into the fray, her sword drawing fresh blood. The mages were shaking. Where the hell did she come from? Form up, one mage bellowed. Focus fire on her right now. They leveled their weapons at Jisoo, dropped dead. Meanwhile, thousands of mages were assembling. General Earth had been waiting for this moment. His voice was grim. Excellent. We move on, Territory A. It's the closest target. Tutoyan surveyed the legion before him, a thought crossing his mind. Asterisk. Look at them. Dancing in the palm of my hand. Asterisk. Asterisk. The essence of strategy is maintaining a superior force. Asterisk. His eyes gleamed, expression hardening. Asterisk. In this apocalypse, I was destined to be nothing more than cannon fodder. Asterisk. Asterisk. But this a game of territory control. This is my domain. Asterisk. Tu Yen drifted back to his past. Asterisk. When I was young, all I wanted was to go pro in Go. Asterisk. Asterisk. I wanted to be the one moving the pieces, dominating the board, controlling the flow of the game. Asterisk. Asterisk. But the road to the pros is brutal. I turned 50 and was still just an amateur. Asterisk. He mentally replayed his life story. Asterisk. Then the world ended, and I saw an opening. I'd given up on everything. I was 60 years old, asking myself, is this it? Did I waste my life? Asterisk. Asterisk. The general of the heavens is a force of nature. He can't be bothered with micromanagement. That leaves me to pull the strings of the main army in his stead. Asterisk. Tutoyan stroked his beard. Almost a pity, he mused. These players from such a small nation struggled just to survive, only to run into me. Suddenly a system alert shattered his confidence. Point B has been captured by the enemy. Faction buffs have been transferred. Territory locked for 5 minutes. The buff list scrolled by. Defense increased by 30%. Stamina increased by 5. His lieutenant gasped. What the? They took it already, Tutoyan muttered. Fast. I assumed we'd secure at least 1 point before them. Asterisk. That shouldn't be possible for the Korean team with their numbers. Asterisk. His composure cracked, and he barked. Wait, they took 2 locations. What is going on out there? The lieutenant stammered. I apologize, sir. I have no idea how they did it. Tutoyan gritted his teeth. Asterisk. Do those bastards already know the rules? Impossible. That intel was a reward from a hidden quest. Asterisk. He looked at the general, sweating bullets. General, we don't have time to overthink this. Tutoyan cut him off. You're right. We still have the overwhelming advantage in numbers. He barked out orders. Split the formation. We're pivoting. Secure base A, then immediately push for base C. Swarm them. His men scrambled to obey, but the lieutenant suddenly froze, spotting something ahead. Hold up, halt the column. He stared at the gruesome barricade. Monster corpses, why pile them up like that? Tutoyan scowled, realizing the danger. Asterisk, damn it. Corpse explosion. It's a necromancer trap. Asterisk. He made a snap decision. Asterisk. The necromancer probably isn't even here, but I'm not taking the bait. Asterisk. Ignore them. Detour around the pile. General, the lieutenant cried out. There's more over here, and there, we're surrounded by them. Tutoyan clenched his fist until his knuckles turned white. Cheap tricks, he roared. You think you can win a war with garbage like this? Boom, boom. The explosion started rippling out. Tutoyan watched the chaos. Mages, incinerate those corpses before they detonate. Back at the base, Sungwoo watched the feed. So, what's the play? You think they'll push through once the bodies are gone? Hanho nodded, looking smug. Yeah, I figured this would happen. Those corpses weren't just landmines. They were watchtowers. We don't have drones, but the sound of the explosions tells us exactly where they are and how fast they're moving. They know it's a trap, but they have to clear the bodies to advance. They're terrified of the explosions, so they're wasting massive amounts of mana to burn them safely. The kid continued. And if stalling them with corpse piles doesn't work, we just ditch the base and bail. With those guys helping, we'll make it out. Jisoo looked confused. But if we give up the base, don't we lose? Hanho let out a long, dramatic sigh. You really don't get it, do you, sis? He grinned. In this kind of *** system manhwa ***, the goal isn't just winning, it's about trolling the hell out of your opponent. He pointed toward the distant smoke. They have the numbers. Even if we drop a base or two, as long as we keep the score balanced, we're not actually losing anything. The kid had a confident swagger about him. He'd let the muscleheads handle the heavy lifting. He was the brains of the operation. Tu Yen's lackey pointed into the distance, screaming his head off. Hey, over there, you guys see him? The crew looked at Hanho, totally confused. Who's that guy? That's the Thunder Shadowblade, the Necromancer's running mate. The kid busted out laughing openly, mocking them. Ha, you moronic pirates actually made it this far. Good job, I guess. Hanho stared down from the cliff edge. Did you guys crawl all the way here because you were scared of a little explosion? My seniors aren't even home. Do any of you actually use your brains? Tu Yen snapped. Excuse me. The kid looked down at the idiots with pure excitement. Sure, it was risky, but ticking them off was definitely the right play here. Just as predicted, breaking their morale was the sweet spot. Tu Yen roared in rage. You little midget, you dare compare your wits to mine? Hanho bristled instantly. Who are you calling a midget? He fired back without missing a beat. But you can't actually do anything to this midget, can you? You're just terrified of those corpses, right? Pissed off because you're nothing but a glorified janitor? He wasn't backing down at all. I'm not losing this one. Janitor, you dare insult me. So much for the polite East Asian stereotype. Tu Yen launched a cannon shot straight at the kid. Kill that annoying brat. Hanho bolted immediately. Time to go. You secured point A from the enemy. Tu Yen gripped the flag tight, knuckles white. We missed the run, but at least we finally secured some ground. He grabbed his radio, trying to connect. Hoi, what's the status on base C? You're dragging your feet. Hoi held the walkie-talkie, his expression ice cold. I'm at base C, but the Necromancer is here too. I'll report back once I've handled this. This guy wiped out vampires, tamed mutant dragons, and crushed a zombie wave. He is basically the ultimate protagonist of an awakening manhwa. Hoi stared confidently at Sungwoo, the hero of a small nation. Looks like he didn't expect us this soon. Look at him, he's frozen in place, trying to capture the flag. Sungwoo calmly planted the flag, surrounded by hundreds of beasts. He spoke without flinching. These are all summons from a necromancer. The group leader looked at Hoi. Head-on fight is risky. Let me clear a path. Hoi shot that down immediately. Recapturing the base won't take long, so I'll sneak up on him instead. Sungwoo chuckled to himself. What a rookie. You can't move while capturing the base, but you don't get the buff unless you're holding the flag. Hoi grinned, thinking he had the upper hand. Perfect timing. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Steal the flag to take over the unoccupied base. He froze, totally confused. Huh. Why does the system say it's unoccupied? The group realized too late. It's a trap. Fall back now. The bear monsters went berserk, smashing everything in sight. Sungwoo watched the chaos unfolding. I hate it when Hanho gets big-headed, but I gotta admit his fake flag idea was genius. He frowned, recalling Hanho's logic. Whether it's a decoy flag or burying it underground, the point is to scam the enemy. Sungwoo rolled his eyes. That kid just didn't want to fight. He looked at the group in front of him. You're surrounded. Taking this point just got a whole lot easier. Hoi spun around. Say what? Surrounded? How Sungwoo replied, his eye glowing menacingly. It'd be a hassle if you ran away. Better if you just die here. Hoi, panic summoned immediately. No choice. Unleash the sea monsters. The summoned creatures materialized instantly, swimming through the air as they charged forward. The forest clearing flooded in seconds. Hoi ripped off his oxygen mask and sighed. That necromancer bastard? I bet he was hoping for a water-style attack in the mountains. He shouted confidently. Our summons won't last long, but the necromancer's skeletons are probably destroyed or washed away by now. If we get lucky, maybe we even drown him, a voice piped up from the back. He's gotta be dead. He doesn't have the sailor gear synergy like us. System info sailor class, level 2 defensive synergy. Requirement equip more than 20 swimsuits as armor. Effect increases underwater movement speed by 10%. Effect does not stack with other synergies. Hoi scanned the area, frowning. Find him. I want to see a body. A familiar voice echoed from above. Save your energy. I'm right here. The group panicked. Huh, no way. How did he dodge that? Sungwoo smirked. It's basically teleportation. The item effect lets me shoot right up into the air. He yelled down. You just need top-tier gear, guys. The system displayed the item details. Item name Bracelet of the Dark King. Grade Legendary. Effect Strength +3. Constitution +3. Ability to teleport within a 100-meter radius. Cooldown 10 minutes. Hoi couldn't believe his eyes. You might have saved your own skin, but your skeleton army is toast. You're just a coward without your summons. A blinding light erupted from below. Hoi shouted, "This is our turf now. The whole area is soaked. You'll barely be able to move. We have the advantage because we can move freely in this water." System notification skeleton creation initiated. Sung Woo gripped his weapon, ready to roll. "Actually, I've got the high ground. Being in the sky beats swimming in the mud any day." The sea monsters were struck down before they could react. System notification. You have resurrected a corpse under your command. The group watched in horror as their own sea monsters morphed into skeletons. Sung Woo mused, "I still don't get how they tame monsters in this system manhwa world, but whatever. Water or not, they're just raw materials for my army now. They're definitely stronger now. That's the beauty of being a necromancer. Kill the enemy, recruit them instantly." Hoi screamed in frustration, "You cheating scumbag, that's dirty." Suddenly, a drone hovered up behind Sung Woo. It was Kwan's drone. Hoi fought back, while frantically trying to make a call. He completely lost his cool. "General Jae Gong, can you hear me? We're in deep trouble here. Send reinforcements immediately." Tu Yen's voice came through calm and collected. "Hoi, your team has proven your worth as monster trainers. However, we've already left the continent. Sorry about that." He kept his composure, stating cold-bloodedly that they'd just form a new squad, claiming their sacrifice was a necessary evil to analyze the necromancer's data. His subordinate stammered in panic. "General Zixuan, you can't be serious." Zixuan stroked his beard, calculating the odds. With this intel, he could pinpoint the necromancer's weakness. Losing 1,000,000 troops was tragic, sure, but in the grand scheme of tactics, data was king. "I can use the zombies as cannon fodder," he thought, "but I can't risk marching them toward Base C, where the necromancer is holding down the fort." He scanned the battlefield map and made the call. "We hold the line at Base A as long as possible, then flank Base C by cutting through Base B. Half our forces are already primed to take Base B." Zixuan's face turned crimson, veins popping with rage. "Since that necromancer is busy occupying Base C, you won't have to worry about a firefight near Base B. I'll take this chance to wipe out the WF refugees and every single player from the Korean server who ran to Base B." Suddenly, the radio crackled to life. "General Zixuan, this is the Base B strike team." "Oh, excellent. You've secured the perimeter then." The soldiers on the other end sounded terrified. "Sir, there's a monster here." Han Ho's squad was relentless, striking fear into their hearts. "It's just 2 of them, but they dismantled our entire army. We've been almost completely wiped out." General Zixuan smashed his computer monitor in a fit of rage, his whole body trembling. "How is this even possible? My strategy was flawless." A subordinate stepped up nervously. "General Zixuan, what are your orders?" The general coughed violently. I need a moment. Recall everyone to camp. We need to rethink our entire approach." Blood dripped from her blade. Jisoo, fully immersed in her combat stance, spoke with icy calm. "We're going to slaughter every last pirate brave enough to step foot here." Han Ho looked at them with starry eyes. "That was incredible. You two cleared the whole area without a scratch." She glanced over at him. "Looks like Mr. Dagger finally decided to show off his skills." The kid smirked, puffing out his chest. "Ha, a guy like me has to prove his worth eventually." Internally, Han Ho was beaming. "Is my confidence making me look cool? Or what?" Han Ho suddenly shouted, "Honestly, I did pretty well back in the day with just that one shield skill." Jisoo looked baffled. "That literally has nothing to do with this. How does his brain work?" Jisoo got back to business. "What's the play, Han Ho? Are we going to handle the enemies the same way we just did?" The kid turned, lowering his voice for dramatic effect. "No, the old tricks won't land this time. In a game, it's always better to pause and cook up a new strategy. If the game doesn't go their way, they just trash talk and rage quit," Han Ho explained calmly. "But right now, we are playing a very unfair game. The enemy might have items or some wild card that changes the meta. There are too many variables to predict." He clapped his hands together. "So we need to end this before they even have time to think." Han Ho turned his back to the camera and spoke into his comms. "You copy that, senior?" Sung Woo's voice came through. "Yeah, loud and clear. I'm about to wipe them out with overwhelming force." Back at the enemy base, the operator watching the sensors gasped. "General Zixuan, the Necromancer? He's here." The general lost his cool, his voice hoarse. "What? That's impossible. We have the numbers advantage, and we're on defense. Are they really that overpowered?" The subordinates started shouting reports. "It's not just the Necromancer, sir. The players from the Korean server are here too." Zixuan frowned, deep wrinkles forming on his forehead. I don't understand their tactics. Leaving base B empty to rush base C. Do they only care about base C? He thought to himself. I don't care how strong you are. Do you really have the arrogance to challenge us on our own home turf? His decision-making makes no sense. How is this guy ranked number 2? Zixuan barked orders at his men, his mind racing with assumptions. Just as I suspected, the Korean server is all hype, probably just got lucky until now. With the drones, we've got the whole forest on lockdown. This is looking like an easy win. Suddenly, audio blared from the screen. It's a trap. Bone soldiers mages attack. Zixuan panicked. I thought the bone soldiers were all destroyed. There are way more than I calculated. Look at that giant bone soldier. We know way too little about this necromancer. Zixuan's mind was in chaos. His summons shouldn't be able to move freely when they're that far from him. Given the situation, he must have left base C. We have no idea how many teleportation scrolls they have left. The subordinates scrambled to follow orders. We're heading to base C to capture the flag, occupy it, and set up a defense. Suddenly, the sky turned pitch black, sending them into a panic. Why is it getting dark in the middle of the day? Out of nowhere, a massive robot appeared in front of them. Is that a machine? I can't believe it. This is a total hack. It's like some broken boss from a *** system, Manhwa ***. The robot glared at them with piercing eyes, freezing them in their tracks. Is that the legendary hero? The troops whispered, trembling. No way. I can't believe we have to face a legendary hero. Wait, are we the villains in this story? One of the group suddenly noticed something odd. Hold on, calm down, and look closely. Those machines aren't made of gold. They squinted, analyzing the texture. It looks like gold on the surface, but underneath. That's dirt. It's an earth golem, they shouted, charging at the robot. That's not a legendary hero, it's a knockoff. It's just flashy packaging. Take it down. Golems have terrible lag when controlled from a distance. The group regained their morale. It's just molded clay. One hit, and it'll shatter. You think this is over? The golem began to repair itself instantly. They gasped. Help me. Its regeneration speed is insane. They stared at the scene in total shock. It grabbed a hostage. The legendary hero actually took a hostage. The robot suddenly spoke. You have misunderstood humans. With the advanced technology of this unit, why would I need to hold a lower life form hostage? My mission is to protect base B. Starting now, all inferior biological entities will be terminated. The group panicked, buzzing with confusion. Wait, was this thing an AI from the start? Don't run. Stand your ground and fight. The robot immediately unleashed a massive beam of energy. Its regeneration isn't infinite. Keep attacking. The only problem is this thing drains a ton of mana to stay active. But as thousands of other monsters swarmed in, Sung Woo appeared ready for war. How long until the battlefield runs out of juice? A black system window popped up. It displayed the stats for a legendary grade item, the Lich's Crystal. Lich's Crystal increases maximum mana by 500%, increases mana recovery by 250%, and absorbs 3% of mana and health during attacks. Zixuan's subordinate watched the massacre on the screen and muttered, "Is that really all we're going to do?" Tu Tuen was shaking in his boots. Is a necromancer supposed to be this chilling? The intel was dead wrong. He's way stronger than the files said. Gritting his teeth, he tried to rationalize it. Either the Korean players fed them garbage intel, or this guy power-leveled an insane amount in no time flat. What the hell is going on? I promised the master a clean victory, but this is a total disaster. His lackeys were screaming their lungs out. Hit the deck. Mages lock his legs down. One wizard fired off an ice spell to freeze the monster in its tracks. The skeleton general glanced at Dong Yu. Boss, it's showtime. Without hesitation, they charged straight into the terrified group of mages. That was Oren, the skeleton swordsman. Don't let his size fool you, he's a beast. Watching the feed, Tu Tuen barked orders at the screen. Ignore the summons, kill the necromancer. Take him out, and his army crumbles. The knight's descendants rallied together. Just then, a classic system manhwa status window popped up. It showed the knight's descendant level 3 synergy effect. With over 30 armed members forming a defensive perimeter, they triggered a buff boosting all stats by 2 ranks. The tighter their formation, the stronger the buff. But there was a catch, it only worked with melee weapons, no heavy armor allowed. That explained everything. The mages finally realized why they were forced to wear these flimsy traditional outfits instead of actual protective gear. With these stat boosts, we can actually take him. The group spotted Dong Yu amidst the chaos. Look, he's separated from his undead meat shields. Hey necromancer, you think you're untouchable? Swords drawn, they rushed him. Without his pets, he's nothing. We've got the numbers and the power. Let's send this guy to the afterlife. Dong Yu didn't flinch. He swung his scythe and blood sprayed like rain over the mages. As they froze in terror, he rasped, "Who's nothing? If you're comparing my physical strength to my undead, sure maybe." Dung Yu flashed a maniacal grin. "But don't ever compare me to trash like you. I'm a Lich Death incarnate." His passive ability kicked in, summon capacity up by 50, all skills boosted by 10 levels plus infinite undead regeneration. Dung Yu became a whirlwind of destruction, his scythe carving through the crowd. "Honestly, I'm not even that good with a scythe. But against you lot, it doesn't matter. The power gap is so wide I don't need technique." Back at the base, Tutuin was trembling with rage as he watched the monitor. "Wait, tell me this isn't being broadcast live?" Yes sir. We've been streaming since the battle started." Tutuin cut him off screaming. "Are you out of your mind? You want the whole world watching us get slaughtered? Cut the feed, switch to headquarters B." Now he was frantic. "Show them something that won't destroy our troops' morale." He panicked internally. Headquarters C had already been overrun by golems. The offensive is failing everywhere else, he thought. But at least Black Wolf is leading the recapture team at Headquarters B. He might just be a pirate and sea monster tamer, but Black Wolf is built different. He's our ace. The camera panned to a forest clearing where Jisoo stood. "Folks, we're live at Headquarters B. Wait. Is that a girl?" the announcer yelled into his mic. "Looks like she's the only one guarding the gate. The Korean team must have gone all in on offense and left her behind." The commentary continued. "Black Wolf is a sword master. I almost feel bad for her." Then the minion thought, "Here we go. The main event. We need to show the Revolutionary Army crushing them. 10 million people on the Chinese server are watching this. I need that money shot." Zooming in now, but as the camera focused, Jisoo stood tall, radiating pure power. Static crackled over the audio. The cameraman stared in horror. The invincible Black Wolf was already on the ground defeated. Jisoo's eyes were cold as steel. With one fluid motion, she slashed her sword through the air and the video feed died. "Ah, the drone." She took out the drone. Tutuan waved his arms frantically. "Kill the stream. If the troops see that, they'll lose all will to fight." Back on the battlefield, the mages huddled behind shields. "Hold the line. Reinforcements from HQB are coming. Just buy time." One mage checking the status updates gasped. "Black Wolf. He's dead." Another mage looked over confused. "Dude, you're checking your phone in the middle of a war?" "What, he was our heavy hitter? That's impossible." "Who the hell could take him down?" Panic started to spread. The rank and file were losing it. "Is it over? Are we done?" Hearing the commotion, Tutuan decided to take matters into his own hands. "Necromancer," he roared. He unleashed a barrage of cannon fire into the monster horde. "Where are you hiding, rat? Come out, I Tutuan challenge you to a duel. Show yourself." From a distance, Dung Yu stared him down. "There you are." Tutuan spotted him and immediately fired a massive beam of energy. "Drop dead, you scum." But Dung Yu deflected the blast with a wave of magic. Tutuan's jaw dropped. He blocked the ice cannon. Dung Yu felt the chill seep into his bones. Not a perfect block, he thought. The cold is stiffening my muscles. Even with the shield, the frost effect is getting through. Tutuan smirked. "How long can you keep that up? I'm gonna turn you into a glorified ice sculpture." Suddenly, a voice called out from the bushes. "Hey, pick on someone your own size, why don't ya? You should introduce yourself properly." Tutuan whipped around. It was Hanho, mocking him. "You little pest, you ruined my entire operation." Tutuan fired wildly at Hanho, but the kid dodged effortlessly. "Haha, is that the best you got? Too slow." While he was distracted, Dung Yu vanished into thin air, reappearing directly behind the furious commander. Rookie mistake. Never turn your back on the main threat. Dung Yu brought his scythe down, in a vicious arc, slashing across Tutuan's back. As the man crumbled to his knees in agony, Dung Yu whispered, "That looks like it hurts. Come on, give us a smile." Sung Woo locked eyes with Zixuan. "Guess what? You're on camera." The man froze, spinning around. "Impossible. I stopped the broadcast." Zixuan's lackey gripped his radio, panic in his voice. "I didn't have a choice. The game made me do it." Sung Woo raised his scythe, his voice cold. "Game over, Zixuan. You lost." Listening in on the radio, Aharada didn't flinch. "Fine. We still have the left flank." A sinister glint filled his eyes. "Time to study this necromancer. I want his skills, habits, and allies broken down. Gather enough intel to offset today's losses." "No. Honestly, this might actually be a huge win for us." Aharata chuckled. "With the right leverage, I can move your pawns wherever I please." Suddenly, a noise cut him off. Sung Woo's voice came through. "Hate to interrupt your little monologue, but I'm wrapping this game up." His tone left no room for argument. "If you still think the Korean peninsula is free real estate, come get it yourself. One-on-one. Me and you." The mages screamed, desperate to keep morale up. "Don't quit, we still have the numbers." Swords drawn, they roared. "Forget the skeletons, target the tanks, and wipe out the vanguard." One mage kicked a young player to the ground, sneering. "Aw, look at the baby. You did good, kid." He leveled his blade at the boy's face. In this game, taking out the weaklings pays out big time. The kid burst into tears. You killed my dad." Just then, a system alert flashed. Team Korea scores 1 point. Winner buffs applied. The mage's eyes lit up, thinking it was his lucky break. Buffs: defense plus 30%, stamina plus 5%, attack plus 20, strength plus 5, speed plus 20%, agility plus 5, all skills plus 3, HP regen plus 3%. The mage stared at the screen, panic setting in. Wait. Suddenly the kid grabbed the mage's wrist, crushing it. "Who's weak now?" The boy's eyes glowed with power. "Say it again. I dare you." The mage stammered, terrified. "Wait, can't we talk about th times splat? Asterisk." The kid crushed the mage's skull like a grape. The remaining enemies screamed. They took the base. "It's over. We lost." Sung Woo snatched the flag. "So this is the victory buff from the minigame?" He grinned. "Damn, these stats aren't just for show. That's a huge boost. It's pathetic. Running away from the mainland just to try and steal an island here. Where do they get the nerve?" System minigame ends in 8 hours. Sungwoo chuckled. 8 hours, that's plenty of time to finish the trash. Meanwhile, in a forest clearing littered with bodies, Han-Ho's dad was tying up the surviving mages. The enemy streamer was shaking like a leaf. It's over." He looked dead into the lens. "Aside from the runners, we surrender. We officially declare defeat." Sung Woo watched him. Asterisk. Are the viewers happy about this? Probably hoping this thins out the pirate numbers? Asterisk. The live chat exploded. "Yo, that Korean guy moves like the MC of an asterisk awakening, manhwa asterisk. He's giving off serious server 1 Emperor vibes. Totally. I've only seen pics, but the energy is identical. Nah, he's still ranked below the Emperor. Remember the Naju battle? I heard the Emperor controlled 400 summons at once. This guy's good, but he's a tier below. Yeah, after today, nobody thinks they're equals." Sung Woo glanced at the phone, confused. "The Emperor, who's that?" the streamer stammered. He's the top dog of server 1. Controls Shaanxi and Beijing. Calls himself the Emperor." Sung Woo pressed on. "Why do they keep comparing us, I think?" The streamer gulped. "It's because the Emperor has powers, just like yours, Mr. Necromancer." Sung Woo fell into thought. Asterisk. 5-star classes usually specialize in army building. Vampire lords do it by infecting players. Asterisk. The Crusader Guild Master builds armies through training, though I don't know his exact class, and the General of Man uses brainwashing. Asterisk. But building an army with corpses and monsters instead of living players? Is that why we're similar? Asterisk? Sung Woo turned to the streamer. "What's his class?" The man scratched his head. "Honestly, I have no idea." Sung Woo rubbed his chin. Asterisk. Makes sense. The strongest guy in China isn't going to just leak his stat sheet. This is getting complicated. Asterisk. Han-Ho suddenly perked up. "Hey, the loot is finally here. The general said we can keep whatever we can use. Item: high-grade dwarven handgun. Level 3. Class handgun. Effect: infuse bullets with mana. Cost 10 mana per shot." 2 guns sat on the table. "Sweet," Han-Ho said, grabbing them. "I'll take one." He looked at Sung Woo, then handed the other one over. "And this one's for you." Jisoo gave a subtle nod. "I'd want it if it wasn't a gun," Jisoo murmured. "I stick to blades." Sung Woo weighed the weapon in his hand. "I'll test it out later." Han-Ho was already busy looting the corpses. "I'm taking the leftovers. Quantity over quality." Baby Sung Woo watched him and shook his head. Typical hunter behavior. Use every part of the kill right. As he spoke, Sung Woo activated his skill on a corpse. "Well, guess I'm the same way." Resurrection complete. Memory fragment available. Sung Woo tapped into the corpse's mind. A vision flashed before his eyes, a massive ship,